In the desolate wilderness stood a dilapidated thatched hut, drafts whistling in from every direction. The cold wind poured in through several gaping holes in the roof, lashing his face like a vicious stepmother's slap, stinging to the bone. Lin Tian curled up on a dirt bed padded with dry straw, so hungry that darkness kept swimming before his eyes. He had not eaten for 3 whole days. Now he barely even had the strength to swallow his own saliva. He felt he might truly die here. Was this damn it all the price of transmigration? Lin Tian cursed inwardly. 2 years ago he had still been an utterly ordinary wage slave in the 21st century. Every day he had squeezed into the subway and rushed to meet deadlines ground mercilessly into the dirt by demanding clients. Because he saved a little girl crossing the road, he was struck by a massive red truck. Not only did he fail to save the girl, he even slammed into her as the collision came. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in this accursed world of thin spiritual energy and rampant demonic beasts. Before crossing over, he had certainly fantasized. In those novels, the protagonists obtained heaven-sent systems the moment they transmigrated, and fortuitous encounters littered their path. He had figured that even if his luck was poor, he should at least be able to scrape together enough to fill his stomach. And the result? Reality gave him a resounding slap. The crack of it could almost be heard. For a full 2.5 years, an entire koan, there had been no opportunities, no miraculous encounters at all. He could not even break through the very first level of the most basic body-tempering realm. Yes, the kind of realm that in those novels would not even qualify one to be a nameless passerby. In everyone's eyes, he was nothing but a piece of trash, utterly and completely worthless. To stay alive, he slipped into the Qingyun sect's servant quarters. The work there was harsher than a dog's lot, yet the food was worse than pig slop. The steward of the servants despised him as stupid and would casually reward him with a few vicious kicks. Outer sect disciples passing by liked to spit at him and casually toss out a derisive trash. He endured it. For 2.5 long years he swallowed every shattered tooth and every humiliation into his belly. Yet even so the heavens still refused to let him be. He wondered if this was something every transmigrator had to experience. 3 months ago the Qingyun sect's servant quarters carried out a round of dismissals. With no cultivation and no backing, he was the first to be kicked out. He was given no severance pay. No, they did toss him a ragged piece of clothing that made him look exactly like a beggar when he put it on. Just like that, he was tossed out. He had not walked far before his strength was completely spent, and he collapsed in this ruined, thatched hut. It was truly as broken could be. This was all he had left after 2 years of struggling with everything he had to stay alive. How unlucky. So damned unlucky. Lin Tian propped himself up on his last breath and sat up, his rough palm pressing against the icy earthen wall. The joints of his fingers turned white, his vision swimming. He could not hold on any longer. Was he just going to die like this? He tried to curl his lips into a smile, yet the corners of his eyes prickled uncontrollably with sourness. For these 2 years he had never given up. Every day before dawn, he dragged himself up, relying on the pitiful scraps of memory from his previous life to roughly temper his body, vainly hoping to cultivate a trace of spiritual power. But lacking talent was lacking talent. No matter how he struggled, it was like drawing water with a bamboo basket. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, without strength and without backing, even surviving is a luxury. He closed his eyes and scenes from his previous life flashed by one after another. Though ordinary, there had been full meals, warm clothes, and family who cared about him. And here, alone, humiliated again and again, tormented by hunger and cold. In the end, he would die like a stray dog in this ruined, thatched hut that no one even knew existed. Unwilling. Even in death, he was unwilling. Lin Tian's eyes snapped open, viciousness surging in the depths of his gaze after endless despair. He was 22 this year, had clung to life in this world for 2 years, and had endured every humiliation and trampling. He had already collected all the so-called essential elements of a transmigrator, being humiliated, nearly dying. Surely it was time for the guaranteed reward to appear, was it not? Could it be that he really was going to die like a dog? Was this all he got for transmigrating? Was this all? In the instant when his emotions finally snapped, ding, a cold mechanical chime exploded without warning inside his mind. Host's life is in critical condition. The Myriad Worlds auction system is now officially bound. Lin Tian's entire body jerked rigid, his pupils shrinking abruptly to pinpoints. His previously dull gaze suddenly blazed with a frightening brightness. System. That single word was like a thunderbolt cleaving through all his despair. You finally arrived. As a transmigrator, he could not be more familiar with it. In the web novels he had read in his previous life, the system was the golden cheat of the transmigrator, the very foundation for defying the heavens and rewriting fate. He had waited for it for 2 full years. For 2 years he had even believed himself to be an anomaly abandoned by the heavens. He had not expected that only when he was on the brink of true death would the system finally arrive. Was this what the ancients meant by, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it must first distress his mind? The forebears had not lied to him. Lin Tian's heart pounded wildly in his chest. From within his near-exhausted body, a mysterious surge of strength suddenly welled up. "System, what abilities do you have?" he asked urgently, in his heart, his voice hoarse and dry, carrying a faint tremor. "This system is the one and only supreme through all worlds for all eternity. Auction system. The host may obtain system rewards by auctioning items." After a moment of silence, he nodded and only said one word, "Okay." Mo Tian smiled. "I'm not dying you. I will come back whenever." A hundredfold return. Lin Tian froze on the spot, his mind buzzing. Sell one item and get 100. No, that alone was meaningless. What use was sheer quantity? Buy one small bun and get a whole bag back. Wasn't that nonsense? It had to be 100-fold in quality. Sell a single sacred artifact and receive an imperial weapon in return. Incredible. Lin Tian shouted with the last of his strength, then collapsed straight backward. He clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into his palms. The sharp pain snapped him completely awake. This was not a dream, nor some fleeting illusion before death. It was all real. 2 years of humiliation and despair had finally come to an end. Ding. Host's current situation detected: deadly wilderness, no food, no clothing, cultivation, exhausted, survival probability at 2. 5. Activating novice protection mechanism, directional teleportation. Teleportation target, Qingzhou Dian Dynasty, Xintian City. The instant the system prompt fell, a ring of golden light suddenly exploded beneath Lin Tian's feet. Countless fine golden runes rose from the ground, wrapping around his body and swirling rapidly. A gentle power instantly encased his whole body, lifting him lightly into the air. Wait, he only managed to utter a single word. Before his eyes, the scenery began to twist and blur wildly. The ruined, thatched hut turned into a fleeting phantom in an instant, and the wild mountains and beasts vanished completely. In their place came a feeling of weightless ease and a chest brimming with hope. 2 years of endurance overturned in a single stroke. With a swish, the golden light flashed and vanished completely into the sky. In front of the thatched hut, only a few withered leaves remained, whipped up by the forceful gust and swirling in the cold wind before drifting down onto the muddy ground. It was so quiet it was as if no one had ever been there. Lin Tian, however, was already firmly wrapped by the system's power, breaking through the clouds and hurtling at extreme speed toward that magnificent, prosperous Xintian city. The vertigo lasted no more than a single breath. The scene before Lin Tian's eyes shifted abruptly, as if he had been yanked straight into another world. He snapped his eyes open, his pupils dilating in an instant. A colossal city spanning 100 leagues stretched horizontally before him, its end nowhere in sight. Towering walls pierced the clouds, built entirely from black, mystic ironstone. The wall's surface was engraved with countless runes, dim light coursing through them, exuding a terror-inducing pressure. Every 100 zhang stood a watchtower, banners snapping in the wind, armored soldiers lined up in ranks with a terrifyingly imposing presence. Behind him, an uproarious commercial street bustled with life. A broad, level bluestone road ran down the center, flanked on both sides by densely packed shops. Ling Dan Pavilion, 100 Herbs Hall, 10,000 Weapons Studio. Golden signboards glittered brilliantly under the sunlight. People surged back and forth along the street. Cries of hawkers, bargaining voices, and the neighing of spirit beasts tangled together, boiling over in deafening liveliness. Before Lin Tian could take a closer look, a system notification exploded once more in his mind. A crisp chime rang out in his mind. A novice gift pack had been issued to him. Its contents: first, his cultivation would be directly promoted from the early body tempering realm to the early Kaiyuan realm. This world's cultivation realms were divided as follows: body tempering realm, blood condensation realm, Kaiyuan realm, mortal, shedding realm, divine, sea realm, king realm, domain realm, saint realm, and great emperor. Second, he would receive 2 exclusive guards, Wang Wei and Wang Tung, both at the early divine sea realm. Third, a reward of 10,000 spirit stones. Fourth, an exclusive property, a shop in the northern district of Xintian City, already converted into an auction house solely for his use. Lin Tian's entire body went rigid as if struck by a thunderbolt, and he stood there in a daze. The next instant, a vast, terrifying power erupted from within him with a thunderous roar. "It's going to burst." Lin Tian widened his eyes, half in alarm and half in a perverse enjoyment. After a brief moment, the raging power gradually subsided. His cultivation settled firmly at the first layer of the Kaiyuan realm. Lin Tian lowered his head to look at his hands. The cracks at his tiger's mouth had vanished, and the thick calluses in his palms had completely peeled away. He clenched his fists, an unprecedented sense of power flooding through his limbs and bones in an instant. Shattering a boulder with a single punch was no empty boast. He truly possessed such strength now. So this is the Kaiyuan realm. Lin Tian murmured, his voice trembling beyond his control. Ecstasy surged through him, almost unbearable in its intensity. Before he could fully digest this pleasant shock, two figures appeared out of thin air behind him and dropped to one knee in unison. Wang Wei pays respect to young master. Wang Tung pays respect to young master. Lin Tian whipped around. Two burly men were kneeling on the ground, their postures straight as pine trees, their auras steady as mountains. Their features were similar, clearly marking them as blood brothers. With tiger backs and bare waists, eyes as sharp as lightning, they emanated a faint yet formidable divine sea realm aura. Lin Tian drew in a sharp breath. He had spent 2 years in Qingyun's sect, and the strongest person he had ever seen was merely an outer elder at the Kaiyuan realm. A divine sea realm expert was on the level of a sect master. Yet now two such powerhouses were kneeling before him, addressing him as young master. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled uncontrollably upward. Rise, both of you. He tried his best to assume the demeanor of a great figure, but the youthful immaturity in his tone could not be completely concealed. Fortunately, these were creations of the system. Yes, young master. Wang Wei and Wang Tung rose at his command. They took their places to his left and right, standing behind him like two immovable iron towers. Immediately after, a heavy storage pouch appeared out of thin air and dropped into Lin Tian's hand. He swept it with his spiritual sense, and the sight within left him utterly stunned. 10,000 spirit stones. An entire 10,000 spirit stones. The pure white radiance almost dazzled his eyes. Lin Tian tucked the pouch tightly into his robe and lifted his head to take a deep breath. System, where is the auction house? Another crisp chime rang in his mind. The system informed him that the deed to auction house No. 88 on Xuanwu Avenue in the Northern District had already been bound to him. The original owner had run the business poorly, and it had been on the verge of bankruptcy. Through proper channels, the system had already completed the transfer of ownership, costing Lin Tian not a single coin. On top of that, there was an additional boon. As long as Lin Tian was within the auction house, he would remain in an invincible state under the system's absolute protection, his power further reinforced. Lin Tian pulled out the deed. Sure enough, his name Lin Tian was written boldly across it in black ink, stamped with a bright red seal. Getting something so valuable for free felt indescribably satisfying. The system handled matters reliably, and most crucial of all, he would be invincible within the auction house. This was the sturdiest life-saving trump card he possessed in this world. Even if a great emperor-level expert came knocking, as long as he hid inside the auction house, the other party could only bow their head obediently, unable to harm him in the slightest. One stick of incense later, Lin Tian stood before No. 88 on Xuanwu Avenue. A grand and imposing pavilion rose at the street corner, occupying an expansive plot of land. Its soaring eaves curved upward like a great rock, spreading its wings, radiating an extraordinary aura. The building itself was constructed from azure spirit jade bricks that gleamed with a gentle luster under the sunlight, with spiritual energy faintly flowing within. The three-tiered pavilion rose layer upon layer without the slightest sense of confinement. Instead, it exuded an air of soaring straight into the heavens. Hanging over the main entrance was a plaque carved from a single slab of purple sandalwood spirit timber, bearing 5 gilded characters. Zhutian Auction House. The calligraphy was vigorous and forceful, brimming with extraordinary presence. On either side of the entrance, jade lions stood guard, spirit stones set into their eyes, shining with dazzling light. The steps were spotless, the vermilion doors thrown wide open, their bronze studs full and lustrous, all of it radiating grandeur. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Lin Tian stepped forward and pushed the doors open to enter. A surge of rich, pure spiritual energy washed over him, at least 10 times denser than outside the city. The first-floor hall was vast beyond measure. At its center stood a 3-chi auction platform, carved from mutton fat, white jaded surface, smooth as a mirror. Around it, spiritual wood chairs covered with beast furs were arranged with meticulous care and comfort. At a rough glance, the first floor alone could accommodate tens of thousands of people. The second floor encircled the hall with private, elegant rooms separated by delicately carved partitions, offering both refinement and a clear view. The third floor held only 12 VIP rooms, each a self-contained little world. Following the staircase up to the third floor, Lin Tian casually pushed open the door to one of the VIP rooms. Inside, the furnishings were exquisitely curated purple sandalwood tables and chairs, spirit silk curtains, calming dragon musk incense, and paintings and calligraphy by renowned masters, every detail exuding nobility. A huge spiritual window overlooked the entire auction hall, its view unobstructed. Throughout the auction house, layer upon layer of spirit-gathering defensive and sound isolation arrays had been laid down, all operating with flawless smoothness. Especially around the auction platform, a subtle, yet terrifying power lay dormant. It was the system's absolute defense. Even a great emperor personally descending would be unable to harm him in the slightest within its bounds. This is no mere auction house. It is clearly a fortress-like palace. Standing before the spiritual window, Lin Tian muttered to himself, a look of unwavering resolve in his eyes. He turned to look at Wang Wei and Wang Tung behind him and issued his orders in a crisp tone. Wang Wei, Wang Tung. At your command. The two replied in unison. Carry out 3 tasks, he said. First, spread the news. 3 days from now, Zhutian Auction House will hold its inaugural auction. I want every last person in Xiantian City to know of it. Second, purchase auction items. Prioritize second-grade spiritual materials. If there are none available, first grade will do. Third, recruit guards, maids, and other staff. All of this is to prepare for the upcoming auction. Yes. As his words fell, the 2 figures flashed away, leaving cleanly and without hesitation. Standing in the VIP room, gazing down at the empty, yet imposing auction hall, Lin Tian's lips curved into a sharp, predatory smile. 2 years of lying low, swallowing humiliation and grievances. From this moment on, Zhutian Auction House would be the starting point of his heaven-defying rise. The winds and clouds of Xiantian City, no of the entire world, would be stirred by his hand. 3 days later, the Zhutian Auction House officially opened its doors. As dawn broke, the entrance at No. 88, Xuanwu Street was already teeming with people. The news had spread for a full 2.5 days. This newly opened auction house had no reputation in Xiantian City. Even the second-rate forces in the city did not take it seriously. However, the announcement it made sent the lower-tier cultivator community into a frenzy. Entry was completely free and no handling fees were charged for the auction. What more could be said? Even if it was just to take a nap inside, they would go just for the sake of the word free. It should be noted that the established auction houses in Xiantian City charged 5 spirit stones just to enter. Casual cultivators without any savings would not even dare to approach the door. To be able to enter without charge and have a look around, only a fool would not come. Most of the people held this thought. As the hour of Chun arrived, the gates of Zhutian Auction House slowly opened and the crowd immediately surged in. However, the cultivators only filled the front half of the hall, leaving a large area in the back empty and spacious. Lin Tian stood in a dark corner on the second floor, observing coldly, showing no surprise. With a nameless and unremarkable new store drawing 700 people was already a good start. But the next moment, all the cultivators who entered froze in place. What? Wasn't this a new opening? Why does it look like a palace? This is no nameless little auction house. It is clearly a paradise in the eyes of cultivators. The hall on the first floor was spacious and could accommodate tens of thousands of people. In the center stood a 3-foot auction platform entirely made of warm, luxurious white jade. The surface of the platform was as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the figures of those nearby. Surrounding the platform were 9 fist-sized moonlight stones. The soft light cast a glow that made the entire platform appear almost ethereal. The tiered seats surrounding the auction platform allowed anyone to see the items on the stage clearly from any position. The chairs were made of high-quality spirit wood and covered in soft, warm spirit beast fur, looking extraordinarily luxurious. Is this really a free place to enter? A casual cultivator in a tattered robe trembled as he spoke. He cautiously touched the fur on the chair. He was startled by the soft texture and quickly withdrew his hand, fearing he might damage something he couldn't afford to replace. Such grandeur he had only heard of in rumors about top-tier auction houses, and he hadn't even been qualified to approach. Is the floor covered with spirit-patterned carpets? I saw a small piece the size of a fingernail in a pawn shop, and it cost 80 spirit stones. Here, it is actually fully laid out. The spiritual energy here is shockingly dense, 10 times better than the deep mountain cultivation grounds. Just sitting here could increase one's cultivation. Look at the second floor, those are the private rooms. The carved screens must be the work of a master from the transformation realm. This is too extravagant. A burly man with a face full of stubble plopped down into a seat, nearly humming with comfort, and turned to his companion shouting, "Brother, even if we don't buy anything today, just sitting here for a while is worth a lifetime." The lower-tier cultivators were completely thrilled, each one wearing a joyful expression. For them, a place like this might only be visited once in their lifetime. Just as the crowd was buzzing, several figures leisurely walked through the door, instantly capturing everyone's attention. In stark contrast to the excited lower-tier cultivators, the newcomers exuded an imposing aura. At the forefront was a burly man draped in a mink coat with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. He radiated a chilling, murderous aura from years of bloodshed, and where his gaze swept the surrounding air, seemed to grow colder. The man also carried a long knife that was half his height at his waist. The sheath was engraved with a fierce wolf's head faintly glowing with a hint of bloodlight, clearly not an ordinary item. The man casually scanned the hall, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. He then strode straight toward the front row, each step exuding an immense sense of pressure. "That's the vice leader of the Mad Lion mercenary group, Shi Kuang," someone gasped in a low voice. The faces of the surrounding cultivators instantly changed, not daring to look directly. The Mad Lion mercenary group. It is the #1 mercenary force in Tian City, monopolizing the hunting of beasts in the northern wilderness and the collection of spirit materials, with a crew made up of ruthless characters. As the vice leader, Shi Kuang had already stepped into the Kaiyuan realm and was a well-known powerhouse in the city. His wolf-head knife was forged from the spine of a third-tier demonic beast possessing immeasurable power. Such a big figure usually only frequented top-tier auction houses. No one expected he would come to this nameless new store. Shi Kuang ignored the discussions around him and directly paid to reserve a private room on the second floor. He then placed the long knife across his knees and closed his eyes to rest. His imposing aura completely isolated him from the surrounding noise, as if everything else had nothing to do with him. Next, another figure stirred up a commotion among the crowd. It was a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe. He had a face like a jade crown, and his demeanor was dignified, clearly from a prestigious family. "That's Elder Xiao Gu from the Xiao clan." The crowd erupted again, and everyone dared not be negligent. The Xiao clan, one of the 4 major families in Tian City. Controlling 1/3 of the city's pill business, they had deep roots and immense power. Xiao Gu managed the clan's external trade. His presence here was purely to kill time. He wore a calm expression with a slight smile. Neither the amazement of the lower-tier cultivators nor the indifference of Shi Kuang seemed to faze him. Clearly, he was an old fox accustomed to grand occasions. He casually took a seat in a private room, and his attendants immediately served spirit tea. The appearance of these 2 top figures left everyone feeling quite excited. At this moment, the auction items on the platform were all prepared. These items had indeed required considerable effort from Lin Tian. A few days ago, Wang Wei and Wang Tung had scoured the entire city for suitable auction items. However, when the shopkeepers saw it was a new auction house, although they wanted to support new forces, but their ambitions outweighed their capabilities. Treasures above 3rd tier had long been firmly controlled by the established forces in the city, and there was no opportunity for them to intervene. The 5 auction items collected were as follows: a 1st-tier superior-grade Shanghai sword with a green blade that was impressively sharp, a 1st-grade body refining pill that could refine bones, assisting body refining realm cultivators in breaking through rapidly, a 1st-grade upper-level technique, the violent lion palm technique, which had fierce moves capable of splitting stones when perfected, along with 2 2nd-tier items, the chilling ice spirit sword, and the golden scales armor, which could withstand a full-force strike from a Kaiyuan realm cultivator. These 5 items were not top-notch in quality and would be inconspicuous in a grand auction house. Yet for the more than 700 lower-tier casual cultivators and small force disciples present today, they were just right. After all, they had limited spirit stones, and even if 3 or 4-tier treasures were displayed, they couldn't afford them. Lin Tian was clearer than anyone else. He never intended to profit from these few items. Their greatest purpose was to return, to become the beginning of his capital accumulation. The real show at Jutian Auction House would only truly begin once these items were successfully auctioned off. At that time, he would bring out an item from the system that had a 100-fold return as the finale. Lin Tian believed it would undoubtedly shock these cultivators. The noise in the hall gradually subsided, and everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on the central white jade auction platform. The atmosphere was quite strong, but one could not help but wonder about the quality of the auctioned items. They couldn't be trying to fool them with subpar goods. The moment Lin Tian stepped onto the white jade auction platform, the once bustling hall fell eerily silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. The spiritual energy floating in the air also seemed to stagnate for a moment. All eyes in the room turned in unison to the high platform. What a handsome figure! He was dressed in the most ordinary blue robe, devoid of any spiritual patterns or glimmering embellishments. This attire, amidst the crowd of lavishly dressed cultivators surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, appeared out of place. Yet he stood tall like a pine tree, his back straight and resolute. Every step he took was steady and assured, devoid of any hint of pretentiousness. His face bore no extraneous expression, his demeanor calm and composed. He neither seemed anxious in front of the many cultivators, nor did he attempt to show off. Only his deep, tranquil eyes slowly scanned the crowd below. His gaze was gentle, yet carried an undeniable aura of authority. The cultivators who had been whispering to each other instinctively fell silent under his faint glance. A sense of inexplicable reverence arose in their hearts. No one viewed him merely as an insignificant newcomer anymore. Standing on this white jade platform, he exuded a demeanor of calm and restraint. He seemed more like a seasoned host who had presided over countless top-tier auctions, familiar with the winds and clouds of the world. This young man may seem unremarkable, but his presence is genuinely compelling, more so than many veteran auctioneers. A low-ranked cultivator in the front row paused his conversation, stroking his beard as he spoke in a low voice, his eyes filled with surprise. His companion immediately nodded, but with a hint of skepticism. No matter how strong his presence, it won't matter. This auction house has just opened. Who knows if there are any real treasures? It might just be a facade. The cultivators in the room were already adopting a watchful attitude, seeing how young the host was. Deep down they felt disdain, merely waiting to see this auction fail spectacularly. In a private room on the second floor, Shi Kuang leaned back on a soft couch. His fierce aura radiated outward, and he did not even bother to lift his eyelids. As a powerful figure, he completely disregarded this overly young auction host. He regarded him as an inconsequential minor character. In the adjacent room, Xiao Gu held a warm cup of spiritual tea. To him, the aura and presence were merely superficial. Without formidable strength to back him, and lacking any rare items to showcase, no matter how composed he appeared, it was all just an act. A mere novice could not possibly uphold this auction, nor could he stir any significant waves. His voice was humble, yet resonated clearly and powerfully, cutting through the remnants of the hall's noise and reaching every ear. Dear friends, I thank you all for grace. His voice was humble, yet resonated clearly and powerfully, cutting through the remnants of the hall's noise and reaching every ear. Dear friends, I thank you all for gracing our auction event today. I, Lin Tian, appreciate your support. As this is our inaugural event, I ask for your understanding regarding any shortcomings in etiquette. Without further ado, let the auction officially begin. With these words, he ceased speaking, raising his hand gently to signal. A maid standing nearby immediately stepped forward, bowing as she held a plain wooden brocade box with both hands. The maid slowly lifted the box's lid, and a faint azure spiritual light suddenly flashed. Though not dazzling, it clearly indicated the quality of the item contained within the box. Lin Tian's calm gaze fell upon the wooden box, his voice steady and unwavering as he introduced the item. The first auction item, a first-grade upper-tier magical artifact, the Mountain Sea Sword. This sword is crafted from 100-year-old iron from the mountains and refined spiritual sand from the seas, repeatedly tempered using secret methods. Its sharpness and durability far surpass those of ordinary magical artifacts of the same grade. It is particularly suitable for low-ranked cultivators for daily training and self-defense. He briefly explained its effects before directly stating the starting bid rules without a hint of hesitation. The starting price is 20 low-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 5 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, instead of bidding, the room erupted into a chorus of disappointment and disdain. What's going on? You're bringing out a first-grade, upper-tier magical artifact. I thought this new auction house would have something rare and valuable, but it turns out to be trash that's everywhere. This Mountain Sea Sword can be found in any artifact shop in the city. A maximum of 25 spirit stones, and they dare to put it up for auction. It's clear this is a small auction house without any depth, starting with garbage to fill the quota. I reckon it won't be long before they close down. The room was filled with mockery and disdain, and the vast majority of cultivators felt it a waste to even glance at the wooden box. They turned away to continue their idle chatter, completely ignoring the auction item on stage. Many even glanced up to the private room on the second floor, where Shi Kuang still had his eyes closed, his aura undisturbed. Xiao Gu was even more nonchalant, idly playing with a jade ring on his finger. His expression was indifferent, completely dismissing the broken sword before him. The atmosphere in the hall had dropped to an extreme chill, awkward enough to suffocate. For a full incense stick's time, not a single person raised a bidding paddle. Just as everyone was waiting for the auction to pass, without any bids, in the farthest corner of the hall, a poorly dressed, impoverished cultivator bit his lip, his face filled with hesitation as he slowly raised his bidding paddle. His palms were sweaty with nervousness, his voice, so faint it was barely noticeable, filled with uncertainty. 20 spirit stones. As soon as his voice fell, the room remained eerily silent, with not a single person responding with a counterbid. A few low chuckles of mockery arose, filled with derision, as they believed he was wasting money on junk. Yet Lin Tian maintained a calm expression, unfazed by the lack of bids and the chilly atmosphere. He scanned the room, his voice bright and steady as he called out the bid, 20 spirit stones once. 20 spirit stones twice. He waited quietly for a moment, but still no one raised their bid. Without hesitation, he gripped the wooden mallet in his hand and lightly struck it against the surface of the platform. Sold. The crisp sound of the mallet echoed sharply in the silent hall. At that instant, a cold and clear system notification rang out in Lin Tian's mind. Ding. The first auction item has been successfully sold, triggering the system's 100-fold return benefit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a third-grade premium spiritual weapon, Qingyun Sword. A vast and overwhelming surge of spiritual power instantly poured into the storage ring at his waist, unreservedly flooding it. Lin Tian's fingertips trembled imperceptibly as he quietly immersed his mind into the storage ring. A sword glowing with a faint azure hue floated silently within its spiritual light, reigned in yet possessing terrifying pressure. The density of its spiritual power was easily 100 times stronger than the recently auctioned Mountain Sea sword. An overwhelming joy instantly swept through his mind, almost overwhelming him with excitement. The 100-fold return system. Selling an ordinary first-grade magical artifact actually yielded a third-grade premium spiritual weapon in return. The maid stepped forward holding a new wooden box which was made of ordinary sandalwood. There was not a hint of spiritual light emanating from it, making it clear that the contents were far from rare treasures. Lin Tian opened the lid of the box, revealing 3 dark red pills neatly arranged inside. The pills were round and smooth, yet no medicinal aroma wafted from them, and the spiritual energy was so faint it was almost imperceptible. The cultivators below saw this, and their previously piqued interest instantly dissipated, reverting to their earlier indifferent demeanor. Damn. The second item, blood condensing pill, a low-grade first-tier pill. It stops external bleeding and accelerates wound healing, suitable for cultivators during regular training. Starting bid is 10 spirit stones with a minimum increment of 5 spirit stones per bid. Upon hearing this, a wave of whispered discussions erupted in the hall, filled with voices of disinterest. Another first-tier item, blood condensing pills, are everywhere on the streets. Exactly, only novice cultivators would use them. Anyone with a bit of cultivation would not look twice at such ordinary pills. It seems this auction house truly has nothing of value. It's all entry-level goods. I should have known better than to come. Despite their discussions, no one was willing to raise their bidding paddle. After all, the practicality of this pill was low, and the price was several times higher than outside, making bidding completely unnecessary. A few cultivators who were planning to leave simply turned around, not even stopping their footsteps, feeling that staying any longer would be a waste of time. In the private room on the second floor, Xiao Gu placed the cup of spiritual tea back on the table, a hint of disdain on his face, as he scoffed softly, daring to put a first-tier low-grade pill on the auction block. This newly opened auction house truly lacks prestige. Shi Kuang furrowed his brow, a fierce aura surrounding him, evidently losing patience as well. On stage, Lin Tian observed the cold atmosphere without a hint of change in his expression. He continued to stand quietly, waiting for someone to make a bid. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Those who achieve super great things do not feel embarrassed. After a while, a young cultivator in a light blue short shirt, looking troubled, raised his head. He appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old, with cultivation barely at the mid-stage of body refining. He had just come down from the mountain to train not long ago, and had recently sustained an injury, needing a blood-condensing pill. Although the pills at the shops outside were cheap, their quality was inconsistent. The blood-condensing pill on the auction stage looked reasonably well-formed. He gritted his teeth and finally raised his paddle shakily. 10. 15 spirit stones. The young cultivator's voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet hall. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him, their eyes filled with mockery and confusion, thinking he was wasting his money. Lin Tian glanced at him and called out loudly, "This fellow cultivator bids 15 spirit stones. Is there any higher bid?" The hall fell silent, with no one willing to raise the price. Everyone thought bidding higher for this ordinary blood-condensing pill was a foolish act. 15 spirit stones once. 15 spirit stones twice. Sold. The crisp sound of the gavel echoed as the second item was successfully auctioned off. The young cultivator hurriedly walked up to the stage, blushing as he took out 15 spirit stones and received the jade bottle containing the blood-condensing pills. He tightly gripped it in his hand and quickly walked back to his seat, lowering his head and not daring to look at others. Just as he received the pill, a cold yet melodious notification sound echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Ding. The second item has been sold, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a third-tier supreme mixed yuan pill. Mixed yuan pill. That was a supreme pill capable of directly assisting a chi-gathering cultivator in breaking through realms, and it was a rare pill that was valuable yet scarce. Lin Tian's fingers paused slightly, suppressing the waves in his heart, without showing any expression. He did not linger and immediately signaled for the maid to present the third item. This time the maid held a scroll made of yellowed beast skin, which looked worn out and unremarkable. Lin Tian unfolded the beast skin scroll, which was inscribed with rudimentary martial patterns, exuding faint spiritual energy. The third item, Tiger Claw, a first-tier upper-grade combat skill. Suitable for body-refining cultivators, the moves are fierce and suitable for close combat. Starting bid is 20 spirit stones with a minimum increment of 10 spirit stones per bid. A first-tier upper-grade combat skill. It was slightly higher in grade than the previous two items, but similar combat skills could be found everywhere in the martial arts schools in the city. At most it would cost 30 or 40 spirit stones to learn, making it hardly worth auctioning. Another first-tier item. This combat skill is so ordinary, does this auction house have nothing else? Forget it, I'll look at this one and quickly leave, it's a waste of time. After a long silence, finally a burly body refining cultivator slowly raised his paddle. His cultivation was not high, and he happened to be in need of a close combat skill. Thinking the price was reasonable, so he casually offered 30 spirit stones. No one followed the bid, and the body refining cultivator appeared indifferent. Clearly he did not hold this combat skill in high regard, and was merely buying it for convenience. 30 spirit stones once, 30 spirit stones twice sold. The gavel fell, and the third item was sold. Ding. The third item has been sold, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a third-tier supreme combat skill, Xian Tiger Suppressing Demon Claw. A vast transmission of combat skill knowledge surged into Lin Tian's mind. Xian Tiger Suppressing Demon Claw. Its power is immense, capable of crushing all combat skills of the same tier. Even a transformation stage cultivator could unleash tremendous combat strength using it. The spectators below, witnessing 3 consecutive first-tier ordinary items, completely concluded that this auction house was devoid of value. All entry-level goods not worth looking forward to. Many people had already stood up and were walking towards the exit in small groups, still complaining, feeling that it was a wasted trip. They thought this auction hosted by an unknown person was nothing more than a farce that would soon go out of business. The hall gradually emptied out, with the remaining cultivators wearing expressions of indifference, completely unaware. That seemingly uneventful auction had already allowed Lin Tian to acquire treasures beyond his imagination. Watching most of the cultivators leave in disappointment, Lin Tian showed no signs of embarrassment. His gaze fell gently on those who remained, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. The 3 items just auctioned were all ordinary first-tier objects. They cannot be considered treasures, just serving to warm up the auction. He paused, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, his voice slightly raised to clearly reach the ears of everyone present. However, the next items will truly enter the main topic of the auction. I still have 3 items left. Their quality is incomparable to the ordinary goods of the past, and they will surely make everyone feel their trip was worthwhile. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian turned slightly, nodding gently to the maid beside him. The maid promptly brought forward a narrow, icy jade box. As she approached, a chill spread through the hall, making the air seem to stagnate slightly. Lin Tian personally took the jade box, gently tapping its surface with his fingers as he slowly opened it. In an instant, a beam of icy white light burst forth from the box. A chilling aura enveloped the area around the auction stage. The tea on the table instantly formed a thin layer of ice. A long sword engraved with ice patterns lay quietly inside the box. With spiritual light swirling, its pressure was evidently stronger than the previous first-tier magical items by several tiers. 666. Everyone's eyes widened. Good goods have arrived. Lin Tian grasped the hilt of his sword, gently lifting the long blade as icy sword energy enveloped him. He spoke loudly, his voice resonating with authority. The 4th item up for auction, a second-tier, superior-grade magical weapon, Ice Sword. This sword, when swung, can imbue the target with cold spiritual power, slowing their movements while injuring them, and freezing their spiritual veins. The starting bid is 200 spirit stones with increments of no less than 20 spirit stones. The cultivators present instantly widened their eyes, their previously languid expressions vanishing. I bid 250 spirit stones. A cultivator in the front row was the first to speak. 270. 300. 350. The bidding voices rose and fell. Second-tier items are different from first-tier ones. Even in Shantian City, they are not commonly seen. The price soared rapidly. Finally, when the bid reached 400 spirit stones, the entire venue fell silent. The bidder was a thin, middle-aged man seated in the middle of the hall. But at the moment he raised his bidding paddle, Lin Tian noticed the thin calluses on his right index and middle fingers. Those were marks of years spent wielding swords. And his eyes sharp as blades while calling out bids belonged to a sword cultivator. Lin Tian brought down the wooden hammer deal. The middle-aged sword cultivator stood up nodding and walked to the backstage for the handover. Soon after counting the spirit stones, the ice sword was placed in his hands. At the moment he held the sword, a glint of excitement erupted in his eyes. He caressed the sword with affection as if he had obtained the most precious treasure in the world. Meanwhile, standing on the auction stage, Lin Tian's mind exploded with a familiar voice. Ding! The second-tier superior grade ice sword has been successfully auctioned for 400 spirit stones. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th-tier medium grade Taisong sword. 4th-tier medium grade. If such a 4th-tier magical weapon appeared in Xiantian City, he had no doubt that it would drive all the powerful figures within the city insane. And now a sword capable of making the entire Xiantian City go wild belonged to him. Next, the 5th item up for auction. Lin Tian lifted the red silk cloth, revealing a neatly folded dark golden armor, its plates layered upon one another. Etched with intricate defensive runes, it gleamed with a heavy luster under the illumination of the moonlight stone. 2nd-tier superior grade defensive magical artifact, 1000 forged armor. In extreme conditions, it can withstand a full-force strike from a Kaiyuan realm cultivator without sustaining a scratch. The starting bid is 200 spirit stones with increments of no less than 20 spirit stones. As soon as this item was unveiled, the crowd's eyes instantly lit up with fervor. Even a few shifty-eyed individuals glinted with greed, their gazes flitting back and forth between Lin Tian's face and the armor. A malicious smile curled at the corners of their mouths. Although they did not speak, their intentions were clear to anyone with eyes. A 2nd-tier defensive magical artifact is vital for survival, if they could obtain it. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged as he slightly turned his head to glance behind him. Wang Teng understood immediately. A powerful, suffocating aura abruptly surged from his body like a mountain crashing down upon the entire hall. The overwhelming pressure was vast as the sea, instantly extinguishing the noise in the hall. It felt as if an invisible giant hand had covered everyone's mouths. A burly man in the front row who was raising his paddle to bid froze with his arm suspended in midair. The color drained from his face at a visible speed, turning pale. His lips trembled twice, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a word. The man whose eyes glinted with greed reacted most violently. A middle-aged cultivator with a sharp chin, originally squinting at the armor on stage, unconsciously rubbed his fingers against a short dagger at his waist. At the moment the pressure descended, he jolted violently. His fingers froze on the dagger's hilt, neither daring to draw it, nor to let go, awkwardly suspended in the air. His expression shifted from greed to terror. What realm is this? One of his companions whispered, this aura. But before he could finish, he was fiercely glared at. Don't speak, or we'll be noticed and die. The entire hall fell into silence. On the 2nd floor VIP room, Xiao Gu's hand holding the teacup froze in midair. He slowly turned his head, his gaze passing through the gaps in the screen and landing on Wang Teng. When the pressure rolled over him from above, he felt as if he were frozen, his pupils rapidly contracting. He had seen grand occasions before. He had experienced the pressure from the powerful figures when the Lord of Xiantian City hosted various factions. But at this moment, the aura emanating from the guard standing beside the auction stage was even more terrifying than those people. Xiao Gu put down his teacup, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, a grave expression flashing in his eyes. He had merely come to pass the time thinking this auction house was just a pretty but useless decoration. But now he no longer thought so. To be able to hire a master of this caliber as a guard, what kind of background does the owner of this auction house have? Shi Kuang, the vice-captain of the Mad Lion mercenary group, was also taken aback. He was a Kaiyuan realm expert, considered a top-tier combat force in Xiantian City. Yet at this moment, the aura emanating from the guard at the edge of the stage was stronger by an entire major realm. Above Kaiyuan is treading transcendence. Treading transcendence. This is the level that could establish a sect in the Great Yin dynasty. It is a being whom even the leader of the Mad Lion mercenary group would greet politely. And yet he was merely a guard at an auction house. Shi Kuang took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, forcing himself to calm down. He re-evaluated this auction house, his gaze shifting from the white jade platform to the moonlight stone, then to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Finally, it landed on Lin Tian, the young smiling owner of the auction house. Who exactly is this kid? The pressure in the hall lasted for about 3 breaths, then receded like a tide. Wang Tung expressionlessly retracted his aura, stepping back behind Lin Tian, as if nothing had happened. But everyone knew that those 3 breaths were enough for them to remember for a lifetime. Lin Tian surveyed the surroundings, observing the pallid faces and the eyes that no longer dared to wander. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth and calmly spoke, "The auction continues." His voice was not loud, but at that moment the hall was as quiet as a dead pond, and everyone heard him clearly. The bidding for the 1,000 forged armor began. This time no one dared to entertain any ulterior motives, and the bidding became much more orderly. Ultimately, the armor was won by a robust body cultivator for 530 spirit stones. Lin Tian brought down the wooden hammer. In his mind, the system's voice echoed once more, "Ding. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th-tier medium grade Xin Gui Zhen Tian armor." Lin Tian stood on the white jade platform, watching the sturdy man of physical cultivation joyfully carry the meticulously crafted armor backstage. On the surface, his expression remained calm, a polite smile gracing his lips. But inside, he was already overjoyed. 2 4th-tier items, such divine artifacts of this caliber, one would be hard-pressed to find even a single piece in the entire Xintian city. As for the grand finale item to follow, he had long since decided. It absolutely could not be merely these 1st or 2nd-tier trifles. The first auction must make a resounding impact. He wanted everyone who attended today to leave and spread the name of the Zhutian auction house throughout the entire Xintian city. He wanted everyone exiting the auction house today to say to others, "What? You didn't go? Such a pity." To achieve this effect, he had to present something that would utterly astonish everyone. Something that would cause figures of the caliber of Xiao Gu and Shi Kuang to reassess the importance of this auction house. And that something was the Qingyun sword, a top-tier 3rd-grade artifact. Lin Tian steadied himself, his gaze sweeping over the cultivators below, who were still discussing the meticulously crafted armor, a smile slowly rising at the corner of his mouth. It was time. He walked slowly to the center of the auction stage, cleared his throat, and said, "Next we will auction the grand finale item of this session. I believe you will all be very interested." As soon as he finished speaking, the chatter in the hall abruptly ceased. All eyes turned to Lin Tian, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Grand finale. They already took 2 2nd-tier top-tier items. What level could the grand finale be? Maybe a 2nd-tier premium item. This auction house may be newly opened, but it is indeed making a significant impression. A 2nd-tier premium item. That's not cheap, but we probably can't afford it. Even if we can't afford it, it's worth the eye-opening experience. Seeing a 2nd-tier premium item is enough to boast about for a year. The crowd discussed fervently, their eyes shining. The 2nd-tier top-tier items had already opened their eyes. If they could see a 2nd-tier premium item, this trip would be well worth it. As for 3rd-tier items, no one even thought in that direction. 3rd-tier items were truly supreme treasures in Xintian City. Even among the 4 great families, they were rarely seen. Each was a treasure of the clan. This newly opened auction house managing to present 2 2nd-tier top-tier items was already impressive. As for 3rd-tier, impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing the eager expressions of the crowd, Lin Tian's smile slightly widened, and without further ado, he turned around, grasped a corner of the large red silk cloth behind him, and dramatically pulled it away. In that instant, an incredibly sharp aura erupted from the auction stage, like a tempest sweeping outwards in all directions. That sword intent was exceedingly fierce, as if countless invisible swords were simultaneously drawn, slicing through every inch of spiritual energy in the air. The entire auction hall felt like it was immersed in a sea of sword intent. Before Lin Tian, a long sword floated quietly in midair. The blade was approximately 3 feet long, its entire body a pale blue reminiscent of the first touch of spring's new green. Cloud patterns flickered subtly along the blade, appearing and disappearing as if clouds were swirling within. The hilt was inlaid with a pale blue gemstone, emitting a soft glow that harmoniously complemented the cloud patterns on the blade. All breaths in the room froze. Lin Tian's voice resonated in the silence, each word strikingly clear. The grand finale item of this auction. 3rd-tier premium, the Qingyun sword. This sword is primarily made of 5 types of 3rd-tier premium metals forged by a master weaponsmith over the course of a year. The 5 metals belong to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, mutually generating and restraining each other, ultimately melted in one furnace to create this sword. This sword is extremely sharp, cutting through iron like mud. Moreover, it can draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With a swing of the sword intent flows like clouds, hence the name Qingyun. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones with a minimum increment of no less than 1,000 spirit stones. As his words fell, the auction house was enveloped in silence. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths slightly agape. Like they had been struck by a spell, they stood frozen, staring at the blue long sword suspended in the air. Third tier premium. This newly opened obscure auction house presenting a grand finale item that was actually a third-tier premium. After a long while, someone slowly came back to their senses and exclaimed this. How is this possible? What the hell is this? A burly man with a full beard in the back suddenly stood up, his chair toppling to the ground with a loud crash. He was oblivious, his eyes wide, fixated on the blue long sword. His mouth was agape enough to fit a fist, his entire face trembling slightly. Is this madness? A third-tier premium. His voice exploded in the hall like a fuse being ignited, causing the entire auction house to erupt. The crowd's eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to go insane at any moment. Everyone's mouths were slightly open, drool trickling down the corners of their mouths without them realizing. This world was too insane. Was such a thing supposed to appear at an auction? They kept glancing at the Qingyun sword, then looking at each other, as if confirming whether they were dreaming. A third-tier premium spiritual sword. It should be noted that within the entire Xintian city, there was only one third-tier premium spiritual sword. It was held by the city lord's mansion and rarely shown, regarded as a treasure of the city. Among the 4 great families, each family only possessed one third-tier mid-tier magical artifact. It was kept in the ancestral hall and only displayed once a year during ancestor worship. And now a third-tier premium spiritual sword was just floating there on the white jade platform, clearly displayed in front of everyone within reach. This was no longer shock, it was madness. An old man with white hair trembled as he grasped the armrest of his chair. His murky old eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, as if experiencing a revival. His lips quivered, unable to utter a single word for a long time. A hoarse sound escaped his throat, and his eyes even glistened slightly with unshed tears. He had lived for over 80 years, spending his entire life in Xintian City. He had only caught a distant glimpse of the city lord's third-tier premium spiritual sword, never even having the qualification to approach it. And now that sword was positioned less than 30 zhang away from him. He could even feel the sharp sword intent brushing against his cheek. He wanted it so badly. Even if it was just to smell the fragrance of the spiritual sword, that would be enough. Lin Tian stood on the white jade platform, taking it all in. His expression was as calm as water, with a hint of a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. In half a moment things changed. Do not underestimate the low-key auction house. Then Lin Tian spoke again. His voice clearly and steadily reached the ears of every person present. Now the bidding begins. The auction begins now. Lin Tian's voice fell, and for a moment the entire hall was surprisingly quiet. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of the third-grade high-quality item, unable to fully regain their composure. You look at me, and I look at you, yet no one was willing to speak first. In this brief silence, a small cultivator in coarse clothing from the front row trembled as he raised his hand. I bid 11,000 spirit stones. His voice was not loud, but it rang clearly in the silent hall. After he shouted, he leaned back against the chair as if he had lost all strength. Yet his face was beaming with a happy smile. He turned to the person beside him and said, all right, I am also someone who has participated in the bidding for third-grade high-quality items. This lifetime has meaning. This shout seemed to trigger some switch, and the hall instantly became lively. I bid 12,000. 13,000. The bidding voices rose and fell, but the increments were pitifully small. They were merely trying to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone knew in their hearts that a third-grade high-quality item was beyond their reach. But being able to participate and shout once was enough to boast about for a lifetime. Each of them was flushed with excitement, as if they truly had a chance to take this divine sword home. Lin Tian stood on the stage, his expression calm, with a hint of an elusive smile at the corner of his mouth. He was not anxious, for he knew the real auction had not yet begun. Sure enough, just when the price stopped at 13,000 spirit stones, and no one continued to raise their bid, a rough voice came from the elegant room on the second floor, like thunder rolling through the hall. 20,000 spirit stones. The entire venue fell into silence. Someone had made a move. All eyes turned toward the elegant room on the second floor. Shirkong. 20,000 spirit stones. That number was like a bucket of ice water dousing the previously heated atmosphere completely. The cultivators all shut their mouths at this moment, their expressions shifting from excitement to bitter smiles. Well, the big shot has made a move. 20,000 spirit stones. I could never save that much in 8 lifetimes. Forget it, just being able to shout once is worth it. I can brag about it for 3 years. Everyone shook their heads, but no one was surprised. A third-grade high-quality spirit sword, how could such a thing possibly fall to these loose cultivators? From the very beginning they were aware of the sword's ultimate owner. It could only lie between 2 people, Shirkong, the vice leader of the Mad Lion mercenary group. Xiao Gu, the external elder of the Xiao family, one of the four great families. Besides the two of them, no one else present had the qualifications to compete for this sword. At this moment, in the elegant room on the second floor, Shirkong was staring intensely at the Qingyun sword on the stage, his gaze so fervent it seemed ready to burst into flames. He leaned forward, both hands pressed against the table in front of him, his knuckles turning white from the force. The Mad Lion Mercenary Group is the largest mercenary organization in Xintian City. They monopolize the routes for hunting monsters and gathering spiritual materials from the eastern city to the northern wasteland. With a vast power, they have hundreds of brothers under them. Yet even such a massive entity only possesses a third-grade low-quality spiritual weapon, and that was only obtained through countless favors from the leader Shirshan. It was not that they couldn't afford higher-grade spiritual weapons, but rather that there were simply no channels. Even if a third-grade spiritual weapon were to surface, it would be snatched away by the city lord's mansion and the four great families. It wouldn't even reach their mercenary group. There is a full two small realms of difference between a third-grade low-quality and a third-grade high-quality. If my elder brother could obtain this Qingyun sword, his power would definitely increase greatly. A third-grade high-quality spirit sword combined with my brother's cultivation at the late stage of the opening source realm would at least triple his combat power. At that time, the strength of the Mad Lion mercenary group could even rival the four great families in the city. Thinking of this, Shirkong clenched his fists until they crackled. Moreover, he was even more fortunate. Among the powers present today, only Xiao Gu, that old fox, had the ability to compete with him. The four great families, though deeply rooted today, Xiao Gu was merely wandering around casually, so he couldn't possibly bring much spirit stones with him. Meanwhile, at the moment, he shouted 20,000 spirit stones had already contacted his brother Shirshan through the sound transmission jade. Big brother is bringing all the group's savings over. Shirkong licked his dry lips, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Xiao Gu, if you didn't bring enough spirit stones today, this sword will belong to my Mad Lion mercenary group. His gaze passed through the gap in the screen, landing on the elegant room where Xiao Gu was, and a dangerous curve slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the hall downstairs, the remaining cultivators quietly sat looking up at the two elegant rooms on the second floor. The real battle had just begun. Meanwhile, in Xiao Gu's room, the usual calm demeanor was nowhere to be found. He was nailed to the window, both hands pressed against the frame. His gaze was fixed on the pale blue long sword on the stage like a hungry wolf spotting its prey. A third-grade high-quality item. My Qingyun sword. Though the Xiao family ranks among the four great families of Xintian City, it is at the very bottom. It is overshadowed by the three enormous mountains of the royal family, the Li family, and the Zhao family. For the Xiao family to turn their fortunes around, they desperately needed a top-tier treasure that could command respect. And the Qingyun sword before them was that opportunity. With a third-grade high-quality spirit sword, the combat power of the Xiao family's ancestor would increase by at least 50%. Enough to shift the Xiao family's ranking among the four great families. Thus, at this moment, Xiao Gu was frantically using the sound transmission jade to contact the clan leader Xiao Xian. He tightly grasped the warm jade, pouring spiritual power into it, as if it were free. One after another, the sound transmissions sank into the sea, receiving no response. Clan leader, respond. Please respond. Xiao Gu's forehead bulged with veins, beads of sweat trickling down his temples. This was the most exhilarating moment of his life. It could even be said without exaggeration that this was the moment that would determine the Xiao family's fortune for the next decade. However, on the other end of the sound transmission jade, there was only a dead silence. Xiao Xian might be in seclusion, possibly handling clan affairs. He may also not have taken Xiao Gu's sound transmission seriously, as he was merely wandering around the auction house. Xiao Gu took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. There was no more time. I can't wait any longer. That fool Shirkong has already begun. If I don't act now, this sword will fall into the hands of the Mad Lion mercenary group. At that time, it would be nearly impossible for the Xiao family to buy back the sword from those desperate and merciless individuals. Xiao Gu suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the gap in the screen. He saw the precious Qingyun sword on the table. It shone brightly, waiting for him to take it home. Taking a deep breath, his voice emerged from the elegant room, steady and powerful. 23,000 spirit stones. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 23,000. Did I hear that correctly? Heavens above. This is the financial might of the four great clans. 23,000 spirit stones. I've never laid eyes on 1,000 spirit stones in my entire life. Ordinary cultivators stood dumbfounded, eyes wide with disbelief, mouths agape, as if capable of swallowing 100 spirit pills. Moments earlier they had bickered fiercely over mere dozens of spirit stones. Now someone casually bid over 20,000. The staggering disparity left them beyond envy. Only Ra, speechless, all remained. Inside Shi Kuang's private chamber, his expression darkened sharply. 23,000 spirit stones. The figure far exceeded his expectations. He had assumed Xiao Gu was merely strolling through the auction today, carrying no more than 10,000 spirit stones at most. He hadn't anticipated this wily old fox would open with 23,000. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, Shi Kuang slammed his fist onto the lacquered table, sending teacups clattering violently. A flash of cold ruthlessness crossed his eyes as his jaw clenched. So what if it was 20,000 spirit stones? Today that sword would belong to the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps. 25,000. Shi Kuang's voice boomed from the private chamber, authoritative, unyielding. In Xiao Gu's chamber a faint twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth, and a flicker of irritation lit his gaze. This brute truly dared to follow. 30,000. Without hesitation Xiao Gu raised his bid. His tone steady, yet the slight tremor at the end betrayed his inner tension. 30,000 spirit stones already stung like a wound. Xiao Clan's annual net profit barely reached 30 to 40,000 spirit stones, and yet retreat was not an option. For a top-tier grade 3 spirit sword transcended mere monetary value. 31,000. Shi Kuang's voice rang out again. This time his confidence noticeably fraying. Xiao Gu detected the hesitation in that voice. A spark of sharp insight flashed across his eyes, and the corners of his lips lifted ever so slightly. 31,000. It seemed the brute's limit was near. 35,000. Xiao Gu surged forward with a 4,000 stone leap, seeking to overwhelm his rival with sheer audacity. Within Shi Kuang's chamber his face had blackened like scorched iron. 35,000. That sum surpassed the spirit stones he carried on his person. His fingers drummed frantically upon the tabletop, his jaw locked tight, the veins throbbed violently along his temples. Where is elder brother? Shi Kuang's transmission jade slips had already sent over a dozen urgent messages, each demanding Lion Mountain hasten again. Yet even at full speed the journey from the Mercenary Corps base to the North City auction house required nearly half an hour. He had to hold the line, by any means necessary. This was the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps' sole chance to rise from ruin. 36,000. Shi Kuang ground out the number, his voice strained, already thinning with exhaustion. Xiao Gu froze. Then a subtle smile curved his lips. He'd heard it. Shi Kuang was bluffing, clinging on by sheer will. 37,000. His voice remained unchanged, but a keen calculating light flared in his eyes. Keep bidding if you dare, I'll expose you. Yet Shi Kuang continued to follow. 38,000. Shi Kuang's voice warped thick with gritted teeth desperation. At last Xiao Gu could contain himself no longer. He shot upright facing the auction dais, his voice laced with indignation and challenge. Shi Kuang, do you truly possess that many spirit stones? His words reverberated through the hall. I propose an asset verification for Shi Kuang. Per auction house regulations, bidders must demonstrate sufficient funds before participating in competitive bidding. I suspect he lacks the capacity to honor such a bid. A murmur erupted across the hall. Indeed, though the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps is wealthy, 38,000 spirit stones is no trivial sum. Elder Xiao Gu speaks sense. If Shi Kuang bids recklessly yet cannot pay, he violates the very foundation of fair auction conduct. TSK, this is outright confrontation now. Shi Kuang bristled instantly, his voice erupting with fury and a tremor of panic. Elder Xiao Gu, what exactly do you imply? The Mad Lion Mercenary Corps commands respect across Xiantian City. Do you doubt our ability to settle such a modest sum? Modest sum? Xiao Gu sneered. 38,000 spirit stones qualifies as modest. Deputy Captain Shi Kuang boasts quite the gall. If so, why not produce the funds, right here, right now? Shi Kuang's face flushed crimson, his lips trembled, but no retort came. For truthfully, he did not carry 38,000 spirit stones. All his hope rested upon elder brother Lion Mountain, and Lion Mountain had yet to arrive. Just as tension reached its breaking point, a thunderous voice echoed from the auction house entrance. Late, but decisive. Resonating like temple bells, it shook the very air of the hall. The Mad Lion Mercenary Corps can afford it. Every gaze snapped toward the grand doorway. A man strode in, broader and more imposing than Shi Kuang himself. Cloaked in black, his eyebrows were sharp as cleavers, his tiger-like eyes radiating sovereign authority. An aura of seasoned battlefield ferocity emanated from his frame. Each step struck with deliberate seismic weight, as though treading upon the heartbeats of all who watched, suffused with silent, crushing pressure. I bid 40,000 spirit stones. Shi Kuang leapt to his feet within his chamber, gloom vanishing replaced by ecstatic triumph. Elder Brother had arrived. Lion Mountain had arrived. With the mercenary corps' accumulated wealth. Shi Kuang's grin widened uncontrollably as his gaze pierced through the screen, locking onto Xiao Gu's private chamber across the way. His eyes gleamed with smugness and provocation. Elder Xiao Gu, you demanded asset verification. Now that Elder Brother has come, shall we count it together, face to face? Inside his chamber, Xiao Gu's face twisted into grim, livid silence. A dog hiding behind its master's shadow. His fingers clenched tightly around the transmission jade slip. Its smooth surface grew hot beneath his grip, but the other end remained utterly still. No reply. No message. Nothing. Clan Patriarch Xiao Xian offered no response. Whatever the reason, the outcome was absolute. Xiao Clan had lost the Grade 3 divine artifact. Slowly Xiao Gu sank back into his chair, as if every ounce of vitality had been drained from his limbs. He leaned against the chair back, staring blankly upward at the chamber's ceiling. From deep within his throat rose a low, bitter sigh, aching with resignation. 33,000 spirit stones. He could have pushed higher. Xiao Clan's treasury held far more liquid assets. He possessed authority to draw upon greater reserves. But the question gnawed at him, where was Lion Mountain's limit? That brute had declared 40,000 without blinking. What if he continued? 5,000? 6,000? Would Xiao Clan dare match him? Without the Patriarch's explicit mandate, he dared not. Xiao Gu closed his eyes, tapped twice upon the armrest, and a self-mocking curve touched his lips. Xiao Clan ranked last among the 4 great clans, not without cause. In the hall, Lin Tian stood on the white jade platform, calmly surveying his surroundings. Seeing that there was no further movement from that side, he slowly spoke. 40,000 spirit stones for... The hall fell silent, and all eyes were focused on Lin Tian, occasionally glancing towards the private room of Xiao Gu on the second floor. The door remained tightly shut with no sound emerging from within. 40,000 spirit stones, second call. Shi Kuang stood by the window of the private room, hands resting on the window frame. His eyes were glued to the auction platform, barely daring to breathe. Hurry up, Lin boss, I'm begging you. Yet his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner tension. No one could remain calm in the presence of... Yet his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner tension. No one could remain calm in the presence of a third-tier supreme spirit sword. 40,000 spirit stones, third call. Lin Tian slowly raised the wooden mallet in his hand before bringing it down. Sold. The crisp sound of the mallet echoed in the hall, marking the dramatic auction's conclusion. Shi Kuang fiercely swung his fist, letting out a suppressed roar, his face breaking into a joyful smile. He turned and rushed outside, taking 2 steps at a time down the staircase. Shi Shan stood in the hall, his robust body slightly shuddering. Then he took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. He turned around and strode towards Lin Tian on the platform. Shi Kuang caught up from behind the 2 brothers, walking side by side, their steps steady and powerful. Over 700 pairs of eyes watched them. The 2 reached the auction platform and came to a halt. Shi Shan bowed first, cupping his hands together, bending deeply at the waist. His usually fierce face was filled with respect. Thank you, Lin boss. Shi Kuang followed suit, bowing deeply as well, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Thank you, Lin boss. Lin Tian smiled slightly and gestured for them to rise. You 2 are too polite. The Qingyan sword now belongs to your guild. Please come forward to take a look. Shi Shan straightened up and carefully held the pale blue long sword in both hands. He held the sword before his eyes, scanning the cloud patterns on the blade inch by inch. His fingertips lightly brushed over the sword spine, feeling the sharp, yet gentle sword energy. A fine sword. It truly is a third-tier supreme spirit sword. Shi Shan secretly praised it in his heart, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Having lived for over 40 years, he had only seen 3 third-tier spirit weapons. He had only ever used his own third-tier low-grade Wolf Fang club. Yet now he was holding a third-tier supreme sword. Ha, this kid Shi Kuang has done a great job this time. Shi Shan glanced at his younger brother, who was grinning foolishly, and nodded in approval. This kid can be reckless at times, but he handled this matter beautifully today. When they return, he must reward him properly. As for the 40,000 spirit stones, it's hardly expensive. A third-tier supreme spirit sword would normally cost at least 60,000 spirit stones in the market of Xiantian City. Moreover, even if there was a price, there was no market. You couldn't buy it, even if you had the money. To get it today for only 40,000 is like having 2,000 spirit stones for free. Not to mention the quality of this Qingyun sword is superior to any third-tier spirit weapon he has ever. The forging technique of melting 5 types of metal together in one furnace. As the last guest departed, the auction house fell into complete silence. Thousands of white jade seats lay empty with Lin Tian standing alone on the central platform. Wang Wei and Wang Tung stood guard at the entrance of the auction house, their figures as solid as iron, resembling two divine guardians of the venue. A profound sense of security enveloped the place. Lin Tian closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the exclusive system space. 3 treasures floated quietly in the center of the space, each radiating a distinct aura. The first item, the Taitsong sword. A 4th-tier middle-grade spiritual weapon, its blade long and cascading like a waterfall enveloped in a layer of azure mystic light. The dragon patterns along the spine of the sword flickered in and out of visibility, emanating an invisible pressure. The second item, the Xian Gui Tianjun armor. Also a 4th-tier middle-grade item, the armor plates were of a deep ink color. Every plate was intricately engraved with complex tortoise patterns fitting together seamlessly. Resembling the shell of a 1,000-year-old tortoise, this was both offensive and defensive, instantly leveling Lin Tian's combat capabilities. The third item, the Xian Huzhan Mo palm. A special note on the system panel caught Lin Tian's attention. Can be directly infused to reach the Great Perfection realm. Hiss, could this be the system's reward? This could save Lin Tian a century of arduous cultivation. Without hesitation, Lin Tian silently thought infuse. As soon as the words fell, a torrent of chaotic information surged into Lin Tian's mind like a flood breaching a dam. Every move, every technique with transformations in triplicate. From the initial stance's build-up to the release of the final move, every detail was as clear as if carved into his very bones. It was as if he saw a blurry figure standing atop a mountain practicing this set of palm techniques day after day, year after year. Inhaling and exhaling, he seemed to have trained for a full century. A century's worth of training experience was imprinted in mere moments. Lin Tian opened his eyes slowly, raised his right hand, and waved casually. The palm wind howled out, carrying the imposing might of a fierce tiger descending the mountain. The remnants of red silk on the platform were sent flying in all directions. Great perfection. No need for arduous training, just a casual gesture brought him to the pinnacle. As Lin Tian withdrew his hand, a grin spread from ear to ear, his eyes gleaming with uncontrollable joy. Kekekek. This system is truly incredible. Not only does it offer a 100-fold return, but it also has an automatic cultivation function. After regaining his composure, his gaze fell upon the last item, the Hun Yuan Spirit Pill. A pill the size of a longan, radiant in warm amber color. Approaching it, one could smell a refreshing medicinal fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Lin Tian pinched the pill and swallowed it whole. The moment it entered his belly, a surge of scorching power erupted violently at his dantian, spreading through his meridians to every limb and bone. Wherever it flowed, the meridians expanded, bones were tempered, and blood was purified. Waves of turbulence surged within the pill chamber. The bottleneck of realms before him was shattered like thin paper, layer upon layer. The surging power finally began to subside. Mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm, Lin Tian clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him stronger than ever before. Taking a deep breath, he could no longer suppress the joy on his face. What a delight! Meanwhile, outside the auction house, the city of Xiantian was already in an uproar. News of the 3rd-tier premium spiritual sword auctioned by the auction house and ultimately purchased by the Mad Lion mercenary group spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Xiantian city. In a tea house, patrons gathered around a table, discussing animatedly. Drinkers exchanged cups, their conversations revolving around that spiritual sword. In the market, vendors and customers also engaged in discussions centered on this event. Have you heard? The new auction house in the north of the city sold a 3rd-tier premium spiritual sword. 3rd-tier premium. You must be crazy. In the entire Xiantian city, only the city lord's mansion possesses a treasure of such caliber. I'm not lying. My cousin was there and saw the Mad Lion mercenary group spend 40,000 spirit stones to buy it. Really? Where did that shabby auction house get such a treasure? Who knows? The auction house is decorated like a palace, and the spiritual energy inside is at least 10 times denser than outside. There's another auction in 5 days. Are you going? Absolutely. Even if I can't afford it, I must go and widen my horizons. The entire Xiantian city was in a frenzy. Those who didn't attend today regretted it deeply, slapping their thighs in despair. Meanwhile, those who were present boasted to anyone they met about witnessing this historic moment. Everyone pondered the same question: how did a newly opened auction house acquire a 3rd-tier premium spirit? No one could figure it out. In the Shao family residence, the discussion hall was brightly lit. Xiaogu stood at the lower end, his expression complex, hands clasped, silent. At the main seat, the clan leader, Xiao Xian, sat motionless. After hearing Xiao Gus report, he was momentarily frozen, disbelief filling his eyes. He had merely been in seclusion on the back mountain for half a day, yet he had missed out on such a treasure as the third-tier premium spiritual sword. Xiao Xian's eyes gradually reddened bloodshot, veins creeping across. His chest felt like it was blocked by a massive stone suffocating him. Damn it, how could this happen? A third-tier premium spiritual weapon. In the entire Tian city apart from the city lord's treasure, there was no other. If the Xiao family could obtain this sword, their family strength would rise at least one level. Their ranking among the 4 great families of Tian city could also improve. But now this sword had fallen into the hands of a bunch of brutes from the Mad Lion mercenary group. Xiao Xian opened his mouth, countless accusations on the tip of his tongue, yet he swallowed them all back. Through the transmission jade, Xiao Gu sent dozens of messages, but he himself remained unresponsive due to his seclusion. Who could he blame? He could only curse himself. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xian slowly exhaled the pent-up frustration still lingering. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse and filled with a hint of frailty. I will personally attend the second auction in 5 days. Bring all the family spirit stones. This time we absolutely cannot miss out again. Xiao Gu cupped his fists and bowed, responding solemnly, yes, clan leader. He turned to leave the discussion hall, his footsteps appearing steady, but his heart was already tumultuous. What would that boss Lin bring out in 5 days? Since he could offer a third-tier premium sword, would there be a 4th tier in the next session? The moment this thought arose, Xiao Gu himself was startled. A 4th tier? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As the news spread wider in Tian city, this matter finally transcended mere gossip in the streets and resonated with the true power brokers of the city. In the Wang family residence, clan leader Wang Yuan held a teacup, listening to his subordinate's report. Halfway through, the teacup froze at his lips. His eyes fixated on the steward delivering the news. A 3rd-tier premium. The newly opened auction house in the north. Are you kidding me? He set down the teacup and remained silent for a long time. After the person left, he leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. Such a level of spiritual sword, even the Wang family does not possess. The Wang family ranks first among the 4 great families with the deepest heritage. Yet not a single one of such premium treasures existed in the entire clan. Now a newly opened auction house casually brought such a sword to sell, leaving him with an indescribable. The reaction of the Li family head, Li Xuanqing, was even more direct. He was writing in his study at the time. Upon hearing the news, the tip of his brush punctured the paper, ruining the entire piece. What a pity, what a pity. The Li family ranks second among the 4 great families. They are not lacking in financial resources, but are missing such rare treasures that have a price, yet no market. Now, having been outpaced by a mercenary group, he felt a frustration that was no less than that of the Xiao family. In the end, Li Xuanqing's expression darkened as he said in a deep voice, "Prepare the spirit stones. I will personally attend the auction in 5 days." The Zhao family head Zhao Tianque was even more ruthless. He was practicing his punches in the courtyard when he heard the news, paused his movements, wiped his sweat, and laughed, saying, "Those old fools from the Xiao family are truly useless. Even with the elders present, a group of brutes managed to intercept them. It's no wonder the Xiao family is in decline." After saying this, he shook his head, and his smile gradually faded. The Mad Lion mercenary group obtained a 3rd-tier exceptional spirit sword, significantly increasing their strength. Their status in the city is likely to change. Those desperate mercenaries who once dared not challenge the 4 great families now hold a powerful weapon. Now that they possess a 3rd-tier exceptional item, who knows what they might do? The attitude of the 4 great families was surprisingly uniform. They could not believe that a small new auction house could produce such high-level treasures. They also regretted not sending someone to keep watch today, allowing the Mad Lion mercenary group to take advantage of the situation. Yet there was also a hint of secret delight. As one of the 4 great families, the Xiao family has suffered a major humiliation this time. With the elders present, they still allowed a group of mercenaries to snatch away their goods. Where can they place their face? The Xiao family is increasingly in decline. This was once whispered in private, but now it seems it can be openly discussed. The 3 families made a decision almost simultaneously. They would personally visit that auction house in 5 days. If there are truly good items, they must be acquired. They cannot allow a group like the Mad Lion mercenary group to reap the benefits. They also cannot let the useless Xiao family occupy a position without putting in effort. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was a different scene. The interior was silent. Even the servants standing in the corridor held their breath. In the conference hall, the city Lord Lutsong sat firmly in the main seat. He remained silent, his fingers resting on the armrest, tapping lightly. Below, the steward bent over and had already repeated the earlier information twice. Seeing that the city lord had no response, he did not dare to speak further, merely waiting with his back bent. Lutsong had heard, but was shocked. A 3rd-tier exceptional spirit sword. Such an item in the entire Xintian city was originally possessed by him alone. It was a treasure passed down from the previous city lord. The city's guardian artifact never shown lightly. Now a newly opened auction house casually brought it out for sale. Are you joking with me? This means that the owner of that auction house must have at least something better than a third-tier exceptional item. Otherwise, who would dare present such a treasure as a common item for auction? Any normal person who obtained such a treasure would hide it away, fearing others would know. Yet this person brings it out to auction. This either indicates a problem with their judgment or that they simply do not care. It seems that the latter possibility is more likely. After all, those who cultivate are nourished by spiritual energy daily. How could they have a problem with their judgment? When did such a figure arrive in Xintian City? Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Tsong's mind. Which major sect's disciple could this be? Beyond the great Yin dynasty lies an even broader world. It is quite normal for disciples of major sects to carry a few high-tier magical artifacts while venturing out. Or could it be a descendant of some hidden family coming out to explore? Or perhaps a pawn set in Xintian City by a powerful force? Regardless of which, they are not someone a small city lord like him can offend. Lu Tsong has sat in this position for 20 years, witnessing too many people and many events. Those who were arrogant and domineering ultimately met with dire ends. Those who bully others with their power will eventually hit a wall. He has been able to sit securely until today by adhering to two words: be discerning. He knows whom he can provoke and whom he cannot. He knows when to be firm and when to be soft. A person who can casually take out a third-tier exceptional spirit sword to auction is someone he absolutely cannot offend. He is merely an official sent by the great Yin dynasty to manage this city. What is the point of risking his life for such a meager salary each month? Moreover, his cultivation is not top-notch, nor is his background deep. He has survived by being careful and avoiding offending anyone over these years. Such a person he cannot afford to offend, nor does he wish to. Lu Tsong's fingers stopped, and he slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable steadiness. For the auction in 5 days, prepare all spirit stones. I will personally go to see it. The steward was momentarily stunned, looking up at the city lord. This doesn't seem like you. Shouldn't the city lord adopt an intimidating stance and make that person pay protection fees? However, he did not dare to ask further, and quickly lowered his head, agreeing and retreating. The conference hall returned to silence. Lu Tsong leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and his fingers resumed lightly tapping the armrest. At this moment, within the auction house, the spacious hall was empty. White jade seats were arranged neatly, and moonstone emitted a cold glow, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. In this vast space, there were only 3 people. Lin Tian sat at the edge of the auction stage with Wang Wei and Wang Tung standing on either side. They were reporting the progress of the past few days to Lin Tian. The auction had ended several days ago, but Lin Tian had not been idle. He instructed Wang Wei and Wang Tung to post notices around the city, recruiting a batch of attendants and guards. On the day the notices were posted, applicants lined up for an entire street. The reputation of the Xintian auction house had risen. Working in such a place carried prestige. Wang Wei was responsible for selecting guards, requiring them to be at least at the late stage of body refinement. Only then could they be temporary workers. After much selection, 32 were chosen, all robust and sharpied. Standing at the entrance, their imposing aura was much stronger than before. Wang Tung was responsible for recruiting attendants with lower requirements. They needed to be clever, diligent, and discreet. In the end, around 20 were hired. All were young men and women dressed in uniform blue long robes. They moved busily throughout the auction house, wiping tables, arranging chairs, and organizing the backstage, all in an orderly manner. Now the Xintian auction house truly resembled an auction venue. It was no longer a solitary struggle with Lin Tian accompanied by just 2 guards. Instead, it had a systematic structure with personnel in place. Lin Tian was not the type to manage everything himself. He delegated tasks, focusing solely on the most important aspect, the auction items. However, in recent days, a more significant event had occurred. The auction houses and shops in the city had changed their attitudes. Previously, when Wang Wei and Wang Tung went to collect goods, the shopkeepers would disregard them with sarcasm, refusing to sell them, even second-tier items. The first-tier items were only offered if they were the leftovers. Now it was different. The times had changed. The day after the auction concluded, the managers of several pawn shops in Xintian City took the initiative. They apologized profusely, claiming they had previously failed to recognize a great talent, and earnestly requested Lin Tian not to hold past neglect against them. Several managers even brought out their finest treasures, sincerely expressing that Lin Tian could choose at his leisure. Master, these people have finally recognized the true strength of our auction house. An auction house capable of casually presenting a top-grade spiritual sword as an item for auction is not something ordinary powers can compare to. The opportunity they have to do business with us and our willingness to buy their goods is already a significant favor to them. Lin Tian merely chuckled lightly in response. He had long grown accustomed to such sycophantic behavior. When he was down and out, they treated him coldly. Now that he had risen to power, they were all smiles and flattery. Ultimately, they were merely attracted by the value he possessed. However, Lin Tian was not inclined to dwell on these insincere displays. To him, business was ultimately just business. As long as the quality of the goods was high and the prices fair, he was indifferent to what the other party schemed. What truly occupied his thoughts at this moment was the preparation progress of the items for the second auction. He had already devised plans in his mind for the second auction. The first auction was merely to test the limits of the cultivators in Xiantian City. 5 items were already sufficient. For the second auction, it was imperative to make a resounding impact on the reputation of the auction house. The number of auction items must increase to at least 8. Moreover, 2 rare treasures returned by the system must be included to thoroughly astonish all the cultivators present. Additionally, the quality of the items must far exceed that of the first auction, and the variety must be even more abundant. Only in this way could they firmly grasp the interests of various powers, making them increasingly eager to attend the auction. In the past few days, Wang Wei and Wang Tung had scoured the major pawn shops in Xiantian City. After much effort, they finally gathered 6 qualified auction items. Lin Tian sat at the edge of the auction platform, holding the list of auction items between his fingers. He meticulously examined each entry on the list, calculating in his mind. The list prominently featured 2 second-tier top-grade pills. The first was the barrier-breaking pill, a treasure for cultivators seeking to break through their bottlenecks, suitable for those below the Kaiyuan realm. It could directly increase the probability of a breakthrough by 30%, and it was always in high demand. Even with substantial wealth, it was not easy to find. The second was the spirit recovery pill, which could quickly restore depleted spiritual energy during intense battles. For mercenaries who often tread the line of life and death, this was a priceless item that could save their lives at critical moments. There was also a second-tier mid-grade cultivation method, Qinglingju. It is known that cultivation methods are far scarcer than pills and artifacts. Such high-tier cultivation methods rarely circulate in the market, and finding one of this caliber was already a pleasant surprise. Additionally, there were 2 second-tier spiritual herbs. One was the century-old blood spirit mushroom. It grows in perilous mountainous regions ravaged by fierce beasts, making it extremely difficult to harvest. Its effect is to extend life, making it a true divine medicine for many elderly cultivators. The other was the cold pool jade lotus. Pure white as snow, it grows in the depths of extremely cold pools, and its medicinal properties are warm and gentle. It can harmonize various potent medicinal materials, making it a coveted auxiliary herb for alchemists. The final item was a top-grade first-tier pet beast egg. The rarity of the pet beast egg far surpassed the combined value of all previous auction items. Although it was rare, its price was not particularly high. After all, it was just a first-tier pet beast egg, at most a small pet. However, Lin Tian believed that his eloquence could sell it for twice the price. This pet beast egg was roughly the size of an adult's fist, with a shell glowing with a gentle golden hue. Its surface was covered in intricate patterns, and when held in the palm, one could clearly feel a faint warmth. It was as if the creature inside was breathing slowly, brimming with vibrant life. After careful nurturing, the pet beast's strength could further increase. For ordinary cultivators, this was an unmatched treasure that was hard to come by. Moreover, the system's lottery is not limited to items. Lin Tian read the instructions 3 times to ensure he didn't miss anything. The reward pool for the intermediate lottery includes martial arts elixirs, magical artifacts, and spiritual materials. Additionally, bodyguards. From the lowest level to the highest Emperor realm. A bodyguard of Emperor realm. What the thunder? He currently had Wang Wei and Wang Tung both at the first level of the Divine Sea realm, which was already considered top combat power in Xiantian City. However, above the Divine Sea realm, there are the King realm, Domain realm, and Sage realm, with the Emperor realm being the highest. Wang Wei and Wang Tung could dominate in Xiantian City, but in the entire Dian dynasty they were not enough. Let alone in the broader world beyond the Dian dynasty. If he could draw a bodyguard of Emperor realm, Lin Tian didn't dare to think further. Characters of that level could crush the entire Dian kingdom with just a finger, and even tying them together wouldn't be enough for them to blow a breath. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Lin Tian leaned against the edge of the auction platform, exhaling deeply. He tried hard to steady his heartbeat. 100,000 spirit stones. A total transaction amount of 100,000 spirit stones, neither too much nor too little. The total transaction amount for the first auction was over 50,000. There was still half to go before reaching 100,000. The second auction would be different. Lin Tian glanced at the list on his lap, a smile slowly appearing on his lips. This lineup was at least one tier stronger than the first, and multiplying the transaction amount several times was not a problem. Especially the last two items, the transaction price would definitely be astonishing. Intermediate lottery. Incoming haha. 5 days passed in a flash. Before dawn, the front of the auction house was already crowded with people. By the time it was bright out, the entire street was blocked tight. The queue extended from the entrance of the auction house to the end of the street, with no place to step in. The roadside spiritual pancake stall was squeezed out of space, and the vendor simply moved the stove into the alley. While making pancakes, he peeked out, muttering that he had never seen such a scene in his life. A few late-arriving loose cultivators couldn't squeeze in, anxiously stamping their feet and yelling at the people in front to move quickly. Entry was still free this time. For Lin Tian, it didn't matter whether there was a fee or not. After all, the real main force was those big figures on the second floor. As for the ordinary loose cultivators, if they were willing to come, that was fine. Their presence could provide emotional value. Who wouldn't be happy? Isn't this just a pure atmosphere booster? The number of attendees was significantly more than last time. The line at the entrance took nearly half an hour for everyone to enter. The big families and powerful forces were even more so. Before it was bright, they sent their servants to queue for seats, each bundled in thick clothing, waiting until their legs went numb. But no one dared to leave, fearing their spot would be taken. The Wang family, Li family, Zhao family, and Xiao family. All four great families sent representatives. And those who came were not just any managing elder, but the clan leaders themselves. Wang Yuan from the Wang family arrived the earliest, reaching the street corner before dawn. Li Xianqing from the Li family arrived a bit later, but he brought the most people. 7 or 8 attendants followed him, some carrying storage bags, making quite a display. If one didn't know better, they might think they were here to empty the entire auction house. Zhao Tianque from the Zhao family, however, came with a light entourage, bringing only a steward and striding in with purpose. Xiao Xian from the Xiao family walked at the back, expressionless with steady steps. But those familiar with him knew that the more expressionless he appeared, the more turbulent his heart was. After all, their clan had suffered a significant loss of an elder last time. The Crazy Lion mercenary group sent out Shan and Kwang brothers before dawn with their men. Shan wore a black cloak with the newly acquired Qingyun sword at his waist. He looked spirited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Kwang followed behind his brother, standing tall and grinning the whole time. He was the biggest contributor to obtaining the Qingyun sword. Behind the two brothers were a dozen mercenaries, each robust and broad-shouldered. When they stood there, they resembled a wall, causing the nearby loose cultivators to edge away. The small and medium forces within the city did not fall behind either. Families of alchemists, talisman merchants, and spiritual material shops, dozens of them, came in various sizes. As soon as the doors opened, the crowd surged in like a tide. The attendants at the entrance were busy, sweating profusely, collecting spirit stones, while maintaining order, their voices hoarse from shouting. The clan leaders of the 4 great families went up to the second floor's private rooms, where these few people usually kept to themselves and rarely gathered together, but today they assembled here. The attendant responsible for leading the way respectfully guided them to their respective private rooms. He served spiritual tea and fruits, then quietly withdrew. Wang Yuan sat in the private room, holding a teacup, his gaze sweeping across the auction hall below. His fingers slowly traced the rim of the cup before setting it down. He spoke slowly. This place is somewhat extraordinary. How can a newly opened auction house have such a grand decoration? Wang Yuan was somewhat incredulous. By comparison, his own family's council hall was practically like a toilet. Li Xianqing paused while stroking his beard, nodding in agreement. He had carefully observed the hall's decorations on his way in. Those white jade steps, spiritual wood seats, and moonstone ceilings. The exquisite reliefs and murals on the walls were all meticulously crafted. Having lived in Xiantian City for decades, he had visited at least 3 auction houses. But he had truly never seen such a display. Li Xianqing sighed, saying, "The interior decoration here surpasses that of the established auction houses in the city. No, it's completely incomparable." Xiao Xian from the Xiao family had long since sat in his private room, expressionless. Last time, Xiao Gu had suffered a setback here, missing out on a 3rd-tier ultimate spiritual sword. This time he came in person, determined not to let the same thing happen again. Speaking of other auction houses in the city, there were the Qinglong auction house and the Tianbao auction house. At this moment, the heads of these 2 houses had also arrived. The head of Qinglong auction house was surnamed Shun, with the single name of Yuan. He was a middle-aged man with an elegant and amiable appearance, dressed in a blue spiritual robe. A piece of smooth jade pendant hung from his waist, exuding a scholarly aura with every move he made. When he entered the hall, he did not disturb anyone, bringing only one attendant with him. But the moment his eyes caught sight of the hall's decorations, two big question marks appeared. The owner of the Tianbao auction house is surnamed Qian with the single character Tong as his given name, and his appearance is completely different from Shen Yuan. He is stout with a bulging belly, and as he walks the flesh on his body quivers slightly. However, the expression on his face is exceptionally serious, with his thick eyebrows tightly knitted together. Coupled with his round physique, he appears rather comical. For burly bodyguards followed Qian Tong, each one broad-shouldered and stout. Yet standing beside him, they appear less formidable. Upon entering, he begins to survey the room, glancing from the auction stage to the seating area. The two met in the middle of the hall, exchanging bows. "Brother Shen, you have come as well." Qian Tong's voice is surprisingly deep, completely at odds with his comical appearance. His gaze swept over Shen Yuan's face, carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Hasn't Brother Qian come as well?" Shen Yuan smiled, faintly, his tone calm. This newly opened auction house is even able to offer a top-tier spiritual sword of the third rank. With such a bold move, if I don't come to take a look, wouldn't it make our Qinglong auction house seem blind and deaf? When he said this, his tone was very relaxed, but the weight of his words was anything but light. Qian Tong snorted, his serious expression unchanged. "A top-tier spiritual sword of the third rank is something even my Tianbao auction house cannot offer. I want to see just what kind of person this boss Lin is." After a pause, he added, "Our two families have been doing business in Xiantian City for over 100 years. What storms have we not weathered?" Now suddenly a young person emerges, and right off the bat, he produces a third-rank top-tier item. You think he has no backing behind him? Shen Yuan did not respond, merely smiled and gestured for him to enter. Both men, along with their attendants, made their way to a private room on the second floor not far apart. They both understood that they were not here today to buy items, but rather to observe. In the auction market of Xiantian City, the Qinglong and Tianbao houses have always shared equal footing, each holding half of the market. Now a new player, the Zhutian auction house, has suddenly emerged. The first auction already threw out a third-rank top-tier spiritual sword. This is no longer a matter of snatching business, but may potentially lead to a reshuffling of the market. As for suppressing the Zhutian auction house, that thought had crossed his mind. Shen Yuan had considered it on his way here. Ultimately, the competition among auction houses boils down to whose items are of higher quality. If you can't produce good items and others can, what right do you have to suppress them? Rely on connections, on background, on tricks outside the rules. Such things are all meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Moreover, this auction house is said to have powerful experts stationed. The two bodyguards named Wang Wei and Wang Tung, either one, could single-handedly uproot an entire street. Using force to suppress, that won't work. Although Qian Tong appeared rough and bulky, managing to survive in the auction industry for over 100 years relies far more on skill than luck. Such a person is not to be trifled with. Since he cannot provoke them, he would observe first. He would discern the other party's cards before making any plans. If worst comes to worst, he could align himself with them. Just as the heads of the four great families and leaders of various factions began to ascend the stairs, suddenly there was a moment of silence at the entrance of the auction house. A dark blue sedan chair came to a stop outside, the curtain lifted, and a middle-aged man in a dark robe stepped down. It was City Lord Lu Tsong. He had a lean face, and his features exuded a calm demeanor that commanded respect without anger. Behind him was only one steward without attendants or bodyguards, appearing surprisingly low-key for a city lord. Yet among the cultivators lining up to pay spirit stones at the entrance, some recognized him. City Lord. This exclamation was like pouring water into hot oil, causing the entrance to erupt in chaos. Lu Tsong, the city lord of Xiantian City, the true master of this city. In this territory, his word carries more weight than the combined influence of the four great family heads. Usually he keeps a low profile, seldom appearing in public. When he does, it is usually during major celebrations or official events, surrounded by a large entourage, making a grand entrance. But today, appearing quietly at the entrance of a newly opened auction house, with only one steward, this has never happened before. Lu Tsong's expression remained calm, as if he did not notice the shocked gazes around him. He moved to the counter to pay spirit stones, pulling them from his sleeve. He gently placed them on the table, his voice not loud, yet clear. One private room. The attendant bowed and gestured for him to follow, leading Lu Tsong upstairs. Lu Tsong ascended the stairs steadily, with the steward closely following, silent. Just as everyone settled in and the commotion in the hall gradually subsided, the curtain behind the auction stage was lifted. Lin Tian walked out slowly. The stage was adorned with a dark red spiritual patterned carpet, and the moonstone above cast a soft light upon him. The well-tailored blue robe glimmered slightly. Behind him, Wang Wei and Wang Tung stood like two iron towers, completely unmoving. Countless pairs of eyes in the hall turned to him in unison. Behind the screen of the private room on the second floor were the heads of the four great families, the Lion Mountain brothers from the Crazy Lion Mercenary Corps, the masters of Qinglong and Tianbao, and City Lord Lu Tsang. All eyes pierced through the gap, landing on this young man. Is this the master of the Zhutian auction house? Yet he is quite handsome. This was the first time most present had seen Lin Tian. Previously, the first auction had mostly attracted loose cultivators and small factions with few big figures in attendance. Now witnessing this young boss Lin, who stirred the entire city, looking merely 18 or 19 years old, it would be a lie to say they were not surprised. However, surprise aside, no one dared to underestimate him. The ability to casually produce a third-rank, top-tier spiritual sword for sale is unrelated to age. Lin Tian stood on the stage, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue. From the first-floor hall to every private room on the second floor, he missed no corner. The crowd was immense, with no empty seats, far more lively than the first session. Yet he showed no sign of fear, his expression steady, as if observing an utterly mundane event. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the hall. Welcome everyone to the Zhutian auction house. His voice was steady and powerful, neither hurried nor slow, exuding a composure that belied his age. I believe you will not find this trip to be in vain. As his words fell, a low murmur arose in the hall, but it soon quieted down. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him, waiting for what he would say next. Lin Tian did not waste words or make unnecessary opening remarks. He slightly turned his body, raising his right hand and nodding towards Wang Wei behind him. Now the auction begins. As Lin Tian's voice fell, Wang Wei approached, carrying a tray. The tray was covered with a piece of red silk cloth, concealing what lay beneath it. Do not underestimate that piece of red silk cloth. It is truly a fabric capable of blocking the perception of most low-tier cultivators. Though somewhat rudimentary, it is indeed the most effective method. Lin Tian did not keep them in suspense, reaching out to grasp a corner of the red cloth and gently lifting it. A pill the size of a longan revealed itself, its entire body a pale azure shimmering with a warm luster. Upon closer inspection, one could see several fine patterns etched upon its surface. Pill patterns. Only high-quality pills possess these. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted from the pill, spreading through the air. A few cultivators in the front row caught the scent, their noses twitching involuntarily, and their eyes instantly lit up. The first auction item, recovery pill. Lin Tian held up the pill, raising it before everyone present to ensure all could see. A second-tier superior pill. The effects should be familiar to you all. Rapid recovery of spiritual power during battle. For cultivators who have spent years venturing out and battling for their lives, this item is equivalent to a second life. He paused, placing the pill back on the tray, his voice clear and steady. Starting bid, 300 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must be no less than 10 spirit stones. Now let the bidding begin. As his words fell, the hall erupted with excitement. A starting bid of 300 spirit stones was merely a drop in the bucket for the influential figures on the second floor. Yet for the ordinary cultivators on the first, it was no small sum. However, a life-saving item like the recovery pill was rarely seen on the market. Even when available, it was often snatched up by those powerful factions, leaving no chance for these scattered cultivators. Not to mention this particular pill, adorned with pill patterns, a rare find. To see it at the auction today was already a pleasant surprise. 310. A middle-aged cultivator in the front row raised his paddle, first his voice booming, as if afraid others might not hear. 330. 350. 380. Bidding voices rose and fell in rapid succession. Though the increments were small, the atmosphere was intensely lively. Those ordinary cultivators were flushed, their eyes fixated on the pill. In the elegant chamber on the second floor, however, the scene was quite different. Wang Yuan, the head of the Wang family, leaned back in his chair, casting a faint glance at the commotion below before retracting his gaze. His face bore no expression. He regarded these pills as mere candies, showing no interest whatsoever. The chamber of City Lord Lu Tsang was at the far back, and he had remained silent the entire time. He sat quietly, his gaze piercing through the screen toward Lin Tian on the auction stage. Today the city lord had not come to purchase items. He was interested in that young man. As he expected, this was undoubtedly the son of some great power. The bidding downstairs continued, but the momentum had begun to slow. The price climbed steadily, finally halting at 500 spirit stones. The bidder was a middle-aged man dressed in a gray short shirt. When he called out 500 spirit stones, his voice trembled, yet his gaze remained resolute. 500 spirit stones, first call. Lin Tian raised his wooden hammer. 500 spirit stones, second call. Third call, sold. The middle-aged man clenched his fist tightly, grinning like a child. Those beside him congratulated him, and he returned their salutes, his smile stretching to his ears. At that moment, standing on the auction stage, Lin Tian's mind erupted with a familiar voice. Ding! The second-tier superior recovery pill has been successfully auctioned with a final price of 500 spirit stones. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 4th-tier mid-grade pill, bone regeneration pill. Effect can heal all internal and external injuries. Broken bones can be reattached, and severed limbs can regrow. What the heck, regrowth of severed limbs? Folks, the myth has become reality. He inhaled deeply, storing the existence of the bone regeneration pill into the system space without showing any signs. Lin Tian once again confirmed that in the mystical world, regrowing severed limbs was not a difficult feat. Of course, the premise was having a system. Snap! Lin Tian snapped his fingers. Wang Wei then approached again, carrying a second tray. As the red silk cloth was lifted, a milky white pill revealed itself. Another pill. It was as smooth as a mirror, with mist swirling faintly around its body. The medicinal fragrance was several layers stronger than that of the recovery pill. A few cultivators in the front row inhaled deeply upon catching the scent, their faces revealing expressions of ecstasy. The second auction item, breakthrough pill. Lin Tian held up the pill, raising it before everyone. Again, his voice elevated further than before. A second-tier superior pill. The effect helps cultivators below the opening essence realm break through their bottlenecks. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the ordinary cultivators on the first floor, intentionally lingering for a moment on the faces of a few family heads. You all should understand that in cultivation, the bottleneck is the hardest hurdle to overcome. Some have been stuck at the peak of the body refinement realm for 3 to 5 years, and some spend their entire lives unable to take that step. The function of the breakthrough pill is to level this hurdle, making breakthroughs a natural progression. The hall fell silent for a moment before erupting with noise. The recovery pill is a life-saving item, while the breakthrough pill is a life-changing item. If a life-saving item is lost, it is lost. If a life-changing item is missed, one might never get a second chance. Starting bid, 300 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must be no less than 10 spirit stones. Now let the bidding begin. As his voice fell, the bidding erupted like a kettle boiling. 330, 350, 400. Unlike the tepid bidding for the recovery pill, this time, someone directly raised it to 400 right from the start. The bidder was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe, sitting in the front row, clearly the head of some small family. After calling 400, he slightly raised his chin. His gaze swept around the others as if saying, "Are you with me or not?" How could they not follow? Even if they didn't want to, they had to give him face. 402, 405, 408, 500. The price soared, rising at more than double the speed of the previous bidding. The fiercest bidding came from two parties. One was the middle-aged man in the brocade robe, and the other was a dark-faced man seated not far to his left. The two vied fiercely, unwilling to give an inch. Ultimately, when the price reached 600 spirit stones, the entire hall fell silent. The bid came from the middle-aged man in the brocade robe. When he called out 600 spirit stones, his voice trembled. Every expression he wore conveyed to the crowd that he had reached his limit. The dark-faced man hesitated for a long time, his lips moving several times, but in the end, he did not raise his paddle. 600 spirit stones, he could afford it. But what would he do afterward? He might starve to death before he even achieved a breakthrough. He was not at the level of a grand cultivator who could fast. He gritted his teeth, shooting a fierce glare at the middle-aged man leaning back against the chair, and remained silent. Lin Tian raised the wooden hammer, 600 spirit stones the first time. Nothing happened. Second time. Third time, sold. As the hammer fell, the middle-aged man clenched his fists tightly, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Those beside him congratulated him, and he returned the greetings one by one. Congratulations, clan leader Chun. With this barrier-breaking pill, your breakthrough into the opening realm is just around the corner. Not at all, it's still early. Though he feigned modesty, the corners of his mouth were already stretching to his ears. In his heart, he had begun to plot. He had been stuck at the peak of the blood solidification realm for 2 years, always unable to find an opportunity to break through. With this barrier-breaking pill, in as little as a month, or as long as 3 months, he would surely enter the opening realm. By then, the Qin family would no longer be a small household in Shantian City. As the clan leader of the opening realm, he would elevate the Qin family to a first-rate power within the city. Given time, becoming the 5th most prominent family in Shantian City was not impossible. At this moment, Lin Tian, standing on the auction stage, heard the system's notification sound explode in his mind once again. Ding! The second-tier barrier-breaking pill has been successfully auctioned with a transaction price of 600 spirit stones. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th-tier middle-grade pill, 4 symbols Ascension pill. Effect after consumption, it can enhance comprehension, improve cultivation talent, and refine spiritual root quality. 666. This is considered one of the rarest pills. It enhances comprehension, boosts talent, and improves the spiritual root. This fundamentally changes a cultivator's potential. Comprehension is innate. It is extremely difficult to enhance later. Some can cultivate techniques in just a minute while others may take a year. This illustrates the gap in comprehension. Talent goes without saying. The quality of the spiritual root directly determines how far a cultivator can go. A single pill can elevate both of these factors. Such a treasure is a rarity throughout the entire Great Yin dynasty. This also means my talent can finally improve. Lin Tian took a deep breath, suppressing his wild joy deep within while still wearing an appropriate smile. Third auction item. The red cloth still covered it. But from the bulge of the cloth, it was clear that what was inside was much larger than the pills. It looked like a withered plant. Lin Tian lifted the red cloth, revealing a dark red spiritual mushroom. The spiritual mushroom was about the size of a palm, its surface covered with fine patterns. A strange medicinal fragrance emanated from the mushroom, reminiscent of an aura accumulated over 100 years in the deep mountains. The third auction item, a century-old blood spiritual mushroom. Lin Tian held up the mushroom, displaying it for everyone to see clearly. A second-tier spiritual herb harvested from the deep mountains where demonic beasts roam, making it extremely difficult to collect. It has only one effect. He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, taking in every expression on their faces. Extend lifespan. The moment these 4 words were uttered, the atmosphere in the entire hall changed. Lifespan. What is cultivation for? Some say it's to become stronger. Others say it's to stand out. But ultimately, the fundamental purpose of cultivation is just one: to live longer. Otherwise, why would those legendary emperors fight tooth and nail for a miraculous herb of immortality? Moreover, cultivators also have their own lifespan limits. Those in the body refinement realm can live for 120 years. Those in the blood solidification realm can live for 180 years. Those in the opening realm can live for 250 years. Those in the transcendence realm can live for 400 years. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. But no matter how long, there will always be an end. Even the strongest cultivators cannot escape aging, illness, and death. Therefore, no one would ever complain about having too much lifespan. Especially those old cultivators whose lifespans are nearing their end and have been stuck at their bottlenecks for many years. They would be willing to spend everything just for a few more years of life. The saying that time is money does not hold in the world of fantasy. In the hall, the eyes of those ordinary cultivators turned red. A lifespan-extending spiritual herb is even rarer than a barrier-breaking pill. While barrier-breaking pills can occasionally be found on the market, lifespan-extending herbs, even if it's only a second-tier spiritual herb, it's something that can't be sought after. You can't buy it with money. Lin Tian placed the spiritual mushroom back on the tray, his voice clear and steady. Starting price, 400 spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 10 spirit stones. The auction begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, before the cultivators below could raise their paddles, a voice came from the second-floor private room. 1,000 spirit stones. All eyes turned sharply to the second floor. Many recognized his unique tone. Clan leader Zhao Tianqua. At this moment, Zhao Tianqua leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. His face showed little expression, but his heart was full of confidence. 1,000 spirit stones were indeed nothing to him. But by calling out this price, the meaning was clear. This blood spiritual mushroom is going to my Zhao family. The hall fell silent for a moment, followed by a low murmur of sighs. Those ordinary cultivators who were eager to compete just moments ago now looked like wilted eggplants drooping down. 1,000 spirit stones for them. This was not a small sum, but with gritted teeth, it was not impossible to gather. The key was that Zhao Tianqua had made his move. The head of one of the 4 great families personally stepped in. Who would dare to compete? To go against Zhao's family for a few decades of lifespan was not worth it. They also did not wish to witness Zhao family's tactics. Moreover, even if they dared to compete, could they match Zhao family's financial power? They could casually throw down 1,000 spirit stones. What could they offer in return? A few old loose cultivators quivered their lips for a long time, but ultimately did not raise their paddles. They leaned back in their chairs, the light in their eyes dimmed. It wasn't that they didn't want to compete, it was that they simply couldn't. This is reality. Good things always belong to those with strength. In the other private rooms on the second floor, the Lion Mountain and Lion Mad from the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps glanced over a few times, but quickly withdrew their gaze. This group of brutes was in their prime. They were far from considering lifespan. They had come today for weapons and armor, spiritual herbs weren't their target. As for the city lord Lu Tsang, he had remained silent the entire time, simply sitting quietly and playing the part of a mysterious city lord. Lin Tian stood on the stage, waited for a moment, and seeing that no one else was bidding, he raised the wooden hammer. 1,000 spirit stones the first time. His voice echoed clearly and steadily in the quiet hall. 1,000 spirit stones the second time. The hall remained quiet, no one spoke. Third time sold. The hammer fell, and the crisp sound resonated through the hall. A light chuckle came from Zhao Tianquo's private room, and a servant immediately went downstairs to handle the transaction. The century-old blood spiritual mushroom fell into the hands of the Zhao family. At this moment, standing on the auction stage, Lin Tian heard the system's notification sound explode in his mind once again. Ding! The second-tier spiritual herb, the 100-year blood spirit mushroom, has been successfully auctioned off, with a final transaction price of 1,000 spirit stones. A 100-fold return has been triggered. The cold system prompt echoed abruptly in Lin Tian's mind. In the next moment, an even more delightful announcement followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th-tier mid-grade spiritual herb, 9 yuan condensed spirit mushroom. Efficacy of the spiritual herb can directly extend a cultivator's lifespan by 100 years. 100 years of lifespan. Not the usual 30 or 40 years added by common pills, but a solid 100 years of life. In this world where cultivators often fight fiercely for a mere few decades of lifespan, a single spiritual herb that can extend life by 100 years is truly a heavenly treasure. It must be understood that many cultivators exhaust their lives with barely over 200 years of lifespan. A single spiritual herb could prolong half of a cultivation journey, enough to drive all cultivators mad. Such a treasure, if taken to the outside world for auction, forget about a mere 1,000 spirit stones. Even 100,000 spirit stones would attract countless cultivators vying for it. Even the elders of sects or ancestors of noble families would spare no expense to acquire it. There are even mighty beings from the divine sea who would willingly deplete their sect's resources, sparking a bloody storm for it. Lin Tian calmly willed the 9 yuan condensed spirit mushroom into the system space. The moment the spiritual herb entered his body, a warm, gentle medicinal power seemed to resonate through space, thick with the aura of 100 years of lifespan. After confirming that the treasure was safely stored, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. System, thank you. Then Lin Tian snapped his fingers. Wang Tung immediately appeared, presenting the 4th auction item. Lin Tian lifted the red cloth, revealing a weathered scroll. The 4th auction item, a 2nd-tier mid-grade cultivation technique, Qingling Ju. Lin Tian picked up the scroll, holding it in front of him, his voice slightly raised compared to the previous items. After practicing, one's agility will be as light as the wind. The speed of spiritual energy circulation is increased by 20%, suitable for cultivators focusing on agility. He did not unfurl the scroll, merely cradling it in his palm. As the light of the moonstone illuminated the animal skin, the faint spiritual glow became even more apparent. Starting price, 600 spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 10 spirit stones. Now the auction begins. Lin Tian estimated that this technique would be quite popular. Why? Because the previous 3 auction items, recovery pills, barrier-breaking pills, and blood spirit mushrooms, were all consumables. Pills are consumed and gone, mushrooms are used up and done, they cannot be passed down. But techniques can be inherited. This item can certainly be considered a clan's treasured possession. If you buy a scroll of technique, after practicing you can pass it on to your son. After the son practices, he can pass it on to his grandson. Generations after generations. The Qingling Ju passed down through the ages. If a talented individual appears who can improve this technique, it could reach even greater heights. That would directly announce the birth of the 5th great family in Xiantian City. A good technique is enough to change a family's destiny. Why are the 4 great families the 4 great families? Not because their patriarchs have high cultivation levels, nor because they possess many spirit stones, but because they hold 3rd-tier cultivation techniques. With the same talent and effort, those who cultivate 3rd-tier techniques, their cultivation speed surpasses those who practice 2nd-tier techniques. 1 step faster means 100 steps faster. That's how the gap widens. Thus those small families dream of obtaining a good technique. Even a mere 2nd tier would elevate the overall strength of their family. At this moment, the leaders of those small families in the 1st floor hall had red eyes. Although this Qingling Ju is only a mid-grade 2nd-tier technique, it pales in comparison to the 3rd-tier techniques of the 4 great families. But for these small families, it's already something they wouldn't dare dream of. 610. An elderly man with a goatee in the front row raised his card, first his voice booming and full of vigor. 630. 700. Bidding voices rose and fell one wave after another. Unlike the previous 3 times, this time the bidders were primarily the leaders of small families. Each one of them flushed, their eyes shining with intensity, wishing they could swallow their opponents whole. The price soared from 600 to 700, then from 700 to 800. Although the speed could not compare to the barrier-breaking pill auction, it was much more enduring. No one wanted to give up. Finally, when the price reached 1,500 spirit stones, the entire venue fell silent. The bidder was a middle-aged man seated in the middle section, clad in a deep blue brocade robe. His face was square with thick eyebrows and big eyes, clearly the type to act with composure. Liu family patriarch Liu Yuanqing. The Liu family is considered a medium-sized family in Xintian City, far inferior to the 4 great families, but still ranks among the small families. His goal today was very clear. He had come specifically for the technique. 1,500 spirit stones, this number had already exceeded many people's limits. Several patriarchs who were still bidding gritted their teeth and ultimately set down their cards. No, it's better to save the spirit stones for enjoying life with a beauty. While Liu Yuanqing's voice remained steady, his expression normal, his hand trembled slightly. How painful. But it's worth it. With this Qingling Ju, the cultivation speed of the Liu family's disciples would increase significantly. In 10 or 20 years, the Liu families, standing in Xintian City, would be absolutely transformed. At that time, who wouldn't say, "Are you not the invincible master who led the Liu family to glory, the 5th great family of Xintian City?" Patriarch Liu Yuanqing. This scene, just thinking about it, made one's heart race. Lin Tian waited for a moment, seeing no one else raising their bids. He lifted the gavel. 1,500 spirit stones, first time. Nothing happened. Second time. Still nothing happened. Third time, sold. Ding. The second-tier mid-grade cultivation technique, Qingling Ju, has been successfully auctioned off. 100-fold return has been triggered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th-tier upper-grade cultivation technique, Qingyun Condensing Qi Ju. 666. Directly bringing out the 4th-tier upper-grade technique. That so-called 3rd-tier technique that the 4 great families prided themselves on. In the face of Qingyun Condensing Qi Ju, they are not even worthy of carrying shoes. Lin Tian had no doubt that if these people knew he possessed a 4th-tier technique, they would absolutely kneel and beg him for a whiff. As for why they wouldn't just try to snatch it, did you see those 2 big men behind me? Wang Teng and Wang Wei would teach them the correct way to treat him. Lin Tian stored the Qingyun Condensing Qi Ju into the system space. With a signature smile on his lips, he scanned the entire room. Continue the 100-fold return. Familiar routines in familiar places. When the 5th item for auction was brought up, the 4 major families on the 2nd floor clearly became anxious. Why is there still no 3rd-tier item? Could it be that there are none left? But Lin Tian paid no mind to this, lifting the red cloth to reveal a lotus root as white as jade. The 5th auction item, the cold pool lotus root, is a 2nd-tier spiritual herb. Lin Tian held the lotus root up before him. It grows in the depths of extremely cold pools with gentle and harmonious medicinal properties capable of harmonizing various potent herbs. The starting price is 400 spirit stones, with each bid incrementing by no less than 10 spirit stones. The bidding starts now. As soon as the words fell, several alchemists in Dan robes in the corner of the hall could no longer sit still. The cold pool lotus root holds little value for ordinary cultivators, but for alchemists it is a true treasure. The essence of alchemy lies in the balance of medicinal properties. Too many potent herbs in the mix can cause the elixir to explode, while too many gentle herbs can diminish the efficacy. The role of the cold pool lotus root is to neutralize the properties, allowing various herbs to blend perfectly together. With it, a pill that originally had a 50% success rate could be raised to 80%. For alchemists, this significantly increases the success rate of their refining. 410. An elderly man with white hair was the first to raise his paddle. 500. The bidding rang out, but unlike previous rounds. This time the bidders were mostly alchemists, while ordinary cultivators and clan leaders remained quiet. For them, the cold pool lotus root, while good, was not a necessity, and there was no need to compete with these alchemists. After all, their own industries rely on these alchemists for profit. Eventually, when the price reached 650 spirit stones, a voice echoed from the 2nd floor private room. 1,000. The voice was not loud but clear. All eyes turned to the 2nd floor. Li family patriarch Li Xianxing. The hall fell silent for a moment, followed by a low murmur of confusion. What did the Li family patriarch mean? The alchemists looked as if they had been struck by frost, wilting in response. Li Xuanqing, however, remained composed. His family had their own alchemists, and not just one. He was merely looking to provide some benefits for his employees. Lin Tian waited a moment, seeing no one else bid, and raised the wooden mallet. 1,000 spirit stones. First call. Second call. Third call sold. The mallet fell, and Li Xuanqing nodded slightly. A subordinate immediately went downstairs to handle the transaction. Thus, the cold pool lotus root fell into the hands of the Li family. At that moment, a system prompt sounded explosively in Lin Tian's mind. Ding! The second-tier spiritual herb cold pool lotus root has been successfully auctioned for a price of 1,000 spirit stones. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 4th-tier mid-grade spiritual herb, Calming Heart Spirit Fruit. This item is temporarily of no use to him, but it doesn't hurt to keep it. The 6th auction item was brought forward. This tray was larger than the previous ones, covered tightly with red silk. The fabric rose into a rounded arc as if hiding a large ball beneath it. Could it be a Kuan ball? Lin Tian lifted the red cloth to reveal a pale golden egg. The egg was about the size of a human fist, its shell covered with intricate and delicate patterns. The most miraculous part was that holding the egg in his palm gave a faint warmth. It felt as if something inside was breathing slowly. The 6th auction item, a 1st-tier premium beast egg. Lin Tian held the egg in his palm for everyone to see clearly. The species is unknown, but the 1st-tier premium quality is evident. Once hatched, it will possess battlefield strength, and when raised it could be even higher. The starting price is 500 spirit stones, with each bid incrementing by no less than 10 spirit stones. The bidding begins now. As soon as this item appeared, the crowd couldn't help but widen their eyes. A rare treasure indeed. Beast eggs like this are exceedingly rare in the market. Although the 1st-tier premium doesn't have a high ceiling, having it as a good luck charm is still worthwhile. If raised well, it might even help guard the home. 510. A young cultivator in the front row was the first to raise his paddle. 530. 800. The voice was steady, carrying an undeniable momentum. All eyes turned to the 2nd floor, Wang family patriarch Wang Yuan. The hall fell silent for a moment. What are the 4 major families planning to do? Wang Yuan has always been terse with his words, rarely making a move. But once he does, it indicates he is genuinely interested. 800 spirit stones are nothing to the Wang family. He bought this beast egg not for himself, but for the younger generation of his clan. A 1st-tier premium beast would be the perfect companion beast for the children of the clan just starting their cultivation journey. Lin Tian waited a moment, seeing no one else bid. No one dared to, before raising the mallet. 800 spirit stones. First call. Second call. Still nothing happened. Third call sold. Ding! The 1st-tier premium beast egg has been successfully auctioned off for a price of 800 spirit stones. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3rd-tier premium beast, Dancing Sky Demon Tiger. It can reach the peak of the opening realm when fully grown, and if fortunate, can break through to the 4th tier. Hiss. While it sounds quite good, the name Dancing Sky Demon Tiger is rather ostentatious. Those who don't know might think it's some kind of sacred beast cub. He stored the Dancing Sky Demon Tiger cub in the system space. With 6 items sold one after another, the atmosphere in the hall was already heated. Ordinary cultivators had their eyes shining brightly, their necks stretched long. Although most of them had not won any of the first 6 items, merely watching the smaller families and the 4 major families fight fiercely felt worth the price of admission. However, everyone knew that the real show had yet to begin. Lin Tian stood on the stage, not in a hurry, to let Wang Wei bring out the next item. The discussions in the hall gradually quieted down, and all eyes focused on him. Lin Tian finally spoke, each word clearly resonating in the ears of everyone present. Ladies and gentlemen, the last 2 items for auction are coming up next. He paused, scanning the crowd, his voice rising a few more notches. Each one can be considered a treasure of supreme quality. I believe that everyone who has come here will not leave empty-handed. His words were firm, without a trace of ambiguity. Lin Tian has always spoken of what the system has helped him achieve. He would never boast. Here it comes. The real auction is just beginning. I knew it. The earlier items were just appetizers. The main course hasn't even been served yet. Treasure level. What does that mean? As the words fell, everyone around began to chatter excitedly. The ordinary cultivators were so thrilled that their faces turned red. They were eager to pierce the curtain and see what treasures were hidden behind it. Finally, you have arrived. Is the 3rd grade item finally coming? The atmosphere in the private room on the 2nd floor was completely different from that on the 1st floor. The struggle among the 4 major families was about to begin. This was not merely a gamble over spirit stones, but a test of who had more courage. Xiao Xian sat up straight, his hands clasped on the table, his knuckles slightly pale. Last time he missed the Qingyun sword, this time, he came personally. He had also prepared enough spirit stones determined not to miss out again. A treasure of this level. No matter what it was, he had to compete for it. Although they couldn't see each other clearly between the private rooms on the second floor, the tense atmosphere was palpable. It was like the silence before a storm pressing down on everyone. Lin Tian stood on the stage taking in everything. Enough is enough. The unrest before the storm. The atmosphere was almost right. It was time to serve the dishes. Immediately Lin Tian did not let Wang Wei carry any more trays, because the item returned by the system was already in his hands. He directly took out a jade box from his body, which was no ordinary item. The jade box was entirely a pale blue and white color with faint spiritual light flowing on its surface, clearly not an ordinary product. He gently placed the jade box on the auction stage, his fingertip pausing for a moment on the lid. Then he opened it. In an instant, an extremely vibrant life force surged out from the jade box. It swept outward in all directions from the center of the auction stage. The aura was so rich that it condensed into a faint white mist around the jade box. It swirled without dispersing, as if some celestial treasure was breathing within. In that moment, everyone in the hall felt their pores opening. The life force penetrated their bodies, infusing vitality into every cell. They even felt as though they could live another lifetime. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. This treasure was undoubtedly of the 3rd grade. Lin Tian reached into the jade box and held up the spirit mushroom in front of him. The spirit mushroom was a faint golden color, its cap covered in fine patterns resembling some ancient ruins. The surrounding white mist thickened, making it appear as if it were an immortal treasure. The 7th auction item. Lin Tian's voice echoed clearly and steadily in the silent hall. A 4th grade mid-quality longevity medicine, 9 yuan condensed spirit mushroom. Effect, extend lifespan by 100 years. He paused, scanning the crowd. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones. Each bidding increment must be no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Now let the bidding begin. After speaking, Lin Tian quietly stood on the stage watching the cultivators below, who were still in shock. He knew that these people needed time to react. The auction house was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one made a sound. Even their breathing seemed to have halted. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the spirit mushroom in Lin Tian's hand, its golden glow reflecting disbelief in their eyes. What? Did they hear that correctly? Brother, did the auctioneer just say it was a 3rd grade, mid-quality item? A sturdy man with a simple demeanor asked the cultivator in front of him in a daze. It seems to be. A 4th grade mid-quality item. A 4th grade mid-quality item. The news struck each person in the heart like 2 heavy hammers. They doubted whether they were dreaming. After several breaths, someone finally regained their senses. What the hell? A burly man in the back row suddenly stood up, his face filled with astonishment. He stared wide-eyed at the immortal medicine, his entire face trembling with excitement. A 4th grade mid-quality item. How could something like this appear in Shantian City? That shout ignited the fuse, and the entire hall erupted in chaos. It really is a 4th grade mid-quality item. I have never seen a 4th grade item in my entire life. What background does Boss Lin have? He can bring out a 4th grade mid-quality item for auction. How many treasures does he still possess? This is madness, madness, madness. This world has gone mad. An elderly man in a gray robe trembled as he stood up from his seat. His back was already hunched, and the wrinkles on his face were like carved lines. Having lived for nearly 200 years, his lifespan was nearing its end, and he could see his time running out. He had come to the auction house today merely to join in the excitement and see if he could find a bargain. He never dreamed he would encounter a longevity medicine that could extend life by 100 years. 100 years. With that 100 years, he could break through his current bottleneck. He could live another 100 years and experience the world for another 100 years. Then a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Even if he couldn't buy it, he wanted to savor it. With that thought, the old cultivator greedily inhaled every bit of the spirit mushroom's celestial aura. Oh, a rare item. The atmosphere in the private room on the 2nd floor had completely fallen silent. That kind of dead silence was far more terrifying than the commotion below. It was a silence that was suffocating to the extreme. Wang Yuan leaned slightly forward, his gaze locked onto the spirit mushroom, his eyes filled with horror. Having lived for most of his life, he had seen countless treasures. But a 4th grade mid-quality longevity medicine was something he had never encountered before. How could something that was only seen at the Royal City auction appear in Shantian City? Lin Tian, are you sure? Li Zuanking's hand, which was stroking his beard, came to a complete stop, suspended in midair, mingling with his beard. 100 years of life. This was practically the same as living another lifetime. With that 100 years, he could cultivate more experts for the Li family. He could also lay out more enterprises, solidifying the family's foundation deeper and more stable. It was even possible to surpass the Wang family and become the #1 family in Xintian City. Xiao family's head Xiao Xian's reaction was the most intense. His chest heaved violently, and his breathing became heavy and rapid. Like a beast locked in a cage for too long, he finally caught sight of his prey. Last time he missed the Qingyun sword. He had been in seclusion during cultivation and did not receive Xiao Gus's message. By the time he learned of it, the Qingyun sword had already been bought by that brute from Shishan. He regretted it for 5 whole days, unable to sleep at night and unable to savor his food. As for the city lord Lu Tsang, he was now completely bewildered, staring blankly at Lin Tian in the center of the hall, his face filled with disbelief. What is this? This boss Lin is directly auctioning off a 4th-grade, mid-quality item. A celestial auction house suddenly appeared in a small city he managed. Moreover, he was selling things he had never even seen before to others. This is insane. This 4th-grade mid-tier longevity elixir surpassed the 3rd-grade top-tier Qingyun sword by more than 1 level. Shen Yuan of the Qinglong auction house froze his hand, holding the teacup suspended in midair. He remained motionless like a statue. His gaze fell upon that spiritual mushroom, and a complex expression flashed deep within his pupils. There was also a trace of indescribable reverence. Shen Yuan slowly lowered his teacup, his fingers gently tracing the rim as he fell into contemplation. The private room of City Lord Lu Tsang was located at the innermost part. He had not spoken a word from beginning to end, simply sitting there in silence. Yet at this moment his body slightly leaned forward. The 4th-grade mid-tier longevity elixir. He lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest twice, his eyes narrowing slightly. This boss Lin was more formidable than he had imagined. To be able to auction a 4th-grade mid-tier item indicated that he must have even better treasures in hand. 4th-grade top-tier, or even 5th-grade. Lu Tsang dared not think further. He made a decision in his heart. No matter who this boss Lin was, from today on, the city lord's mansion must establish a good relationship with the Zhutian auction house. When necessary, flattery was also an option. Although the private rooms on the 2nd floor could not see each other clearly, that frenzied atmosphere was palpable to all. Through the screens and walls, that tension, greed, desire, and urgency felt almost tangible. It permeated the air, making it hard to breathe. In the next moment, as Lin Tian finished speaking, the first bidding voice sounded from the 2nd floor private room. 15,000 spirit stones. The voice was urgent and excited, even trembling. Xiao family patriarch Xiao Xian. As soon as this price was announced, the ordinary cultivators in the hall gasped. 15,000 spirit stones. They could never accumulate such a sum in 2.5 lifetimes. Everyone widened their eyes, eager to see how far this frenzied auction would go. But 5,000 spirit stones was merely the beginning. The auction price rocketed upward like a rocket. 16,000, 18,000, 20,000. Each increase felt like a heavy hammer striking at the hearts of those ordinary cultivators. They had never seen so many spirit stones in their lives, nor had they witnessed such a method of bidding. It was not an increase of 10 or 20 spirit stones, but hundreds or thousands without so much as a blink. In the 1st floor hall, those ordinary cultivators were completely dumbfounded. A young loose cultivator whispered to his companion, "If I could have so many spirit stones in this lifetime, I would wake up smiling from my dreams." His companion sighed, helplessly shaking his head. "Don't think about it. People like us might not even have this in our..." In the front row, an old cultivator with graying hair had red-rimmed eyes and trembling lips, as if speaking to himself or to those nearby. 100 years. 100 years. If only I could live another 100 years. He couldn't finish his sentence as his voice choked. Someone beside him patted his shoulder side and said nothing. Some things cannot be obtained through effort. Life itself has been unfair since the day one was born. The bidding continued. 25,000. Xiao Xian's voice rang out again, this time laced with a hint of gritted teeth. 28,000. Zhao Tianque followed closely like a beast gripping its prey, refusing to let go. 40,000, 55,000, 70,000. When the price broke through 70,000, no one in the hall spoke. Everyone sat quietly, their heads tilted up, staring at the private rooms on the 2nd floor. 75,000. Xiao Xian's voice was already hoarse, as if he had been shouting for too long, or like something was choking his throat. His hands trembled, but he held on. He could not give up. The Xiao family could not afford to give up. This was their opportunity to rise, to claw their way up from the bottom. With this 9 yuan condensed spiritual mushroom, the Xiao family's ancestor could live another 100 years. 100 years was enough for the Xiao family to cultivate several generations of experts, enough to slightly improve their ranking among the 4 great families. 100,000. Wang Yuan's voice was not loud, even calm, as if he were stating the most ordinary of facts. But the moment those 2 words fell, the entire hall plunged into a deathly silence. 100,000 spirit stones. This number felt like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Those ordinary cultivators were filled with excitement. They had never seen so many spirit stones, nor had they witnessed such a level of auction. Today had been worth it. They could boast about this for a lifetime. In the second-floor private room, Xiao Xian felt as if he had been drained of all energy. He leaned against the back of the chair, gripping the armrests tightly, his knuckles turning white, veins bulging. His eyes were bloodshot, lips pressed into a thin line, his chest heaving violently like a beast cornered with no way out. 100,000 spirit stones. He was unwilling. He had missed out on the Qingyun sword last time. Was he going to watch the 9 yuan condensed spiritual mushroom be snatched away again? Was the Xiao family destined to remain at the bottom among the 4 great families? Was the Xiao family forever unable to turn their fortunes around? Xiao Xian took a deep breath, about to grit his teeth and raise the bid again, when Xiao Gu beside him reached out to press down on his arm. Patriarch, no need to rush. Xiao Gu's voice was not loud, but steady. There is still one final item to be auctioned. Even if our Xiao family has to sell everything, we must secure that last item. Xiao Xian was taken aback, turning to look at Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu's eyes were resolute. Xiao Xian fell silent for a moment, slowly leaning back into the chair, loosening his grip on the armrests. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, suppressing the unwillingness and anger within him. Xiao Gu was right. There was still the final item. 100,000 spirit stones. The Xiao family could afford it, but if they spent their spirit stones here, they would have no chance for the last item. Rather than losing both, it was better to concentrate their resources and take a gamble on the last one. Xiao Xian closed his eyes, no longer looking at the spiritual mushroom. His fists were clenched tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Lin Tian stood on the stage, waiting for a moment, and seeing no one else raising the bid, he raised the wooden mallet. 100,000 spirit stones, first call. His voice echoed in the quiet hall, clear and steady. No one in the hall spoke. Everyone's gaze darted back and forth between Wang Yuan's and Xiao Xian's private rooms, as if waiting to see whether Xiao Xian would raise the bid again. 100,000 spirit stones, second call. Still no one spoke. The private room of Xiao Xian was utterly silent, as if it had no one at all. 100,000 spirit stones, third call, sold. The wooden mallet fell, and the crisp sound resonated through the hall. In Wang Yuan's private room, he took a sip from his teacup, his expression unchanged, as if he had simply done something trivial. Yet his fingers trembled slightly beneath the table, revealing his inner unrest. This was not a trivial sum, but it was worth it. In Wang Yuan's private room, a servant respectfully presented the 9 yuan condensed spirit mushroom. As Wang Yuan took it in hand, he felt the warmth of the mushroom, and a surge of vibrant life energy flowed through his fingertips into his body, invigorating him. Good, 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 he exclaimed, 3 times, his voice filled with exuberance. Spending 100,000 spirit stones was no small matter. However, spirit stones could be earned, but this mushroom was a rare treasure that could be found only once in a millennium in Xiantian City. He carefully stored the mushroom in his storage bag, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long sigh. With this mushroom, the Wang family ancestor could live for another 100 years. 100 years would be more than enough to solidify the Wang family's dominant position in Xiantian City. Inside the auction hall, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. I've actually seen a 4th-tier item with my own eyes in this lifetime. The head of the Wang family has struck a great deal. Such a treasure of this level might not even be seen in the capital. What kind of organization is the Zhutian auction house? The first session featured a 3rd-tier premium item, and the second session directly showcased a 4th-tier mid-grade item. What about the 3rd session? 5th tier. Stop talking, stop talking. If you keep going, my heart can't take it anymore. Ordinary cultivators whispered among themselves, their excitement still evident on their faces. A 4th-tier item, it was the first time something of that caliber was auctioned in Xiantian City. Meanwhile, in a private room on the 2nd floor, Xiao Xian leaned back, eyes closed, his fists tightly clenched. Before anyone could recover, Lin Tian suddenly pulled out a young spirit beast from his embrace. The cub was no larger than a palm, a fluffy mass of purple-black fur. Its short, dense fur glimmered with a deep luster under the light of the moonstone. Its limbs were small yet strong, and its claws slightly opened in the air, exposing sharp nails. The most striking feature was its forehead, which bore a silver-white stripe resembling an ancient rune, faintly emitting a soft glow. The cub seemed to have just woken up, squinting its eyes and yawning. It revealed a mouthful of fine milk teeth, and then shook its head. At this sight, everyone present was stunned. What is happening? Isn't this an auction? When did it turn into a zoo? After a brief silence, a middle-aged cultivator in the front row couldn't help but ask, Boss Lin, why did you bring out a cub? Is this little creature the final item? His tone was filled with confusion and even a hint of disappointment. After a 4th-tier, mid-grade longevity, pill. Why would the finale feature a small tiger cub? What can this little thing do? Just kept as a pet for fun. However, most cultivators remain still unwilling to believe that Boss Lin would play tricks on them. This cub is absolutely extraordinary. Lin Tian turned to look at him and smiled slightly. He scanned the crowd, raising his voice. This is the final item of this auction. A third-tier premium spirit beast, the young Dan Tian demon tiger cub. He paused for a moment, raising the cub higher, so everyone could see it clearly. Once this tiger matures, its combat power can reach the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. If it has the opportunity, breaking through to the fourth tier is also possible. At that time, it will possess the combat power of the transformation realm. Moreover, as everyone probably knows, spirit beasts below the seventh tier can be considered invincible among their ranks. They possess greater strength and ferocity, and even against two cultivators of the same level, they show no signs of inferiority. After Lin Tian finished speaking, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence again. Everyone's expressions froze on their faces. What did the auction master just say? This little creature is a third-tier premium spirit beast. A living spirit beast that can be raised to help you fight and kill. Moreover, as a cub, it would be loyal if raised from a young age. It was countless times stronger than those spirit beasts captured halfway. A transformation realm monster was a being that stood at the pinnacle of Xintian City. Even the strongest city lord in the city was merely at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. The ordinary cultivators' minds were completely overwhelmed. Isn't this directly auctioning off the combat power of a transformation realm being? A young loose cultivator murmured to himself, staring blankly at the little tiger, his eyes wide in disbelief. A third-tier premium spirit beast. Can such a thing even be sold? His companion beside him was equally flabbergasted. How many treasures does Boss Lin still have? A fourth-tier mid-grade longevity pill is for sale, and now a third-tier premium spirit beast cub too. Where on earth did he get these things? Did they just appear out of thin air? When did third-tier items become so casually auctioned? Is Lin Tian's resources 1,000 times greater, while everyone else remains unchanged? In the private room on the second floor, the atmosphere was even more frenzied than downstairs. Wang Yuan had just stored the 9 yuan condensed spirit mushroom, and now he was completely frozen in his chair. Damn it. Oh no, I was careless. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought it earlier. Wang Yuan regretted and gave himself a few hard slaps, causing the butler beside him to shiver. But he couldn't be blamed to think about it. A third-tier inferior item was already incredibly precious in Xintian City, yet suddenly a fourth-tier mid-grade item appeared. Who could withstand that? Wang Yuan was lucky not to rush up to hug Lin Tian and kiss him on the cheek. Li Zuanking's eyes narrowed into slits with a greedy light shining through. He let out a sinister laugh that sounded inhuman. His eyes were filled with an insatiable desire for this item. If the Li family could secure that third-tier premium spirit beast, in time, if they were to nurture a transformation realm tiger, the Li family would dominate the entire Xintian City. Even the city lord would have to kneel and sing their praises. Zhao Tianqua, the head of the Zhao family, took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. But the next moment, he suddenly stood up. Damn it. He couldn't calm down at all. He was even more excited than Lin Tian was during the final exam of his previous life. This was a brain tiger. A creature that could slap him to death with a single paw when it matured. Xiao Xin's reaction was undoubtedly the most intense. He had just been lamenting missing out on the 9 yuan condensed spirit mushroom. But at this moment, his blood-red eyes sparkled with intensity as he leaped up from his chair. He leaned over the table, staring fixedly at the little tiger. Xiao Xin's lips trembled slightly, and he let out a suppressed gasp. This was his last chance. If he missed it, the Xiao family would become a laughingstock. He would sell everything he had to secure this tiger. At this moment, the two auction house masters fully realized what it meant to face a gap. Shen Yuan of the Qinglong auction house slumped onto the soft sofa in the private room. His gaze fell upon the little tiger, a complex emotion flashing deep within his pupils. A third-tier top-quality spirit beast cub. Having conducted business for over a century, the highest grade of living creature he had dealt with was merely a second-tier spirit beast. Yet this young man directly produced a third-tier top-quality cub. Shen Yuan leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes. Lin Tian, you are remarkable. Qian Tong of the Tianbao auction house could no longer maintain his stern demeanor. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. He rapidly calculated in his heart whether the Tianbao auction house should also participate in the bidding. He quickly dismissed the idea. After all, you are the master of another auction house. Isn't this just boosting others' ambitions while undermining your own prestige? But that cub really does look impressive. The private room of City Lord Lu Tsang was at the very back. At this moment, he completely forgot the composure expected of the city lord. His eyes were fixated on that little creature. A third-tier top-quality spirit beast cub. It might even advance to the fourth tier. If this thing grows up, won't it smash Xiantian City with a single slap? Lu Tsong's gaze fell on Lin Tian, grateful that he hadn't presented any heirs. This boss Lin was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Although the private rooms on the second floor couldn't see each other clearly, the frenzy in the air was palpable to all. Everyone's eyes were glued to the purple-black little tiger in Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian stood on the stage, taking in everything before him. He smiled slightly, lifting the little tiger higher to place it directly under the glow of the moonstone. The little tiger seemed to sense the scorching gazes around it. It uneasily wriggled its body, letting out a soft, childish growl. The sound was not loud, and even carried a hint of cuteness. However, everyone present understood upon hearing that growl. This was not a cute little pet. It was a beast that could grow into a formidable creature capable of transcending the mundane realm. Lin Tian cleared his throat, his voice resonating clearly and steadily in the quiet hall. A third-tier top-quality spirit beast, a Dantian demon tiger cub. Starting price, 10,000 spirit stones. Each bid must increase by no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Now let the bidding begin. As soon as Lin Tian's words fell, the first bid sounded from the second-floor private room. 11,000 spirit stones. Wang Yuan's voice was steady as always, but those familiar with him could detect a subtle urgency. He had already secured the 9 yuan concentrated spirit herb, and logically, he should have stepped back. Yet he couldn't take his eyes off the Dantian demon tiger cub. However, as soon as he spoke, cold snorts almost simultaneously echoed from other private rooms. Greed knows no bounds. Having acquired a divine herb that extends life by 100 years, did he still want to snatch a third-tier top-quality spirit beast? Wang Yuan wanted to hoard all the benefits for himself. The heads of several major families felt a surge of anger. The Wang family's foundation was indeed deep, and their financial strength was formidable. But the 100,000 spirit stones had already been spent. How many spirit stones were left? If it came to a showdown, it was uncertain who would win. 20,000. 25,000. Li Zuanking's voice followed, calm and unhurried, as if he had been waiting for this moment. 30,000. Zhao Tianque was not to be outdone, his tone filled with determination. 30,000. Xiao Xian's voice was hoarse and urgent, like a wolf that had been starving for days finally spotting its prey. His eyes were already red. The Xiao family had waited too long and could wait no longer. The price surged like a runaway wild horse. 35,000, 40,000, 45,000, 50,000. Each increase felt like a knife cutting into the hearts of the ordinary cultivators. They had never seen so many spirit stones in their lives, much less such a method of bidding. In the first-floor hall, over 700 people sat quietly. They all tilted their heads, gazing up at the private rooms on the second floor, not daring to breathe. Just as the price plateaued at 50,000, a voice came from the innermost private room on the second floor. 60,000. The voice was not loud, even calm, but everyone present heard it clearly. It was the voice of City Lord Lu Tsong. The hall fell into an instant silence. All eyes turned sharply toward the innermost private room. The City Lord has actually joined the bidding. The heads of several major families in the private room changed their expressions simultaneously. City Lord Lu Tsong, the true master of Xiantian City. He usually kept a low profile, never involving himself in the city's business, and would never appear at an auction. Today his appearance was already surprising, and now he had personally made a bid. He did not want this cub to fall into the hands of any other family. The heads of the major families understood. Lu Tsong could remain stable in his position as City Lord because he was the strongest cultivator in Xiantian City. If today a certain family secured this cub after raising it, they could gain a peak opening Yuan realm, or even Transcendence realm combatant. The balance of power in the city would be instantly shattered. Then Lu Tsong as City Lord would no longer hold absolute authority in the city. He would not allow such a thing to happen. However, this time the heads of the major families did not back down. For previous auction items, they might have shown some courtesy to give the City Lord face. But this time was different. A third-tier top-quality spirit beast cub was an opportunity that once missed would be a lifetime regret. This could be said to be a definite opportunity. If they did not compete for it while it was in front of them, what was the point of cultivation? The path of cultivation itself was against the heavens, fighting for that slim chance. What of the City Lord? The City Lord could not block others' opportunities. 70,000. Zhao Tianque was the first to break the silence, his voice deeper and harder than before. 80,000. Li Xianxing quickly followed, his tone less composed and more resolute. 90,000. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth, following suit, his fingers gripping the table tightly, turning white and veins bulging on his forehead. The Wang family had already spent 100,000 spirit stones on the spirit herb. Adding more would be a significant strain. Yet he did not want to give up, nor could he afford to. 100,000. Lu Tsang's voice rang out again, still calm, but the irresistible momentum made it hard for others to breathe. The price had surpassed the 100,000 mark. The ordinary cultivators in the first-floor hall were utterly dumbfounded. 100,000 spirit stones, this number was no longer just a matter of money for them, but a matter of concept. They looked at the private rooms on the second floor, their eyes filled with awe and longing. The bidding continued, growing increasingly intense. The price soared, ultimately stopping at 150,000. This number had nearly reached the limit each family could bear. The Li and Zhao families had not actively participated, but 150,000 was still a hefty sum, enough to cause significant strain. Although Lu Tsang was the city lord, the city's taxes went to the imperial court. His personal financial resources might not surpass those of the four major families. The hall fell silent for a moment, just as everyone assumed the bidding would end there. Liquidate all family assets. Everything. Sell even my grade 3 inferior spirit sword. Ni's voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible, yet each word emerged clenched between his teeth. At that very instant, only one thought burned in his mind: he must win it. And even if the city lord himself stood in his way, he would strike him down without hesitation. Sell everything. Every asset we can liquidate immediately. Xiaogu did not hesitate. And he asked no questions, not why nor whether it was worth it. And he knew this was the sole opportunity for the Xiao clan's rise. The Xiao clan had languished at the bottom of the four great clans for far too long. And so long that everyone assumed they belonged there, and even the clan itself had nearly forgotten its former glory. If this continued, the Xiao clan would only decline further, until it faded into oblivion, nor worse, be stripped of its status among the four great clans of Xiantian City and replaced. Xiaogu rose, strode to the corner of the private chamber, withdrew a spirit communication silk scroll, and began dispatching urgent messages, one after another. They were Alan. Xiao Xian drew a deep breath, turned, and faced the auction stage. 200,000 spirit stones. Ni's voice shattered the suffocating silence, each syllable detonating like thunderclaps, leaving every listener stunned and disoriented. 200,000 spirit stones. And the entire hall plunged into absolute death-like stillness. Naviri's face froze mid-expression, as though time itself had been suspended. This figure was no longer about wealth. It was about survival. And the Xiao clan had emptied its coffers. It had staked its entire fate upon this single bid. Victory meant ascendancy, and defeat meant utter ruin. In the second-floor private chamber, Li Xuanqing's hand, midway through stroking his beard, remained suspended in air, motionless for a long while. 20,000. His Li clan could afford it, but this was their absolute limit. And to risk the entire clan's future over a mere beastling. He lacked such audacity. Besides, auctions were held more than once. The next one might yield something even greater. And he leaned slowly back into his chair and closed his eyes. 21,000. Na voice echoed from the Zhao clan's chamber, tinged with desperation. And Zhao Tianhua, unwilling to yield, dared one final challenge. In Xiao Xian's chamber, his eyes burned even redder. And he glanced at Xiaogu, who gave a slight solemn nod. And the messages had already been dispatched. Asset liquidation was underway. Xiao Xian drew another deep breath and turned back. 25,000. 25,000. That number descended like a mountain from the heavens, crushing every heart beneath its weight. Silence settled over Zhao Tianhua's chamber. Ni's fingers unclenched from the table's edge. He sank back into his chair and shut his eyes. In Lu Tsang's chamber, the city lord reclined in his seat, fingertips tapping twice, then halting upon the armrest. Ni's gaze, piercing through the screen, fixed upon Xiao Xian's chamber. After a pause, a faint, inscrutable smile curled his lips. And so this was what a gambler looked like. Xiao Xian, patriarch of the Xiao clan. You may claim this spirit beastling, but can you truly raise it? And even if I, Lu Tsang, refrain from interference, countless others will watch your clan closely. The four great clan seats in Xiantian City were not easily secured, and Lu Tsang placed no further bid. And he sensed Xiao Xian had crossed into madness. If he raised the stakes again, the Xiao clan might well provoke open conflict with the city lord's mansion. 25,000 spirit stones. No one answered. 25,000 spirit stones. First call. Lin Tian raised his gavel. His voice resonated across the hushed hall. No reply came from the crowd. 25,000 spirit stones. Second call. Nothing stirred. 25,000 spirit stones. Third call. Sold. The gavel struck, its crisp ringing echo reverberating through the hall. In Xiao Xian's chamber, he collapsed inward, hollowed out. Though his eyes remained bloodshot, his mouth slowly stretched into an uncontrollable, near-manic grin. 25,000 spirit stones. The Shao clan had wagered its entire destiny. Though his eyes remained bloodshot, his mouth slowly stretched into an uncontrollable near-manic grin. In 25, attendees understood the event had ended and began to disperse. In each wore expressions of reluctant departure, not merely for the rare treasures unveiled, but for witnessing mighty figures clash with ferocious intensity. Attendees understood the event had ended and began to disperse. In each wore expressions of, the next auction will commence 10 days hence. In there I shall present even more exceptional and refined artifacts. And thank you all for your attendance. With that, Lin Tian bowed respectfully, then turned and strode off the stage without pause. And he could hardly wait to inspect the rewards returned by the system. Revenue targets had been met. The delightful lottery draw awaited him. In Wang Wei and Wang Tung followed close behind, their footsteps receded, fading into silence. The violet-black tiger cub was carried away by Shao clan attendants with reverent care. Its exchange for 25,000 spirit stones occurred silently backstage, stealthy, hushed like thieves in the night. In the second-floor chamber, Shen Yuan of the Azure Dragon auction house leaned back in his seat, and not a trace of mirth touched his lips. His mouth pressed into a thin, taut line, his gaze inscrutable. He had come today to gauge the mettle of this upstart auction house, and indeed, he had seen clearly. Too clearly, clear enough to leave him unsettled. NIS, this truly a newly established auction. And are you mocking me? Na grade 4 mid-tier spirit medicine for lifespan extension. A grade 3 supreme tier spirit beast cub. His Azure Dragon auction house could not produce a single item of such caliber. It was incomparable, utterly beyond comparison. NAS for suppression. And that notion flickered briefly in his mind, then vanished extinguished. With what authority? And if you lack superior wares while they possess them, what grounds do you have to suppress them? And through underhanded means. In there, 2 Seaf Spirit Realm bodyguards standing guard could level an entire street. Shen Yuan was no fool. He knew better than to commit folly. And the patriarchs of other great clans likewise departed their chambers. And Wang Yuan's expression remained composed, but those who knew him well detected a flicker of bitter resentment in his eyes. 10,000 spirit stones for a medicine granting a century of extended life, worth every coin. Yet failing to secure the tiger cub left an undeniable void within him. And the same hollow ache lingered in the hearts of the other patriarchs. It was not greed that drove them. It was the sheer rarity of the artifacts offered by the Zhutian auction house. And no cultivator named Xiao Huohua could remain calm before a heavenly flame. Likewise, no rational soul could resist the allure of Zhutian auction house's treasures. The expressions on the faces of the ordinary cultivators were considerably more vivid. Everyone was beaming with smiles, unable to contain their joy. Their steps were light, as if they were floating. Today's trip had been exceedingly worthwhile, and they would be able to boast about it for a whole year. An old cultivator in a gray robe walked to the door and suddenly stopped. He glanced back toward the auction stage, his eyes slightly reddening. He had lived for nearly 200 years, spending his entire life in Shantian City. He never imagined that one day he would witness a 4th-tier mid-grade treasure in his hometown. Lin Tian, the venue owner, urged, "Let's show off Shantian City." At the entrance, there were still many people who hadn't managed to grab tickets. They had arrived early, but the admission tickets had long been sold out. So they could only wait outside, hoping to gather some news. At that moment, when they saw people coming out from inside, a crowd surged forward, chattering excitedly. Fellow cultivator! What was auctioned inside? Hurry and tell us. Were there any 3rd-tier items? Or just 2nd-tier ones? I heard they auctioned a top-grade 3rd-tier spirit sword last time. Is there one this time too? The cultivators surrounded felt momentarily stunned, but then their expressions shifted. Here it comes. Finally, it was time for the moment they loved most. Don't be disheartened, everyone who didn't get in. Let me share what I learned. A young, loose cultivator surrounded by the crowd straightened his back and cleared his throat. His voice was 3 notes higher than usual, top-grade 3rd-tier. That's just an appetizer. Today's auction features a 4th-tier, mid-grade longevity elixir. It grants an extra 100 years of life. The head of the Wang family spent 100,000 spirit stones to buy it. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of astonishment erupted around. 4th-tier mid-grade. Are you talking nonsense? Why would I lie? I saw it with my own eyes. When the spirit fungus was brought out, the entire hall was shrouded in mist. The vitality was as thick as water. Another cultivator squeezed in and hurriedly added, "There's also a top-grade 3rd-tier spirit beast cub. A tiger. Once grown, it can reach the peak of the opening origin realm, and there's a chance it can break through to the 4th-tier transcendence realm." The Shao family spent 250,000 spirit stones to buy it. 250,000. 250,000. The Xiao family emptied their coffers and sold off properties to gather that money. In the crowd of those who hadn't gotten tickets, someone slapped their thigh in regret, stomping their feet. They grabbed the sleeve of the cultivator who had just come out, unwilling to let go, insisting he clarify every detail. The cultivator, being held on to, didn't mind the trouble. He puffed out his chest and passionately described everything that had occurred today at the auction house. He looked just like a victorious general boasting of his achievements to the citizens. The Celestial Auction House. This name will carry a different weight from today onward in Xiantian City. He would become the most mysterious force in Xiantian City and the surrounding areas. Lin Tian returned to the backstage, pushing open the secret chamber that only he could enter, the door closing silently behind him. Wang Wei and Wang Tung stood guard outside the door like two iron towers, their breaths barely audible. Specialized bodyguards were stationed outside. Not even a heavenly emperor could break through. He sat down on a cushion, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into the system space. For returned items floated quietly. He had already seen the 9-yuan condensed spirit fungus and the young dauntless magic tiger. Both were good, but he had no use for them, so he sold them. After all, with Wang Wei and Wang Tung, two experts in the Divine Sea realm, guarding the auction house, safety was assured. There was no need to rush to cultivate spirit beasts. The longevity elixir was even further from his concern, and he was only in his 20s and had no need to contemplate lifespan just yet. His gaze fell on the third item, Qingyun condensed qi technique, a 4th-tier mid-grade cultivation method. Not to mention Xiantian City, even in more prosperous cities, it would be hard to find a second copy. Cultivation methods are the foundation of cultivation. The higher the grade, the faster one absorbs spiritual energy. Likewise, the purer the spiritual power, the smoother the breakthrough in realms. Those with the same talent can easily reach the transcendence realm by practicing a 4th-tier technique, while those practicing a 3rd-tier technique may struggle their entire lives stuck in the opening origin realm. Lin Tian did not hesitate, silently thinking incorporate. As the words fell, a vast stream of information surged into his mind like a breached dam, as if a figure was rehearsing this technique deep within his soul. Every refinement of spiritual power was etched into his bones and blood. He felt his meridians expanding and his dantian trembling. Every pore of his body greedily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It may be a cliché, but this was Lin Tian's genuine feeling. It felt exhilarating. In just a few breaths, he had cultivated this 4th-tier technique to perfection. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt like a parched sponge thrown into the ocean. Spiritual energy surged in from all directions, needing no deliberate guidance. It flowed naturally into his meridians, converging in his dantian. This was the terrifying aspect of high-tier techniques. Lin Tian's gaze landed on the last item, the 4 symbols ascending spirit pill, a 4th-tier mid-grade pill that could enhance comprehension, increase talent, and improve spiritual roots. He reached out and picked up the pill, which was entirely amber in color, its surface reflecting 4 colors: green, red, gold, and blue, corresponding to the 4 symbols: azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. The fragrance of the pill was rich, but not overpowering. Just smelling it made his mind feel clear. He swallowed it in one gulp. At the moment the pill entered his abdomen, 4 warm forces erupted from his dantian. They spread through 4 different meridians throughout his body. The energy with distinctly different sensations circulated within him, akin to soaking in a hot spring. His skin began to exude subtle black impurities, the filth from deep within his spiritual roots being expelled. It was a cleansing of the sinews and marrow. These impurities likely weighed several kilograms. It felt as if his dantian was opening up a new world. The originally calm sea of spiritual energy stirred up into raging waves. The spiritual power automatically circulated, and the bottleneck of his realm was shattered layer by layer, as if made of paper. The force finally slowed, stabilizing at the late opening origin realm. Lin Tian opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. His skin was more delicate than before, with a faint glow flowing across it. The moment he clenched his fist, he could feel an unprecedented power gathering in his palm. Late opening origin realm. Coupled with the foundation of a 4th-tier top-grade technique and 4th-tier top-grade pills, his combat strength was no longer something ordinary opening origin realm cultivators could measure. This cultivation level might not seem significant in the Great Yin Dynasty, but in Xiantian City, it was practically invincible. The ancestors of the 4 great families were merely at the late opening origin realm, and the city lord Luzong was only at the peak of the opening origin realm. And how long had he been cultivating? Counting from the awakening of the system until now, it had been merely a few days. This was the power of the system. Could your hard work ever compare to what my system achieves? Kekekek. In Xiantian City, who dares to claim invincibility before me? In the unassuming tavern within Yinfeng County, over 100 kilometers from Xintian City, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. A wandering cultivator in a gray short shirt stood in the middle of the hall, passionately narrating something. Around him, more than a dozen tables of patrons were captivated, their wine cups frozen in hand and chopsticks poised midair. All eyes were glued to him, fearful of missing a single word. Do you know the grade of the last two show-stopping items? The cultivator's voice was raised high, nearly straining his throat. A third-grade Supreme Spiritual Beast Cub and a fourth-grade middle-tier Longevity Elixir. The tavern was filled with gasps of awe. Those two items are rarely seen, even in our Yinfeng County. The cultivator became increasingly excited, lifting a cup from the table and taking a swig, wiping his mouth. As for that fourth-grade item, I have lived over 40 years and have only heard of it once in the county. Once, he continued, it was at the banquet of the city lord's mansion, and it drew the attention of several prominent figures from nearby cities. The patrons in the tavern looked at the cultivator in shock, some with their mouths agape, others wide-eyed and unblinking. They could hardly believe it. Xintian City, a place even lower in status than Yinfeng County, was actually auctioning such high-grade items. Fourth-grade middle tier, Longevity Elixir, third-grade Supreme Spiritual Beast Cub. These treasures would be the most coveted items in Yinfeng County. How could they possibly appear in Xintian City? Seeing the disbelief in the crowd, the cultivator's face flushed with urgency as he slammed the table. Why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes. When the spirit mushroom was brought out, the entire auction hall was enveloped in mist. Its life force was as rich as water. The head of the Wang family paid 100,000 spirit stones for it. And that tiger, the Shao family, spent 250,000 spirit stones. 250,000, someone gasped. 250,000. The Shao family emptied their coffers, selling off assets to raise the funds. The cultivator grew more animated as he spoke, gesturing wildly, as if recounting a tale. You should have seen that scene. The heads of the four great families took turns bidding. Even the city lord himself got involved. In the end, the Shao family wagered their entire family's fate and won. The tavern fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. Some patrons grabbed the cultivator's sleeve, refusing to let go, insisting he clarify every detail. The cultivator, undeterred, puffed out his chest and continued his vivid narration of the auction. In the corner, several tables of individuals quietly stood up, leaving their money on the table as they hurriedly exited the tavern. They were spies from various factions, gathering intelligence from all corners. Taverns, tea houses, marketplaces. Wherever there was news, they would infiltrate. Today's news was monumental, too grand for them to afford even a moment's delay. Upon exiting the tavern, the group scattered in all directions, sprinting towards different parts of the county city. One spy dashed forward, crossing 3 streets. He came to a halt in front of a large vermilion door. Breathing heavily, he looked up at the plaque above the door, Tian Yuan Martial Arts Academy. The 4 characters were robust and powerful, their strokes like blades. The spy did not announce himself, but pushed the door open and quickly made his way through the front courtyard, bypassing the shadow wall, and ran to the back courtyard. In the back courtyard, the ground was paved with bluestone slabs, and in the corner stood several weapon racks. The weapons displayed showed varying degrees of wear, clearly bearing the marks of long-term use. In the center of the courtyard, a burly man in his 30s was practicing punches shirtless. Each punch sent a whipping wind that reverberated through the air. His muscles were well-defined, his body covered in numerous scars. His gaze was sharp like a blade, emanating an aura of battle-hardened ferocity. This was Immortal, the head of Tian Yuan Martial Arts Academy, a strong cultivator at the initial stage of 4th-grade transformation realm, ranking among the top 5 in all of Yinfeng County. In his early years, he had roamed the world, battling in the Beast Mountain range for 10 years. Emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he returned to Yinfeng County to establish this martial arts academy, taking on disciples and gaining a formidable reputation. The spy rushed forward, kneeling on one knee, cupping his fists, and said, "Master, news has come from Xintian City. There is great commotion." Immotion's fist paused in midair, slowly retracting as he turned to look at the spy. His expression was devoid of emotion, but his eyes were like knives, chilling the spy's back. "Speak." The spy took a deep breath and recounted the news he had overheard in the tavern. With each revelation, Immotion's brow furrowed deeper. By the time the spy finished, his brow was knitted into an intricate knot. Immotion fell into silence for a long time, incredulity flashing in his eyes. He had seen much of the world, having fought 4th-grade beasts in the Beast Mountain range and encountered true powerhouses in other cities. Yet the 4th-grade middle-tier Longevity Elixir, such a thing in the major cities he had roamed, would attract fierce competition among various factions. But Shantian City, a place even lower than Yinfeng County, actually had such high-grade auction items. Zhu Tian Auction House. Mo Tian murmured to himself, repeating the name. I've never heard of it. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, however, at the next auction. Let's go take a look. Within Yinfeng County, the most powerful family factions were the Gao family and the Sun family. Both families had occupied the county for over 100 years with deep roots and numerous experts. Even the city lord had to show them some respect. At this moment, within the Gao family residence, the conference hall was brightly lit. The family head Gao Qiming sat in the main seat, holding a cup of tea. The spy knelt below and recounted the news he had heard in the tavern. His face showed no expression, appearing calm and collected with not a hint of tremor in the hand holding the cup. Once the spy finished, he knelt there too afraid to raise his head. The conference hall was silent for a long time, long enough for beads of sweat to form on the spy's forehead. Gao Qiming finally spoke, his voice soft as if he were talking to himself. 4th grade middle tier. Shantian City. He set the teacup down and lightly tapped his fingers on the table. A place that wasn't even a county city could actually produce 4th grade middle tier treasures. This was too unreasonable. Gao Qiming fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Could it be that the owner of Zhu Tian Auction House was someone from the royal capital here to experience the world? Only this explanation made sense. Ordinary people simply could not produce treasures of that level. Even the largest commercial house in the county couldn't gather 4th grade middle tier items for sale. Whoever could produce such a deal must have great forces backing them. I will personally attend the auction in 10 days. Gao Qiming stood up, folding his hands behind his back as he walked to the window, gazing into the night outside. On the other side, at the Sun family mansion, the clan leader Sun Dong was in a similar state. At this moment, the clan leaders of the two great families in Yinfeng County had all learned of this news. He sat in his study, having just finished listening to the report from the scout. What is this? What do you mean there is an auction house in Shantian City, and that owner is somewhat generous to auction off 4th level items? Sun Dong's first reaction was that this was a script made up by someone to deceive him. Just listen to it. Does this even have a semblance of reality? 4th level mid-grade longevity elixir, 3rd level top-grade spirit beast cub. Is this something that can appear in a place like Shantian City? But the scout clearly couldn't be lying to him. He still had to rely on these things to make a living. Sun Dong's eyelids twitched, and though a storm raged within him, he maintained a calm facade. A necessary skill for every clan leader: control of facial expressions. Shantian City. He had been there once in his youth, and to him it was just a remote backwater. A place without even a transcending mortality realm cultivator. What else could it be but a remote backwater? Have you investigated the owner of that auction house? Sun Dong's voice was deep and cold. The scout shook his head. No information could be found. Only that he is a young man with 2 inscrutable bodyguards, and his origins remain a mystery. Sun Dong's pupils constricted slightly. Hiss. Indeed it is as I suspected. Sun Dong realized in his heart. This must be some big shot playing around out of boredom. And it might be someone important from the royal city. No wonder this young man could leave no trace at all. If Lin Tian knew what he was thinking, he would surely laugh to death. Of course the scout couldn't find out a Lin Tian was considered a natural talent. In short, the not-so-pleasant thing. The only thing that could be found was that he had done some menial work at the Qingyan sect. But none of this could affect Sun Dong's imagination. 10 days later, I will go to Shantian City. Sun Dong stood up, unsure if he was speaking to himself or to the scout. The decisions of the Gao and Sun families were just the beginning. As the news spread in Yinfeng County, the reactions from various forces were remarkably similar. Suspicion followed by a unanimous decision: they must see the auction 10 days later. The Qingfeng Pavilion to the north of the county city had a female owner in her 30s. She was beautiful and had a cold demeanor. Though her cultivation was not high, her means were exceptional, running an intelligence network in the county city. More importantly, it was rumored that she had connections with a big shot in the royal city. After listening to the scout's report, the corners of her mouth curled up, slightly revealing a meaningful smile. The 4th level mid-grade elixir. Her interest in this auction house owner was greater than that in the longevity elixir itself. Someone who could bring out 4th level items for sale in a place like Shantian City must either be a fool or have an incredibly powerful background. Clearly, it was not the former. Still, that saying holds true: under the nourishment of spiritual energy, unless someone is made a fool, there cannot be a genuine big shot. After hearing the news, those smaller forces could not sit still. 4th level mid-grade longevity elixir. 3rd level top-grade spirit beast cub. What exactly is that newly opened auction house in Shantian City? Who cares what it is as long as there are treasures? We must go see the auction 10 days from now. Even if we can't afford to buy anything, it's good to broaden our horizons. In taverns, tea houses, and markets, this matter was being discussed everywhere in Yinfeng County. Those low-level loose cultivators, fearing they might miss out 10 days later, had already set off. From Yinfeng County to Xiantian City, over 100 kilometers, neither too far nor too close. For these ordinary little cultivators, 10 days was still enough time. At this moment, one could already see scattered travelers on the road. Groups of 3 or 5 were heading in the same direction. The auction house of the myriad heavens. This name starting today would no longer just be significant in Xiantian City. Throughout Yinfeng County, and even the surrounding cities, its weight had changed. Inside the auction house of the myriad heavens, all was quiet. The clamor outside was blocked by thick walls separating it from the discussions about the auction items. The commotion stirred up by the cultivators from Yinfeng County had nothing to do with this quiet chamber. Lin Tian sat in the center of the quiet room on a mat, his trembling fingers betraying his inner unrest. He had not forgotten the system's reward of a mid-level lottery opportunity. Lin Tian looked at the task panel as the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, reaching a total transaction amount of 100,000 spirit stones, rewarding 1 mid-level lottery chance. Nice! Lin Tian couldn't help but shout. As the system's voice faded, a massive wheel slowly appeared in Lin Tian's mind. The wheel was entirely dark golden in color, its edges engraved with a multitude of dense runes exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The wheel was divided into dozens of sections, each marked with a name. Just by looking at these names, one could tell how extraordinary these treasures were. What primordial chaos body, imperial sword sweeping the heavens, imperial extreme, astonishing skill, 9-turn divine path, sword body origin. One name after another flashed before his eyes, each more extraordinary than the last. The primordial chaos body, a physique rarely seen in 10,000 years. Naturally attuned to the great Tao, cultivating any technique, has no bottleneck. This thing was the most frequently encountered physique in all the web novels from his previous life. No less than some divine being's miraculous trifork. The imperial sword sweeping the heavens, a sword named after an emperor. At least an imperial-grade treasure with a single swing capable of shattering mountains and rivers. The imperial extreme, astonishing skill, 9-turn divine path, sword body origin. Hee. Lin Tian licked his lips, already sweating in his palms. It wasn't that he was greedy, but the items on this wheel were simply too enticing. Primordial chaos body. Then his cultivation would be as easy as drinking water. The imperial sword sweeping the heavens. With this sword in hand, he could stride through the entire great Yin dynasty. No matter which one he drew, his strength would increase several-fold. Let's do this. He no longer hesitated. With a thought, the golden pointer at the center of the wheel began to spin. At first slowly, as if being gently pushed by an invisible hand. Then it began to spin faster and faster, until finally the pointer became a golden circle of light, making it impossible to see where it would stop. The names on the wheel also blurred, all the words merging into one like a colorful river flowing through Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian's eyes were fixed on that golden circle of light, forgetting even to breathe. The pointer spun for a long time. Long enough that Lin Tian felt he was about to suffocate when it finally began to slow down. It moved slowly across the wheel. Lin Tian's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart missing a beat. The pointer slid past the primordial chaos body origin. He felt his heartbeat quicken. Finally, the pointer stopped at a shimmering red glowing section. The radiance overflowed from the wheel, tinting Lin Tian's entire consciousness space red. The brilliance nearly blinded Lin Tian's handsome eyes. He stared intently at the words in the grid, disbelief filling his gaze. What was happening to him? Could it be that in his previous life he had been playing a card game every day, and now he was experiencing a change of fortune in this life? He saw 7 large characters clearly written on the grid. Taichu, Divine Demon, Blood Emperor. Lin Tian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen on the mat, unable to move. An Emperor-grade item. He had truly drawn an Emperor-grade item. Although it was not a chaotic body, it was a drop of blood. But this drop of blood belonged to the Taichu, Divine Demon. Taichu, that was the era before the heavens and earth were opened, before chaos was divided. That was the oldest source of this world. Older than any known era, longer than any recorded history. In that era there were no heavens or earth, no sun, moon, or stars. Only chaos, a void. A primitive state where nothing existed, yet everything was nurtured. The divine demons were primordial beings born from chaos before the heavens and earth were created. They were not cultivated, they were birthed from the chaos itself. They were among the first sentient beings in the world, the ancestors of all spirits, the source of all laws. Taichu, divine demons. Just the mention of these 4 characters sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Tian had read snippets about the divine demons in ancient texts if those accounts were as vague as descriptions of a dream. When the divine demons breathed, all things lived and died. Their power was not gained through cultivation, but was innate. Or rather, it was bestowed by chaos, the most primal force in the heavens and earth. It is said that all methods of cultivation in later generations can be traced back to the Taichu divine demons. They are the source of the Tao, the foundation of laws, and the origin of all power in this world. Lin Tian swallowed hard, his heart pounding violently, as if it would leap out of his throat. Although he did not know the exact level of existence that the Taichu divine demons represented, this name sounded even more formidable than that of an emperor. A drop of blood, even if it were an insignificant drop, contained enough power to drive an emperor-level expert to madness. This is outrageous. His lips trembled, almost breaking into a grin. His ancestors must be celebrating in their graves. No, they must be erupting like a volcano. Ha ha, all the ancestors of the Lin family hear me. Once I have the means, I will offer you spirit stones so you can taste their flavor. Lin Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, but he couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Since the moment he grinned, he hadn't been able to close it. He extended his palm, and a drop of blood slowly floated above his palm. It hovered in the air, radiating endless brilliance. The drop of blood was only the size of a fingernail, entirely crimson. It dyed the entire quiet room a deep red, even dimming the moonstone on the walls. In front of this drop of blood, it seemed that all things in the world had lost their color. That was the essence of the Taichu divine demon. To be honest, even if this thing were diluted 1,000,000,000,000 times, it would still provide greater nourishment than goji berry water. It emanated a terrifying pressure, bearing the most primal energy of the Taichu era. Lin Tian felt his knees weaken, but he gritted his teeth and stood firm. He was the master of this drop of blood, the recognized host of the system. If he couldn't withstand the pressure of this drop of blood, then it would not be a stroke of fortune, but a death warrant. Within the blood, faint images circulated. Lin Tian focused on those images, which were blurry and distant. In the images, chaos boiled and time fractured. A gigantic phantom appeared out of nowhere, its body inscribed with terrifying divine patterns. It wielded the left palm of creation, with Tao patterns evolving into myriad worlds. It carried the order of the primordial source, its aura heavy as the ancient chaos. With its right hand, it wielded destruction, the divine body swirling with the light of extinguishment. With no cultivation and no backing, he was the first to be kicked out. He was given no severance pay. No, they did toss him a ragged piece of clothing that made him look exactly like the divine demon raised its hand, sending a primal force of the Tao toward another phantom. In an instant, billions of dimensions shattered. The chaotic sea of energy erupted, creating towering black waves, reducing all existence in between to nothingness. Every collision of their bodies shattered a layer of primordial dimension. Every gaze between their divine eyes erased numerous supreme laws. This was an eternal level duel. The two divine demons stood amidst the remnants of the void, their divine bodies immortal, their foundational laws unbroken. They continued their silent battle, locked in a tug-of-war over the most primordial and supreme paths of the Tao. Lin Tian stared blankly at this scene, watching the indescribable, terrifying figure in the images. It felt as if he were watching a grand play that had already ended, separated by millions of years of time. Mountains and rivers shattered, the earth trembled, and the sky wept. The entire world trembled beneath the feet of that being. Lin Tian closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, there was a hint of reverence in his gaze. The energy within made Lin Tian feel a deep shock. Spiritual power is gentle, it can be tamed, guided, and controlled. But the power within the Taichu divine demon blood was not spiritual power. It was something Lin Tian had never encountered before, something completely unfamiliar. It existed with an air of superiority, as if it were saying, "Are you worthy? Of course I am worthy. I, Lin Tian, am the master of the system." Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. The moment the blood entered his throat, that crimson power surged like a fire dragon. It rushed down his throat into his dantian, leaving behind scorching marks along the way. He felt as if he had swallowed a burning lump of coal. His entire body was on fire, and his organs. At this moment, perhaps only an ice-cold national cellar could suppress this fiery sensation. Lin Tian still managed to stifle any sound. He desperately needed this item to enhance his talents. No matter how many resources he had, a mere mortal could never compare to the gifted prodigies. This is one of the cruelest rules of this world. Talent determines the limit. The same method of cultivation a gifted prodigy cultivates for a day, equivalent to a mortal cultivating for 10 days. This gap cannot be bridged by effort. It is a chasm inscribed in one's bones. A mortal cultivator wishing to catch up to a gifted prodigy does not require tenfold or hundredfold effort. At last, the violent energy as if spent began to circulate within him according to some mysterious pattern. Lin Tian felt his body undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Put simply, his blood was being renewed. He was now 99% human lineage and 1% Shinma lineage. Every cell rejoiced, greedily absorbing that power. His body shone a faint crimson gold light seeping from beneath his skin, illuminating him as if a deity had descended. A day later, the crimson radiance in the meditation chamber gradually faded and the violent energy fluctuations calmed. Lin Tian sat quietly on the mat, drenched in sweat. His garments clung to him, outlining a physique more balanced and powerful than before. Dried blood stained his lips, yet his eyes remained open. Those eyes shone like stars. Behind him, a vast spectral silhouette slowly materialized, towering and wrapped in crimson flame. Its gaze was like sun and moon, its breath like wind and thunder. It stood there, making the small chamber feel constricted, as if it might be rent asunder at any moment. It was an upright world-bearing outline like a chaotic demon god, the obsession of the Taichu mysteries that refused to dissipate across countless years. Lin Tian closed his eyes and felt the changes within. Tuafan realm midstage. He was stunned. Before swallowing the essence blood, he had been only in the late Kaiyuan realm. A single drop of essence blood had carried him across nearly an entire great realm, from late Kaiyuan to mid-Tuafan in one leap. And this was no flimsy step-by-step accumulation of spiritual energy. It was a fortified foundation raised directly by Shinma essence. By that measure, his mid-Tuafan might even rival the Shanhai realm. Lin Tian clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. This was no illusion, but a tangible perception. His present combat strength was certainly not inferior to the Shanhai realm. An ordinary mid-Tuafan cultivator's chi reserves were like a river. He, however, was the Pacific plus the Atlantic. No boast now he could take on 10 Shanhai opponents at once, or in a just half a cocky reader. Such was the terror of the Taichu Shinma blood. It changed not merely one's cultivation, but one's very foundation. His starting point leapt ahead by countless rungs. Moreover, Lin Tian had acquired a divine art, Gu Shin Faxiang. After all, he now bore the ancient god bloodline. It would be absurd if such a bloodline offered no blood lineart. The knowledge of this art had been burned into his mind the instant the essence blood was refined. It felt as if he had cultivated it for centuries. Gu Shin Faxiang, simply put, to impose law upon heaven and mirror the earth. When invoked, the spectral image of that Taichu Shinmo would appear behind him. The specter fused with his true self, his form swelled, and his strength soared, each blow carrying the might of god and demon. This art truly borrowed the power of the Taichu Shinma. Even a trace of that power would crush those of the same rank. Lin Tian estimated roughly that invoking Gu Shin Faxiang would multiply his combat strength at least fivefold. With that fivefold surge, he would not be shaken even by the peak of the Shanhai realm. He could even contend with a Wangzhou realm in battle. Wangzhou realm, the echelon scarcely present across the entire Yin dynasty. Yet now he had already brushed the threshold of that level. If a single drop could do this, what would a complete Taichu Shinma body produce? Lin Tian dared not imagine. After the initial joy passed, Lin Tian exhaled and leaned back on the mat. As an auction house master, there was little need for fighting. Doing so would harm his dignity. He cast aside distractions as sweat plastered his clothes to his skin. Too lazy to change, he simply sat and let spiritual energy dry his garments. Anticipation for the coming auctions swelled in his chest. The returned items had aided him greatly, each had in its own way altered his situation. He thought of the region he inhabited, Qingzhou, within the Yin dynasty. Qingzhou occupied a middle-high position. The Yin spanned hundreds of cities. Countless powers of every size crowded that vast domain. For ordinary people, leaving it was a grave undertaking that would take years at the very least. Lin Tian was silent for a moment, then the corners of his mouth lifted. Not a crooked grin, but a smile stoked by fighting spirit. The thought of unlocking such a vast map pleased him. Moreover, the Yin dynasty felt like a novice village for those fated children, perhaps even akin to some protagonist who shared his surname. Would he encounter a fated child here? He mused with relish. If there is one, I'll capture them and make them work for me. A fated child is nothing but a toy for my system. He chuckled. The Yin dynasty sounded vast, even remote, but he had his system and 100-fold return. All he needed was time. At that thought, an image of the world rose in his mind. This world was called Xianhuang realm, divided into 5 domains: east, west, south, north, and central. He stood in the south domain, a vast territory dotted with many dynasties. The Yin dynasty was but a small kingdom in a corner of the south. On the map, it was barely the size of a fingernail. The true masters of the land were the Shungdi, colossal powers that topped the 5 domains with lineages spanning millennia. Their foundations were unfathomable, and their disciples numbered in the tens of thousands. The strong were as clouds of prodigies emerged by the dozen. Within the Shungdi existed beings beyond ordinary imagination. The Lingyu realm was the true high echelon. As for the Xingzhe realm, that was the level of the Shungdi's deepest heritage. They rarely revealed themselves, and when they did, it was a matter that shook heaven and earth. The prodigies of the Shungdi were even more unattainable. They consumed the finest elixirs, practiced the supreme arts, received guidance from the greatest masters, and enjoyed unparalleled resources. Heights ordinary men could not reach in a lifetime might be achieved by them by 30. That was the gap, innate and insurmountable. Even the Dai Yin dynasty's top genius would appear merely average within the Shungdi. Or they might not be admitted at all. Across the South Domain, those who could enter the Shungdi were vanishingly few, far rarer than the Qingbei acceptance rates of his past life. In the face of the Holy Land, the great Yin dynasty is but an ant. This statement is not an exaggeration, but rather the cold and harsh truth of this realm. The powerful beings of the Holy Land can easily obliterate a mundane nation like the great Yin dynasty with a mere wave of their hand. Their cultivation has long transcended the understanding of the ordinary. Their strength is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person, much like a tiny ant that will never understand the weight of a human footfall. It only knows of the heavens collapsing and the earth sinking, yet it will never understand why the heavens fall. Lin Tian slowly stood up and walked to the window, gently pushing it open. His eyes remained bright and clear, holding a sense of determination and expectation. The date of the auction was drawing near, and this time he was determined to make the Zhutian auction house's name resound throughout, even across the entire Great Yin dynasty. Lin Tian knew well that the Zhutian auction house's reputation had already transcended the small Xintian city. Surrounding prefectural cities and even distant places must be discussing this suddenly emerging auction house. An auction house with no foundation that rose up suddenly. To casually auction a 4th-grade treasure is simply illogical, and anything that defies the rules of the world surely hides a power that cannot be underestimated. However, those entrenched powers never concern themselves with the origins of the auction house. What they truly care about is how many rare treasures Lin Tian holds. Lin Tian understood all too well that the more attention he attracted, the less he could afford to be lax. Reputation has always been a double-edged sword. If used well, the Zhutian auction house could ride this momentum to soaring heights. However, if there's a slight misstep, it's impossible. There will absolutely be no errors. With the system in hand, even if Lin Tian were 3 years old, he could manage everything smoothly. After all, he had never heard of anyone losing with an external aid. For this auction, he still planned to present 8 items. 2 items selected from the treasures returned by the system, and the remaining 6 acquired from the outside world. He had already gathered 4 items: a 2nd-grade upper-tier spirit gathering pill, a 2nd-grade middle-tier red sun blade, a 2nd-grade upper-tier millennium starflower, and a 3rd-grade lower-tier technique. All of them were good quality items among their ranks. Now he only needed 2 more. Lin Tian silently calculated in his mind, his fingertips tapping the window frame with increasing speed. These 2 items, combined with the 2 grand treasures from the system, would complete the lineup for this auction. But where could he find these 2 items? He had already had people thoroughly search the auction houses in Xintian City. All the good items available had been collected, while the rest were either of too poor quality or considered treasures by others who refused to part with them. The prefectural city did have relevant channels, but the journey back and forth was far too long, and there simply wasn't enough time. Moreover, he didn't want to place all his hopes in one location. If news of him going to the prefectural city leaked, it might attract unnecessary trouble, leading to a loss that outweighed the gain. Who knows what villains might be waiting to intercept his goods? Simon should cry, not shed tears. The hardships of the world led Lin Tian to unconsciously hum a song from his hometown. Just as Lin Tian was troubled over these 2 auction items, an unusual aura suddenly drifted in from outside the door. After undergoing the transformation from the primordial divine demon blood, Lin Tian's perception far exceeded that of ordinary people. He was particularly sensitive to even the slightest fluctuations in the world around him. That aura was like a gentle breeze, quietly slipping through the crack of the door. It brushed lightly against his skin, carrying an indescribable ancient charm. It made him inexplicably feel a sense of familiarity, as if it were an echo traversing through the ages. Distant, desolate, yet with a hint of ethereality. Hiss. 9 times rare. Lin Tian slowly turned around, his gaze landing on the tightly shut door. Sure enough, moments later the door was gently pushed open. Wang Wei walked in front of Lin Tian, slowly kneeling on one knee. "Young master, I acquired this from a shop in Qinyan City. The shopkeeper didn't seem very clever. I got it for just 1 spirit stone. Wang Wei paused before continuing. I can only sense that this object is very extraordinary, but I don't know exactly what it is. I implore young master to take a look. With that he looked earnestly, kneeling on the ground with both hands holding the object, gently presenting it to Lin Tian. Seeing Wang Wei bring over the good item, Lin Tian couldn't help but soften his attitude. Lin Tian reached out to take the object, his fingertips touching the cool fine silk. He slowly unwrapped the layers of silk, revealing a tattered ancient painting. The scroll was made of black ancient wood, smooth and cool to the touch. It had the warm texture of years of handling, like an old object that had been played with by countless hands. The entire painting looked ancient and dilapidated. Even if it were discarded by the roadside, very few would bother to take a second glance. Lin Tian slowly unfolded the ancient painting, laying it flat on the table. The painting wasn't large, about 2 feet long and 1 foot wide, depicting an ordinary landscape, distant green mountains shrouded in a faint mist with a nearby stream babbling gently. A few soft white clouds floated in the air, and above the clouds the corner of a pavilion was faintly visible. Half hidden, it resembled a celestial abode concealed within the mist, plain yet ordinary. It could only be described with 4 words: remarkably unremarkable. Yet as Lin Tian stared at the scroll for a moment, his brows gradually furrowed. He was not unfamiliar with paintings, but the feeling this painting gave him was simply too strange. On the surface it appeared calm and still, like a stagnant pond of dead water. Yet beneath that dead water there seemed to be hidden undercurrents, silently surging and roiling. He stared at the clouds in the painting for a long time, always feeling that those clouds were slowly moving, not a mere visual illusion, but genuinely shifting at an extremely slow and barely perceptible pace. As he looked at the pavilion in the mist, he suddenly felt it was within reach. Yet at other times it felt far away, unreachable, with the boundary between reality and illusion indistinguishable. He couldn't articulate why, but his intuition clearly told him. This painting is certainly no ordinary item. Why? Because the protagonist will always be helped when in need. Fortunately, he still has the system to assist him. With a thought, information about this painting slowly appeared in Lin Tian's mind. By Luo Kong Ling, visualization chart, early stage of the 3rd grade. This object is not an ordinary painting, but a visualization chart meticulously engraved by ancient cultivators using their own divine sense. Cultivators can immerse themselves in the painting's realm, honing their divine sense and tempering their soul within that fixed state. Long-term practice of visualization can make one's divine sense more resilient and substantial than that of cultivators of the same grade. Current state damaged. The realm within the painting has lost the majority of its essence, greatly diminishing its effectiveness. If it can be restored through the right method, its grade can be brought back to 5 or even higher. After reading the information, Lin Tian suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with joy. At the same time, his attitude towards Wang Wei became even more gentle. Truly, he is a capable vision maps. Such things are rare. Since ancient times, vision maps have been synonymous with rarity. They are much rarer than the corresponding cultivation techniques, pills, and artifacts. It is created by the cultivator using their divine sense as the brush and their spirit as the ink. They inscribe their understanding of the Tao and their insights into the heavenly principles onto the canvas piece by piece. Each vision map is unique and cannot be replicated. This is because every person's Tao is different and their perceptions of the heavenly principles vary. You can see the same mountain, the same river, and the same cloud on the same painting. But you can never experience the state of mind or the insights of the inscriber at that moment. It is said that someone once comprehended their own Tao within a vision map. Of course, whether this tale is true remains to be investigated. This was an unnamed wandering cultivator from ancient times. Of mediocre talent and humble beginnings, he remained obscure even after decades of cultivation. By chance he obtained a fragmented vision map. He studied it day by day and pondered over it night by night, as if enchanted. Those around him thought he had gone mad. His peers mocked him and his elders sighed in disappointment, and no one believed that a tattered painting could change anything. But 3 years later he emerged from that vision map, exuding an aura of Tao that made others hesitant to gaze upon him, overpowering all the prodigies of that age. Lin Tian took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the damaged scroll. Not bad, Wang Wei, you have done great work, you know. Wang Wei stood right before Lin Tian, hearing these words. He scratched his head shyly. Even when he speaks, he is so charming. The more top-tier the vision map, the more it can lead one to comprehend supreme, divine abilities. A low-grade, 3rd-tier vision map may not be highly ranked, but its value far exceeds that of any other item of the same tier, because it was originally a 5th-tier item before being damaged. Such items are national treasures in the entire Great Yin dynasty. Placed in Xintian City or Yinfeng County City, they are rare treasures that one might not even have heard of. After a hundredfold return, Lin Tian's breathing quickened. He dared not imagine what level of treasure it could be. Would it reveal his complete state? If so, Lin Tian would truly have struck it rich. As the auction date approached, Xintian City was already filled with cultivators. From Xuanwu Street to the long street in front of the auction house, it was crowded with people. Many appeared to have come from afar. With the reputation of the auction house spreading, the visitors were no longer just locals of Xintian City. They spoke different dialects and wore various garments. Yet all of them had the same destination. The inns in the city were already fully booked. Even the small lodges hidden deep in alleys were fully occupied. Some, unable to find a place to stay, simply laid out their bedding on the street. After all, cultivators are tough and not afraid of the cold. The tavern owners were laughing from ear to ear. The aged wine that usually went unsold was now being snapped up. The prices of meals had doubled, yet people were still lining up. The staff at the tea houses were running themselves ragged, their feet swollen by the end of the day. The merchants were raking in profits. The foot traffic was more than 5 times the usual amount, and some roughly calculated that the business done in these few days equaled that of the past half year. Some exclaimed that the auction house was not merely auctioning, it was practically giving them money. In the future, they could even form an entire industrial chain around the auction house. It is well known that where there are people, there are scalpers. Even days before the auction, people were already queuing in front of the auction house. The crowd was dense, stretching from the entrance to the streets and bending around a corner without a clear end in sight. However, despite the fierce competition, these people were very disciplined. Not because they were well-mannered, but because they were afraid. Afraid of provoking the auction house, afraid of being disqualified. What is the status of the auction house now? Offending such an auction house, would one still want to enter in the future? So everyone was behaving properly, even more so than in their ancestral halls. Now the efforts of these scalpers had finally paid off. Those at the front of the line could sell their spots for over 100 spirit stones each. Over 100 spirit stones is not a small sum for an ordinary cultivator. But for those who came from afar and were determined to obtain something, it was just a drop in the bucket. This also shows the current status of the auction house. It can now be said to be the strongest auction house in Xintian City and even the surrounding areas. Not one of the strongest, but the strongest. What does a century of heritage matter? Without good items, heritage is just empty talk. What does having connections matter? If one cannot obtain good items, connections are just for show. Now inside and outside the city, everyone is discussing the same topic. What will the third auction of the auction house present? Some say there might even be 5th-tier items at this auction. However, most people do not believe it, as such treasures are scarce throughout the Great Yin dynasty. How could they possibly appear in Xintian City? After much debate, no one could convince anyone else. But one point everyone agreed on. This auction absolutely cannot be missed. Even if one cannot afford to buy anything, they should at least go and take a look. On the second day before dawn, there were already crowds of people in front of the auction house. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the 5 golden characters of the auction house, the entire long street fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into even greater noise. The doors slowly opened and attendants dressed in matching azure robes emerged in succession. They stood in 2 rows back, straight faces solemn. Wang Wei at the forefront stood at the entrance, his gaze like lightning sweeping across the dense crowd before him as he spoke in a deep voice. Entry begins now. Oh, please proceed in an orderly manner, no loud noises, no jostling. The crowd began to move in an orderly fashion. The queue was perfectly straight with thousands of people without a single line cutter. Brother, did you also come from afar? The person behind him patted his shoulder. I came from Yinfeng County City. It took me 3 days. The young scattered cultivator did not look back, his eyes fixed on the ticket-checking entrance ahead. And you? I came from Qingzhou City, running for 5 days. That person sighed. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe walked over, flanked by 2 attendants. He had a square face and a steady demeanor, clearly a person accustomed to holding power. His robe was made of the finest spirit silk, and the jade pendant at his waist glimmered with a gentle spiritual light. The people around instinctively made way for him, not out of acquaintance, but because the aura he exuded made them hesitant to approach. Someone whispered that he seemed to be the head of the Zhao family from Qingzhou City. The Zhao family head was just one among many. There were countless family heads like him, all with the same goal. Among the crowd, there was a woman who stood out remarkably. She was tall and slender, clad in a light blue long dress with a matching cloak draped over her. Her face was covered by a thin white veil, revealing only a pair of eyes. Those eyes were as clear as autumn water, shimmering with an indescribable gentleness. Beside the woman stood a burly middle-aged man, broad-shouldered and with a stern expression. Without a doubt, he was the woman's bodyguard. Why? The combination of a high-profile woman and her bodyguard was a cliched pairing. His eyes were like two unsheathed blades emanating an aura that made it hard to look directly at him. The aura was as deep and unyielding as a mountain standing there like an insurmountable iron wall. The bodyguard was unexpectedly at the peak of the Transcendence realm. The Transcendence realm was a rarity throughout the entire Great Yin dynasty. Such a person merely a bodyguard. This was indeed the third princess of the Great Yin dynasty, Qin Ziwei. This name was well known in the Great Yin dynasty, yet few had seen her true appearance. She had lived a secluded life since childhood, rarely appearing in public. The outside world only knew that the third princess was stunningly beautiful and possessed profound cultivation, making her the most outstanding prodigy among the royal youth. But no one could accurately describe her appearance. Qin Ziwei's gaze swept through the crowd, landing on the 5 gilded characters of the auction house. The burly middle-aged man was fully alert, scanning everyone around with the keen eyes of a hawk. His hand remained on the hilt of his sword, ready to act at any moment. The line moved forward slowly, with tickets being checked one by one. Qin Ziwei stood in the middle of the line, calm and unhurried. Her gaze occasionally scanned the surrounding crowd, noticing many people flushed with excitement. She suddenly said softly, "To have so many people willingly queuing and rushing from thousands of miles away for this event. This Lin boss is no ordinary person." The burly middle-aged man said nothing, but a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. The crowd streamed in through the vermilion door, entering that legendary place. Qin Ziwei gently lifted the hem of her dress and stepped up the stairs, her steps light as the wind. Once inside, her eyes were met with a resplendent hall. The temperature was maintained at the most comfortable range, by some formation neither cold nor hot. Even the air carried a faint aroma of spiritual herbs. Looking at the decorations in the hall, a hint of surprise flashed in Qin Ziwei's eyes. The decor seemed even more luxurious than that of the auction house in the royal city. Could this be the legendary crispy on the outside, tender on the inside? At this moment, many people were already seated in the hall, a sea of black heads with the low murmur of conversation buzzing. Qin Ziwei did not linger in the hall and decisively ascended to the 3rd floor under the guidance of a servant. The VIP room on the 3rd floor of the auction house finally came into play during this auction. The prices of the previous 2 rounds at 500 spirit stones had deterred many, but this time it was different. There were a total of 12 VIP rooms on the 3rd floor, and 8 of them had already been sold. Qin Ziwei was brought to the innermost room on the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, she found the space to be much larger than she had imagined. The floor was covered with a dark red spirit pattern carpet, and several landscape paintings hung on the walls. The most striking feature was the wall directly facing the auction stage. A massive transparent crystal allowed a complete view of the auction hall below. Through the crystal, every detail of the auction stage could be seen clearly. However, those outside could only see a blur of light and shadow. On the table sat a small incense burner, palm-sized, with intricate runes carved into its greenish-white body. In the fruit plate on the table, there were 7 or 8 fruits of various shapes. Some were round like pearls, while others resembled crescent moons, exuding a sweet fragrance. Qin Ziwei reached out to pick up a small red fruit and placed it in her mouth, gently biting into it. A burst of sweet juice exploded in her mouth, transforming into a warm force that spread throughout her entire body. What? She was taken aback. Her cultivation was already at the mid-stage of the opening realm. Common spirit fruits had little effect on her, but this unknown fruit surprisingly allowed her to have a noticeable perception. This meant that the grade of these fruits was at least above 3. It was her first time seeing an auction house offering 3rd-grade spirit fruits as snacks. Qin Ziwei's gaze fell on the teapot on the table. She picked up the teapot and poured a cup. The tea water presented a pale golden color, clear and bright. She took a sip, and a cool breath rushed straight to her mind. Her thoughts became exceptionally clear. The cultivation problems that she had struggled to comprehend in the past suddenly surfaced in her mind. This tea can actually enhance comprehension. Could it be the legendary comprehension tea? Of course not. If Lin Tian knew what this princess was thinking, he would probably laugh. Lin Tian had never even tasted the comprehension tea, so how could he be foolish enough to give it to someone else? Qin Ziwei set down the teacup, taking a deep breath. A complex expression flickered in her eyes. Before coming, she thought she had a high enough estimation of the auction house. But now she realized she was mistaken. From the moment she entered, she had seen far too many luxurious items. These precious items were just displayed openly without any restraint. Such wealth. This was confidence, a confidence that showed they did not regard these things lightly. To treat guests with 3rd-grade spirit fruits indicated that Lin Tian had far more valuable items in his possession. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Just as she was pondering these thoughts, a voice came from downstairs. Clear and steady it cut through the commotion of the entire hall. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction house of all heavens. Lin Tian's voice was neither rushed nor slow, carrying a composure that belied his age. Qin Ziwei's gaze passed through the crystal window, landing on the young man standing at the auction stage. He wore a well-tailored blue robe, standing tall like a pine, his features handsome, yet with a hint of steadiness. Standing on the white jade platform, he calmly scanned the entire audience. Qin Ziwei suddenly felt a strange sensation. She also noticed that the young man's gaze lingered on her VIP room for a moment. Qin Ziwei felt puzzled. Could he possibly know my identity? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became, and she turned to look around. Could there be someone hiding in the room, spying on her? However, this princess could never have imagined that Lin Tian relied on his external advantage. The third auction is now beginning. As Lin Tian's voice fell, the commotion of the entire hall instantly quieted down. All eyes were focused on the auction stage. As the voice fell, the gazes of thousands of cultivators in the hall landed on Lin Tian. Those who had come before held a hint of admiration in their eyes. The newcomers observed everything in the hall with curious eyes. The prominent figures on the second and third floors were also watching him, their gazes filled with scrutiny. Is this the Lin master who can produce fourth-tier items? Looking at him, he seems to have no flaws apart from being handsome. Lin Tian stood calmly on the stage. The first lesson from the auctioneer: maintain the highest level of prestige. He then nodded at Wang Wei, who approached with the first tray. Lin Tian reached out to pinch a corner of the red cloth, gently lifting it to reveal a pale blue pill. The pill was small, about the size of a longan. Its surface had a faint sheen, and upon closer inspection, one could see several delicate patterns. A gentle medicinal fragrance wafted from the pill, dispersing into the air. Several cultivators in the front row instinctively twitched their noses upon smelling it, their eyes instantly brightening. The first auction item: a second-tier high-grade concentration pill. Lin Tian's voice was clear and steady. This pill can assist cultivators in calming their minds and enhancing their breakthrough when consumed at the bottleneck, making the effect even better. The starting price is 300 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid no less than 10 spirit stones. As the words left his mouth, the entire auction hall erupted in a chorus of voices. However, the prominent figures in the VIP room on the third floor remained unfazed, not even lifting their eyelids. They had little interest in this item. To them, a second-tier high-grade pill was no more valuable than a stone by the roadside. What they wanted was the grand finale item. Yet most of those present today were ordinary cultivators. For them, a second-tier high-grade pill was already a rare treasure. As Lin Tian's words fell, someone in the front row raised their bidding card. 310 spirit stones. It was a middle-aged cultivator wearing a gray short shirt. His complexion was dark with large hands that indicated he had been wandering outside for years. 330, someone immediately followed up. 350, 380, 400. The bidding in the first floor hall quickly became lively. Although the increments were small, the atmosphere was charged. The price steadily rose from 300 spirit stones to 500. However, when it reached 600 spirit stones, the hall fell silent for a moment. The bid came from a burly man with a heavy sword sitting slightly to the right in the middle section. He wore a gray short shirt, his face weathered with a shallow scar on his chin. The 600 spirit stones were nearly half a year's savings for him. Yet he did not hesitate. He had been stuck at the peak of the blood condensation realm for 3 years and had tried various methods. He had consumed numerous pills, even sought out a fortune teller to help him attract the heavenly Tao, yet he could not overcome that hurdle. This concentration pill might be his last chance. 600 spirit stones. No one raised their bid again. Lin Tian waited for a moment, sweeping his gaze across the entire hall, and after confirming there were no new bidders, he raised the wooden hammer in his hand. 600 spirit stones, first time. His voice was steady and powerful. The hall was silent. 600 spirit stones, second time. 600 spirit stones, third time. Sold. The heavy sword man clenched his fist tightly, unable to suppress the smile on his face. An old loose cultivator sitting in the back looked at his figure and sighed, saying to the person next to him, "This kid has good luck. If I had such a pill back when I was stuck at the peak of the blood condensation realm, I wouldn't have had to endure 5 more years." The person beside him also lamented, "Indeed, people in this era not only have such good pills to use. Most importantly, they can witness such a perfect and unparalleled auction at the heavenly auction house." He paused for a moment, looking at Lin Tian with admiration. And that impressively handsome Lin master. Although those around him agreed in their hearts, they felt it was somewhat. Is this person not a plant? Who would be so sycophantic? Lin master doesn't even know you. At that moment, Lin Tian, standing on the auction stage, heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. The second-tier high-grade concentration pill has been successfully auctioned with a final price of 600 spirit stones. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th-tier supreme grade pill, the Breaking Ordinary Concentration Pill. This pill can help cultivators in the transformation realm advance to the Divine Sea realm. Lin Tian's expression showed no change. After so many auctions and returns, he had long trained himself. Unless it was something particularly extraordinary, he would not smile. What he just obtained could not make him smile. It was just a 4th-tier supreme grade pill after all. Though called the Breaking Ordinary Concentration Pill, it sounded quite prestigious. However, it merely assists cultivators in the transformation realm in advancing to the Divine Sea realm. Such a thing, when offered outside, would cause the transformation realm cultivators of the entire Dian dynasty to fight over it. Yet for Lin Tian, it was merely a mediocre item. Lin Tian raised his head, looking at the lovely audience in the hall. A poised smile graced his face, showing no signs of anything unusual. The people on the first floor were still cheering and clamoring to bring out the next auction item. However, those on the second floor remained silent. They had already inquired before coming. The real good items were behind. The initial few auction items were just to warm up, prepared for ordinary cultivators and loose cultivators. There was no need for them to act at this time, nor to waste spirit stones on a second-tier pill. They had to save their strength and spirit stones for the main event later. In the third-floor VIP room, those prominent figures who had rushed in from the county city and further away had the same attitude. Not a single person paid attention to that concentration pill. Such things were like candy to them. Completely useless. At that moment, Gao Qiming, the head of the Gao family, was sitting in the right VIP room on the 3rd floor. His gaze passed through the crystal window, falling upon another VIP room. Gao Qiming had a feeling, though he could not see the scene inside. But the person sitting inside was likely Sun Dong from the Sun family. This was his intuition. The two families had been vying for decades, almost developing a bloodline perception. Sure enough, Sun Dong, the head of the Sun family, was sitting in that VIP room, his eyes fixed on the spot where Gao Qiming was. The two of them stared at each other across the space. Their families were almost at the point of feeling emotions, and Sun Dong even knew that Gao Qiming's first step was to move his left foot. The commotion in the hall gradually subsided, and everyone's gaze refocused on Lin Tian. The second auction item was about to be revealed. Those who failed to acquire the spirit concentration pill still bore a hint of regret in their eyes. But more than that, there was anticipation. After all, judging by the previous auction, there were still at least 6 or 7 more items waiting for them. Surely they couldn't leave empty-handed. They fixed their eyes on the auction stage, waiting for Wang Wei to present the next tray. The second item for auction was the Qiyang blade. Lin Tian lifted the red cloth, revealing a long blade that was entirely crimson, with faint flames swirling along the blade's surface. It was a second-tier mid-grade magic weapon capable of emitting scorching blade energy when swung, effective against evil entities. The ordinary cultivators in the first-floor hall remained enthusiastic, with bidding voices rising and falling. The price quickly escalated, soon surpassing 400 and 500, ultimately settling at 500 spirit stones. The bid came from a middle-aged loose cultivator who flushed red as he carried the blade backstage. The system's notification echoed in Lin Tian's mind. 4th-tier mid-grade de Rihorin, the blade was a brilliant red gold, and its blade energy shone like the blazing sun, capable of incinerating everything within 100 feet with a single strike. The third item was still a second-tier item, the Millennium Starflower. The spirit herb was contained within a jade box, its petals deep blue, sparkling like the night sky. A second-tier upper-grade spirit herb, a rare treasure for body cultivators. It could refine the physical body, enhancing bone strength, making it something that cultivators on the body cultivation path dream of. The starting bid was 400 spirit stones. The bidding was not fierce, but very targeted. The bidders were mostly robust body cultivators with a fierce presence. Ultimately, this spirit herb was purchased by a body cultivator from Tiger City. System notification: 4th-tier mid-grade Qingyuan body refining liquid. It was a bottle of green liquid exuding a rich aura of life. Lin Tian glanced at the description. Applying this liquid all over one's body in conjunction with specific cultivation methods could significantly enhance physical strength in a short time, and could even help achieve the legendary Qingyuan battle body. Qingyuan battle body. It was an existence not weaker than some spirit bodies. This was something good. To be honest, the most sought-after items in the auction hall were those that could enhance one's innate talent. Weapons and techniques are merely external possessions. Only one's innate talent is fundamental. However, Lin Tian did not intend to use it himself, as it was too low level. How could a mere 4th-tier item be worthy of applying over his entire body? The 4th auction item was the wind speed boots. This item was acquired by Lin Tian after obtaining the visualization chart and purchasing it from a shop in the city. A pair of light, gray short boots inscribed with intricate wind runes on the surface. A second-tier, mid-grade magic weapon wearing them makes one as light as a swallow. Speed increased by 30% compared to usual, making it an excellent choice for both pursuit and escape. Especially for certain specific professions, it was a true artifact among artifacts. The starting bid was 300 spirit stones. The competition for these boots was more intense than for the previous items. Not only ordinary cultivators, but even managers from small families joined in. Everyone desires speed. Ultimately, these boots were acquired by a young loose cultivator dressed in black with a black cloth headband for 400 spirit stones. However, that person did not seem like a legitimate professional. But surely they weren't digging up someone's ancestral grave for treasure. System notification 4th tier, mid-grade Dojuan, Xingyi rapid shoes. They were a pair of silver-white boots with star-like patterns slowly flowing on the surface. When worn, speed was increased by more than 10 times, and it came with a Dojuan Xingyi skill. Once activated, one could instantly move to any position within 100 feet. Thus, all 4 second-tier items had been auctioned off, and the previous spirit concentration pill was merely an appetizer. Realizing that the auction of second-tier items was too verbose, I helped all the fathers skip ahead. These items naturally drew the attention of the small cultivators on the first floor. Meanwhile, those big figures did not utter a word. They traveled day and night from Yinfeng County City, not for a few hundred or thousand spirit stones. What they sought were the truly weighted items in Lin Tian's possession. Boss Lin, don't let us down, many murmured in their hearts. Lin Tian stood on the stage, his expression calm, but his heart had already made up its mind. For the last 2 finale items, he decided to present the Fan Ning Dao Dan and the Qingyuan Body Refining Liquid. Fan Ning Dao Dan of 4th tier supreme grade could help cultivators in the transformation realm break into the divine sea realm. He understood that there were many transformation realm cultivators present. Most of those big figures in the VIP room on the 3rd floor who had rushed from the county city were also in the transformation realm. These individuals had been stuck at their current realm for many years, some even spending their whole lives unable to touch the threshold of the divine sea realm. A cultivator's lifespan is limited, but if they cannot break through, they will still grow old, die, and turn to dust. Yet a Fan Ning Dao Dan could wipe out that threshold. It would allow them to cross that hurdle that had troubled them for decades, or even a century within just a few days. It was a chance at extending life, a chance at changing fate. Any transformation realm cultivator would be unmoved by this pill. The Qingyuan Body Refining Liquid was even more so. 4th tier mid-grade, refining the body, enhancing physique with a minuscule chance to condense the Qingyuan battle body. Lin Tian weighed the significance of this item in his heart. Although the Qingyuan battle body was not an extraordinary constitution like a sacred body or divine body in the Dian dynasty, it was already a physique that most cultivators dared not dream of. A cultivator with a special physique is a crushing existence among those of the same rank. The disparity in physiques is an innate, insurmountable chasm. The Qingyuan Body Refining Liquid provides an ordinary cultivator a chance to bridge that gap. Even a minuscule probability is enough to drive countless people mad. What if I am that lucky one? Every cultivator, when faced with such a choice, would have this thought arise. It is this thought that drives them to risk everything. As for those items returned at the 3rd tier level, Lin Tian did not plan to sell. These treasures he intended to keep for himself. There was no need to bring them out for others. He silently calculated in his heart, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. With these 2 finale items presented, the weight of this auction had completely changed. Lin Tian, beaming, declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin our 5th auction item." At once a murmur arose from the crowd below. Someone whispered, "It won't still be a 2nd-tier item, will it? Although those items are precious to ordinary cultivators like me. But today so many big figures have come, it can't all be 2nd-tier items." The person next to him quickly nudged him, urging him to stop talking. Lin Tian reached out and grasped the corner of the red cloth, suddenly yanking it away. A dark red scroll was revealed. The scroll was entirely dark red, and the rod was polished from some unknown beast bone. Intricate runes were carved on its surface, subtly glowing with a blood-red light. The entire scroll exuded a wild aura, as if a slumbering beast was sealed within. The 5th item for auction, a low-grade, 3rd-tier martial art, Crimson Wilderness Battle Art. As soon as this item appeared, a wave of gasps erupted from the audience. All present were cultivators, their senses far sharper than ordinary people. They could feel the extraordinary nature of this martial art. Indeed, it was a 3rd-tier technique. Such a sight was rare. The cultivators in the 1st floor hall widened their eyes, some straining their necks. A third-tier martial art was a treasured possession for many families in Xintian City. Even in other cities, it would be a rare and valuable item. Lin Tian took in the reactions from the crowd and continued. The Crimson Wilderness battle art was created by a formidable being with immense combat power. The battle chi cultivated from it is incredibly fierce, powerful, and domineering, making it exceptionally rare among techniques of the same tier. Hence, the Crimson Wilderness battle art even surpasses mid-grade, third-tier combat skills in terms of combat effectiveness. Now let the auction begin. The starting bid is 1,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 10 spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, a voice immediately rang out from an elegant room on the second floor. I bid 1,000 spirit stones. It was a young man with a muscular build. He wore a tight black shirt, his muscular arms stretching the sleeves to their limits. He sat in an elegant room on the left side of the second floor, accompanied by two equally sturdy men. This man was named Dao Guan, the vice-captain of the Great Blade Mercenary Group in Luyan City. The Great Blade Mercenary Group had considerable influence in the Luyan City area. The captain sent him out to see the world, and by chance to see if he could acquire some good items. As soon as Dao Guan spoke, many people on site recognized him. Luyan City was not far from Xintian City, and the name of the Great Blade Mercenary Group was well known in that region. However, some of the cultivators present clearly did not give him much face, and someone whispered, "Can those brutes from the Great Blade Mercenary Group really master such an advanced battle art? It's a waste to give it to you guys." A few others chuckled quietly. Their voices were low, but Dao Guan's sharp ears still caught it. His expression darkened immediately, his fists clenching audibly. He recognized these people. The Little Sword Mercenary Group. For over a decade they had been at odds with them. Although they could not match the Great Blade Mercenary Group in strength, their verbal skills were formidable. Moreover, backed by a local family, they couldn't do much against the Little Sword Mercenary Group. As the bidding continued amidst the laughter of the crowd, the price climbed. 1,001, 1,002. In just a few rounds it reached 1,005. Dao Guan clenched his teeth and raised the bid again, calling out 1,006, but was quickly outbid. His face turned crimson, veins on his forehead throbbing. "Damn it, swordman." The two sturdy men beside him dared not speak, only lowering their heads to pretend they had not seen. The price eventually stopped at 15,000 spirit stones. The bidder was seated in an elegant room on the other side of the second floor, wearing a blue long robe. He was slender with a handsome face, looking entirely different in style from Dao Guan. He was the leader of the Little Sword Mercenary Group for this auction, Swordman. This time the Little Sword Mercenary Group sent him with a specific instruction: whatever the Great Blade wants, you must seize it. Swordman followed this rule, not bidding for the previous items. Only when Dao Guan made his bid did he join in. After winning the Crimson Wilderness battle art, he did not forget to cast a provocative glance at Dao Guan. The look was filled with laughter and pride. It was a blatant provocation of "I just took it, what can you do about it?" Dao Guan was infuriated, standing up suddenly. His eyes fixed on the slender young man across from him. His teeth ground together audibly, his hand already resting on the hilt at his waist. The two sturdy men beside him quickly pulled him back, one wrapping his arms around him. "Dao Guan, don't fight inside the auction house, or you will vanish." This scene amused everyone present. How should one put it? Attending an auction and witnessing such excitement made the trip worthwhile. Lin Tian stood on the stage, completely ignoring the small commotion. At the moment the gavel fell, the system's voice echoed in his mind as expected. Ding! The low-grade, third-tier martial art Crimson Wilderness battle art has been successfully auctioned. 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mid-grade 5th-tier battle skill, Ancient Battle Art. 5th-tier mid-grade. This is the first time. His consciousness swept over the information displayed on the system panel, lines of text reflected in his mind. Ancient Battle Art, a 5th-tier battle skill. This martial art does not rely on flashy techniques to succeed, nor does it take shortcuts through devious means. Rather, it is founded on the essence of battle intent, solidifying one's combat base and connecting with the battle spirit. Cultivators need to continuously refine their physical bodies and bones, honing their battle chi through repeated skirmishes. It purely enhances oneself through close combat. The more one fights, the stronger they become. The more fierce the combat, the more powerful they grow. In dire situations, they can even unleash double the strength. Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully after reading. This martial art does not follow conventional methods. This is definitely not something that can be mastered by sitting in a cave and meditating. It requires licking blood on the edge of a blade and dancing on the brink of life and death. Once mastered, the battle chi cultivated is incredibly fierce, and among peers hardly anyone can withstand it. It is simply tailored for those combat fanatics. Those individuals who feel restless without fighting for a day would find this martial art like wings on a tiger. Lin Tian contemplated. With the essence blood of the primordial divine demon as a foundation, he had no need to practice such a brute force close combat path. However, keeping the ancient battle art would be useful for future talents under his command. Those who are born to love fighting and grow stronger the more they fight, who cannot be killed no matter what. Bestowing this martial art upon them would be perfectly utilitarian. A combat fanatic trained in the ancient battle art, standing at the entrance of the auction house, would be more effective than any guard. You might not fear a gentle divine sea realm cultivator, but you would definitely fear a transcendental realm tiger. Lin Tian stored this martial art in the system space, still wearing a proper smile. His gaze swept over Dao Guan, who was still fuming on the second floor, and the self-satisfied sword man. The names of these two were quite interesting. I wonder which clever person gave them these names. Shouldn't names in a fantasy world be grand like Wuji Wushuang or Qingtsong with an aura of Dao? Why would there be a swordman? Lin Tian addressed everyone saying, "Everyone, I assure you the items coming next are truly rare in any auction house. For cultivators with weak souls, this item is a treasure beyond compare." With that, whispers filled the audience, and after a moment someone spoke up, "Boss Lin, please stop keeping us in suspense. We the inexperienced cultivators can't possibly guess what it is." The speaker was a young casual cultivator in the front row wearing a faded gray robe. His words were quite reasonable, and a few people nearby nodded in agreement. From the beginning until now, the items Lin Tian presented were increasingly extraordinary. The previous pills at least had names and known uses. However, the current item left everyone utterly spiritual soul, too profound. Not to mention the ordinary cultivators present, even the prominent figures on the second and third floors likely had little understanding of the spiritual soul. Everyone's curiosity was piqued to the point of choking. Even the aloof figures on the second and third floors were no exception. Seeing this, Lin Tian decided not to keep them in suspense any longer. He opened a wooden box and took it. Was a landscape painting with distant mountains appearing dark and close waters shrouded in mist. The painting wasn't exquisitely crafted, nor was the composition particularly intricate. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary painting, one that wouldn't even attract a second glance if it were discarded at a street stall. Ordinary cultivators in the first floor hall craned their necks to look for a long time, exchanging confused glances. What is this? Can this thing enhance the spiritual soul? A landscape painting. They couldn't fathom what it was. However, Qin Ziwei in the VIP room on the third floor suddenly brightened. As the third princess of the Great Yin dynasty, she had been exposed to things beyond the reach of ordinary individuals since childhood. Could this be a visualization diagram? While pondering this, Qin Ziwei subconsciously elevated her opinion of this auction house. A visualization diagram. That was something inscribed by ancient cultivators with their divine sense. Each one was unique, carrying the engraver's understanding of the Tao. Qin Ziwei's gaze shifted from the painting to Lin Tian's face. The young man stood calmly on the stage, a faint smile playing on his lips. The next moment, Lin Tian's voice confirmed her conjecture. The sixth auction item, the Bai Luo Kong Ling visualization diagram. Lin Tian raised the painting slightly, allowing the light from the moonstone to illuminate it perfectly. Currently ranked as a low-grade third tier. However, this is merely its damaged state and can be restored. After restoration, its rank can reach as high as fifth tier. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the audience as he took in the astonished expressions on everyone's faces. The effect, calming the mind and nurturing the spiritual soul. Cultivators who focus on observing can enter the painting's realm and refine their divine sense and soul within that tranquility. Long-term visualization can make one's divine sense more resilient and solid compared to fellow cultivators of the same tier. The starting bid is 5,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100 spirit stones. Now let the bidding begin. As his voice fell, a chorus of eager shouts erupted in the hall. A visualization diagram. Most people had never seen one firsthand, but they had all heard of them. The creators of such items were either unparalleled powers or supreme talents. Ordinary people couldn't even comprehend, let alone create one. The value of a visualization diagram was arguably among the rarest at the same tier. Those who had just been murmuring about it being merely a painting now stood with their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. The hall was immediately filled with urgent bidding calls. I bid 6,000. A plump merchant on the first floor raised his paddle, his voice sharp and high-pitched, like someone had stepped on his tail. 7,000. A deep voice emerged from a private room on the second floor, its owner indiscernible, but the imposing aura made others feel uneasy. 8,000. The price soared rapidly, much faster than before. Unlike the bidding for the previous second-tier items, the bidders this time were not just ordinary cultivators from the start. The prominent figures on the second and third floors who had been sitting back could no longer remain idle. A visualization diagram like this, if missed now, might never be encountered again in their lifetime. 9,000. 10,000. The price quickly exceeded 10,000, rendering the ordinary cultivators below utterly dumbfounded. 10,000 spirit stones could sustain them for several years, yet here, it was merely a few rounds of bidding. But the bidding didn't cease. 13,000. 15,000. When the price reached 15,000 spirit stones, a soft voice emerged from a private room on the third floor. 30,000. The voice carried an indescribable allure, like a feather gently brushing against one's heart, igniting a tingling sensation. Just from hearing this voice, one could imagine how enchanting its owner must be. The master of the Qingfeng Pavilion operated an information business in Yanfeng County. The master was a woman in her early 30s, possessing a beautiful appearance, charming demeanor, and a voice that was equally alluring. Her reputation in the county was significant not because of her high cultivation level, but because she held the most reliable information network in the entire county. 30,000 spirit stones. As soon as this figure was announced, the previously fierce bidding voices one by one fell silent. How could those small cultivators with a total of only 2,000 play against this? Lin Tian waited a moment. Seeing no one else bidding, he raised his wooden hammer. 30,000 spirit stones. First time. Second time. Third time. Sold. The sound of the hammer falling echoed in the hall, and in Lin Tian's mind the system's notification chimed. Ding! The low-grade third tier by Luo Kong Ling visualization diagram has been successfully auctioned, and the 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the upper-grade 5th tier Kunlun Mountain Sea True Path diagram. Upper-grade 5th tier. A new record. The generous return this time likely stemmed from the inherent potential of this item being 5th tier. It was merely damaged, yet it still contained a Tao essence far beyond that of a 3rd tier item. His consciousness sank into the system space where the Kunlun Mountain Sea True Path diagram floated quietly. Lin Tian's gaze swept across the description on the system panel. Kunlun Mountain Sea True Path diagram, upper grade 5th tier. Cultivators focusing on observation can comprehend the true meaning of mountains and seas, connecting with the myriad spirits of mountains and seas. If one could fully comprehend the painting's realm, they could be imbued with the power of mountains and seas, carrying the weight of mountains and the grandeur of oceans in every gesture. Awesome. Lin Tian silently praised the system in his heart, and next the main event was about to be. As they watched the vision being taken away, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Although there was a hint of regret in their hearts, it was quickly filled with excitement. Next, there are the final 2 auction items. They had heard that the last 2 items of the previous auction were of much higher quality than the earlier ones. Last time they managed to auction off 4th tier items, so it was likely that there would be 4th tier items this time as well. Upon thinking of this, someone couldn't help but feel a shock. Those were 4th tier items. Previously, they as cultivators from small cities couldn't even dream of seeing such items, let alone here, but now they might actually get to see those extraordinary treasures. The atmosphere in the hall had clearly changed. No one spoke, all eyes were fixated on Lin Tian on the stage. Standing on the stage, Lin Tian didn't want to keep the crowd in suspense any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, the next 2 items can truly be described as heaven-defying treasures. His voice was not loud, yet every word was clearly heard by everyone present. To say they can defy destiny would not be an exaggeration. He paused, casting his gaze over the entire crowd. The ordinary cultivators in the first-floor hall even held their breath, eyes unblinking as they stared at Lin Tian. The phrase defying destiny carried a different weight when spoken by Lin Tian. He hadn't used such terms for the previous items. Now that he had used it, it indicated that what was to come next would drive everyone wild compared to everything he had auctioned before. I won't say much more. Next we will auction the 7th item. Lin Tian turned to the side and took a jade box from Wang Wei. The jade box was small, entirely blue and white, tightly closed, yet even from a distance. The cultivators in the front row could sense a faint life aura emanating from the box. Lin Tian placed the jade box on the auction table, gently hooking his fingers around the edge of the lid, slowly lifting it. A rich life aura surged forth from the jade box. It spread out like an invisible wind, radiating from the center of the auction table. The few cultivators in the front row perked up upon smelling that aura. An elderly man with gray hair even unconsciously took a deep breath. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out slightly, and a glimmer of light sparked in his murky eyes. This. The old cultivator's face was filled with disbelief. Just a whiff made him feel as if he were floating. Inside the jade box was half a vial of greenish-blue liquid. A faint glow floated on the surface, slowly undulating. The entire box of liquid seemed to breathe, rising and falling with some ancient rhythm. The seventh auction item, Qingyuan Body Refining Liquid. Lin Tian lifted the jade box higher. The liquid became even more transparent under the light. A blue glow spilled out from the box. A faint light membrane formed between Lin Tian's palm and the jade box. A fourth-tier mid-grade divine medicine, it can greatly enhance physical strength and improve the cultivator's constitution. Moreover, most importantly, using it has a chance of condensing the Qingyuan Battle Body. The Qingyuan Battle Body is also a type of special physique, which may be slightly inferior in cultivation speed. But Lin Tian switched his tone. Its combat power is not inferior to that of a spiritual body. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into a dead silence. It wasn't the previous kind of oppressive silence, it was a stunned silence. The words fourth-tier mid-grade hit everyone's chest like a hammer. And it could even condense the battle body. The Qingyuan battle body, whose combat power is on par with a spiritual body. What is a spiritual body? A spiritual body is a constitution nurtured by nature, a gift from the heavens. Those with spiritual bodies can almost crush cultivators of the same realm under equal conditions. In the entire Dian dynasty, the spiritual body talents could be counted on one hand, each a descendant of the top powers. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to lift their heads in front of them. And the Qingyuan Body Refining Liquid offers ordinary people a chance to become comparable to those with spiritual bodies. Even if it's just a chance, it's enough to drive countless cultivators crazy. Because that is the only path that an ordinary person might take in their lifetime. Finally, someone broke the atmosphere. Look! A young cultivator suddenly slapped his thigh, his voice loud enough for the entire hall to hear. I told you there would be fourth-tier items. You didn't believe me. If it weren't for me, would you ever see this world? The speaker was a disciple from a small sect sitting next to several young people of similar age. They all gaped, their eyes wide as saucers. After hearing him shout, several of them turned their heads to looking at him. They instantly felt he was a deity. There really are fourth-tier items, huh? The crowd in the hall also instantly reacted. Fourth-tier mid-grade. And it can condense the battle body. A middle-aged rogue cultivator in the front row suddenly stood up. His chair clattered to the ground, but he was oblivious, staring intently at the jade box in Lin Tian's hands. Qingyuan battle body. Did I hear that right? It can condense the battle body. Isn't that something only the heirs of great powers are entitled to? If this item were taken to the royal city for auction, wouldn't those great families fight over it? Those ordinary cultivators were all so excited their faces turned red. They knew they couldn't afford fourth-tier, mid-grade items. But that didn't stop their excitement. After all, they were witnesses to the auction of a fourth-tier item. In the VIP room on the third floor, Gao Kaiming's teacup had been hovering at his lips for a long time. Ha ha ha. He could no longer contain himself and burst out laughing. This trip was worth it, absolutely worth it. He hadn't expected that Lin Tian would prepare such a huge surprise for him. How could he feel embarrassed to accept this? At this moment, Gao Kaiming had already regarded this item as his own possession. Although he didn't know how many big shots were present, he was confident. Sun Dong's reaction was quite different from Gao Kaiming's. He frowned, looking out the window towards the other VIP. Why did he have a feeling of ominous premonition? It seemed as if some big shot from the royal city was here. Sun Dong was startled by this thought. He felt that he might not be able to bid on any item today. Lin Tian stood on the stage watching the crowd's excitement, a slight smile playing on his lips. To be fair, the emotional value brought by the rogue cultivators was truly substantial. He must arrange more seats for them in the future. After waiting for a few breaths, Lin Tian finally raised his hand to signal for silence. Qingyuan Body Refining Liquid, 4th tier, mid-grade. Starting bid, 10,000 spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Now let the bidding begin. This time the ordinary cultivators tacitly remained silent. They were well aware that such a level of item was not prepared for them. A 4th grade mid-quality divine object, even if they sold themselves, they could not gather a fraction of its worth. If Lin Tian knew their thoughts, he would probably find it amusing. What is the most important thing when participating in an auction? Participation. This batch of bidders was far less lively than the previous ones. Everyone raised their heads, their gazes fixed on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Now comes the real highlight. In the elegant room on the 2nd floor, Wang Yuan, the head of the Wang family, stared intently at the jade box in Lin Tian's hand. At this moment, the only thought in the mind of the head of the 4 great families of Xintian City was to secure this item at all costs. 2 blazing flames burned deep within his pupils. The Qingyuan refining body liquid could condense a battle body. These 2 sentences echoed repeatedly in his mind, making him restless. The Wang family had occupied Xintian City for 100 years, being the foremost among the four great families with vast resources and deep heritage. However, when it came to talents, there was not a single standout in the Wang family. The most accomplished among them had only reached the opening realm, while achieving the transcendence realm or the divine sea was utterly impossible. Wang Yuan's fingers creaked under the table as he clenched them. If he could obtain this bottle of refining liquid and have his descendants use it, even if just one person could condense the Qingyuan battle body, then the Wang family would no longer have to remain cooped up in this small Xintian city. What was Xintian City? With a spirit-level genius, the Wang family could even venture into the royal capital in the future, securing a piece of territory on the power map of the great Yin dynasty. Wang Yuan no longer hesitated. He abruptly raised his bidding paddle, his voice steady and powerful. 11,000 spirit stones. Before Wang Yuan's words could fade, someone on the other side of the second floor chimed in. 20,000. It was Zhao Tianqua. The Zhao family also needed this bottle of refining liquid. Immediately after, voices of bidding arose from other rooms. In an elegant room on the left side of the second floor, someone shouted 30,000, and the price surged upwards like a wild horse, unstoppable. In less than a cup of tea's time, the bidding had already surpassed 30,000 spirit stones. But this was just the beginning. In the VIP room on the third floor, Mo Tian straightened his posture. The head of the Tianyuan Martial Hall had not placed a bid since the start. At this moment, unparalleled ambition flickered in his eyes. Obtaining this Qingyuan refining body liquid would enhance his combat power by at least 50%. Moreover, if luck was on his side, what if he could condense the Qingyuan battle body? Mo Tian dared not think further. With a battle body, he could even take a step further and enter the Divine Sea realm. The Divine Sea realm, that was a level capable of establishing a sect in the royal capital of the great Yin dynasty. Mo Tian no longer hesitated and decisively raised his paddle, his voice deep and powerful. 50,000 spirit stones. 50,000, nearly doubling the previous bid. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. All gazes shifted from the second floor to the third floor. However, before Mo Tian's 50,000 spirit stones could settle, someone on the opposite side responded. 70,000. Gao Kaiming's voice was calm and unhurried, carrying a hint of composure. He had come today specifically for the last two items. He would not allow this Qingyuan refining body liquid to go to anyone else. 80,000. Sun Dong's voice followed closely, as if he had been prepared. The head of the Sun family, like Gao Qiming, was among the elite of the county city. The cultivation levels of their ancestors were not far apart, and their family fortunes were also quite similar. What the Gao family wanted, the Sun family also desired. The two families had been at odds for decades, neither willing to back down. Today they clashed again in this auction house. 80,000 spirit stones was no small amount, but it was far from the end. Other great families from different cities would also intervene. The price soared from 80,000 to 100,000, then from 100,000 to 150,000. By this point, the number of bidders had dwindled. Initially, there were 7 or 8 families, then it became 4 or 5, and eventually only Gao Qiming and Sun Dong remained. They each raised their bids by 10,000, neither willing to concede. Ultimately, the bidding stopped at 300,000 spirit stones. It was Sun Dong who called out this price. His voice remained steady. 300,000 spirit stones. But this was already his psychological limit. He couldn't go higher. Although the Qingyuan refining body liquid was precious, it was merely a matter of probability. There was a chance to condense a battle body, but there was also a chance to produce nothing at all. What if that probability was just 0? 1. That would be absurd. The auction house fell silent. No one made another bid. Lin Tian stood on stage, glancing over the crowd. No one spoke, no one raised a paddle. He waited for a moment, confirming that there were no new bidders before slowly raising the wooden hammer in his hand. 300,000 spirit stones, first call. 300,000 spirit stones, second call. 350,000. A voice came from another VIP room on the third floor. It was Mo Tian. Everyone turned their gazes towards the source of the voice and could only see a large figure sitting behind the crystal window. Mo Tian's face was resolute, his eyes devoid of hesitation. 350,000 spirit stones. This was nearly all the savings of the Tianyuan Martial Hall. Mo Tian was well aware that this was no small sum. The wealth accumulated by the Tianyuan Martial Hall over the years would surely be severely depleted after this purchase. But he needed this item too much, although it was just a probability. It was a probability that could condense a battle body. Even the worst battle body was still a special physique. Its combat power would be enough to crush those ordinary cultivators. To others it might not seem worth it. But to him it was valuable. Too valuable. Mo Tian was someone who had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, venturing out at a young age. He had fought against fourth-grade beasts in the Beast Mountain and had seen true power in the southern cities. He had achieved his current cultivation and status not through luck, but through struggle and competition, through risking his life. The path of cultivation is a quest for opportunities and seizing fate. He would not give up any opportunity for advancement, no matter how small the chance. He would fight. 350,000 spirit stones. Tian's voice rang out again, as if confirming. It was also like declaring to everyone. This item he was determined to secure. Sun Dong sat in his elegant room silent for a long time. Forget it, I will contest the next item. This time let's give Tian some face. Lin Tian stood on stage, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. No one made another bid. He raised the wooden hammer, his voice clear and steady, echoing throughout the hall. 350,000 spirit stones, first call. Second call. Third call sold. The hammer fell, and the crisp sound of the strike resonated in the hall. Tian clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. There was no smile on his face, but his eyes burned with two blazing fires. He had gambled. If he won, he would soar high. If he lost, he would start over. He had no regrets. The second-to-last auction item was claimed by Tian, and the atmosphere in the venue had reached its peak. The figure of 350,000 spirit stones still buzzed in people's minds. But everyone's attention had shifted to the stage. Each person looked at Lin Tian with immense excitement, their eyes filled with an uncontrollable fervor. The grand finale item. They knew that the highlight of this auction was about to be unveiled. The earlier Qingyuan body refining liquid had already been stunning. What would the finale hold? What level of item could possibly surpass the Qingyuan body refining liquid? Lin Tian stood on the stage, his smile slightly reining in as his expression turned serious. Everyone, the next item is the grand finale of this auction. This item is a supreme treasure that can truly alter the course of destiny. This is something that could determine the prosperity of a faction for the next 100 years. Without further ado, Lin Tian placed the tray on the auction table and reached to grasp a corner of the red silk cloth covering it. With a sudden flick, he lifted the red silk cloth, letting it fall gracefully. All eyes were focused on the tray. That was a pill. At first glance, what caught everyone's attention was not the pill itself, but the faint mist surrounding it. The mist gathered around the pill, resembling a small cloud. The pill was suspended in midair, not touching the tray. The mist slowly surged, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing as if it were breathing. The color of the pill was a blend between blue and white. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, capable of reflecting a person's shadow. But what truly captivated the eyes was the pattern on the pill. Someone gasped. 9 patterns. They extended uniformly from the top to the bottom of the pill, evenly distributed across its surface. Each line was as thin as a hair, yet clearly visible, as if someone had meticulously etched them in with a carving knife. The higher the quality of the pill, the more patterns it bore. This is the most basic knowledge in the alchemy world. 9 patterns denote the highest quality of a pill. Compared to other pills without patterns, the efficacy of a 9-pattern pill is truly extraordinary. The effectiveness of a 9-pattern pill exceeds that of ordinary patternless pills by at least 5 times. 1 pill is stronger than 5. The hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into uncontrollable gasps. Although they did not know what this item was, it was right to cheer. The grand finale item was absolutely beyond their reach. Lin Tian ignored the commotion below and reached for the pill from the tray. This grand finale item is a 4th-tier premium pill, breaking ordinary condensation pill. Lin Tian's voice was clear and steady, each word resonating in the ears of everyone present. Effect can assist peak, transforming ordinary realm cultivators in ascending to the divine sea realm, guaranteed to break through. His voice was not loud, but every word struck like a heavy hammer upon everyone's heart. At the same time, it can also help transforming ordinary realm cultivators increase their cultivation and solidify their foundation. Guaranteed breakthrough. The moment those 4 words fell, the entire venue fell into silence. Everyone present looked at the pill with extreme astonishment. Was he so certain? This was not a probability event like the Qingyuan body refining liquid. This was a certainty. Give me a peak, transforming ordinary realm cultivator, and I'll return you a master of the divine sea realm. It was a done deal. There was no need to gamble on luck or look at the heavens. The silence in the hall lasted for a long time. This time no one took the lead to break it. Everyone was stunned, rendered speechless. Ordinary cultivators looked up with their mouths agape, staring unblinkingly at the pill in Lin Tian's hand. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, Gao Qiming set down his teacup. He leaned forward, his gaze piercing through the crystal window, landing on the pill held by Lin Tian. His eyes were filled with madness. Such an item had not appeared in Yanfeng County for decades. No, it had never appeared at all. Whoever claims this item will become the first master of the Divine Sea Realm in Yanfeng County, leading countless factions there might comparable to a local lord. Qin Ziwei sat in the innermost VIP room. But at this moment the third princess of the Great Yin was completely stunned. Before coming here she thought she was fully prepared. Qin Ziwei believed she had enough mental expectations regarding these matters. But when she saw the pill with her own eyes, she realized how unfathomable this auction was. What kind of deep-rooted power could so casually present a pill that could certainly assist someone in entering the Divine Sea? This was a fourth-tier premium pill. Such an item is already a strategic-level resource. One pill could determine the rise and fall of a faction within the Great Yin dynasty. A family possessing it could gain an additional master of the Divine Sea Realm out of thin air. Likewise, they could become a top-tier force within the Great Yin dynasty. Masters of the Divine Sea Realm are the pinnacle existence in the Great Yin dynasty. Even among the strongest royal ancestors, it is rumored that they barely reach the peak of the Divine Sea Realm. Counting on fingers, there are only a dozen or so in the entire world. Each master of the Divine Sea Realm is a local lord, a stabilizing force for the nation's fortunes, and all major factions vie to win them over. And this pill could create a master of the Divine Sea Realm out of thin air. There was no need to gamble on luck. This was an event with no chance of failure. Qin Ziwei's eyes lit up with excitement as she turned to the burly middle-aged man beside her. Her voice was low but filled with urgency that anyone could detect. Uncle Yi, if we buy this pill you can break through to the Divine Sea Realm. Yi Zhanshan, full name Yi Zhanshan, is a royal servant. Having watched Qin Ziwei grow up, he is one of the most trusted individuals in the royal family. His cultivation is at the peak of the transforming ordinary realm, having been stuck at this level for over 10 years. His combat power is rarely challenged among those in the transforming ordinary realm, yet he cannot overcome that barrier. The threshold into the Divine Sea Realm feels like an invisible wall. He has tried every method, but failed even after closing himself off in seclusion. Sometimes he even felt that he might remain stuck here for life, never touching the edge of the Divine Sea Realm. But with this breaking ordinary condensation pill, he could cross that threshold that had troubled him for 20 years in just a few days. Upon hearing this, Yi Zanshan's eyes flashed with a hint of gratitude. He knew that Qin Ziwei genuinely cared for him, that she was not just saying it for show. After 20 years of companionship and protection, this child had grown from a small child into the third princess of the Great Yin dynasty, always remembering his kindness. Uncle Yi was pleased that she remembered him, but he did not have the courage to use an item of this level. Yi Zanshan's gaze fell upon the pill on the stage, filled with longing and fervor. He wanted it desperately, but he could not possess it. Such an item was not something a mere servant could decide to use. It had to be determined by the current King Qin after careful consideration. This strategic resource can influence the fate of the Dian dynasty for decades to come. There are many elders in the royal family who are stuck at the peak of the transformation realm. Some of them are even over 200 years old, their lifespans nearing their end and their final moments approaching. They have waited a lifetime, bled for the Dian dynasty just for a chance to break through. Who receives this pill is not something he alone as a servant can decide. There are others more suitable than him in both reason and sentiment. Moreover, the most important thing is, the spirit stones are not his own. A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Zanshan's face as he spoke to Qin Ziwei, his voice deep and gentle. Miss, let's secure the item first and discuss it back in the royal capital. Qin Ziwei was taken aback, then quickly understood his meaning. She wasn't unaware of this principle. She had just momentarily lost track of the bigger picture in her excitement. Uncle Yi is right, let's secure the item first. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions with Qin Ziwei's eyes became resolute. She knew that what lay ahead were competitors from all directions. However, she was not afraid. In terms of financial power, the Dian royal family had never feared anyone. In the hall, Lin Tian stood on the stage. The breaking through the ordinary condensing Dao pill, a top-tier fourth-grade item. His voice seemed to possess a magic that could elevate everyone's interest to the highest point. Starting bid, 10,000 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. The bidding starts now. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone on the second floor shouted out, 11,000 spirit stones. The small cultivators on the first floor were completely ignored as the power of speech was entirely monopolized by the big shots. Immediately another voice came from the right side of the second floor, carrying an undeniable momentum. My family will bid 12,000 spirit stones. This number seemed astronomical to ordinary people, but here it was merely one round of bidding. As soon as the words left their mouth, a frivolous voice rang out from the left side of the second floor. The voice was not loud, but it carried an uncomfortable arrogance. What kind of riffraff dares to come and embarrass themselves? Is it appropriate to raise the bid on such a treasure by just 1,000? I bid 20,000 spirits. Hearing this, some frowned, cursing under their breath. Damn, I thought you were going to bid 100,000. Oh, what a show-off. Can't this pretentious fool with a bit of money just vanish? Many in attendance recognized that voice. It belonged to Zhou Tianxi, the son of the city lord of Yinyu City. Yinyu City is a large city in the southeastern part of the Dian dynasty, even larger than Xiantian City. The city lord Zhou Wanshan is a transformation realm cultivator with significant influence in the southeastern region of the Dian dynasty. Zhou Tianxi was the long-awaited son of Zhou Wanshan. Spoiled since childhood, he was arrogant and imperious, looking down on others. However, he was not an idiot who could not discern situations because arrogance was selective. From within his near-exhausted body, a mysterious surge of strength suddenly welled up. System, what abilities do you have? He asked urgently, in his heart, his voice hoarse and dry, carrying a faint. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying an aura that commanded respect without anger. 50,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Tianxi's arrogance was instantly extinguished. He concealed his previously carefree demeanor, replacing it with a respectful expression. He cupped his hands in the direction of the third floor, his tone turning polite. Uncle Gao, what a magnificent spirit. Truly worthy of being one of the most powerful forces in Yinfeng County. I estimate that the Gao family under your leadership will soon penetrate the royal city, perhaps even becoming the 5th family of our Dian royal city. He wore a smile, but his eyes flickered, making it hard to discern his true thoughts. As a younger generation, I won't compete with you here. In response to this flattery, Gao Qiming merely nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly. You are too polite, my dear nephew. But since it is so, I will accept it. However, when he turned around, the corner of his mouth curled slightly, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. This second-generation heir was flaunting his father's power recklessly. When faced with a tough opponent, he shrank back faster than anyone else. How could he dare to challenge Gao Qiming? The crowd also secretly cursed this cowardly bully. Some even whispered, this guy will never have children. Nearby, someone couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering their mouth, fearing they would be overheard. The auction price continued to rise step by step, reaching 150,000. At this point, the number of bidders had dwindled significantly. Initially, there were 7 or 8 families competing, now only 3 remained. The Gao family, the Sun family, and a mysterious force from an unknown origin. The voice of the mysterious force came from the innermost VIP room on the 3rd floor. It could only be discerned that it was a woman. Each time she raised the bid, it was done so blandly, as if she didn't regard money at all. When the price surpassed 300,000, the entire venue fell silent. The ordinary cultivators were completely stunned. 300,000 spirit stones were something they wouldn't even dare to imagine. A young, loose cultivator sitting in the back row had his mouth agape, nearly drooling. If he were to receive that 300,000, he would go to the county city's restaurant the next day and order 10 of everything he desired. 35,000. 38,000. 40,000. This number fell like a mountain from the sky, crashing down on everyone's hearts. At this moment, only 3 families remained in contention. The Gao family, the Sun family, and that unknown figure from the mysterious VIP room. In the Sun family's private room, the patriarch Sun Dong had an expression as dark as the sky before a storm. He stood by the crystal window, hands pressed against the window sill. His knuckles turned white as his gaze fixed intently on the innermost VIP room on the 3rd floor. The light reflecting from the crystal window of that VIP room made it impossible to see who was sitting inside. However, Sun Dong could sense that the person inside must have a significant background. Every time that person raised the bid, it was by several tens of thousands of spirit stones without hesitation. It was as if they had endless spirit stones. Could it be a financial elder from some super sect? Sun Dong's brows furrowed tighter, his fingers lightly tapping the window sill twice before stopping. He began to calculate in his mind. He had been hearing Gao Qiming's voice for over 20 years and could recognize it even with his eyes closed. He was clear about the Gao family's financial power and their limits. 40,000 was about their maximum. But the other voice, he had no idea who it was. It wasn't someone from Yinfeng County, nor a familiar face from any nearby city. That voice was soft, carrying a subtle southern accent. The south. To the south of the Dian dynasty, that was the direction of the royal capital. Sun Dong's eyelids twitched. The royal capital. Could it be true? Sun Dong muttered quietly. It can't be so unfortunate. How could the forces from the royal capital come to a small place like Xiantian City? Shouldn't they be spending lavishly in the grand auction house? Sun Dong was puzzled, but the desire in his eyes did not fade. He wanted that pill too. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if someone from the royal capital came, they shouldn't think they could easily take it away from him. Gao Qiming's thoughts were similar to Sun Dong's. He stood in front of the crystal window, gently tapping his fingers on the windowsill. Anyone bold enough to make such a bid must have a spirit stone reserve exceeding 1 million. Ordinary people could never come up with such an amount. Even for a top-tier force like the Gao family in this county, reaching 400,000 was already close to their limit. But this item he had to fight for. Gao Qiming took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and mentally reviewed the Gao family's accounts. It couldn't be delayed any longer. If it dragged on, it would no longer be about spirit stones, but about momentum and determination. In the next moment, as if he understood something, he suddenly opened his eyes. 450,000 spirit stones. The auction hall erupted instantly. Those ordinary cultivators jumped up from their seats one by one. A disciple from a small sect blushed with excitement and shouted at the top of his lungs, "What's so good about this thing? Big shots bid for me, I'll go with you for just 100,000 spirit stones." Someone next to him pushed him, urging him not to embarrass himself. "I only need 50,000. The entire hall buzzed like a hornet's nest that had been poked. But the bidding had not stopped. Gao Qiming's eyes were fixed on the VIP room on the 3rd floor. As long as that person raised the bid, he could tell whether the other party had reached their limit. If that person began to raise the bid by 10 or 20,000 hesitantly, it would mean that they too were at their wits' end, and he could still hold out. In the Sun family's private room, Sun Dong gritted his teeth, the muscles in his cheeks bulging. He was about to follow suit, filled with a desperate courage. 50,000. After saying that, he looked up, his gaze passing through the crystal window, firmly focused on that VIP room. 50,000 was all he had. He stared at the VIP room, at the crystal window that obscured the figures inside, waiting for a response. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. He hoped the other party would raise the bid, yet feared it at the same time. He wanted to see how long that person could hold out. He feared their bid increase, because he wasn't sure if he could keep up. In the next moment, that soft female voice resounded once more. "I bid 60,000. The voice was not loud, as if stating the most ordinary of matters. 60,000. Yet coming from her lips, it felt as easy as mentioning 6 spirit stones. With her words, the auction hall fell completely silent. Everyone could see that for that woman, 60,000 was nothing at all. Her psychological bottom line was far beyond that amount. This confirmed Gao Qiming's previous speculation. This person's spirit stone reserve was certainly above 1 million. Gao Qiming felt as though he had been drained, collapsing heavily into his chair. The chair creaked under the weight, but he paid it no mind. Leaning back against the chair, he tilted his head back and let out a low, deep sigh. For the first time, this master of the Gao family, who had held sway in the county for decades, experienced what true despair felt like. As the saying goes, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. He had wielded power in the county, but viewed against the entirety of the Da Yin, he was merely of modest strength. No more contention, no more bidding. He had aged and could no longer compete. He still hadn't figured out the origin of that person. Such a figure was definitely not someone from a small family, and absolutely not someone he could provoke. Gao Qiming's lips twitched slightly, revealing a bitter smile. Someone who could casually take out 60,000 spirit stones probably had guards who could slap him to death with one hand. For such a person, not only was it unwise to contend, but even approaching them required caution. He slowly closed his eyes, no longer gazing at that pill. Sun Dong's reaction was hardly better than Gao Qiming's. These 2 Brahmins from Yinfeng County were now experiencing what true wealth and power looked like. Lin Tian stood on the stage, surveying the entire hall. The hall was silent as a grave, and no one on the 2nd or 3rd floors dared to make a sound. The families and forces that had been fiercely bidding moments ago fell silent one by one. Even the debauched Zhou Tianzi had obediently closed his mouth. Such a person was absolutely not someone he could provoke. 60,000 spirit stones were an amount that no force present could gather without risking bankruptcy. Lin Tian waited for a long time. Someone in the audience began to whisper, quietly wondering if anyone would raise the bid. 60,000 spirit stones, first call. He raised the wooden hammer, his voice echoing in the quiet hall. No one responded. 60,000 spirit stones, second call. Still no response. 60,000 spirit stones, third call. Sold. The sound of the hammer falling was crisp and short, marking the birth of a new powerhouse in the divine sea within the Da Yin dynasty. The hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a cacophony, like a mountain crashing down into the sea. An elderly rogue cultivator with graying hair wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, murmuring to himself, "What a life without regrets. I've never seen such a treasure in my lifetime. If I could get half of it, that would be great." The surrounding cultivators looked at him with contempt. After living for so many years, he still loved to dream. What was wrong with the older generation of the current Da Yin dynasty? Greed. "I only need a quarter." In the VIP room on the third floor, Qin Ziwei slowly sat back down in her chair, her fingers trembling slightly. Finally, Lin Tian's voice made her completely relax. A smile appeared on her face as she let out a sigh of relief. If such a thing appeared, and she couldn't secure it, it would be truly embarrassing. 60,000 spirit stones was a number that meant nothing to her, and even less so to the royal family. She won easily, yet her mood was anything but light. Everything in this auction house put immense pressure on her, leaving her utterly bewildered. How could such a force appear within the Dayan dynasty? And that big guy who handed things to this Lin master, even she and Yi Jinshan couldn't see through his realm. The Divine Sea realm. Undoubtedly a powerhouse of the Divine Sea. Even the guards were of the Divine Sea realm. This. Lin Tian stood on the stage looking at the crowd, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't pleased. With 60,000 spirit stones in hand, plus the proceeds from the previous items sold, the total revenue of today's auction was nearing 1 million. 1 million spirit stones, something he wouldn't have dared to imagine before. He had chopped firewood for 2 years at the Qingyun sect, accumulating 3 low-grade spirit stones. And now, after an auction, the spirit stones in his possession piled up like a small mountain. Sure enough, a transmigrator must engage in business, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to support themselves. But spirit stones were merely the least valuable part. What truly held value were those returned items. Especially that 5th-grade upper-tier Kunlun Mountain Sea True Path map. Life was indeed getting better and better. Lin Tian's lips curled slightly, unable to suppress his excitement. At this rate, he would probably soon reach the Sage Realm, or even become an emperor. 8 auction items had been completely sold, and Lin Tian continued with the usual closing remarks. A little bit of pleasantries is a must. Thank you all for attending. Zhutian Auction House is honored by your presence. The moment the voice fell, the hall erupted in warm applause and cheers. Lin Tian stood on the stage, bowing to the crowd with a composed smile on his face. The cultivators watching the handsome, slightly inexperienced-looking youth could not help but feel a surge of admiration. So young, yet able to run such a large auction house and casually present a 4th-rank masterpiece for sale. Truly promising and accomplished. The younger generation is formidable. An older itinerant cultivator with graying hair sighed. He glanced at his own child, who spent his days holed up at home, watching some show called Doat Sancho. Is it worth watching? Lin Tian's voice rose again. The next auction at Zhutian Auction House will be held in 10 days. Even finer lots will await you then. You are all welcome to return. Everyone nodded. They had already formed expectations in their minds. Many pictured themselves returning to the city and boasting to the friends who had missed tickets about what they had witnessed today. They planned to recount every item from the first to the last. They would tell them about that mysterious woman as well. She must be a great figure in Wang City, perhaps even a royal princess. Thus the crowd within Zhutian Auction House began to disperse. People flowed outward like a tide, faces alight with satisfaction and excitement. Mo Tian strode from the private room, his steps as swift as a gust of wind. He did not greet anyone, only one thought occupied his mind: go home. The Qingyuan body refining elixir was tucked against his chest. Even through his clothes, he could feel the warm life force it contained. He intended to use it at once. Whether or not it could forge a battle body, at the very least, it would strengthen his physical form. Mo Tian's lips rose in a faint smile as a flood of emotions washed through him. The auction's proprietor must be a remarkable cultivator to dare put such treasures up for sale. Could this be the turning of his fortunes? Gao Qiming and Sun Dong met at the auction house's entrance. Their eyes locked, and both saw the same thing reflected there: helplessness, bitterness. There was also an indescribable sense of release. The two had contended in the county city for decades, unwilling to yield. Today, they had clashed again within the auction hall. And the result? A mysterious woman of unknown origin had easily overshadowed them both. By all rights, they should have been the marquee figures of this auction. Something about this script felt wrong. They exchanged a glance and let out a rueful laugh simultaneously. Then Gao Qiming and Sun Dong left the gate side by side, neither speaking another word. Third Princess Qin Ziwei also emerged from the third-floor VIP chamber. The Pofin Dao consolidating pill had already been secured within her storage pouch. From this moment, she had become the catalyst for creating the Dayan Dynasty's 23rd Shanghai realm powerhouse. Who the pill would ultimately shape was not a concern for her today. Yi Jinshan walked behind her with steady, deliberate steps, each footfall firm. His gaze swept the surroundings constantly. Even in the now empty auction hall, he remained vigilant. At that moment, Lin Tian noticed a slender, tall figure approaching. The woman wore a pale cyan gown with a matching cloak draped over it. A thin white veil masked her face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Behind her walked a burly middle. As they drew nearer, a faint scent of orchids trailed in the air, delicate and elusive. The woman halted before Lin Tian and inclined her body slightly. Her voice was soft and warm, possessing a natural gentleness that comforted the listener. Young auction master Lin, your achievements at such an age command my admiration. I have taken the liberty of coming to make your acquaintance. I am Qin Ziwei, and this is Uncle Yi, my accompaniment. Lin Tian nodded slowly. He already knew their identities. Within the entire auction house, nothing escaped his system. Even without the system, he could have guessed. A young lady and a lone guard. Hardly a surprising combination, the classic heiress with bodyguard routine. Look at that middle-aged man. His aura was as deep and immovable as a mountain. He was actually the peak of the Tuofan realm. Such a cultivation in the Dian dynasty belongs to the very top of the pyramid, yet he served merely as a guard. Across the entire Dian dynasty, those who could display such status were few enough to be counted on one's finger. Qin Ziwei spoke again, her tone warmer, now tinged with admiration. Master Lin Zhutian auction house is destined to shake the world. But Xiantian City may be too small a stage for a true deity, such as yourself. If you remain here, you are like a dragon trapped in shallow water. If you ever wish to travel to the Wangdu, I can arrange it at once. Residences, shops, manpower, and connections will all be prepared without troubling you. Go to the capital. Lin Tian dismissed the idea inwardly. He was not one to drift aimlessly. Besides, even if Zhutian auction house rooted itself only in Xiantian City, it would still become the center of the southern region. Going to the Wangdu would be entirely unnecessary. Still, he bowed politely and declined in measured tones. No need. I thank Miss Qin for her kindness, but I have no plans to travel to the Wangdu at present. Lin Tian shook his head and continued. Xiantian City may be small, but its people are straightforward and life is simple. I have grown accustomed to living here. Moreover, my auction house is only beginning to prosper. Its foundations are not yet firm. Moving now would be untimely. Qin Ziwei did not press the matter. She inclined her head and returned the salute. Her hands were very fair, her fingers long and elegant, the movement graceful as a dance. If Master Lin changes his mind in the future, visit Qingfeng Pavilion and seek out its pavilion master. She will deliver my message. When that time comes, simply give my name. With that, Qin Ziwei bowed to Lin Tian once more and turned to leave. Yi Zhinshan followed her, their figures receding until they disappeared beyond the doors of Zhutian auction house. The faint orchid scent dissipated, leaving only a subtle lingering trace. After stepping dozens of paces from the gate and ensuring no one lingered to eavesdrop, Qin Ziwei's smile slowly faded and her expression returned to its usual cool reserve. Yi Zhinshan walked a half-step behind her with his customary steady gait, but a slight crease appeared between his brows. He had not relaxed since they had left the auction hall. Yi Zhinshan suddenly spoke in a low voice, so quiet that only Qin Ziwei could hear him. A rare gravity tinged his tone. This peak Tuofan realm cultivator had seen countless formidable foes on the battlefield, yet none had ever left him with this unsettled feeling. Completely unfathomable. Young madam, that man is exceptionally formidable. I feel as though a single punch from him could end my life. Qin Ziwei paused mid-step and glanced back toward the auction house. She had sensed it too. At 16, she had broken through into the Kaiyuan realm, hailed across the great Yin dynasty as an ancient millennium prodigy. Yet before Lin Tian, she felt like a mayfly gazing upon the boundless azure sky, a chasm of existence, not merely of cultivation level. This disparity manifested at the very source of life itself, as if an ancient god or primordial demon stood beside her. Though Lin Tian's cultivation realm might not appear extraordinarily high, his oppressive aura was profoundly overwhelming. Qin Ziwei stood by the roadside watching pedestrians pass to and fro. They had just emerged from the auction house, their faces still alight with exhilaration and satisfaction. Uncle Yi, who truly stands behind this man? Her voice was soft, posed as much to Yi Zhinshan as to herself. When did the great Yin dynasty produce such a figure? A youth under 20 casually offering a top-tier fourth-rank artifact for auction. There must be someone behind him, an existence beyond our imagination. Yi Zhinshan shook his head. He truly had no answer. He mentally reviewed every major power within the great Yin dynasty. None matched this enigma. If he were not of the great Yin dynasty, then he must hail from beyond its borders. Beyond the great Yin dynasty lay the southern domain, home to exalted sacred lands, realms he would never in his lifetime be permitted to enter. Should Lin Tian truly originate from there, then Qin Ziwei standing here today, exchanging even a few words with him, was already an extraordinary blessing of fate. The two fell silent and turned once more toward the imperial capital. The break profane spirit-forging pill must reach its destination unscathed. Inside the auction hall, guests had departed. Attendants hurried about clearing tables and sweeping the floor. Wang Wei and Wang Tung stood rigidly on either side of the entrance, like twin iron towers unmoving. Lin Tian stood alone atop the empty auction platform, contemplating what to feature in the next auction. As he pondered, a familiar mechanical chime resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The cumulative auction proceeds have reached 1 million spirit stones. Lin Tian's pupils contracted faintly. So soon. He swiftly calculated the totals in his mind. Today's auction alone approached 900,000. Adding earlier scattered sales, the milestone was indeed surpassed. Lin Tian suppressed his surging thoughts and listened further. New function unlocked: auction item mall. Every 10 days the host may select 3 items from the mall, each guaranteed a 100-fold return benefit. Damn! Lin Tian inwardly praised the system, then sank his consciousness into the system space. A pristine interface unfolded before him, vast and luminous. The auction item mall's interface far exceeded his expectations. Dozens of categories sprawled across its expanse. Pill section, artifact section, cultivation, art section, spirit herb section, spirit beast section, formation section, talisman section, material section. Each category subdivided further by rank. From 1st to 9th rank. From inferior to supreme grade. Countless items filled the grid, dense, meticulous, overwhelming. Lin Tian swept his gaze across them briefly. Even the pill section alone listed over 1,000 4th-rank formulas, many unheard of in Xintian City. Even the break profane spirit forging pill recently auctioned appeared here. 8th and 9th rank artifacts occupied the highest tiers, among them even the primordial essences of sacred bodies and divine bodies. Lin Tian tapped the sacred body essence section. Instantly, strings of characters cascaded across the screen. Ancient desolation, sacred body, heaven subduing, overlord body, chaos, sacred body, 9 heavens, supreme, sword body. Each was a legendary constitution he'd only ever read about in Blue Star web novels, each capable of dominating an entire era. He then selected the artifact section. 8th rank flying swords, divine armor, spirit pearls, formation banners. An opulent array dazzled his eyes. Some artifact names were utterly unfamiliar. Heavenly Emperor Sword, Supreme Cauldron. Their titles alone bespoke peerless rarity. The Spirit Beast section quickened his pulse. 7th and 6th rank Spirit Beast hatchlings abounded. Sacred Beast offspring were present too, but prohibitively expensive, far beyond his current means. Moreover, he would not squander his limited selections here. The system allowed only 3 items per 10-day cycle. Those Sacred Beast offspring held allure. Lin Tian possessed an invincible domain within his auction hall. Even a returned Emperor-level beast would serve little more than as a ceremonial ornament. Lin Tian took a deep breath and withdrew from the mall. He would study it thoroughly before the next auction and choose 3 perfectly suited treasures. The system's voice continued. Branch auction house function activated. The host may designate other auction houses as branches of the All-Heaven auction house, where all goods also qualify for 100-fold return benefits. Currently available branch slots 3. Lin Tian's eyes blazed with sudden brilliance. At last, he had received the function he'd long awaited. Henceforth, the All-Heaven auction house would spread across the land. His central hall would exclusively handle supreme-tier treasures, those acquired from the system mall. Branches would conduct routine auctions, 10 items per session, generating a steady torrent of spirit stones. Lin Tian had already chosen his preferred branches in his mind. How would he decide? Naturally, by selecting from among the mapped locations. Only 2 met that criterion: the Azure Dragon auction house and the Celestial Treasure auction house. Later he could even spin off this branch, ensuring Xintian City hosted only one All-Heaven auction house. And Xintian City would become Lin Tian's future stronghold. Yet, he would appoint only 1 branch, certainly not waste both qualifications on rivals. Whether they competed or clashed was none of his concern. For now, within Xintian City, the All-Heaven auction house reigned unchallenged. In contrast, foot traffic at both rival houses visibly dwindled. Offering them this chance to resurrect their failing enterprises was an opportunity no rational merchant would refuse. As for reluctance to cede autonomy, mere pretense. Merchants pursued profit above all else. While Lin Tian savored his triumph, the system delivered yet another surprise. Ding! Next stage quest assigned: achieve 10 million spirit stones in auction proceeds. Reward system upgrade to level 2. It had arrived. At last, the upgrade. Lin Tian, upon upgrading, his 100-fold return would evolve, perhaps scaling to 1,000-fold or even 10. Yet upon reading the requirement, Lin Tian fell momentarily silent. 10 million. It seemed rather substantial, yet not insurmountable. With the system mall now accessible, his next auctions could yield 100-fold returns on 4th or even 5th rank artifacts that could elevate offerings to 6th rank tier, potentially commanding astronomical bids exceeding 1 million spirit stones. Without hesitation, Lin Tian entrusted the matters of the auction house to Wang Wei, instructing him to keep a close watch over the venue. Wang Wei nodded in acknowledgement without asking further questions. Lin Tian took Wang Tung and exited the grand doors of the Zhutian auction house, heading south along Xuanwu Street. Along the way, many people recognized him. The cultivators who had just come out of the auction house looked starry-eyed, as if they had seen a deity. Upon seeing Lin Tian, they were momentarily stunned before excitement spread across their faces. Someone shouted loudly, "Boss Lin has come out." Instantly, the crowd surged around him. "Boss Lin is the next auction, still 10 days away. Boss Lin, where did you get all those treasures? Boss Lin, that pill you sold today went for 600,000 spirit stones. Can you sleep well tonight?" Questions bombarded him one after another, yet Lin Tian remained unfazed, wearing a faint smile as he casually answered while walking. Someone asked if there would be better items at the next auction, to which he replied affirmatively. More laughter erupted when someone inquired about his plans for settling down. Lin Tian shook his head, stepping out of the crowd. He glanced back, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect to the crowd, and then strode away with purpose. The group behind him continued to discuss animatedly, as many recognized the formidable aura of the guard, whose gaze was particularly intimidating. Lin Tian paid them no mind. His thoughts had already drifted to the Qinglong auction house. The facade of the Qinglong auction house was impressive, featuring a 3-story building with flying eaves and curved corners. The plaque above the door was gilded, once considered one of the most magnificent in Xintian City. However, at this moment, the 2 guards leaning against the door frame looked listless, and the hall inside was eerily quiet, devoid of even a single sound. Lin Tian stood at the entrance, surveying the scene, and came to a realization. Business was indeed poor, just as he had anticipated. He stepped up the stairs, and the 2 drowsy guards suddenly jolted awake at the sound of footsteps. Upon seeing Lin Tian, their expressions changed dramatically. Boss Lin." Lin Tian offered them a slight smile, speaking gently. "Brothers, I have matters to discuss with Manager Shen. Could you please inform him?" The guards quickly nodded and rushed inside the auction hall. Shen Yuan and Qian Tong were seated in a private room on the second floor, facing each other. 2 cups of tea sat on the table, long since cold, untouched by either. Shen Yuan donned a blue spiritual robe, his appearance refined, yet weariness marred his face, as if he hadn't slept well for several days. Qian Tong sat across from him, his round body squeezed into the chair, his thick brows knitted into a frown. Shen Yuan spoke first, his voice carrying an ineffable fatigue. "Manager Qian, continuing like this is not a solution. Recently, our seeding rates have dropped significantly. The business we painstakingly built cannot be allowed to crumble. We must think of a way." Qian Tong shook his head, sighing deeply, the breath long and heavy. "What can we do?" he lamented. "Brother Shen, we have both fought our way up without any backing. Zhutian Auction House can offer 3rd and 4th tier items for sale. How can we compete with them? Those patriarchs from prominent families are all saving spirit stones to spend at Zhutian Auction House. Who would still come to us?" Shen Yuan fell silent for a moment, his gaze dimming. "Manager Qian, what do you suggest we do?" He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ornate ceiling, remaining silent for a long time before finally speaking. "If all else fails, we should leave Xintian City. The Dian dynasty is vast. I refuse to believe we cannot find a place to survive in another city. I've heard that Qingzhou City lacks a decent auction house. We could set up a new venue there and start over." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan's eyes dimmed even further. Leaving Xintian City sounded so simple. The Qinglong auction house had painstakingly established its roots here, his connections and assets were all here, and he had lived most of his life in this city. Qian Tong said nothing. He too was at a loss for words, and the 2 sat there in silence, avoiding each other's gaze. Just then a guard hurriedly approached, whispering a few words in Shen Yuan's ear. Shen Yuan's brow furrowed momentarily before gradually relaxing, and a glimmer of strange color flickered in his eyes. He abruptly lifted his head, looking at Qian Tong, his expression shifting from fatigue to confusion. "Manager Qian, Boss Lin from Zhutian Auction House has arrived." Shen Yuan's voice was low, but the urgency in his tone was unmistakable. "He's downstairs." Qian Tong's hand trembled. "What does he want?" His voice carried a hint of gravity. Could it be that he was here to humiliate him? Shen Yuan shook his head. "I don't know, but his personal visit surely indicates it's not a trivial matter." Once they descended, the 2 spotted Lin Tian standing proudly in the hall, accompanied by a massive figure behind him. They quickly approached, and Shen Yuan spoke first, his voice laced with a barely discernible note of probing. "Boss Lin, your presence is an honor. Please forgive our inadequate welcome." Not knowing what business brought Boss Lin to visit today, Lin Tian offered a slight smile, nodding as he addressed them. "Manager Shen, Manager Qian, I won't beat around the bush. Lin Tian's voice was not loud, but each word was clear. I am here today to discuss a matter with both of you. Shen Yuan and Qian Tong exchanged glances, tension and anticipation evident in their eyes. Shen Yuan inclined his body slightly. Please, Boss Lin, go ahead. Lin Tian lightly tapped his fingers on the table twice, as if organizing his thoughts before saying, You both must have noticed that the auction market in Xiantian City has changed. Though Zhutian Auction House is newly established, they offer items that neither of you can provide. Shen Yuan's complexion shifted slightly, but he did not retort. Lin Tian continued, I have no intention of stepping on either of you. In the business world, each relies on their own abilities. But I am here today to offer both of you an opportunity. Shen Yuan raised his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. What opportunity? Lin Tian leaned back in his chair, gazing into Shen Yuan's eyes. You two can transform your auction house into a branch of Zhutian Auction House. No need to change staff or location. You will still be you. Simply hang the Zhutian Auction House sign. I will supply the goods from Zhutian Auction House. You just sell and profits will be shared as usual. Shen Yuan and Qian Tong exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief evident in their eyes. Qian Tong's voice trembled slightly. Boss Lin, are you suggesting that our two houses become your branches? Lin Tian shook his head. Not two houses but one. I will only choose one. As for which of you will be the manager of this branch, that is for you to decide. Shen Yuan fell silent, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee, his mind racing. The Qinglong Auction House was the culmination of his life's work. To become a branch of another would be heart-wrenching. Yet he knew that if he did not agree, the Qinglong Auction House would not last much longer. Rather than waiting for a slow demise, it was better to seize this opportunity. Zhutian Auction House could offer third and fourth tier items for sale. Even a small portion would be sufficient to sustain the Qinglong Auction House. Moreover, Lin Tian's terms did not seem harsh. It was merely a matter of adopting the name of Zhutian Auction House. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he had no further words to add. He calmly surveyed the two of them, allowing them to digest the news on their own. Such matters cannot be rushed, and doing so would only make him seem anxious. Shen Yuan and Qian Tong exchanged a glance, and silently found a distant spot to sit down, both of them filled with hesitation. They had known each other for over 20 years, having fought together in Xiantian City during their youth. For 20 years they had been rivals, yet also friends. Over the years they had competed countless times, neither willing to yield to the other. But at this moment what they saw in each other's eyes was not competition, but shared empathy. Shen Yuan spoke first, his voice low, as if afraid of being overheard. What do you think, Director Qian? Qian Tong remained silent for a long time, his voice hoarse and deep. Brother Shen, I'll speak frankly with you. Tianbao can't hold on any longer. If this continues, we'll have to close by the end of the year. Shen Yuan's lips moved slightly. He felt the same. The Qinglong Auction House had also been living off its past for the last few months, selling off the little stock it had left. New goods could not be procured. The suppliers were all currying favor with the Zhutian Auction House. No one was willing to sell them good items anymore, and even if they did, the foot traffic they brought was far from what it used to be. Qian Tong continued, what Boss Lin said is correct. If we can't produce good items, no one will come. Without visitors, there are no spirit stones. This is a dead end. We have reached the end of the road after 20 years. Shen Yuan remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. He understood Qian Tong's point. The Zhutian Auction House was not short of good items, but lacked the channels to sell them. Although Lin Tian's auction house was large, accommodating thousands at once, the vastness of Xiantian City and the numerous surrounding cities meant that a single auction house could not possibly dominate the entire market. Transforming Qinglong and Tianbao into branches would be a minor expansion for Lin Tian. However, for Qinglong and Tianbao, it would mean survival. It was a win-win situation, not one side taking advantage of the other. Shen Yuan took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision. Then he suddenly uttered a phrase that left Qian Tong stunned. Director Qian, let's merge the two businesses. Qian Tong was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape. His eyes fixed on Shen Yuan, as if he hadn't heard what he said clearly. Shen Yuan repeated, Qinglong and Tianbao will merge. The two businesses will combine into one, pooling our manpower and resources to serve Boss Lin together. We have competed against each other for 20 years, yet in the end neither could best the other. Rather than let Boss Lin choose between us, it would be better if we made the choice ourselves. Qian Tong blinked, his mind racing. The thought of merging was something he had never even considered before. For 20 years he and Shen Yuan had fought with neither able to outmaneuver the other. But if the two businesses merged, things would be different. Combining Shen Yuan's strengths with his own, the two businesses together would undoubtedly be stronger than either could be alone. Qian Tong's eyes brightened, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Brother Shen, that idea of yours is great. Seeing Qian Tong agree, Shun Yuan felt a weight lift from his heart, a smile breaking through on his face. But he quickly reined in his smile and said seriously, since we are merging, we need to establish some guidelines. A merger needs to be formalized. Qian Tong waved his hand, saying, we'll use Qinglong's name. Your reputation is greater than mine. We'll also use Qinglong's location. It's prestigious and spacious, while my shop is too small. The manpower from both sides will be combined without distinction. Shun Yuan gazed at Qian Tong for a long while, then smiled. This time it was a genuine smile. After 20 years of fighting, he felt for the first time that this person was actually quite easy to talk to. Their hands clasped together tightly. Then it's settled, Shun Yuan said. Settled, Qian Tong replied. The two released their hands and simultaneously turned to look at Lin Tian, who was sitting opposite them. Lin Tian had been quietly sipping tea, not casting a single glance their way. But both Shun Yuan and Qian Tong knew that without the approval of the owner, Lin Qinglong and Tianbao might close down completely in a few months, let alone merge. Shun Yuan stood up and deeply bowed to Lin Tian. Boss Lin, we have reached an agreement. Qinglong and Tianbao will merge, combining into one entity to serve as a branch of the Zhutian auction house. Qian Tong stood up, as well as round body, unable to bow deeply. He could only clasp his hands together, but his expression was even more serious than Shun Yuan's. Boss Lin, we'll be counting on you from now on. Lin Tian set down his teacup and stood up, looking at the two of them. A faint smile remained on his face, but there was now a hint of appreciation in his gaze. He had initially thought these two would fight to the death against each other, but unexpectedly they reached a consensus so quickly and even came up with the idea of merging. It seemed that their ability to thrive in Shantian City for so many years was not without reason. Good, Lin Tian said with a single word, then nodded. Then it's settled. You two handle the details of the merger and get the shop ready. I will come for inspection, and once the inspection passes, the goods will be delivered and the auction will commence. Shun Yuan and Qian Tong nodded repeatedly, unable to suppress the smiles on their faces. Lin Tian did not say anything further. He slightly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink into the system space. A new option lit up on the system panel, branch of the auction house. With a thought, he clicked on that option and immediately a map of Shantian City appeared before him. Lin Tian focused his mind and locked onto the Qinglong auction house. The system promptly displayed a prompt: would you like to set the Qinglong auction house as the first branch of the Zhutian auction house? Lin Tian instinctively clicked confirm, and in an instant the system interface flashed a line of text: branch has been locked. Current branch, Qinglong auction house. Branch heads, Shun Yuan, Qian Tong. Products within the branch will automatically be included in the 100-fold return system. Within the branch venue, the host will enjoy an invincible state. Seeing the words invincible state, Lin Tian nodded to himself. Exiting the system space, he opened his eyes, the long eyelashes casting a faint shadow over his eyes. Then he stood up and glanced at Shun Yuan and Qian Tong. The two were a bit tense from his previous closed-eye demeanor. Now seeing him stand, they straightened up as well. Lin Tian smiled slightly. From today onward, this will be the branch of the Zhutian auction house. You two work hard, and I won't shortchange you. Upon hearing this, both their faces displayed uncontainable joy. With that, Lin Tian walked out of the room. Shun Yuan and Qian Tong followed behind, seeing them off to the entrance. The night breeze blew, causing the lanterns at the door to sway slightly. The glow momentarily blurred before brightening up again. Stepping out of the Qinglong auction house, Lin Tian walked towards the Zhutian auction house without looking back. The current Shantian City is completely different from a month ago. Although the Zhutian auction house has only held 3 auction events, its influence in the city has already subtly surpassed all other forces. Everyone can see that the owner of this auction house is definitely backed by a terrifying existence. How could someone who casually sells 4th-grade top-tier pills be a self-made individual? No one would believe that he has no one behind him. Those forces that previously ignored the Zhutian auction house have all changed their attitudes. Previously, the city lord of Xuantian Lutsong held himself aloof, feeling that as the lord of a city, he didn't need to curry favor with a young auctioneer. However, since the 3rd auction, his attitude has changed. He has taken the initiative to send city guards to patrol around the auction house, maintaining order and clearing the roads. The several prominent families have even sent people to squat at the entrance of the Zhutian auction house every day, hoping to invite Lin Tian to their homes for tea. The 4 major families are sending people daily, sometimes even 2 or 3 times a day. Lin Tian refused to see any of them, letting Wang Wei block the entrance with a simple reason: he had no time. Yet those family members were not angry and continued to come the next day. They understood clearly that as long as Lin Tian remained in Shantian City, they could not sever this connection. Who knows what valuable items this auction house owner might still possess? Even a hint of what he possesses could easily satisfy them. Moreover, Lin Tian might very well be the most significant figure they have ever encountered. Without a doubt. Returning to Xuanwu Street, Lin Tian walked straight into the auction house and pushed open the quiet room that only he could enter. He sat down in front of the mat and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the system space, his gaze falling upon a treasure. The Kunlun Mountain Sea True Dao Map, a 5th grade upper-tier item. It is the most valuable among the treasures returned so far. Lin Tian took the scroll out from the system space, holding it in his hand. Its texture was warm, made from an unknown grayish-blue jade. He placed the scroll on the table in front of him and slowly unfurled it. At first glance, a colorful landscape of mountains and lakes came into view. Mountains had cascading waterfalls, and at the water's edge were spiritual herbs and celestial flowers. Unfamiliar celestial birds flew in the sky, while unknown spiritual beasts ran on the ground. In the distance, there was a hazy celestial palace looming on the horizon. Lin Tian stared at the painting for a long time, finding it increasingly peculiar. He steadied his mind and continued to gaze intently. Suddenly, the mountains and lakes in the image began to move. The mountains grew taller, the waters became deeper. The entire image was like a film that had just been pressed play. Lin Tian's comprehension, enhanced by the blood of divine beings, was already at a genius level. An ordinary cultivator might look at this painting for a year without grasping anything. Yet within less than a cup of tea's time, he had already vaguely touched the edges of the true meaning of the mountains and seas. That sensation was mysterious, indescribable. However, he could feel an elusive connection established between him and the mountains and seas depicted in the painting. But he could only go so far. The true meaning of the mountains and seas was too profound. With his current cultivation and realm, merely touching the edges was already his limit. To truly comprehend it, what was needed was not just comprehension, but time, a countless accumulation and sedimentation of years. However, he forgot that he had a system. In the next moment, an invisible force rose from his dantian, spreading along his meridians to his mind. The power of the system manifested, and Lin Tian suddenly felt an endless understanding of the true meaning of the mountains and seas appear in his mind. He saw a vague figure standing atop the mountain peak with an endless sea of clouds beneath his feet. That figure stood motionless for 100 years. The wind and sun beat down on him as he experienced the weight of the mountains and the vastness of the sea. Countless years of insights were imprinted deep in Lin Tian's heart within just a few breaths. He opened his eyes, a flash of bluish-green light gleaming in his pupils. Lin Tian slowly raised his right hand, his fingers spread wide, as spiritual power coalesced in his palm. That spiritual power carried the essence of mountains and seas, heavy and majestic like a great mountain resting in his palm. He gently pushed forward, and a giant palm of spiritual power flew out from his hand, rapidly expanding in midair. The giant palm flew out and struck the wall of the quiet room. The wall did not budge. This was due to the system's reinforcement of the auction house. Even an emperor would find it impossible to damage this wall. Yet Lin Tian could feel that the power contained within that giant palm was stronger than any of his previous strikes. The true meaning of the mountains and seas perfected. Lin Tian retracted his hand, an unstoppable smile forming at the corners of his mouth. His strength had advanced again, complemented by the blood of divine beings. He suspected that even Wang Teng and Wang Wei might no longer be his opponents. Taking a deep breath to suppress the joy in his heart, he sat back down on the mat. Next, he needed to do something even more important: select auction items. The system store allows for the selection of 3 items every 10 days, and he couldn't afford to waste it. Lin Tian's consciousness sank into the store interface, and the dazzling array of product listings appeared before him once more. Pills, magical artifacts, techniques, spiritual herbs, spiritual beasts. Lin Tian pondered for a moment in his heart, then opened his eyes and decisively clicked on the button for the blood essence area. Blood essence is an item that can alter fate for ordinary cultivators. A single drop of blood essence could transform an ordinary talented cultivator into a genius. The interface for the blood essence area loaded, and a row of 9th grade Imperial Beast blood essence was prominently displayed at the top. Dark Annihilation Beast, Primordial Ancient Dragon, Chaos Thunder Phoenix, 9 Nether Underworld Sparrow. Each name flickered with golden light, causing one's spirit to tremble just by looking. Especially that Primordial Ancient Dragon's blood essence, which stood at the top of all 9th grade blood essences. It is likely one of the strongest existences even among Imperial Beasts. However, the string of numbers following it was somewhat frightening. It had more digits than his phone number from Blue Star, and the long string of zeros made him dizzy. Being an auction house owner is not just about the cost of living. He quickly shifted his gaze downwards, focusing on the area for 5th grade blood essence. The prices here were much more reasonable. The cheapest could be obtained for 10,000 spirit stones, and the most expensive was just over 100,000. He He scanned through one by one, finally stopping at a middle position. Jiuyou Xuanhu Blood Essence, 5th grade upper tier, priced at 50,000 spirit stones. Lin Tian's gaze lingered on this line for several seconds, his mind racing. Jiuyou Xuanhu, a dominant figure among ancient tiger-type spiritual beasts, is said to shatter mountains and rivers with a single roar. Moreover, what's even more important is that tiger-type spiritual beasts have a significant advantage below the Saint realm. Only the Dragon clan and those ancient variants could somewhat compete with the tigers in strength. They are truly the overlords of their tier. Tiger-type spiritual beasts below the Saint realm possess incredibly powerful physiques and ferocity. They can tear apart cultivators of the same tier, relying solely on their physical form. Even among 5th grade creatures, the blood essence of tiger-type spiritual beasts is several ranks stronger than that of other spiritual beasts. And at a price of only 50,000 spirit stones, Lin Tian estimated this was probably just a fraction of the market price. He decided to go for it. The price of essence blood is simply outrageous. It only costs 50,000 spirit stones. One couldn't even buy a drop of low-grade 4th-level essence blood outside. Yet in the system shop, one could purchase the 5th grade high-quality essence blood of the 9 Suns Mystic Tiger. Lin Tian decisively checked the box, silently uttering a purchase order. The system interface flickered. The essence blood of the 9 Suns Mystic Tiger vanished from the shop and appeared in his system space. Lin Tian looked within the system space and saw a drop of golden yellow essence blood floating there, emanating a faint golden glow. Its surface subtly displayed the patterns of a divine tiger, as if an ancient deity was in slumber. If this were taken outside, there wouldn't be a single useless person who wouldn't want it. After all, this is something that can change one's innate talent. Next, Lin Tian opened the selection for the second auction item. Without a second thought, he clicked into the technique section. This was mainly for his own consideration, as Lin Tian was still practicing the Qin Yun condensing qi technique. For him now it was somewhat lacking. After mastering the profound meaning of the mountains and seas, his perception and application of spiritual power had reached a new level. The Qin Yun condensing qi technique was beginning to lag behind his pace. He urgently needed a stronger technique to elevate his combat power. The selection of techniques was more abundant than that of essence blood, with thousands of 5th grade techniques available. Lin Tian didn't look at each one individually. He directly filtered to the range of mid to high-quality 5th grade techniques. Overlord Invincibility Technique, Great Sun Soaring Technique, Primordial Prison Sky Method, Primordial Mysterious Origin Technique, 5th grade, high quality, priced at 50,000 spirit stones. Lin Tian's gaze lingered on this technique for a long time. The description of the Primordial Mysterious Origin Technique was succinct, with just one line: cultivating to perfection allows one to condense primordial mysterious qi with an endless source of spiritual power, exponentially increasing combat strength. Endless source of spiritual power. Isn't this akin to a perpetual motion machine? If this technique is auctioned and then returned, wouldn't he directly ascend on the spot? No longer hesitating, he decisively checked the box. A golden book appeared in his system space, waiting to be claimed by someone with a destiny. For the final item, Lin Tian entered the artifact section. He was no longer lacking in anything, but he still needed a suitable weapon. The items in the artifact section exceeded the combined total of those in the essence, blood, and technique sections. After all, there are various types of artifacts, including swords, spears, bows, and hammers. Lin Tian also filtered to the range of 5th grade high-quality items, then began scrolling down. For this round of weapons, there were only 2 choices: a sword or a spear. The sword is the king of all weapons. Its techniques are bold and fierce, with sword energy that is powerful and unyielding. One strike is decisive. The spear, however, is the monarch of all weapons. Its techniques are fierce and variable, with spear momentum like that of a dragon or tiger. A thrust can shadow one's movements. Lin Tian thought for a long time and ultimately chose the spear. Compared to swords, he preferred spears more deeply in his heart. He wanted to be the Zhao Zilong of this fantastical world. He envisioned a single man with a spear piercing through the auction house's walls. Lin Tian ultimately chose the 5th grade high-quality ancient barbarian breaking mountain spear, priced at 50,000 spirit stones. From the shop's perspective, the spear's body was entirely pitch black. The spear tip was dark golden, and its shaft was covered in intricate runes. Ancient barbarian breaking mountain spear, made from Tintho-sandy-rolled profound iron infused with the essence of ancient barbarian beast bones, his single thrust can shatter mountains. Lin Tian licked his lips, pleased. It's excellent, extremely domineering. He was not a practitioner following the light and nimble route. He aimed for a path of strength and dominance. Having selected all 3 items, Lin Tian exited the system panel. Happy wolf, beautiful wolf. He hummed a tune, appearing in good spirits while singing the theme song of Happy Wolf and Gray Sheep. The auction items were all set. They also included 5th-grade high-quality items which no one in the entire Dian dynasty even dared to imagine. After this, he would aim to become the absolute peak of the Dian dynasty. In the Yinfeng County city, within the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. At this moment in the Master's exclusive secret chamber, a powerful aura was continuously rising. The walls of the secret chamber were inscribed with defensive formations, which were now vibrating under that force. Outside, 2 disciples on night watch were startled by the commotion. They exchanged glances, neither daring to enter and investigate. What could they risk their lives for over a mere few spirit stones a month? What if they were killed by the shock? In the center of the secret chamber, Mo Tian sat cross-legged, his bare upper body covered in dense scars. His body trembled slightly as the power within him broke through all constraints. He had already finished the bottle of Qingyuan body refining liquid. The process of tempering his flesh was far more painful than he had imagined. It felt as if he was being dismantled and reassembled. Every bone, every meridian, every inch of flesh was being polished repeatedly. But he endured it. Mo Tian's aura unmistakably reached the mid-stage of the transcendence realm. But this was not what excited him the most, or what thrilled him the most was the change occurring within him. A warm green force was spreading outward from his dantian, flowing through his meridians. A faint layer of green light was subtly visible beneath his skin. It resembled a thin membrane of light enveloping his entire body. Qingyuan battle body. Mo Tian's eyes suddenly widened, a glimmer of green light flashing in his pupils. It worked. Mo Tian could hardly believe he had truly cultivated the Qingyuan battle body. The probability of the Qingyuan body refining liquid condensing the Qingyuan battle body is extremely low. It is so low that out of 100 people there might not even be one who succeeds. It is said that only those favored by destiny can achieve it. He had come here with a clear intention to take a gamble. If he won, he would rise. If he lost, he would just lie in the martial arts hall and not go out. He gambled, and he won. He. Mo Tian laughed, his laughter echoing in the secret chamber. At middle age, he had thought his life would end here, running a martial arts hall in this small county, teaching disciples, collecting tuition, and occasionally going out to complete tasks. Saving up some spirit stones and living a stable life for the second half of his life would be good enough. He had wandered through the outside world when he was young, but ultimately returned here. He thought he had resigned himself to his fate. But the Qingyuan body refining liquid gave him a new lease on life. It gave him the courage and ability to look at the outside world again. Mo Tian slowly stood up, and a series of crackling sounds emanated from his bones. Suddenly, he recalled an event from long ago when he was still young. In his early 20s, full of vigor, he dared to roam the world with a sword on his back. He traveled through many places, met many people, experienced many things, and even had a secret crush on someone. That was a super sect beyond the Dian dynasty, the Huangji sect. She was an inner disciple there named Lu Qingyao. Dressed in white with hair like a waterfall, the image of her turning back and smiling was etched in Mo Tian's memory for 20 years. At that time, he was just an inconspicuous loose cultivator, while she was an inner disciple of the Huangji sect. The two were not even from the same world. He never got the chance to confess before her brother slapped him away. A gentle expression involuntarily appeared in Mo Tian's eyes. It didn't hurt. His brother-in-law's slap didn't hurt at all. 20 years have passed. He has spent a full 2 decades in this small county town, opening a martial arts school, accepting disciples. Each day passing by, he thought he had forgotten a certain person. But at the moment he achieved the Qingyuan battle body, that person's figure resurfaced in his mind. Mo Tian suddenly yearned to see her, even if it was just a distant glance, even if she no longer remembered who he was. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging thoughts within, and his gaze gradually became resolute. He must leave this place, leave Yinfeng County. Staying here leads to no future. He intends to seek refuge at the Zhutian auction house and become an honorable guard. Mo Tian is no longer that hot-blooded young man who would think he was the best in the world just because he gained. The Qingyuan battle body is indeed impressive, but what is it compared to the sacred body? He has seen the sacred body from afar, once in existence, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid from birth. To put it plainly, it is an existence that would naturally see its cultivation rise, even while lying down, and no matter how hard you try, you cannot catch up. His acquired battle body is not even worthy of carrying their shoes. For an ordinary person to go far, they must find a backing. And he has already thought of this backing. Zhutian auction house Lin Tian. That young man knows he is going to be his future boss. Much younger than him, but with an incredibly deep background. Following such a person, the future achievements are unimaginable. Mo Tian no longer hesitated, pushed open the door to the secret chamber, and strode out. The 2 disciples outside saw him, and were first taken aback. Then they quickly lowered their heads and respectfully called out Hall Master. They felt that the Hall Master was different today, as if he had become a different person, to be precise, more confident. The Vice Hall Master Zhang Tai was checking accounts at the counter. Upon seeing him come out, he immediately put down the ledger and stood up. Old Mo, how did it go? Zhang Tai's voice carried a hint of tension. He had been Mo Tian's old brother for over a decade, and he knew why Mo Tian had been in seclusion today. Mo Tian walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. It worked. Zhang Tai was momentarily stunned, then his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. Really? The Qingyuan battle body. Mo Tian nodded without saying more. He turned around and took one last look at the martial arts school he had been in for over a decade. Old Zhang, from now on you will be the Hall Master. I leave Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall in your hands. Zhang Tai was stunned, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. What is happening? Why is he handing over the martial arts hall to him? Where is Mo Tian going? He thought Mo Tian was joking, but looking into Mo Tian's eyes, he realized it was not a joke. Zhang Tai opened his mouth wanting to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat. He wouldn't pry into his old friend's choices, only silently support him from behind. Moreover, he also knew Mo Tian's temperament. This person is usually easy to talk to, but once he makes a decision, even a nine-headed true dragon cannot pull him back. After a moment of silence, he nodded and only said one word, okay. Mo Tian smiled. I'm not dying you, I will come back whenever I have time. With that, he turned and walked out the door, stepping outside the martial arts hall. Mo Tian looked up at the moon in the sky. Taking a deep breath, he quickened his pace and headed towards Xiantian City. In the great Yin King's city, the power center of the dynasty. At this moment in the palace, a peculiar atmosphere. Qin Batian sat at the main seat. He was exceptionally tall with broad shoulders. Even when sitting quietly, he resembled a crouching, fierce tiger. Clad in a dark dragon robe with a golden dragon belt around his waist. His face was square with prominent brow bones and a pair of tiger-like eyes that exuded an aura of authority without anger. Late stage of the Divine Sea Realm. This level of cultivation in the Great Yin Dynasty is considered top tier. In the entire Great Yin Dynasty, one could count the strong in the Divine Sea Realm on one hand. Those above the mid-stage were even rarer. Qin Baishan's ability to hold this throne for 30 years was not due to his ancestors' legacy, but his own fists. 30 years ago, when he ascended to the throne, he was merely in the Transcendence realm, with various forces in the court restless and foreign tribes eyeing them covetously. Faced with internal strife and external threats, Qin Batian chopped down those who defied him one by one. 30 years later, he has reached the late stage of the Divine Sea Realm. In the entire Great Yin Dynasty, there are no more than 3 people who can withstand a punch from him. Yet at this moment he remained silent, because the Transcendence nurturing Dao pill was hovering right in front of him. When Qin Ziwei spoke of the pill's effects, he was left speechless, remaining silent until now. Having been the king for 30 years, he has seen much. But this kind of heaven-defying pill he was seeing for the first time. Grade 4 high quality, 9 Dao patterns. Can assist the peak of the Transcendence realm to break through to the Divine Sea Realm. And this pill was actually bought back from a small border town. Qin Batian raised his head, looking at his daughter, a complex expression in his eyes. Ziwei, you said this pill was bought back from the Zhutian auction house in Xiantian City. Qin Baishan's voice wasn't loud, but the confusion in his tone was evident to all. It wasn't just him, everyone present who hadn't attended the auction shared this question. Is this really something that should be appearing in a place like Xiantian City? Qin Ziwei nodded and recounted everything she had seen and heard at the Zhutian auction house. After listening, Qin Batian fell silent for a long time. He placed the pill down and lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his brows slightly furrowing. Xiantian City. In his impression, it was just a small city with its city lord merely in the opening Yuan realm. Yet such a thing appeared in that rundown place. What on earth is the Zhutian auction house? Seeing her father silent, Qin Ziwei added, Father, that boss Lin is very young, he looks to be under 20. I can't see through his cultivation, but Uncle Yi probably can't match him. Qin Baishan's eyelids suddenly twitched, and he turned to look at Yi Zhanshan. Yi Zhanshan's strength was well known to him, peak Transcendence realm, one of the top experts in the entire Great Yin Dynasty. For someone who could elicit such words from Yi Zhanshan, they must be at least in the Divine Sea realm. A Divine Sea realm expert under 20. Absolutely a prodigy of the southern domain. Perhaps even someone emerging from some ancient sect. Qin Batian took a deep breath, placing the pill on the table, his gaze sweeping over the several people present. In the hall sat several royal relatives, all of whom were trusted by the king. Some were gray-haired, some were civil officials, and some were military generals. But at this moment, all of their gazes were fixed on that pill, their eyes shimmering with the same light of desire. Who do you think this pill should be given to? The hall fell silent for a moment. This question was too sensitive. It was inappropriate for anyone to speak first. Regardless of who was addressed, it was a matter that would offend someone. Having agreed that there would be no benefits to be gained, it was likely to offend a large number of people. After a brief silence, Qin Ziwei was the first to speak. She was not afraid of offending anyone. As the daughter of the Qin king, she did not need to care about anyone's opinion. Father, this pill belongs to our royal family, not to any individual. I believe it should be given to the person most likely to break through with it, especially to those elderly individuals whose lifespans are nearing their end. They have dedicated their lives to the royal family and deserve this pill. Next to her, an elderly relative nodded, stroking his beard, and said, Ziwei is right. Another middle-aged general also agreed. I second that. This pill should be used by the person most capable of using it. Yi Zhanshan had remained silent, standing behind Qin Ziwei like a shadow. Qin Baishan's gaze fell upon him, and he suddenly asked, Yi Gongfeng, what do you think? Yi Zhanshan raised his head, met Qin Baishan's gaze for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Your Majesty, I dare not speak recklessly. Who this pill goes to is a matter for your Majesty and the relatives. I should not interfere. Qin Batian waved his hand. Speak freely. You are also a royal practitioner. Your opinion is very important. Yi Zhanshan remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. His voice was not loud, but each word was slow and serious. If it were up to me, I would choose Fifth Prince. Fifth Gongfeng has been stuck at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm the longest, and his lifespan is the shortest. If he does not break through soon, he may not have many years left. Moreover, Fifth Gongfeng has served the royal family loyally for decades. Giving this pill to him is both reasonable and just. In terms of both sentiment and logic, he is the most suitable candidate. The hall fell silent again. Fifth Gongfeng, named Han Xianxiu, though not as powerful as the Divine Sea Realm practitioners, was the most senior among them. He had served since Qin Baishan's father was in power. A veteran of 3 dynasties, he had shed blood for the Dian dynasty, and his cultivation was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. But his lifespan was quickly coming to an end. If he did not break through to the Divine Sea realm soon, he would only have 5 or 6 years left at most. At that time, the Dian dynasty would lose a top combat force. Qin Batian nodded, his voice steady and strong. Then it settled. The pill will go to Fifth Gongfeng. The relatives in the hall exchanged glances, and no one objected. Fifth Gongfeng was indeed the most suitable candidate, both in terms of seniority and loyalty. Upon hearing this decision, Qin Ziwei's expression remained unchanged. But in her heart, she felt a slight sense of emotion. Fifth Gongfeng Han Xianxiu was the elder who had watched her grow up since she was little. She remembered how in her childhood Han Xianxiu often told her stories from ancient times. She was captivated, and Han Xianxiu, enjoying himself, would spend entire days in the garden with her. She hoped more than anyone that Han Xianxiu could break through and live a few more years, so he could tell her those stories that she never got tired of, no matter how many times she heard them. Qin Batian continued, For the next auction, Fifth Gongfeng will go with you. He looked at Qin Ziwei, then glanced at Yi Zhanshan. Yi Gongfeng should also accompany them. Bring more spirit stones. That Zhutian auction house can have 4th grade top grade pills that can certainly have 5th grade items. We absolutely cannot miss it. His gaze passed through the window, landing on the distant horizon. Qin Ziwei nodded, her eyes glinting with a hint of expectation. She wanted to see that auction house again, feeling a premonition in her heart. That young man would present something that would astonish the entire Dian dynasty at the next auction. Yi Zhanshan stood behind her, still wearing that cold expression, but there was now a hint of seriousness in his eyes. For the next auction, it was uncertain what that boss Lin would bring out. A 4th grade top grade item was already enough to be terrifying. What if it were a 5th grade one? It shouldn't be right. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, the situation in the entire Dian dynasty subtly changed due to a small auction house in a border town. News spread from Zhuangtianga City to Yanfeng County City to Qingzhou City and eventually reached the royal city. It was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, with ripples spreading out layer by layer, ultimately covering the entire surface of the lake. Not just Qin Wang, but other families within the royal city also received the news. The Lin family, Yi family, Zhao family, and Shui family. The 4 major families of the royal city each had their eyes and ears planted in Zhuangtianga City. The day the news of the 3rd auction at Zhutian Auction House, selling a 4th grade top grade pill, reached the royal city, the heads of the 4 families were all caught off guard. What is this? A 4th grade top grade pill that can aid those at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm to break through to the Divine Sea realm. And this was auctioned off in a small city. Is this even real? After being caught off guard, deep anger followed. What were the spies they sent out doing? How could such a significant piece of news only come back after the auction was over? The reactions of the 4 major families were surprisingly uniform. That night 4 carriages nearly simultaneously departed from the royal city, heading in the same direction. And those major cities with slightly less power than the royal city could not sit still either. The Zhao family from Qingzhou City, the Zhou family from Yunyu City, the Lu family from Luyan City. Almost every named city had people rushing towards Zhuanyanga City. Their destination was the same, the Zhutian auction house. Everyone brought all the savings of their family sects eager to bid on a 4th-grade item at the Zhutian auction house. It could be said that the hottest topic in the entire Dian dynasty right now was this Zhutian auction house. People discussed it over tea and meals in restaurants, tea houses, and marketplaces everywhere. One could hear conversations about the Zhutian auction house. That pill that sold for 600,000 spirit stones, that mysterious veiled woman who spent lavishly, left everyone dumbfounded. Anyone who had witnessed that auction could easily become a storyteller. As soon as they sat down in a tea house and tapped on the table, a crowd would immediately gather around them. They spoke passionately, and listeners were entranced, applauding at the exciting parts. Consequently, during these days, those who attended the 3rd auction felt a little prouder walking down the street. They would tell everyone that they were present on that day, then begin to speak non-stop, and listeners were eager to clarify every detail. A massive flow of people from the entire Dian dynasty was heading towards Zhuanyanga City. Long lines formed at the city gates, inns were fully booked, and even those family-run goose houses hidden in the alleys were hanging full signs. At this moment in the city lord's mansion, Lu Tsang was sitting in his study, a smile on his lips, in an exceptionally good mood. He had just sent off an envoy from the royal city. The envoy was from the Ministry of Rights and brought a document. The content of the document was quite simple, consisting of only 2 sentences. The first sentence: the expansion of Xiantian City will be funded by the national treasury. The second sentence: Lu Tsang is commended for his contributions, and his salary will increase by 50% starting today. Lu Tsang read the document 3 times before confirming he had not misread it. The expansion of Xiantian City is unprecedented since the establishment of the Dian dynasty. After all, this place is neither a military stronghold nor a commercial hub, yet it has received special approval from the court for expansion. There can only be one possibility. There must be something here that the king has taken a liking to. This is the credit of the Zhutian auction house, or perhaps that of the owner Lin. That prominent figure in the royal city must have heard of the renown of the Zhutian auction house, which is why he suddenly remembered this small city of Xiantian. Why expand the city? Of course it is to accommodate more people. The momentum of the Zhutian auction house is unstoppable. In the future, it will surely astonish the entire Qingzhou, even the southern region. At that time, the court might even benefit from the Zhutian auction house, with the economy bolstering. Lu Tsang raised his teacup and took another sip, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He recalled his previous attitude and couldn't help but feel a little regret. What was he pretending to be bad? Holding on to such a massive opportunity, he actually acted reserved. How foolish. He should have directly clung to Lin Tian's leg and begged for refuge. Alas, fortunately, he did not offend Lin Tian, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. He gazed in the direction of the auction house for a long time, lost in thought. Lu Tsang's cultivation was not high and his background was shallow. His ancestors had been small city lords for 3 generations. His stability in the position of city lord was not due to strength, but rather his discernment. He never provoked those he could not afford to offend. Even if someone merely appeared formidable, he would keep his distance. Staying low-key is the key to longevity. This is a principle he has realized over many years. And he knew that from today onwards the heavens of Xiantian City had changed. It was no longer his Lu Tsang's heavens, it was Lin Tian's heavens. Owner Lin, you are the benefactor of my future sustenance. Oh, wherever you point, I will follow. Lu Tsang silently reiterated this in his heart, filled with determination. In the Zhutian auction house, Lin Tian was resting in the quiet room on the 3rd floor. His mind was fantasizing about the surprises that those 3 5th-grade items could bring him. At this moment, a deep voice from a burly man came through. Master, someone is requesting an audience outside. Wang Wei's voice came from outside, deep and respectful. The person claims to be the master of Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, Immortal. Wang Wei paused and added, he is the one who bid for the Qingyuan body refining liquid last time. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then he recalled. This person was the one who bid fiercely in the VIP room on the 3rd floor, showing no hesitation whatsoever. The Lin family thought he was quite interesting at the time, possessing enough courage and not being the indecisive type. What does he want? Could it be that there was a problem with the Qingyuan body refining liquid? That shouldn't be the case. Products from the system cannot have issues. Is he here to cause trouble? That is even less likely. Lin Tian walked down the stairs at a leisurely pace. His gaze landed on the entrance, where stood a burly middle-aged man. The man was tall, towering over Wang Wei by half a head, his shoulders broad like a wall. He was clad in a black fitted outfit, standing upright like a spear. Mo Tian stood there motionless, scanning every corner of the hall with his eyes. He had rushed over from Yinfeng County City, taking a whole day and night. As Lin Tian's footsteps echoed in the hall, Mo Tian looked up and saw a young man walking down the stairs. The young man was dressed in a blue long robe, tall and with a refined appearance. His demeanor was calm, yet the aura emanating from him was as deep as an abyss, making Mo Tian feel a chill. Hiss! Up closer, the pressure from this owner Lin is overwhelming, comparable to that of a true dragon cub. Mo Tian took a step forward, clasped his hands, and slightly bowed. Owner Lin, I am Mo Tian, the master of Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Today I have come uninvited to discuss a matter with you. Lin Tian smiled slightly and gestured, Master, Mo need not be so courteous, please speak. Mo Tian straightened up, looking into Lin Tian's eyes. Owner Lin, I bid for the Qingyuan body refining liquid at your establishment, and after returning I used it. By chance I succeeded in cultivating the Qingyuan battle body. Lin Tian's eyebrows raised slightly. The fact that someone actually succeeded in cultivating the Qingyuan battle body. Wasn't the probability just 1%? Could it be that he is a hidden son of destiny? Lin Tian nodded and replied calmly, Congratulations, Master Mo. This is your own opportunity. There is no need to thank me. Mo Tian shook his head, his expression devoid of any pride, becoming even more serious. His voice was not loud, but each word was pronounced slowly and heavily. Owner Lin, I have traveled extensively when I was younger, visited many places, and seen a lot of the world. With my innate talent and foundation, even if I have cultivated the Qingyuan battle body, I know how far I can go in this lifetime. He paused, taking a deep breath. Mo Tian was organizing his words, carefully articulating what he had contemplated for a long time. But I am not someone who resigns to fate. I wish to go further. Thus I have come here to request Owner Lin to allow me to be a guard at the Zhutian auction house. I do not seek a salary. I just want to work beside Owner Lin. Lin Tian did not respond immediately. He looked at Mo Tian. In his eyes was a firm resolve along with a barely perceptible hint of ambition. He desired progress so much. This reminded him of a certain department head from his past life in Blue Star. Lin Tian's heart stirred slightly. He indeed needed someone during this time. Wang Wei and Wang Tung were the guards provided by the system, but there were only two of them. As the reputation of the Zhutian auction house grew, the influx of people increased. Just maintaining order had kept Wang Wei and Wang Tung extremely busy. Furthermore, he needed to open branches in other cities. Who would he send to oversee them? He couldn't possibly go himself. He needed someone he could trust. Although Mo Tian's cultivation wasn't the highest, his character was good, and with a little nurturing, he could reach a higher realm. Master Mo, have you made up your mind? Lin Tian's voice was not loud, but his tone was very serious. If you become my guard, the reputation of the Zhutian auction house will grow. The more people eye it, the more who wish to act against it. If you follow me, there will be times when we must fight, and it will be perilous. Mo Tian did not hesitate, nodding firmly. I have made up my mind. All right. Lin Tian said one word, then withdrew his hand, looking into Mo Tian's eyes. From today onwards, you are the captain of the guard at the Zhutian auction house. Your salary will be paid, and as for the duties, I will have Wang Wei explain them to you later. Mo Tian stepped back, almost kneeling on both knees. Subordinate Mo Tian pays respects to the master. On the following morning, before dawn had fully broken, a long line had already formed outside the Zhutian auction house. Now it had become the place everyone in the Dian dynasty most wanted to see with their own eyes. Those who had attended the first 3 auctions spread tales of their experiences far and wide, embellishing the stories until they became more fantastical. There were whispers that immortals preside over the Zhutian auction house. Boss Lin is a deity descended from the heavens. The treasures are transported from the immortal realm. Those who had never been felt a deep yearning, vowing to attend the next auction. Thus they gathered today, a mix of people from all walks of life. Among them, a few bald monks in robes stood out, catching everyone's attention. Every face bore the same expression, anticipation. Sharp-eyed individuals began to scan the crowd, quickly noticing several prominent figures mingling among them. At the front of the line stood an elderly man with white hair and beard. Dressed in a grayish-white robe, his face was gaunt, yet his gaze was sharp as that of a hawk. He stood upright, exuding a calm and steady aura. Someone recognized him and gasped in a low voice, that is Bai Li Chongfeng, the president of the Tianyuan Martial Institute. The people nearby inhaled sharply. The Tianyuan Martial Institute. That is the highest institution of learning in the Dian dynasty, where only the most talented individuals from across the nation can study. Bai Li Chongfeng had served as president for 30 years, his disciples scattered throughout the realm, many of whom were now military generals. Even such a figure had come. Not far behind by Li Chongfeng, several others stood, maintaining a distance from one another. They didn't look at each other, yet the corners of their eyes were keenly aware of one another. The heads of the 4 major families of the royal city were all present. The line included representatives from several other factions as well. People from the Zhao family of Qingzhou City and the Zhou family of Yunyiqing. Some even recognized members of lesser-known families whose names they could not recall. Forces and faces from all directions gathered on the not-so-wide Xuanwu Avenue today. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the grand red doors to open. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the back of the line. Someone shouted something not loud, but the surrounding crowd instantly fell silent. All eyes turned to the end of the line. A dark green carriage slowly approached, not large, but exquisite. Golden tassels hung from the corners of the carriage, and intricate cloud patterns were carved into its body. The carriage was pulled by 2 pure white spirit steeds, their hooves light, as a breeze stepping lightly, with a faint glow of spiritual energy. The carriage stopped at the end of the line, the curtains lifted, and a sturdy middle-aged man stepped down first. His expression was stern, his eyes sharp like blades, emanating a fierce aura. Someone recognized him, and whispered, Yijinshan, the royal patron. Before others could react, another old man descended from the carriage. The old man wore a blue robe, his hair and beard white, with a benevolent expression, yet the aura he emitted was much deeper than that of Yijinshan. Everyone felt as if they were being watched by a ferocious tiger. Someone inhaled sharply, a primal fear rising from deep within their being. Divine Sea Realm. Only a powerful figure from the Divine Sea Realm could inadvertently exude such a pressure that could change the color of the heavens and earth. Han Xianxiu, the 5th patron. The senior royal patron of the Dian dynasty, a veteran of 3 reigns. Everyone thought he was on the verge of passing, yet he not only survived, but had also broken through to the Divine Sea Realm. Today his face shone radiantly, a platinum glow shimmering, making him appear as if he had regained 20 years of youth. The curtain lifted once more, and a slender fair hand reached out from the carriage, followed by a woman stepping down. She wore a light blue long dress, cinched at her waist with a silver ribbon that accentuated her graceful figure. Her hair was as black as a waterfall, loosely tied in a bun adorned with a white jade hairpin. But what drew the most attention was her face. She had removed the veil she had always worn, revealing her true beauty. Her face was as fair as jade, and her features were as exquisite as those of a being stepped out from a painting. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, carrying a touch of innate aloofness. She stood tall and elegant, like an orchid blooming in the mortal realm, unassuming yet captivating. The 3rd princess of the Dian dynasty, Qin Ziwei. The crowd instantly fell silent. Many young men gazed at her, their eyes glazed over, their belongings slipping from their grasp unnoticed. This was their first time seeing Qin Ziwei's true appearance. They had only heard tales of the 3rd princess' stunning beauty, the most beautiful woman in the Dian dynasty. Yet no one had ever seen her face before. Today they realized the rumors weren't just exaggerated. They had understated her beauty. Such a visage was not meant for the mortal realm. It resembled a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. Qin Ziwei paid no mind to the burning gazes around her. Her eyes scanned the crowd, landing on the 5 gilded characters of the Zhutian auction house. A complex expression flashed in her eyes. She had a premonition that whatever items the auction house presented today would undoubtedly drive the entire Dian into a frenzy. Han Xianxiu stood beside her, his gaze calmly sweeping over the surrounding crowd. Just then the doors of the Zhutian auction house slowly swung open. The 2 grand red doors opened in the morning light, the copper nails glimmering in the sunlight. Attendants in blue long robes streamed out, standing in 2 lines, straight-backed and solemn. The crowd instantly fell silent, waiting for the auctioneer to emerge. They anticipated the words they had heard many times before, yet each time they heard them their hearts raced. Lin Tian's figure appeared at the doorway, and Han Xianxiu looked at this extraordinarily young auctioneer with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Zhutian auction house. Without further ado, the 4th auction of the Zhutian auction house is now open for entry. The crowd surged in, passing through the grand red doors into the legendary venue. Qin Ziwei walked among the throng, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian. It was only when the figure was obscured by the crowd that she withdrew her gaze. This young man appeared all the more unfathomable. They too followed through the door, casually reserving the innermost VIP room on the 3rd floor, which offered the best view of the entire auction. This room was specifically prepared for the most distinguished guests of the auction. Qin Ziwei could easily claim it during these recent auctions, but what about the next ones? Qin Ziwei shook her head, understanding in her heart. After this, the reputation of the auction house of all heavens would likely spread to several surrounding dynasties. At that time, everyone would gather here, even those super sects would send representatives. This is not solely the auction house of all heavens belonging to the great Yin. In less than a quarter of an hour, the auction house was already filled to capacity. The seats in the hall on the first floor were packed with many people squeezing into the aisles. Those who entered later found no available spots and simply sat on the steps, straining their necks to look towards the auction stage. Shadows could be seen behind the screens in the private rooms on the second floor. The crystal windows of the VIP room on the third floor were also filled with important figures who had come from various places. The temperature in the air was several degrees warmer than outside. Thousands of people were crammed into one building, their breaths and heartbeats mingling together. Outside the main door stood at least tens of thousands of people. The line stretched out to the city gates, all waiting for a chance to enter. Looking at the fully occupied seats inside, they pounded their chests in frustration. Regretting why they didn't arrive a bit earlier, they slapped their chests with loud cracks. Among the crowd, a young merchant dressed in brocade was pacing back and forth, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He had rushed from Qingzhou City bringing a full 50,000 spirit stones, hoping to auction a fine item to honor his father. He thought that 50,000 spirit stones would be enough to secure whatever he wanted. But in the end, he didn't even make it through the door. His attendant stood by cautiously, saying, "Young master, shall we go explore elsewhere?" The young merchant glared. What other place in the entire Great Yin dynasty is worth visiting more than here? Lin Tian stood before the auction stage, looking out through the windows above the door at the scene outside. A sea of people, all human. He stepped towards the main door, and the attendant hurriedly opened it for him. Standing on the steps, his robe fluttered gently in the morning breeze. The crowd instantly fell silent. All eyes turned to Lin Tian. Those disappointed and angry gazes transformed into ones filled with a hint of pleading expectation. "Everyone, there is a branch of the auction house of all heavens within Xintian City, just to the east of the city. Walk east along Xuanwu Street, past 2 blocks. Just take a turn, and you'll find it with a golden sign hanging at the entrance. It's easy to recognize. You all can go to that auction house. There are seats available there as well. I assure you, the items for auction, there are also rare treasures." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the entire venue. That silence lasted for about 2 breaths, then the crowd erupted. Then someone in the crowd shouted, "Long live Master Lin." The massive flow of people began to move towards they surged out like a tide, rushing towards the eastern direction of the city. Some shouted while running, "The branch is still there, the branch still has tickets, hurry up." The voices echoed down the street. In less than a few breaths, the entrance was empty. Only Lin Tian remained, watching their retreating figures. Lin Tian's lips curled slightly. He had long arranged everything. The branch opening had been prepared 3 days prior. Everything inside had been modified by the system with little difference from the main branch. This time the branch would auction 8 items, 2 of which were items returned by the system. Wang Wei had gone to the branch to assist with this auction. The returned items could also be delivered to Wang Wei through the system. It could be said that this branch auction was absolutely foolproof. This would be the first step for the auction house of all heavens to soar. Lin Tian turned and walked back. The door closed behind him. It creaked. In the quiet hall, the sound of the door hinge turning was particularly piercing. He passed through the front hall and ascended to the auction stage from the side door. The white jade surface glimmered faintly, and his footsteps were muffled. Thousands of pairs of eyes focused simultaneously on the person in the center of the white jade stage. No one spoke. The only sounds left in the hall were breaths rising and falling, dense and heavy. In the VIP room, near the center on the 3rd floor, Li Chongfeng, the principal of Tianyin Martial Academy, sat in a chair. At nearly 200 years old, his eyes were usually half closed, as if he could fall asleep at any moment. But at this moment his eyes were wide open, round and big. His pupils reflected the light from the direction of the auction stage, flashing brightly. Having lived for most of his life, he had seen countless rare items. But recently news had spread that this auction house had sold a divine pill. When he heard about it, his first reaction was to dismiss it. Where in the Great Yin dynasty could a divine pill come from? Later he personally saw the royal families offering Han Xinxiu walk out from that door. Han Qianqi's old face bore an expression of lingering satisfaction. He had nothing more to say. The auction house of all heavens was impressive. The heads of the 4 great families had all gathered today. This was unimaginable in the past. These 4 families usually minded their own business, not caring about each other. Yet today they were all sitting in the same building for the same reason. The head of the Sun family withdrew his gaze, landing on the auction stage. What kind of magic does this place have? The one at the far end. The head of the Zhou family had his legs crossed. He tilted his head to look around. The old immortal Li has come. The old immortal Zhao has also come. The old immortal Sun is here too. Everyone is here. Today's scene is even livelier than the grand banquet in the palace. In the innermost VIP room on the 3rd floor, the 3rd princess, Qin Ziwei sat in the center. Two bodyguards Han Xianxiu and Yi Zhinshan sat beside her. Han Qianqi's mood today was entirely different from usual. He had walked many roads and seen many storms in his life. But he always had one regret. His talent was insufficient. After reaching the transformation realm, he found it hard to take another step forward. Those true prodigies were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Some were born into the divine sea realm. He could not compare. He had originally planned to take a trip to a neighboring country in the last 2 years. He would find those secretly plotting against the great Yin and fight them desperately. If he could take one down, it would be worth it. But he never expected the third princess would bring back such a pill. Han Xianxiu was stunned for a long time. The royal family truly did not disappoint me. On the auction stage, Lin Tian stood firm. The entire venue fell silent for about 3 breaths. Ahem. Then he shifted slightly and cleared his throat. Welcome, fellow Taoists, to the auction house of all heavens. He paused. His gaze swept over to the 3rd floor. Today's auction is somewhat different from the previous ones. We will only auction 3 items. There was a moment of silence below. Then a buzzing erupted. Some furrowed their brows. Others whispered to one another. 3 items. Wasn't it 8 last time? Why has it suddenly decreased by more than half? It's not easy for me to come here, and you're only showing me 3 items. But some are quick-witted. Fewer items mean they must be exquisite. If all 3 are the finale items, isn't that better than auctioning off a bunch of junk? That makes sense. Today's items must be solid. The murmurs rose and fell, but Lin Tian did not interrupt. He waited for 2 breaths until those voices quieted down. After the hall fell silent again, he slightly curled his lips. But each of these items is a rare find in the great Yin dynasty in 100 years. After this statement, the murmurs completely vanished. The hall was as quiet as if there were no people at all. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, Qin Ziwei leaned slightly forward. A sight rarely seen in a century. When these 4 words are spoken by others, they may just smile and dismiss it. But when they come from Lin Tian, they cannot help but believe. Lin Tian truly possesses this strength. They even think that in the future Lin Tian might present a holy grade item. Because this person has never let down the words he spoke. Lin Tian took in everyone's reactions, a smile creeping into his heart. This time he did not want to warm up slowly. He intended to shock the crowd from the outset, scaring this group of self-important nobles who thought they had seen it all. He turned slightly to the side and gestured with his hand. Wang Tung approached carrying a tray, which just like before piqued everyone's curiosity. It was covered with a red silk cloth, and the object beneath was small and shapeless. However, the red cloth appeared particularly thick today, with a hint of golden light flickering at the edges. It seemed that what lay beneath was too heavy for even the silk cloth to contain. Lin Tian did not hesitate. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, he grasped a corner of the red silk and yanked it off. The red silk fluttered down. All eyes focused on the tray, revealing a book. No, it was a Cultivation. Lin Tian's voice rang out in the dead silence, each word striking like a thunderclap, leaving people dazed. The first auction item, a 5th-grade upper-tier cultivation technique. Tai Gu Xin Yuan Ju. He lifted the book, holding it before him. The light of the moonstone converged from all directions, illuminating the dark golden cover. In an instant, the pages began to turn on their own, as if something within was awakening. Golden runes floated from the pages, swirling and intertwining above the book, ultimately forming a vague phantom. It was the silhouette of a person sitting cross-legged, surrounded by countless golden runes, as if in the midst of cultivation. The aura emanating from it made it impossible to gaze directly at. Terrifying indeed. The phantom lasted only 3 breaths before slowly dissipating, transforming into countless specks of golden light that sprinkled onto the pages. This process resembled breathing, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled along with it. This technique cultivates not by relying on spiritual power, nor by the physical body, but with the heavens and earth as the furnace, the Tao as the fire, and oneself as the elixir. Upon reaching minor success, the speed of spiritual energy circulation doubles, and the capacity for spiritual power expands more than 3-fold. Upon reaching great success, the spiritual energy flows endlessly, allowing one to wield the great forces of heaven and earth, with every gesture unmatched among peers. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the crowd, capturing every shocked and contorted expression on their faces. In the hall, thousands sat in silence, all eyes fixated on that book. Not a single person uttered a word. Isn't this the first auction item? How could it be a 5th-grade item right from the start? Not a single person blinked, even forgetting to breathe, their faces turning red from holding their breath. This silence lasted for 7 breaths, and Lin Tian wondered if these people were stunned. It wasn't that they hadn't seen good items, it was that they had never seen something this good. A 5th-grade upper-tier cultivation technique. These 6 words spun repeatedly in their minds, unable to comprehend. The strongest technique of the Dayan dynasty was the royal family's Tianyan Wujiju, also a 5th grade upper tier. That was brought back by the founding emperor of the Dayan dynasty from an ancient relic passed down for a full 800 years. It has always been enshrined in the royal ancestral hall, only accessible to the Qin Wang and the heir apparent. For 800 years, countless people wished to catch even a glimpse of it. It was the very foundation of the Dayan dynasty, the lifeblood of the royal family. And today a 5th grade upper tier cultivation technique has appeared. Whoever obtains it can establish a legacy that lasts through the ages, passing down this supreme technique for generations. It might even pave the way for establishing a dynasty like the ancestors of Dayan. Thinking of this, the 4 great families of the royal city and other families from major cities could not help but swallow hard. It must be obtained. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, Qin Ziwei's body froze. Her eyes were fixed on that book. Deep within her pupils something was churning violently. In disbelief, she doubted whether she was dreaming. This Lin Tian actually brought out a 5th grade cultivation technique. Her lips parted slightly, as if wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. Her father told her that the Tianyan Wujiju is the strongest technique of the Dayan dynasty and the most precious legacy left by their ancestors. The entire foundation of the dynasty for 800 years is built upon this supreme technique. Yet the aura emanating from this book was incomparably stronger than that technique. Although both are 5th grade upper tier, this technique undoubtedly stands as the pinnacle among them. The disparity between the two is vast. Qin Ziwei slowly turned her head to look at Han Qianqiu. Han Qianqiu, standing behind her, also widened his eyes. This venerable elder who had lived for 187 years displayed an expression that Qin Ziwei had never seen before. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, his lips quivering slightly. Having lived nearly 200 years, Han Qianqiu had thought there were few things left in the world that could stir him. But at this moment he realized he was wrong. A 5th grade upper tier cultivation technique, how could such a thing appear in an auction house? This is a supreme technique capable of creating a dominant force. Han Qianqiu swallowed hard, his throat moving up and down, then slowly raised his head. This was worth it. This trip was not in vain. The royal family must contend for this technique. Suddenly Han Qianqiu spoke, his voice low enough that only Qin Ziwei and Yi Zhinshan could hear. His voice was hoarse and dry, as if his throat were filled with sand. Princess, this book must be obtained by the royal family. Qin Ziwei turned to look at Han Qianqiu. The elder's eyes held no greed, only a sense of solemn responsibility. He was genuinely considering the royal family, not his own interests. Qin Ziwei took a deep breath and nodded slowly. She turned her gaze back to the book on the stage, her determination gradually solidifying. The silence in the hall was finally broken, and everyone came back to their senses, inhaling simultaneously. The voices of tens of thousands surged forth, merging into a massive wave of sound that reverberated throughout the hall. A 5th grade upper tier. It truly is a 5th grade upper tier. Someone murmured, disbelief filling their voice. Is this something we can see? I've only heard of 3rd grade techniques from the storytellers. The boss Lin, what kind of background does he have? How could he bring something like this to sell? What does it matter what his background is? As long as there's a treasure. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. In the private room on the 2nd floor, Bai Li Changfeng slowly placed down his teacup, his chest gently, heaving his breaths noticeably quicker than usual. A 5th tier top grade martial art. He silently repeated these words in his mind, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, there was no trace of hesitation in his gaze. He had come today merely to see what tricks this auction house had up its sleeve, never expecting to encounter such a treasure. In the Tianyan Martial Academy's library, the highest tier martial arts were merely 4th tier supreme. Having served as the dean for 30 years, his greatest wish was to acquire a 5th tier martial art that could be passed down. That way he could reach a higher realm himself and elevate the entire Tianyan Martial Academy to new heights. Now the opportunity was right before him. Bai Li Changfeng's fingers gently tapped twice on his knee, then abruptly halted, his gaze growing resolute. It must be fought for. Yi Tianlin stood before the crystal window, his hands pressed against the windowsill, knuckles turning white. His eyes fixed on the book with 2 blazing flames igniting deep within his pupils. The Yi family ranks first among the 4 great families of the royal city, relying on the advantage of their martial arts. The legacy of the Yi family's ancestors, the Batianju, is a 5th tier low grade. It was just 2 small tiers lower than that of the royal family, yet higher than the other 3 great families. This small tier difference had allowed the Yi family to suppress the other 3 families for decades. If he could obtain this 5th tier top grade Taigu, Xian Yuan Ju, the Yi family could directly trample the other 3 families, leaving them no chance to rise again. Even Yi Tianlin took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, then turned his head to glance in the direction of the royal city. There was an indescribable gleam in his eyes. If they acquired this martial art, the Yi family could even replace the royal family. Why couldn't Yi Tianlin sit in that position? In the third-floor VIP room, everyone was watching the other rooms. Although they could not see each other's expressions, the tense atmosphere was palpable. Taiga Xin Yuan Ju 5th tier, top-grade martial art. Lin Tian's voice was clear and steady, neither hurried nor slow. Each word seemed meticulously measured, striking straight to the heart. Starting bid, 10,000 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. The auction begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, someone on the second floor called out, 50,000. Bai Li Changfeng's voice was steady but slightly quicker than usual, as if suppressing his excitement. 70,000. Yi Tianlin's voice followed, closely, steady and powerful, carrying an air of determination. 100,000 spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the bid had jumped from 50,000 to 100,000. The ordinary cultivators were utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly the celestial auction? How terrifying! They quickly regained their senses, excitedly watching this spectacle, wondering how far this frenzied bidding would go. But 100,000 spirit stones was merely the tip of the iceberg for this martial art. The bidding continued, growing ever more intense. 300,000. When Bai Li Changfeng announced this figure, his voice remained steady, but his fingers lightly tapped twice on his knee. A fifth-tier top-grade martial art, one he had dreamed of acquiring for the Martial Academy. For those students, the young talents in the academy whose talents were not inferior to those of the four great families' offspring, yet lacked good martial arts to practice. Having served as the dean for 30 years, his greatest regret had been this. 400,000. Yi Tianlin's voice swiftly followed, sitting by the crystal window with veins bulging on his back. 500,000. Lin Songhai also joined in, ranking third among the four great families in the royal city, having been suppressed by the Yi and Zhao families for decades. He had dreamed of rising again, and now the opportunity had come, but his spirit stones were insufficient. The Lin family's business had been struggling in recent years, leaving little spirit stones available in their treasury. When he bid 500,000, he began to feel uneasy. Ordinary cultivators were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't even dare to imagine such bidding amounts in the tens of thousands. Yet here it was merely a number game among a few prominent figures. When the price surpassed 500,000, Bai Li Changfeng's voice paused for a moment. He had brought only 700,000 spirit stones, the savings of Tianyan Martial Academy accumulated over decades. He had thought 60,000 would be sufficient, never expecting anyone would spend so much spirit stones on a single martial art. He was wrong, terribly wrong. He truly felt old and muddled. This was a fifth-tier martial art. Bai Li Changfeng's fingers tightened on his knee, knuckles turning white. His eyes were fixed on the book on stage, something within his pupils roiling violently. 700,000. When the price broke through 700,000, Bai Li Changfeng's voice fell silent completely. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but his spirit stones were insufficient. Bai Li Changfeng slowly leaned back against the chair and closed his eyes. These wealthy patrons. Forget it, he would continue using the fourth-tier supreme martial art, though he was tempted by the better ones he had seen. With that thought, Bai Li Changfeng resumed his usual demeanor. After all, a fourth-tier supreme martial art was already quite impressive in the entire Great Yin dynasty. A fifth-tier martial art was still too extravagant, and one should not rush into it. The conflict among the four great families continued. Yi Tianlin, Lin Songhai, Zhao Wujin, and Cui Mingyuan. The four of them were like four hungry wolves circling a piece of juicy meat, unwilling to relent. 750,000, 850,000, 900,000. When the price broke through 900,000, Cui Mingyuan's voice fell silent. He was out of money. Cui's family ranked fourth, the weakest among the four great families. He chose not to compete. Those three families were all wealthy patrons, and he absolutely could not match their financial power. Only three families remained in the bidding. Yi Tianlin, Lin Songhai, and Zhao Wujin. The voices of the three rose and fell, each unwilling to yield to the other. When the price surpassed 110,000, Lin Kanghai's voice also ceased. Another clan leader from the four great families had dropped out. Only Yi Tianlin and Zhao Wujin remained. The two pairs of eyes were fixated on the book on stage. 115,000. Yi Tianlin called out this figure, his voice still steady, yet his fingers trembled slightly beneath the table. 115,000 was no small sum. He mentally calculated how much was left in the Yi family's treasury. After adding it all up, his limit was 150,000. Beyond that, he could no longer keep up. 120,000. Zhao Wujin's voice was tighter than before, as if something was lodged in his throat. From his tone, it was evident that the clan leader of the Zhao family was also nearing his limit. But facing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they all unanimously chose to continue bidding. Missing this chance, the next auction might be beyond their reach. Next time, they might even have to cede their VIP room to someone with a more esteemed status. Zhao Wuji and Yi Tianlin had a standoff. 1,200,000. 1,300,000. 1,400,000. The price kept climbing, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. What the heck, over $1 million already? Are these two crazy? Is a single technique worth this much? You have no idea, it's a 5th-tier top-grade technique, and there are hardly any in the entire Dine dynasty. I just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Why are you explaining this to me? Damn you. Wait for me outside when the auction ends, you son of a... Zhao Wuji raised his bidding paddle, his hand trembling slightly. 1,500,000. After he shouted this, he felt parched in his throat. Tea. Get me some tea to moisten my throat. His steward handed him tea, lowering his voice. Sir, that's enough, right? If it goes any higher, the pawn shop will have to liquidate. I know. Zhao Wuji's eyes were glued to the book on the stage, his gaze almost burning with intensity. In my many years of life, this is the first time I've seen a 5th-tier top-grade technique put up for auction. Do you think I would let it go? But sir, enough, I want to be alone. The hand gripping the paddle was bulging with veins. A single thought kept swirling in his mind. The entire Zhao family's fortune riding on this one bet. Was it worth it? Of course it was. It had to be worth it. Once you draw the bow, there's no turning back. Turning back is for mules. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth. 1,550,000. His voice cracked. It's a gamble. If I Zhao Wuji back down today, those old geezers will laugh at me for a lifetime. Yi Tianlin didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. 1,600,000. His voice was steady, but if you listened closely, you could detect a slight wavering at the end. The steward of the Yi family turned pale and leaned in to Yi Tianlin's ear. Master, our limit is 1,600,000. Going higher will deplete our reserves. I know. Yi Tianlin's lips moved without turning his head. If we secure that technique, the Yi family can forever trample the other 3 families. At that time, not only will we be the first family in Wanqing, but the entire Dine dynasty will have to look to us. 1,650,000. His hand shook as he raised the paddle, but his voice was firmer than before. Zhao Wuji fell silent. He had raised his hand halfway, but then put it down. Damn it. 1,650,000. I can't raise it anymore. If I go any higher, the Zhao family will collapse. Fine, Yi Tianlin, you old bastard. Zhao Wuji slumped back, throwing the paddle onto the table. I won't follow anymore. Once you draw the bow, there is a way to turn back, and it's not for mules. It's for Zhao Wuji. Yi Tianlin couldn't help but smile. His mouth twisted into a grin. We won. The Yi family won. The 5th-tier top-grade technique is in our grasp. He took a deep breath, preparing to wait for Lin Tian to drop the hammer. Suddenly, a voice floated down from the 3rd floor. 1,800,000. The entire audience looked up in unison. From the innermost room on the 3rd floor, Qin Ziwei had a smile on her face, lightly tapping her fingers on the armrest. 1,800,000 spirit stones. No other advantages, just a hefty budget. Yi Tianlin's expression instantly changed. Oh no, this sounds like that royal aunt. He stared in the direction of the 3rd floor, his lips trembling. He wanted to ask the 3rd princess for a favor, but the words got stuck in his throat. Ask her for a favor. Did he even deserve it? Yi Tianlin's eyes turned red. He turned his head, his throat dry and raspy like sandpaper scraping metal. How much is left in the vault? The steward shivered. After a long silence, he managed to squeeze out a number. Yi Tianlin's eyes turned even redder after hearing it. Bet it all. Bet everything. If we don't succeed, we perish. His voice cracked, but each word, 2 million. Silence enveloped the area around the auction stage. The spectators below all had their mouths agape, unable to close them. 2 million spirit stones. I've never seen this much money in my life. In 10 lifetimes you won't see this. You're just a fool who can only shout. Damn you. Is the Yi family betting the ancestral home? Forget the ancestral home, they might even be betting their underwear, I guess. What if they lose? Lose, eh? Look at Yi Tianlin, eh? Does he seem like someone who even considered losing? Qin Ziwei, sitting on the 3rd floor, slightly raised her eyebrows. 2 million. Higher than I expected. She turned to glance at Han Qianxiu. Han Qianxiu shook his head slightly. Don't follow anymore. This first item is 5th tier, there might be better ones later. Save the spirit stones for the next item. Qin Ziwei thought for a moment, withdrawing her fingers from the armrest. She leaned back, her lips twitching. But then again, I must admit, Yi Tianlin's boldness is impressive. No wonder the Yi family can sit at the top of Wanqing. The audience was as quiet as a graveyard. Lin Tian stood on the stage waiting for a moment. 2,000,000 spirit stones first call. No one responded. 2,000,000 spirit stones second call. Still no response. All eyes were on the third floor. In the direction of the third princess, it was eerily silent, not a sound to be heard. In Yi Tianlin's private room, he was shaking all over. His fists were clenched, nails digging into his palms, blood seeping out without feeling. Don't make a sound. Don't make a sound. Don't follow. Absolutely don't follow. Heaven bless. He murmured, his voice smaller than a mosquito. His eyes were fixated on the wooden hammer in Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian's voice rang out again. 2,000,000 spirit stones third call. Sold. The hammer fell, a crisp sound echoing. Yi Tianlin leaned back, falling into his chair. Huff. 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 He gasped for air as if he had just been pulled out of a dry toilet. He laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. The Yi family. The Yi family is about to become the first family of Dian. The steward beside him also had red-rimmed eyes. Sir. Congratulations, sir. Call me Yi Zun. Are you alright, sir? The crowd below was still in shock. The Yi family. Will obtaining this technique make them the second royal family? Hiss. The moment this thought appeared, everyone quickly suppressed it, not daring to think. This was a big risk. Lin Tian stood on the auction stage, still holding the wooden hammer. He scanned the reactions below, a slight smile on his lips. The first item of today's auction was sold for 2,000,000 spirit stones. It set the tone for this auction house. From now on, he would pursue a high-end route. As for the low-tier items, let the branches auction them. He gestured slightly to the backstage, and the attendants hurriedly brought up the next item. On the tray lay a piece of red silk, slightly raised. Lin Tian didn't rush to unveil it, just stood there waiting for the hall to quiet down again. After a while, the murmurs gradually subsided. All eyes were again focused on the stage. The next item for auction. His hand touched the edge of the red silk, slowly lifting it. At this moment, a system notification exploded in Lin Tian's mind. Ding! The 5th-tier high-grade technique, the Taigu Xianyuan method, has been successfully sold for 200,000 spirit stones. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th-tier top-grade technique, Tiandi Songshuan method. Lin Tian scanned the information of this technique in his mind, and his eyelids twitched. It absorbs the celestial pure qi and earthly essence, allowing the physical body and spiritual power to cultivate together, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities with profound foundations. Upon completion, it can harness the great forces of heaven and earth, solidify the soul with mysterious patterns, and suppress inner demons. After reaching great success, it can condense the supreme Songshuan battle body. Lin Tian took a deep breath and stored this technique deep within the system space. Not bad, not bad, he has obtained a technique. He initially thought the system would return a 7th-tier technique, but it was merely a 6th-tier top-grade one. After all, the disparity between techniques increases as the tiers rise. Returning a 6th-tier top-grade technique from a 5th-tier high-grade one is already quite impressive. He withdrew his consciousness, still wearing a composed smile, and glanced around the entire hall. The noise in the hall had not completely settled, and the ordinary cultivators were still whispering to each other, discussing the recent frenzied bidding. They had witnessed an event that would be recorded in the annals of the Dian dynasty. This was unprecedented in the entire Dian dynasty. No one had ever sold a 5th-tier item at an auction before. And it was a 5th-tier high-grade technique. The first auction item, the Taigu Xianyuan method, sold for 200,000 spirit stones. Lin Tian's voice echoed in the hall, overpowering the murmurs. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the Taigu Xianyuan method. In the VIP room on the 2nd floor, Yi Tianlin was still trembling, cradling the dark golden technique in his hands, his fingertips gently caressing the cover, as if he were touching a rare treasure. He truly couldn't believe it. His Yi family actually possessed a technique of this level. The rise of the Yi family was happening at this moment. Yi Tianlin would climb to the top step by step. Lin Tian stood on the stage waiting for a few breaths until the noise subsided a bit more before he spoke again. Next, we will auction our second item of the day. All eyes refocused on Lin Tian. The aftershocks of the first auction item had not fully dissipated. But once Lin Tian finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Their eyes lit up. The first item was a 5th-tier high-grade technique. What would the second item be? Would it also be a 5th-tier item? Qin Ziwei sat in the VIP room on the 3rd floor, her eyes fixed on Lin Tian on the stage, her pupils reflecting a mix of anticipation and tension. Today's events had completely exceeded this princess' expectations. No one would have thought that a 5th-tier item would actually be presented in this auction house. Fortunately, this auction was attended only by various factions within the Dian dynasty. If those overlord-level sects, or even sacred lands, were to come, the Dian royal family might not take away even one item from this auction. Lin Tian personally presented the second auction item, and everyone stared intently at what he was holding. It was a spear. The spear was entirely pitch black, like an unfathomable abyss. It was over a zhang long with a shaft as thick as a child's arm covered with fine patterns. The spear tip was dark golden, its sharpness reigned, and yet anyone who caught sight of it would feel as if their eyes had been pricked by something causing pain. The entire spear lay quietly on the tray, unmoving, yet it gave off a sense of being alive. The divine weapon had spirit. It was breathing, exuding an ancient and savage aura. This spear seemed to have traversed from the wild, ancient times, carrying a brute force unique to that era. Lin Tian reached out to grasp the spear. His movements were gentle, but everyone could see that as he picked it up, the muscles in his arms tightened. The spear was incredibly heavy, and an ordinary person might not even be able to lift it. He raised the spear before him, tip pointing upwards, and the butt struck the auction stage with a dull thud, resonating in everyone's hearts. The second auction item, a 5th-tier, high-grade magic weapon, the ancient barbarian breaking mountain spear. Lin Tian's voice was steadier and more profound than before, each word echoing as if from ancient times. He paused, scanning the crowd, taking in the stunned expressions on everyone's faces. Without waiting for everyone to digest this, he continued. This spear is forged from 10th sandier black iron infused with the essence of the ancient fierce beast, the ancient barbarian beast, and has undergone 99 years of forging. The spear weighs 3,600 pounds. A single thrust can shatter mountains. His voice rose a few degrees. Those who wield this spear possess the strength to uproot mountains. With this spear in hand, they are invincible at the same tier and can even fight above their rank. With these words, the hall fell into silence. It was indeed a 5th-tier item. Moreover, it was a 5th-tier high-grade divine weapon. Rows of eyes were fixed on the spear. Not a single person blinked. The words 5th-tier high-grade magic weapon churned in their minds over and over, unable to comprehend it. One must understand that to some extent the efficacy of magic weapons surpasses that of techniques. Techniques require cultivation, but magic weapons do not. A transcendent realm cultivator wielding this spear might well contend with a divine sea realm cultivator. Moreover, magic weapons are rarer and more precious. Techniques can be transcribed, passed down, and sustained through generations. A single technique can support a family for hundreds of years. However, magic weapons are different. They are consumables that can break, shatter, and lose their spirit over the past. A 5th-tier high-grade spear placed within the Dian dynasty is a national treasure, something that could serve as a national seal. After all, even the royal family's national treasure is merely the 5th-tier mid-grade Tianyan cauldron. Finally, someone snapped back to reality. It was an old cultivator sitting in the back row, his hair grizzled, face lined with wrinkles, dressed in a faded gray robe. His eyes were wide as saucers, and his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. His voice was hoarse and trembling as if sand had lodged in his throat. A 5th-tier high-grade magic weapon. This spear. If I had this spear, I could kill a divine sea realm cultivator with a single thrust. Those beside him were startled, but no one laughed at him, for everyone was secretly thinking the same thing. But the hall erupted in an uproar. Wait, this thing weighs 3,600 pounds. Who can lift it? A young loose cultivator exclaimed. Just because you can't lift it doesn't mean others can't. Didn't you hear Boss Lin say? This spear is meant for experts. A single thrust can shatter mountains. Oh, what does that even mean? A single thrust could pierce through the city walls of Xiantian City, right? Not just that, it could topple the entire city wall. This is unprecedented. It's the first time an auction has offered 2 5th-tier high-grade items consecutively. The sounds of gasps and discussions mingled together, creating a buzzing noise throughout the hall. Damn, this auction was truly worth attending. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, the heads of the 4 great families were still recovering from the shock of the first auction item, only to be hit again by the second item. Lin Kanghai's eyes were fixed on the spear, a strange light flickering deep within his pupils. As the head of one of the 4 great families in the capital, it was also his first time seeing a 5th-grade weapon. Touching the 4th-grade high-quality sword at his waist, Lin Songhai instantly felt a bit of embarrassment. It had gotten cold. He needed this spear to get moving and break a sweat. The Lin family must have this spear. Others shared the same reaction, their desires barely contained. Unfortunately, they could not afford it, but that did not stop them from witnessing history today. The appearance of the strongest magic weapon in the history of the Dian dynasty. Aside from the Lin family, the heads of the Zhao and Chui families were also staring intently at the terrifying spear in Lin Tian's hands. As for Yi Tianlin from the Yi family, he was in the VIP room, one hand clutching a cultivation technique, while the other reached toward the spear as if possessed. This was not due to a lapse in judgment. As the head of one of the 4 great families, Yi Tianlin considered himself quite stable. However, everything happening today exceeded his expectations. In the face of a 5th-grade divine item, no one could control themselves. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, Qin Ziwei leaned forward abruptly, her eyes glued to the spear. A 5th-grade high-quality magic weapon. Even her father's national treasure was merely a 5th-grade mid-quality item, having been used for 800 years, and that great cauldron was almost drained of its spiritual essence. Moreover, the cauldron's main function was to suppress luck, offering little enhancement to combat power. But this spear was a genuine war artifact. It was far superior to the royal family's national treasure. If this spear were given to her father, the combat power of the Qin king would rise to another level. At that time, who in the surrounding dynasties could stand against her father? The Dian dynasty could even expand several thousand miles toward the borders. Qin Ziwei took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, her gaze becoming resolute. She had to acquire this item. Han Qianxiu behind her was also left speechless by Lin Tian's actions. Did he just bring out 2 5th-grade high-quality items for sale? It was fortunate he was a cultivator. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have surely suffered a heart attack today. At that moment, Qin Ziwei turned her head back, exchanging a glance with him, her eyes filled with determination. He understood what Qin Ziwei was thinking and knew what this spear meant for the royal family, giving a slight nod. The ancient barbarian breaking mountain spear, a 5th-grade, high-quality magic weapon. The starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones. Each increment must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. Hardly had the words left his mouth when a voice rang out from the 3rd floor. I bid 100,000. The head of the Lin family shouted, unable to contain himself any longer. The ordinary cultivators hardly had a chance to speak. The price skyrocketed as if on a rocket. From 100,000 to 500,000, from 500,000 to 1 million. In less than a cup of tea's time, the price had already surpassed 1 million. The heads of the 4 great families took turns bidding one after another, unwilling to relent. However, when the price reached 150,000, Cui Mingyuan stopped, unable to continue. Inside the Cui family's box, Cui Mingyuan looked at the spear with a sorrowful expression, knowing that this artifact was beyond his reach. When the auction price hit 170,000, Zhao Wujia also stopped. Cui Mingyuan's heart soared with joy as he heard Zhao Wuji's voice fade. He had thought that Zhao Wujia was quite confident, but unexpectedly he turned out to be a paper tiger, all show and no substance. The Zhao family should just remain the perennial third. Oh, what were they competing for? The 2 family heads paused, but the bidding did not stop. A strange voice rang out from the innermost part of the 3rd floor. 180,000. That was Elder Zhou Yunhe from the Tianyun sect, one of the top 3 first-rate sects in the Dian dynasty, with a foundation that was no less than that of the 4 great families. Immediately after, someone from the Qian sect also placed a bid. 190,000. Another first-rate sect of the Dian dynasty. The Tianyun sect and the Qian sect had been competing for decades, neither willing to yield. What the Tianyun sect desired, the Qian sect also wanted to contest. Representatives from the 2 sects sat in different private rooms, unable to see each other. But the tense atmosphere was palpable. 200,000. Zhou Yun's voice remained steady, but he was panicking inside. He didn't have that much money, yet he did not want to lose to the beasts from the Qian sect. 205,000. The Qian sect followed suit. Zhou Yunhe fell silent. Good grief, was the Qian sect prepared to sell their sect? Upon hearing that Zhou Yunhe would not raise his bid any further, the representative from the Qian sect smirked slightly. Just as he was about to say something, a voice came down from the 3rd floor. 210,000. The voice was soft, even faint, but in the silent hall, each word sounded like a thunderclap. All eyes turned toward the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Qin Ziwei, the 3rd princess of the Dian dynasty. She sat behind the crystal window, her expression gentle and calm with a hint of a faint smile. However, her hands were trembling slightly, and her back was already soaked with sweat. Qin Ziwei was merely maintaining the royal family's poise. More than 200,000 spirit stones, who could bear to part with that? 210,000. The Qian sect's representatives fell silent, they were out of money. Moreover, judging by that voice, it couldn't be the 3rd princess Qin Ziwei. The royal family had stepped in, they were the true rulers of the Dian dynasty. If he tried to compete, he might even get summoned by the Qin king tomorrow. The representative from the Qian sect slowly leaned back against his chair, closed his eyes, and did not raise his paddle again. Those who recognize the times are the wise. The hall fell completely silent, and no one else raised their bid. Unless the 2 families joined forces, no one could guarantee they could outbid the royal family. Qin Ziwei had won. Her fingers released from the armrest, hanging down on her knees, trembling slightly. A faint smile appeared on her pale face. Her action could also be considered a contribution to the nation. Han Qianxiu stood behind her, a slight smile of relief creeping onto his lips. Lin Tian's voice broke the silence. 210,000 spirit stones, first call. No one responded. Second call. Still no one responded. Third call. Sold. The sound of the gavel was crisp and brief. Qin Ziwei collapsed into her chair, drenched in sweat. At that moment, Lin Tian's mind exploded with the system's notification sound. Ding! The 5th grade high-quality magic weapon Ancient Barbarian Breaking Mountain Spear has been successfully auctioned with a final price of 210,000 spirit stones. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th grade supreme magic weapon, Hunyuan Breaking Sky. A 5th grade top-tier magical weapon, the Ancient Barbarian Breaking Mountain Spear, has been successfully auctioned for a price of 2,100,000 spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 6th grade supreme magical weapon, the Hunyuan Breaking Heaven Spear. Lin Tian felt a twitch in his eyelids as he quickly scanned the introduction on the system panel. Hunyuan Breaking Heaven Spear, forged from the primordial spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It contains flowing primordial Tao patterns that enable it to unleash the might of shattering mountains and splitting the earth, as well as piercing through clouds and breaking the sky. It can break formations, shatter barrier chi, and slay demons, making it a formidable weapon among its peers, worthy of being called an ultimate battle weapon. A 6th grade supreme, I exclaimed in surprise. Good, very good, extremely good. Lin Tian was thoroughly satisfied. A good spear matches a hero. Perfect. In the private room on the 2nd floor, the 4 great families each had their own thoughts. In Lin Kanghai's private room, his eyes remained fixed on the auction stage, still in shock from what had just transpired. I used to think that my 4th grade top-tier sword was quite impressive. Now compared to that spear, it feels like a firewood stick. It's getting cold. Well, I also want to get a spear to move around and sweat a bit. What a pity. He glanced down at the sword at his waist, resting his hand on the hilt, his thumb rubbing back and forth for a moment. He remained silent. The more he looked, the more he felt it was inferior. What about Yi Tianlin? His condition was the most unusual. He held a manual in one hand, reaching towards the auction stage with the other. His eyes were glazed, muttering to himself. The Yi families. All belong to the Yi family. The 5th grade magical technique is mine. The 5th grade magical weapon is also mine. They are all mine. The butler's expression turned anxious as he stepped forward. Master, are you all right? Yi Tianlin ignored him, continuing to mumble. The butler glanced at the door, then back at Yi Tianlin, uncertain whether to go out and call for help. This was not simply a case of him losing his mind. As the head of one of the 4 great families, Yi Tianlin considered himself to be composed enough. However, everything that had happened today had exceeded his expectations. With 2 divine objects placed before him, no one could control themselves. The fact that he managed to hold back from crying out on the spot already showed considerable self-restraint. I'm fine. Yi Tianlin suddenly spoke, his voice slightly airy. It's just, something happened. Let me be alone for a moment. The butler retreated, remaining silent. This is bad. The master has truly lost his mind. In the 3rd floor VIP room, Qin Ziwei slumped in her chair. 2,100,000 spirit stones. It was not a small amount for her. Although she had brought enough spirit stones, when it came time to bid, her heart still felt like it was bleeding. 2,100,000. But it's worth it. This spear, if taken back for her father Qin Beishan, would surely make him very happy. The national spear of the Dian dynasty had been in use for nearly 200 years. If not replaced, soon it would rust. She had already begun to imagine her father's expression upon receiving this spear. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will auction the final item of this session. As the words were spoken, the audience fell silent. The breaths of thousands of people simultaneously quieted. Has it finally arrived? A loose cultivator whispered, his voice trembling. The first 2 items were both 5th grade top tier. The last one is likely of the same grade as well. As for 5th grade supreme, or even 6th grade, a nearby person added in a low voice. I dare not imagine. The heavenly auction house may present them in the future, but certainly not now. Being able to see 2 5th grade top tier items today has already made the ticket worth it. The atmosphere in the hall changed. It felt like the final stage of a grand ceremony, like the last moments before a climactic battle. Everyone was waiting. Lin Tian did not keep them in suspense. The final tray was swiftly brought up. All eyes were fixed on that tray, even the frequency of blinking slowed. Lin Tian reached out and pinched the corner of the red silk cloth. With a sudden pull, the cloth fluttered down. A drop of essence blood hovered half an inch above the tray. It was entirely dark gold in color, with a faint golden halo floating on its surface. Inside the essence blood, there was a faint rumbling of thunder reminiscent of a roaring tiger. This was the imprint of memories from the ancient era embedded within the essence blood. It held fragments of the life experiences of the nine-sun mystic tiger. The entire drop of essence blood hovered there, as if it were breathing. It emanated an ancient savage and powerful vitality. The third auction item, Lin Tian spoke. 5th grade top tier, nine-sun mystic tiger essence blood. He paused for a moment, scanning the crowd. Feline spiritual beasts are considered the overlords of their tier below the sacred realm. This essence blood contains a trace of the source power of the nine-sun mystic tiger. After a cultivator refines it, their physical strength can be greatly enhanced, and their cultivation talent improved. There is a chance to awaken the nine-sun mystic tiger bloodline, doubling their battle power and making them invincible among their peers. As his words fell, there was silence in the hall. Thousands of people sat there staring at the drop of dark golden essence blood, as if they were gazing upon an ancient deity. 5th grade top-tier spiritual beast essence blood. An elderly cultivator murmured, his voice hoarse. Corresponding to the late stage of the human race's divine sea realm. Did the heavenly auction house hunt down a divine sea realm beast? Wasn't it said that the Dian dynasty had no divine sea realm beasts? 5th grade latest stage essence blood. It had only appeared once in the entire history of the Dian dynasty. After their ancestor of the Dian royal family refined it, their strength greatly increased, and they subsequently swept through the surrounding regions to establish the Dian. That bloodline had gradually thinned over time among the descendants of the Dian. This drop could change a person's fate. Just then the drop of essence blood suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. Immediately afterward, a massive golden tiger phantom emerged from the essence blood. It loomed above the auction stage. The tiger was enormous, occupying the entire airspace of the auction hall. Its eyes were slit-pupiled. The pupils were dark golden, resembling two abysses. It did not roar, merely hovering there quietly, looking down at the thousands of people below. There was a kind of instinctual disdain in its eyes, as if looking at a swarm of ants. The tiger's phantom only existed for 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, it slowly dissipated. It transformed into countless fragments of golden light, reintegrating into that drop of essence blood. As the golden light scattered, it resembled a shower of golden rain falling upon the cultivators below. Some felt the golden light land on the back of their hands, feeling as if they had been burned, quickly retracting their hands. The silence in the hall lasted for several breaths. Then it erupted into an even more frenzied uproar than any before. "What is that?" someone shouted, jumping from their seat, their voice high-pitched. "What is that thing? If a drop of essence blood can manifest such a phantom, how strong must its true body be? A divine sea realm beast. It can't just be a divine sea realm, right? I don't know, but just this drop of blood is enough for me to cultivate for a lifetime." Lin Tian's voice rang out amid the chaotic uproar. Nine-sun mystic tiger essence blood, 5th grade top tier. Starting bid 100,000 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must be no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Now, let the bidding begin. As Lin Tian's voice fell, Zhao Wuji raised the price to a terrifying height. 1 million. What was this? The moment those 3 words echoed, the entire hall felt as if someone had gripped its throat. This Zhao clan leader is truly a big spender. In the private room on the 2nd floor, many people were infuriated by this voice. Li Xianqing held his teacup, spilling tea all over the table without even noticing. His face turned ashen, his lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes fixated on the direction of Zhao Wuji's private room, wishing he could bore a hole through that direction with his glare. Is Zhao Wuji deliberately seeking trouble? We didn't even get a chance to bid, that damn Zhao Wuji. He cursed silently 100 times in his heart, but not a single word dared to escape his lips. If he dared to speak out tomorrow, the Li family of Shantian City might just become the Zhao family of Shantian City. Although the Zhao family ranked 3rd in the capital, they were certainly not a small family like his could provoke. When Zhao Wuji bid 1 million, he had already filtered out most of the participants. Within the entire Dian dynasty, no more than 10 families could mobilize 1 million spirit stones in liquid assets. Those small sects and minor forces didn't even have the qualification to speak. Zhao Wuji sat in his private room looking calm, but his heart raced twice as fast as usual. 1 million, he dared to call that, because he wanted to overpower others with sheer momentum, and Zhao Wuji had no other choice but to do so. There were quite a few present with greater financial power. If he wanted to obtain this drop of blood essence, he could only resort to underhanded tactics. "I can't compete with you in terms of money, but can I not raise my voice?" Just as the corner of Zhao Wuji's mouth was beginning to rise, a familiar female voice descended from the 3rd floor. 150,000. Qingziwei. Zhao Wuji's smile froze on his face, his fingers tightened around the armrest. 150,000. How many spirit stones did the royal family actually give her? The Zhao family scraped together nearly 2 million, while this third princess had already bought something that cost 2 million spirit stones. She actually dared to casually raise it by 50,000. Was she trying to scare him? Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth about to speak up to raise the bid, when a strange voice came from another private room on the third floor. 250,000. The voice was not loud, carrying a hint of youthful clarity, but the moment it fell, the entire hall seemed to be pressed on the pause button. 250,000 spirit stones. This person actually raised it by 1 million in one go, jumping from 150,000 to 250,000. Who is this person capable of putting forth 250,000 spirit stones? My goodness, even if one is wealthy, this is taking it too far. This is completely disregarding spirit stones. The crowd murmured, clearly taken aback by this person's audacity. Everyone's gaze searched for the source of that voice, turning in unison toward a VIP room on the third. Behind the crystal window of that VIP room, a young man's silhouette could be faintly seen, tall and casually seated, as if he didn't regard the 250,000 at all. Who is this person? Everyone was asking this question, but no one could answer. They went through the 4 great families of the Dian dynasty, first-rate sects, and the royal family. But this person was not part of any of them. His voice was too young, unlike that of any family head. Yet his actions were ruthless enough to even suppress the royal family's third princess. Qin Ziwei sat in her VIP room, looking bewildered. 250,000, she couldn't come up with that. Qin Ziwei turned her head to glance at Yi Zhanshan, then at Han Qianxiu. The three of them exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Yi Zhanshan's brows were furrowed into a knot. The expression of the honest person was visible on his face, and Yi Zhanshan was utterly speechless. Han Qianxiu maintained a calm expression, but there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Was there really such a wealthy force within the Dian dynasty? If they were not from the Dian dynasty, then they could only be from outside. At this moment in that VIP room, a youth dressed in a black robe was gazing intently at the drop of blood essence on the stage. His name was Yi Yun, originally the young sect master of the Luyun sect, a second-rate sect in Qingzhou, with the strongest member in the sect being at the peak of the Divine Sea realm, which was quite respectable in Qingzhou. He had come out this time to relax, just as the 3-year martial arts competition in Qingzhou was about to commence. As the young sect master of Luyun sect, he was only at the mid-stage of blood condensation, a considerable gap compared to the core disciples of other sects. He didn't want to watch those peers shine on stage while he could only sit below as an audience. Thus Yi Yun left the sect, wandering along the way, hoping to encounter some opportunities. When passing through the Dian dynasty, he initially intended to visit the royal city, but upon hearing that there was a powerful auction house here, he casually stepped in. He didn't expect that upon entering he would encounter this drop of blood essence. Blood essence of the 9 Suns mystic tiger, a 5th-grade high-tier existence. Yi Yun's eyes shone brightly. His talent was mediocre at best, merely average. Had it not been for his position as a young sect master, the sect might have long demoted him to the inner sect and reclaimed his salary. Fortunately, the elders in the sect treated him well, and this time they pooled together several million spirit stones to support him. Yi Yun's fingers clenched tightly on his knees, his knuckles turning white. His lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze resolute like iron. Who says that a waste cannot turn the tide? Subsequently, Yi Yun looked at Lin Tian on the stage with bright eyes, even feeling a hint of admiration. This host was about his age, yet the audacity to auction such a treasure made him feel ashamed. Yi Yun took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and leaned back against the chair, waiting for others to raise the bid. This auction item was undoubtedly his. The Luyun sect was far stronger than the Dian dynasty, with 3 members in the late stages of the Divine Sea realm. In such circumstances, the affiliated sects of the Luyun sect were numerous, and just collecting protection fees every year was a significant source of income. Thus, there was no one present who had more spirit stones than him. Qin Ziwei had been silent for a long time. Her budget limit was 260,000, which she could still raise. However, that earlier person's nonchalant tone made Qin Ziwei realize that his budget was much higher than hers. Qin Ziwei shook her head. Enough is enough. Greed leads to ruin. She had already secured that spear. Let this drop of blood essence go to that mysterious person. Qin Ziwei leaned back against her chair, closing her eyes. Zhao Wuji also did not raise the bid again. Why? Because compared to those two, he was just a poor fool. His limit was 2,250,000, was something he didn't even dare to imagine. The hall fell silent for a long time. Lin Tian's voice shattered the silence. 250,000 spirit stones. First call. No one responded. Second call. Still no one responded. Third call. Sold. The sound of the gavel falling was crisp and brief, and Yian clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles cracking. Ding! The 5th-tier top-grade blood essence of the 9-Sun Mystic Tiger has been successfully auctioned off for a price of 2.5 million spirit stones. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th-tier Supreme Blood Essence of the Liuyueqin. The blood essence of the Liuyueqin, the life source blood of an ancient fierce beast. Its entire body is crimson like molten lava, infused with the tremendous power of collapsing mountains and the ferocious energy of red flames. It contains the profound essence of beastly paths and the essence of a robust physical body. Refining it can nourish the bloodline, awakening the primal ferocity of ancient beasts. It is an unparalleled rare treasure for tempering the body and solidifying the foundation of martial arts. Lin Tian's consciousness sank into the system space. That drop of returned blood essence floated there. It is entirely red gold. The surface is interwoven with tiger and dragon patterns. It exudes a more violent aura than the 9-Sun Mystic Tiger's blood essence. Lin Tian glanced at it with no fluctuations in his heart. It is entirely red gold. The surface is interwoven with tiger and dragon patterns. It exudes a more violent aura than the 9-Sun Mystic Tiger's. Thousands of people were preparing to exit. In the private room on the 2nd floor sat individuals from the 4 great families of Xuantiang City and local forces. In this auction, they didn't even have the qualification to participate in bidding. Wang Yuan walked at the front, his expression grim. His steward followed behind, holding a storage bag filled with spirit stones. He had taken so many spirit stones for free. At this moment, the head of the Wang family, who was commanding in Xuantiang City, had already made up his mind to go to that branch auction house next time. There was no other choice. Even for 5th-tier items, if the Wang family wanted to buy it would greatly deplete their resources. Remaining here was just watching others bid, so it was better to go to the branch. The auction was over. The last drop of blood essence was sent up by Yi Tian's person. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, when the young man received the jade box, his hands were trembling. When the attendant exited, he remained seated, as if confirming that this was not a dream. Lin Tian stood backstage watching the silhouettes of these people. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He was growing more fond of these viewers. Who doesn't like an audience that provides emotional feedback? The expressions changing from shock to madness and then to foolishness were more satisfying than any spirit stone. Spirit stones are cold, while people are warm. Spirit stones piled in the storeroom do not speak. But the exclamations of these people could shake the very roof of the hall. Ladies and gentlemen. Lin Tian's voice echoed in the hall. Those preparing to leave stopped in their tracks and turned to look at him. This auction has come to an end. His voice resonated in the hall, striking each person's heart word by word. We shall meet again in 10. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he cupped his hands to the crowd. Listening to phrases like Boss Lin is invincible coming from behind, Lin Tian shook his head and returned to the quiet room. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, Yi Yun sat motionless in his chair. His fingers rested on the jade box, feeling the warm touch of its surface, and the faint warmth radiating from the blood essence inside. It was as if a small sun was sealed within the box. Even through the jade box, one could sense the vibrant power. Now that he had this drop of blood essence, he could enhance his talent. Even catch up with those peers who were once unattainable. He could make those who looked down on him shut their mouths. Yi Yun's hands trembled. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on the auction stage. Yi Yun had a gut feeling that this boss Lin definitely had even better items to offer. Something better than the 5th-tier top grade, even a 6th-tier item. A 6th-tier divine item that even the Lu Yun sect did not possess. Yi Yun's fingers clenched tightly. A 6th-tier divine item. These 4 words exploded in his mind. The strongest treasure of the Lu Yun sect is a 5th-tier top-grade artifact. It was passed down from ancestors enshrined in the ancestral hall, and not to be used lightly. As for 6th-tier items, let alone the Lu Yun sect, even the entire Qingzhou had only a few in the hands of top sects. If Boss Lin really brought out a 6th-tier item, next time the Lu Yun sect must bid for it. 6th-tier items are enough to drive anyone crazy anywhere in Qingzhou. Yi Yun took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His eyes became sharp. No more waiting. He needed to go back immediately and tell his father everything that happened today at the Lu Yun sect. Yi Yun stood up, carefully stowing the jade box into his chest close to his heart. He took off a black robe and draped it over himself. He pulled up the hood covering most of his face. The items on him were enough to change a person's fate. It was wise to be cautious. At the same time, at the branch of the Zhudiang auction house, which was the former entrance of the Qinglong auction house, thousands of people poured out. A throng of people filled the entire street. The expressions on these people's faces were similar to those coming out of the main house. Excited, satisfied, and still craving more. Many first-time entrants had proud looks on their faces. A sense of pride that although they hadn't entered the main house, they hadn't come in vain. Those who had been in a few times looked at them with disdain. They were grown adults, couldn't they be a bit more composed? It wasn't until they saw acquaintances that these cultivators finally regained their composure and boldly walked over to boast. After all, even at the branch, not everyone could get in. Those waiting outside who rushed from other places, but didn't even manage to grab a ticket. At this moment, they stood across the street, eagerly watching as this group exited the main door. Their eyes filled with envy and regret. A young cultivator walked out of the door stretching. A smile that couldn't be hidden adorned his face. He wore a blue robe with an inconspicuous sect emblem embroidered on his chest. His posture was straight and his chin slightly raised. He walked deliberately slowly, wanting those who hadn't entered to see every expression on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, the young cultivator cleared his throat, just about to say something. Suddenly his vision darkened as he was hit by a strong force from the side. He was spun around several times, staggering, before finally regaining his balance. Ouch, damn. He covered his shoulder and turned to look back. Good heavens, a black whirlwind swept past him. No, it wasn't a black whirlwind, it was a person. The head of the Gao family from the Yinfeng County, Gao Qiming. He was dressed in a brocade robe completely devoid of his usual composure. At this moment, he was wildly rushing forward while clutching a long wooden box tightly. The red silk on the box had not yet been fully removed, revealing a section of the sword hilt. The hilt was entirely pale blue, inlaid with several gemstones that sparkled in the sunlight. It was clear at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. At this moment, Gao Qiming's old face was flushed, a grin stretching from ear to ear. His eyes were squinted into a narrow slit from smiling. He looked like he had drunk 3 jars of old wine, floating as he walked. Dear experts, 10 days is too short, but the intervals between future auctions will be longer. Ha! Ha! Gao Qiming laughed as he walked, his laughter echoing down the entire street. What's there to be proud of? Just got lucky. His words were neither heavy nor light, but everyone around heard. The people across the street who hadn't entered immediately became interested and rushed over, surrounding him tightly. Fellow Taoist, what happened inside? The questions came pouring in like rain, and the young cultivator, still annoyed from being bumped into, felt a surge of pride. He straightened his back, cleared his throat, and deliberately elongated his tone to him. Dear friends, let me tell you. First, tell us about that person. Someone urged eagerly. The young cultivator glanced in the direction where Gao Qiming had disappeared, withdrawing his gaze with a smirk. That's the head of the Gao family from Yinfeng County, Gao Qiming. Do you know what he was holding? He paused, deliberately scanning the eager faces around him. A 4th grade Supreme sword. There was a collective gasp of surprise from the crowd. 4th grade Supreme. Is that for real? Someone exclaimed. The young cultivator waved his hand dismissively, his tone brimming with pride, as if to say, you wouldn't understand. He shifted his tone again, raising his voice. He only spent 300,000 spirit stones to acquire it. 300,000. A 4th grade Supreme sword for only 300,000. The young cultivator looked at the distorted expressions of the surrounding people, feeling even prouder. He crossed his arms, lifting his chin higher. What do you think? Those big shots all went to the main branch. The branch here, to put it bluntly, is just for us small-town folks to play. But here in the branch, he is the biggest fish. No one competes with him. Do you think he's just lucky? What about you? What did you capture? Someone probed. The young cultivator's expression stiffened for a moment, then he returned to his nonchalant demeanor. I didn't capture anything, but just witnessing it was worth it. The crowd instantly booed, but the young cultivator wasn't annoyed. He chuckled and patted his chest. I may not have captured anything, but at least I've seen it while you haven't seen a thing. His words made the faces of those who hadn't entered turn sour. All right, a middle-aged cultivator squeezed through the crowd, waving his hand at the young cultivator. Stop showing off here and get to the point. When is the next event? The young cultivator's eyes lit up. That's what the boss himself said. The next event is in 10 days. The young man in the center of the crowd spoke non-stop, his mouth never pausing. He spoke with such fervor that the crowd listened with wide eyes, blocking the entire street. Meanwhile, at the other end of the street, Gao Qiming's figure had long since disappeared. He sprinted back to the inn with the sword in hand, not even bothering to close the door, placing the wooden box on the table. Then with trembling hands, Gao Qiming unwrapped the red silk cloth, revealing the sword within. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a blue sword light burst forth from the scabbard, illuminating the entire. Gao Qiming squinted at the sword light, yet his grin widened, laughing like a fool. Ha ha ha, that fool Sundong is still beneath me, a 4th grade Supreme sword. What could he possibly use to compete with me? Inside the auction house, the quiet room was only filled with the soft humming of the moonstone. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the mat, eyes closed, breathing steadily and deeply. But his consciousness wasn't in his body, it was in the system space. System. Lin Tian sighed. The system panel immediately unfolded before him, and a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Host, please proceed." "The two guards you gave me," Lin Tian paused, lightly tapping his finger on his knee. "Wang Wei and Wang Tung both are at the first level of the Divine Sea realm. I'm now at the 6th level of the Transcendence realm, but if it comes to a fight together, they are no match for me. Isn't that inappropriate? How can guards weaker than me protect me outside?" The system fell silent for a moment, as if processing Lin Tian's request, then a new line of text popped up on the panel. Ding. The host can consume spirit stones and other currencies to upgrade the system guards. Current guards: Wang Wei, Wang Tung, Cultivation, Divine Sea realm, 1st level. Upgrade options are as follows. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the text on the panel. Consume 1 million spirit stones to elevate the guards to the initial stage of the King realm. Consume 10 million spirit stones to elevate the guards to the initial stage of the Domain realm. Below that there were more options, but the long string of zeros made Lin Tian hesitate to look. 1 million spirit stones for a King realm upgrade isn't too expensive. He earned over 6 million spirit stones from today's auction, so 1 million isn't much for him. However, Lin Tian noticed a line of small text below the options which was nearly invisible unless one looked closely. He leaned in to read, and it said, "The host may also use blood essence or innate quality treasures to strengthen the guards with effects depending on the treasure's grade." Wang Wei suddenly knelt down on one knee, bowing his head towards the direction of the quiet room. Wang Tung was taken aback for a moment and also knelt down on one knee. Two burly men were kneeling in the corridor, resembling two silent mountains. They did not speak. Some things hold more power in silence than in words. The door of the quiet room did not open, but Lin Tian's voice came from inside. "Get up, stop kneeling. Also, Wang Tung, come in for a moment." Wang Wei and Wang Tung stood up simultaneously, their movements synchronized, as if they were one person. Wang Wei instinctively took a step forward, but paused. Because Lin Tian had only called for Wang Tung. Wang Tung glanced at him, said nothing, and pushed the door open to enter. The door closed quietly behind him. Wang Wei stood in the corridor, facing forward, his back straight. The corridor was silent, with only the sound of his own breathing. In the quiet room, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on a matted jade box placed before him. Inside the box floated a drop of essence blood. Wang Tung's gaze fell upon that drop of essence blood, his pupils contracting slightly. He sensed the power contained within that drop of essence blood, a force capable of changing the world. Wang Tung's throat moved. He felt an urge to consume it. Lin Tian did not look up, pointing at the drop of essence blood in the box, his tone flat, as he said, "Come over, refine this drop of essence blood." Wang Tung was momentarily stunned. He recognized the extraordinary nature of that drop of essence blood. The patterns, the radiance, and the oppressive feeling were not something ordinary essence blood could possess. But he did not understand why the master would give it to him. Wang Tung's lips moved slightly, wanting to say something, yet not a word escaped. Lin Tian seemed to know what he was thinking and glanced at him. Then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Why? Because the novels all say that Wang Tung is extraordinary. Thus Lin Tian prioritized giving it to Wang Tung. Lin Tian smiled at his most loyal employee. "Do you want to know why?" "Because I believe you possess the demeanor of an emperor." Wang Tung was stunned. The demeanor of an emperor. Just him. He, Wang Tung, was merely a guard. The kind summoned from a system. The type that does whatever the master tells. An emperor. That is the pinnacle existence in this world. His mind blanked, his lips trembled slightly, and his eyes reddened. The master said, "I possess the demeanor of an emperor." Me, Wang Tung. He took a deep breath and walked to the table. He extended his hand and grasped that drop of essence blood. Without hesitation, he brought this favor to his mouth and swallowed it in one bite. The moment the essence blood entered his abdomen, Wang Tung felt as if his body was being torn apart. A violently overwhelming power erupted from his abdomen, surging towards his limbs and bones. Ugh! Wang Tung could not help but emit a muffled groan. It was a forceful infusion. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, unclear whether it was a smile or something else. He closed his eyes, allowing that force to rampage within him. In the quiet room, after Lin Tian finished speaking, he no longer looked at Wang Tung. His gaze had already fallen on the other two items being returned. The Heavenly Earth Azure Profound Method, a 6th-tier supreme technique. He had already tested it before Wang Tung entered. At the moment the technique entered his body, he felt as if a door had opened in his dantian. Spiritual energy surged in from all directions. It flowed naturally into his dantian without the need for deliberate guidance. Even if he sat still here, his cultivation was slowly increasing. This is the terrifying aspect of a 6th-tier supreme technique. One is always cultivating, even sleeping faster than others. Moreover, more interestingly, Lin Tian opened his eyes and reached up to touch his forehead. There was a faint line barely visible unless one looked closely. But when touched with a fingertip, he could feel a slight protrusion. It was as if a fine line was engraved on his bones. The Azure Profound Fate Source Pattern. It appeared naturally above his head after practicing the Heavenly Earth Azure Profound method. Its effect is to stabilize the foundation and concentrate the spirit, allowing the cultivator's mind to be clearer and less prone to demonic deviation. Moreover, there is another important factor. It's beautiful. He walked to the mirror and turned his face sideways. Under the light of the moonstone, he carefully examined his forehead. That line shimmered subtly under the light, like a thin silver thread embedded beneath the skin. With his handsome face, it was only slightly inferior to that of the Supreme Reader. In the quiet room, Wang Ting finally opened his eyes. That drop of essence blood had been completely refined. His aura had changed, but only slightly stronger. After all, this was merely sixth-tier essence blood, which could not significantly enhance his power as a king. Yet this small drop of essence blood had transformed his bloodline. He could feel his current fighting desire was as fierce as that of a raging tiger. Even when facing enemies far stronger than himself, he felt no fear. Wang Tung raised his head and looked at Lin Tian. Wang Tung gazed at that handsome face and then deeply bowed down. Bending deeply, almost parallel to the ground, his forehead nearly touched his knees. After bowing, Wang Tung straightened up, turned around, and quietly walked out of the quiet room. The door closed silently behind him. In the corridor, Wang Wei was still standing there. He had been standing for a long time. He had been there since Lin Tian entered, not moving an inch. His back was straight, and his gaze was level ahead. His expression was normal, as if he were doing the most mundane of tasks. But when he heard the sound of the door opening and turned to look at Wang Tung, his expression changed. Wang Tung walked out of the quiet room, but the aura he emitted was unique. Wang Wei's pupils contracted slightly, and his fingers instinctively clenched. His throat moved, feeling as if he were wrapped by a python. Even breathing became somewhat difficult. This suffocating feeling, akin to being constricted by a python, left Wang Wei somewhat bewildered. It wasn't that Wang Tung was targeting him. Rather, Wang Tung's aura was like that of a fierce beast. Wang Wei's body instinctively produced a stress response. Wang Wei's lips moved slightly, wanting to say something, but not a word came out. He looked at Wang Tung, and Wang Ting looked back at him. The two exchanged glances for a moment, neither saying a word. Wang Ting's gaze was very calm. Yet beneath that calmness lay something Wang Wei had never seen before. Confidence. A thought flashed through Wang Wei's mind. What had the master called Wang Tung in for? But he did not dare to think too much. The master had his arrangements. As a guard, he should not think about what he should. Wang Wei withdrew his gaze and faced forward once more. His gaze was sharper and more determined than before. He believed that as long as he worked hard, he would surely earn the master's favor. Even though he was already at the king level. In all of Qingzhou, he was considered a top-tier powerhouse. In the Daiyan dynasty, he was even a pinnacle existence. But in front of the master, he still dared not be presumptuous. At this moment, Lin Tian was in a secret chamber gripping the mixed-element spear, the Hunyuan Poxian gun. This spear weighed 1,000 pounds heavy in his hand, yet just right for Lin Tian. He had no other strengths except for his immense power. Holding the middle section of the spear with the tip pointed upward and the tail resting on the ground, the entire spear stood beside him like a pillar supporting the heavens, radiating a cold, fierce light. Lin Tian's gaze turned serious. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him began to surge wildly. Then his eyes narrowed as he gripped the spear tightly. He positioned the spear horizontally in front of him, the tip aimed directly at the front of the chamber. His body slightly crouched, his weight centered. His feet pressed firmly against the ground as if rooted in place. In an instant, the spiritual energy within him was fully unleashed, erupting violently. The force exploded from the chamber, spreading in all directions. The two lanterns outside the chamber shook wildly. Wang Wei and Wang Tung both turned their heads simultaneously to look in the direction of the chamber. Their pupils constricted slightly, and their hands instinctively rested on the hilts of their swords. What was the master doing? Was he sparring with himself? Inside the chamber, Lin Tian had already moved. He pushed off with his right foot against his left. His body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The Hunyuan Poxian gun in his hand thrust forward, the tip slicing through the air with a sharp screech. The moment the spear pierced forward, the mixed element patterns on its body suddenly glowed brilliantly. The silver light exploded from the spear shaft, illuminating the entire chamber as if it were day. This sixth-tier exquisite weapon, exuding a momentum that could shatter mountains and split the earth, crashed against the wall of the chamber. Boom! A dull thud echoed within the chamber. The force of the spear collided with the wall, exploding into countless tiny silver specks of light. The wall remained unyielding. Lin Tian withdrew the spear, straightened his body, and let out a long breath. He gazed at the wall, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. It was not that he was too weak, but rather that the power fortified by the system was too strong. Normally this strike would be enough to instantly kill any cultivator at the Divine Sea stage. If used outside, a single strike could flatten a small hill. But this wall was produced by the system, not to mention even if a certain divine king struck it 100 times it would remain unaffected. Lin Tian lowered his head, looking at the Hunyuan Potian gun in his hand. It simply wouldn't budge. No wonder the spear was called the king of all weapons. If his current strength were placed on Blue Star, he would likely be comparable to a ruler of a nation. I want to eat. Lin Tian found this increasingly amusing, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his face. Holding the spear, he made several gestures, each strike infused with killing intent, yet each movement appeared random. There was no way around it. Lin Tian was currently entirely self-taught. After all, he had no spear techniques. Unable to bear the sight of his clumsy spear technique again, Lin Tian sheathed the spear. He turned and walked back to the cushion, his consciousness sinking into the system space. Inside there were quite a few items, most of which were fourth-tier returned from auctions at the branches. Moreover, they were all exquisite fourth-tier treasures that would make anyone in Xuantiang City envious. Lin Tian glanced over and quickly withdrew his gaze. No other meaning, he simply found them unworthy. A month ago he would have been overjoyed at fourth-tier items. But today he couldn't even be bothered to look. It wasn't that he had grown arrogant, but he had been exposed to sixth-tier. Being suddenly reminded of fourth-tier items after feasting on a table of delicacies felt like being asked to gnaw on a plain bun after enjoying a banquet of exotic dishes. The bun was fine, but Lin Tian was already shaped like a gourmet meal. Taking out fourth-tier items would only pollute the air in his room. He now only wanted to savor the gentle fragrance of sixth-tier items. Lin Tian pushed the pile of fourth-tier items deeper into the system space, out of sight, out of mind. Then he leaned against the wall, looking up at the moonstone on the ceiling, his mind beginning to contemplate the matters. The first auction at the branch had been extremely successful. The two individuals, Shun Yuan and Xian Tong, were likely smiling from ear to ear today. Their share of spirit stones was more than all previous auctions combined. Moreover, spirit stones were secondary. With Lin Tian the master of the system, they could expect great fortunes in the future. After all, as the branches expanded, Lin Tian would also hold annual general meetings awarding prizes based on the performance of each branch's agents. This was a necessary lesson for being a good boss. He didn't want to be like those capitalists working 9 to 6. Although Shun Yuan and Xian Tong were unaware of the system's existence, they were clever men. Clever people don't need to know everything, they only need to know one thing. By following Lin Tian, there is meat to eat. The branches of the auction house of all heavens would definitely increase in number, and the earlier they got involved, the higher their status would be. They even envisioned a future where they would help Lin Tian manage the entire Qingzhou auction house. How glorious that would be! The auction house of all heavens was doing well in many aspects, but it lacked space. Today the main hall was full with several thousand people unable to enter. Those lovely spectators stood at the entrance, gazing longingly at the doors, their expressions shifting from anticipation to disappointment. Lin Tian stood by the window on the 3rd floor, watching the backs of those people, feeling a sense of unease. What kind of business is it when customers cannot get in? His greatest hope was that after the system upgraded, he could expand the capacity of the auction house and allow more people to enter. It wasn't for any other reason. Lin Tian simply loved to hear their cheers. If those cultivators standing outside could squeeze in, they would undoubtedly feel like the luckiest people in the world. This is not an exaggeration. A complete industrial chain has nearly formed around the auction house of all heavens. From daily necessities to spiritual satisfaction, all aspects had people relying on this auction house for their livelihoods. All the surrounding inns had changed their names. Previously, they were called Yuelai and Tongfu and Pinggan Inn. Now they all removed their signs and replaced them with new plaques. Previously, they were called Yuelai and Tongfu and Pinggan Inn. Now they all removed their. He changed the name of the inn to Guaranteed Seating Inn and erected a large sign at the entrance stating, "Stay here, and you'll be the first to grab tickets." This move directly made his business thrive, fully booked every day, and one had to make a reservation 3 days in advance to stay. Whether those who stayed could grab tickets was uncertain, but the owner was definitely making a profit from spirit stones. The snack stalls were not to be outdone. Various snack stalls along Xuanwu Street also changed their names. The most famous was the pancake stall run by Old Wang at the street corner, who renamed it Guaranteed Entry Snacks. He even spelled out the word entry with sesame seeds on the big pancake. This led to people munching on pancakes while lining up, and in the end some really did get in. The most exaggerated profession is that of the storyteller. In the past, storytellers of the Dian dynasty would narrate tales of gods and monsters, but now the hottest topic is only one: the heavenly auction house. Those fortunate enough to have entered even once or twice have transformed into highly sought-after storytellers. Just sitting casually in a tea house, a single clap of the wooden board can attract a crowd. Storytellers from remote small towns rush thousands of miles to Xiantian City just to secure a ticket. They wait in line for 3 days and nights at the entrance, all for the chance to see it once and return with stories to tell. In summary, the hottest topic throughout the Dian dynasty right now is this. Walking down the streets of the royal city, if you randomly stop someone and ask about recent news, 8 out of 10 will begin to discuss the heavenly auction house. If you say you don't know what the heavenly auction house is, people around you will look at you as if you were foolish. Naturally, Lin Tian's reputation has also risen significantly. Now when others mention him, they speak of the great boss Lin, their tone imbued with utmost respect and admiration. Many suspect that Lin Tian hails from a hidden lineage preparing to unite all the auctions in the southern region. Lin Tian, however, remains unfazed by all this chatter. His only mission is singular. He aims to spread the name of the heavenly auction house beyond the Dian dynasty, reaching the entire cultivation world. He intends to establish himself in front of the entire cultivation community, planning to create a vast auction house that spans the whole cultivation world. This not only refers to reputation, but also to the size of the auction house. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Qingzhou, at the Lin sect, the sect master Yizhou sits at the head of the discussion hall, his eyes fixed on the young man standing before him, unblinking, as if observing a stranger. That young man is his son Yiyun. Standing in the center of the discussion hall, dressed in a black robe, he appears travel-worn with mud stains on his hem, dirt on his shoes, and his hair somewhat disheveled. If it weren't for his face still being recognizable, one might think a thief had come. He had raced back from Xiantian City, changing horse-drawn carriages several times, exhausting 2 horses in the process. Along the way, he even encountered a gang of bandits who attempted to rob him, but he dispatched them with ease. He had no time to change clothes, no time to drink water, and no time to catch his breath, heading straight for his father's discussion hall. Yizhou set down his teacup, stood up, and walked around Yiyun, circling him once more. His perception had reset 3 times, each time confirming the same result. Late stage of the opening Yuan realm. What on earth did you consume? Yizhou's voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. He clearly remembered that when Yiyun left the sect, he was only at the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. How could it be just a few days later? In less than half a month, he had leaped from the blood condensation realm to the late stage of the opening Yuan realm. After cultivating for so many years, it was the first time he had witnessed such an absurd rate of breakthrough. Yiyun's mouth curled into a grin, his pride evident on his face. Observing his father's expression only made him feel more triumphant, and he cleared his throat, beginning to recount his experiences in Xiantian City. Yizhou leaned forward, hands resting on the table. His eyes were fixed intently on Yiyun's lips, fearing he might miss a single word. As he gazed at his son, at that young face and those shining eyes, he felt as if he were dreaming. This lad's storytelling is genuinely fascinating. Once Yiyun finished, he lifted the teacup from the table and drained it in one go, wiping his mouth and letting out a long breath. He looked at his father, waiting for his reaction. Yizhou fell silent, sitting motionless in his chair, as if digesting something or contemplating some matter. The amount of information was overwhelming, leaving him almost dazed. After a long while, Yizhou finally reacted, suddenly standing up forcefully. Wait a moment, his voice hoarse and urgent. Are you saying you purchased 5th-tier essence blood in a small city within a dynasty? Yiyun nodded, a deeper smile creeping onto his face. In a small city within a dynasty. Yizhou's voice rose a few notches, tinged with disbelief. How could such a place produce 5th-tier items? Are you joking with me? Dad, when have I ever lied to you? Yiyun replied, and without waiting for Yizhou's response, he directly released his aura. Indeed, he was at the late stage of the opening Yuan realm, having jumped an entire level since leaving the sect. Yizhou gradually began to comprehend this lad. He truly wasn't dreaming. His son Yiyun had encountered a tremendous opportunity. Yizhou's eyes reddened slightly, and he suddenly slapped Yiyun on the shoulder, causing Yiyun to stagger, almost losing his balance. Well done. Yizhou's voice echoed loudly, shaking the entire discussion hall. At the upcoming Qingzhou Grand Competition, let them see that you are far from being useless. Yiyun steadied himself, rubbing his sore shoulder, a hint of an awkward smile appearing on his face. His father was correct, but why did it sound so off to him? Wasn't he just being praised? Why did it feel more like being scolded as a waste? Yiyun scratched his head, opened his mouth to say something, then swallowed it back. His father was right. Previously, he had indeed been utterly useless. If it weren't for encountering Boss Lin at the Heavenly Auction House, he would still be that worthless young subsect master. After a while, Yizhou brought in two more people from outside. One tall and one short. They walked into the discussion hall one after the other, both wearing the same expression of confusion. They were two elders of the Luoyuan sect, the taller one named Zhou Xian, and the shorter one named Qian Tonghai, both of whom were usually kind to Yi Yun. Zhou Xian spoke first, his voice thin and sharp, perfectly matching his tall, slender frame. "Sect master, you called for us." He paused halfway through his sentence. His gaze fixed on Yi Yun, his pupils slightly constricted. Late stage of the opening Yuan realm. Qian Tonghai's reaction was even more direct, his round body squeezed in front of Yi Yun, circling him twice. This. Zhou Xian's voice trembled slightly. "Young master, what kind of elixir did you consume?" Yi Yun cleared his throat and began to recount his story again. Once he finished, he lifted the teacup from the table and drained it, wiping his mouth. The discussion hall fell silent for a long time, with only the occasional crackle of the candle flames. Suddenly Qian Tonghai spoke, his voice a few decibels lower than before. "Sect master, is it true that the auction house young master mentioned has another event in 10 days? Yizhou nodded. Zhou Xian also spoke, his tone significantly steadier than before. "Sect master, we must go. 5th-tier top-grade items. Luoyuan sect cannot miss out on this." Yizhou lifted his head, looking at his son. Yi Yun stood in the center of the discussion hall, his back straight and his eyes gleaming. "Bring all the movable spirit stones from the storeroom." Yizhou's voice was steady and powerful. "Sell everything we can and mortgage all the farmland we can. In 10 days we will head to Xintian City together. By the way, awaken the ancestor as well, and bring him to see something thrilling." Within the palace of the Great Yin Dynasty, Qin Batian sat on the dragon throne, his expression calm and composed, his back straight and dignified. Yet his mind had long since wandered far from this grand hall. The court meeting was still in progress, with the Minister of Rites reading out the regulations for the heavenly sacrifice ceremony, having read for nearly half an hour without finishing. His voice was slow and monotonous, like a river that refused to flow, each word popping out one by one, lulling the listeners into a drowsy stupor. Qin Batian absorbed not a single word. His mind was solely occupied with one thought. Qin Ziwei was returning today, bringing that item with her. The evening before, as she set off from Xintian City, she had sent him a message via a communication jade slip. The message was brief, containing only one line. "Father, I will return to the palace before noon tomorrow with a good item." A good item. This child Ziwei had high standards. Not many things could earn her the label of good. Could it be an imperial? Qin Batian tilted his head slightly and glanced at the sundial in the corner of the hall. "Your Majesty, I have drafted the list of offerings for the heavenly ceremony. Oh, please review it." The Minister of Rites finally finished reading the regulations, pulling out a long list from his sleeve, holding it with both hands high above his head. Luan stepped down, took the list, turned back to the dragon throne, and presented it to Qin Batian. Qin Batian took the list and glanced over it. It was densely written across 3 pages, detailing everything from livestock to grains, from silks to jade and gold. It included all sorts of items. He was too lazy to scrutinize it closely, simply signing off with the approved at the end and tossing the list back to Luan. The Minister of War stood up, about to speak about the border military expenses. At that moment, a guard quietly entered through the side door of the hall, approached Luan, and whispered a few words. After hearing Luan's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly walked over to Qin Batian, leaning down and speaking in a hushed tone. "Your Majesty, the third princess has returned to the palace and has entered the inner hall, stating that she has important matters to report." Qin Batian's fingers abruptly halted. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, then turned to look at the ministers in the hall. "Today's court meeting is hereby adjourned. Oh, all ministers may leave." The ministers were taken aback. The meeting had barely lasted an hour, whereas typically court meetings spanned at least 2 hours. Why was it dismissed so early today? Yet no one dared to question it. If the Qin Wang said it was over, then it was over. Qin Batian stood up from the dragon throne and hurriedly walked back to the study along the side corridor. Qin Ziwei stood in the center of the study, her eyes shining brightly, as if they contained 2 stars. In her hands, she held a long wooden box, entirely black, with finely carved runes on its surface, subtly emanating a flow of spiritual light. Qin Ziwei's face was filled with excitement as she stepped forward to present the wooden box, holding it up above her head with both hands. "Father, I have returned." Qin Batian took the wooden box, turned to the table, and placed it down. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the lid of the box. A bluish light burst forth from the wooden box, slicing through the air of the study like an invisible spell. After the light dissipated, he saw a spear. The spear was pitch black with a dark golden tip, and its shaft was engraved with intricate runes, seemingly harboring a ferocious beast within. Qin Batian felt that as long as he reached out to grasp the spear's shaft, that ferocious beast would awaken and tear everything before him apart. His hand began to tremble as he extended it, gripping the spear's shaft. "Is this a 5th-tier top-grade item?" Qin Batian's voice was hoarse and deep, as if asking Qin Ziwei, yet also questioning himself. Suddenly he burst into laughter. What a rare find. The Great Yin Dynasty had waited so many years and finally acquired a good item. The national treasure of the Great Yin Dynasty was a bronze cauldron. But that cauldron was not for killing, it was used to suppress fortune. For 800 years it had remained in the ancestral temple, and even Qin Batian dared not touch it. But this spear was different. It was for killing, for use on the battlefield, meant to draw blood with a single thrust. With a 5th-tier top-grade spear in his hand, Qin Batian now dared to battle even the peak experts of the Divine Sea realm. Those small dynasties that had danced on the borders for over a decade, as well as the barbarian tribes that had seized more than a dozen cities from the Great Yin Dynasty, were about to face dire consequences. They would soon learn what true fear meant. Qin Batian suppressed his laughter, placing the spear back into the wooden box and covering it. The turbulence on his face gradually subsided, returning to calmness, yet his normally steady and regal eyes had completely changed. No longer were they the indifferent composure of one who ruled a kingdom. Instead, they were sharpened and filled with sharpness, like a divine weapon unsheathed, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. He slowly turned, fixing his gaze on Qin Ziwei, and after a few moments of silence he spoke slowly. "Ziwei, in your message you mentioned that the auction house had sold 3 5th-tier top-grade items this time." Qin Ziwei's heart tightened. She dared not conceal anything and nodded heavily. The moment her words fell, the atmosphere around Qin Batian suddenly stilled. "Is that true?" The low voice echoed clearly in the silent study, revealing his barely concealed shock. 3 5th-tier top-grade items. In a single day, the same auction house by the same person casually auctioned them off. Such an outrageous event had actually occurred within their own Great Yin Dynasty. In the auction houses within the Great Yin Dynasty, a single 4th-tier mid-grade treasure could stir the entire city, let alone items of 5th-tier top-grade. It was simply terrifying. Yet that mysterious boss Lin casually tossed out 3 without batting an eye. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. "Father, there is one more matter." Qin Batian turned to look, his expression serious. The third item auctioned was the blood of the 9 solar mystic tiger, purchased by a black-robed youth for 250,000 spirit stones. Qin Ziwei lowered her voice, her tone laced with an inexplicable wariness. "I have a gut feeling that he is definitely not from the Great Yin Dynasty." She paused, her tone growing even more serious. "I suspect that the news of the auction house has already spread beyond the Great Yin Dynasty. Otherwise, why would an outsider specifically travel to a remote border town like Xintian City? If he can come, it means the information has leaked. The next auction will surely not be attended by just him alone." Qin Batian's brows instantly furrowed, his fingers lightly tapping on the windowsill, his expression growing increasingly grave. He understood his daughter's insinuation. Beyond the Great Yin Dynasty lay the vast Qingzhou. There resided first-rate sects whose foundations far exceeded the imperial family of the Great Yin. The auction house's reputation had truly spread far and wide. If one outsider could arrive, then countless others would soon follow. Next time it might be top-tier sects, or even long-standing powers from the southern region. At that time, the Great Yin Dynasty would have no say at all, not even the qualification to partake in the spoils. Such individuals would undoubtedly be backed by terrifying forces. Qin Batian turned to gaze out at the brilliant sunlight, his expression a tumult of light and dark, his brow furrowed as he remained silent for a long time. He had presided over the Great Yin Dynasty for many years and had never felt such trepidation toward anyone. After a long pause, he spoke softly, his voice so low it was almost a soliloquy, yet laden with an indescribable gravity and apprehension. The auction house of the heavens. In the southern part of Qingzhou, at the border within the city of Liyun, today the old tavern in the city was packed to the brim. Inside, people were crowded together, shoulder to shoulder. Even the stone steps at the entrance were filled with patrons. Countless heads stretched forward, eagerly peering inside the tavern, the noise almost threatening to blow the old roof off. At that moment, the tavern keeper stood behind the counter, the abacus beads clattering, as he wore an uncontainable smile on his chubby face. Having run the tavern for 20 years, he had never seen such a scene, and had to bring out a dozen long benches from the backyard to accommodate the thronging crowd. In the center of the tavern stood an old wooden table, one corner missing on which rested a dark spirit wood. Seated behind it was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a faded gray robe. This man was named Chen San. He was once the most inconspicuous loose cultivator in Luoyun City, with mediocre talent, struggling for over 20 years, yet still stuck at the body refinement stage, making a living by telling stories. However, a month ago he traveled to Xiantian City and entered the newly established Zhutian auction house. After returning, Chun San had undergone a complete transformation. He spoke of the magnificent auction house, of the mysterious young owner Lin whose depths were unfathomable, and of the countless unheard-of treasures of the celestial tier. He spoke of the magnificent auction house, of the mysterious young owner Lin whose depths were unfathomable, and of the countless unheard-of treasures of the celestial tier. From then on, Chun San's storytelling booth became incredibly popular, with every session packed. Even cultivators from several nearby cities hurried over solely to hear the legends of the Zhutian auction house. At this moment, Chun San sat at the table holding the spirit wood in his right hand, while taking a sip of coarse tea with his left. He cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a loud bang, the spirit wood was struck down heavily, the crisp sound reverberating throughout the hall, instantly silencing the previously noisy tavern with the sound of a pin drop audible. Dear friends, last time we spoke about the third grand event of the Zhutian auction house, the fourth grade supreme, breaking the ordinary pill. Chun San's voice was not overly loud, but it was full of energy, each word clear and penetrating into everyone's ears. Today we won't recount old tales, but instead discuss the recently concluded fourth event. What you absolutely cannot imagine is that this event was even more earth-shattering than the last. 3 auction items, each one a 5th grade, top-tier treasure. As the words fell, the audience erupted instantly. What? 5th grade top tier? That is something even the major sects of Qingzhou regard as a treasure, and 3 of them appeared at once. The crowd gasped in astonishment, faces pale, eyes wide open. In the front row, a young loose cultivator was so excited he turned red, crying out in surprise, only to be hurriedly restrained by those beside him, fearing he would interrupt the storytelling. Seeing this, Chun San's eyes gleamed with even greater pride as he struck the spirit wood again. The first item, a 5th grade top-tier skill, the Taigu Xianyuan scripture. Upon mastering its, spiritual energy flows endlessly, making one invincible among peers. Ultimately purchased by Yi Tianlin of Wanqing for 200,000 spirit stones. The crowd was in an uproar. 200,000 spirit stones were an astronomical figure for the cultivators of Luoyun City. The audience listened as if entranced, their spirits stirred. In a corner, a boy of about 14 or 15 had eyes shining like stars, his mouth slightly agape, utterly captivated, forgetting everything around him. By the time Chun San finished telling everything, everyone felt it was somewhat unreal. Was there really such a level of auction house in the world? Boom! The entire venue erupted. Everyone stood up, banging the tables and shouting, a chaotic mix of questions and exclamations. After the excitement, they were also somewhat agitated. The next auction would be in 10 days. Did this not mean they also had a chance to enter and feast their eyes? At that moment, a calm and tranquil voice slowly emerged from the corner, clearly penetrating the entire venue. That auction house, is it in Xiantian City? Everyone's gaze instantly turned toward the corner. There sat a young man in luxurious robes, his face like a crowned jade. At his waist hung a long sword engraved with intricate runes, the sword gleaming with a faint spiritual light, clearly not an ordinary item. In the crowd, someone recognized him and instantly turned pale, voice trembling. Is that the senior brother of the Tianjian sect, Shun Qingyi? In an instant, the venue fell into complete silence. The Tianjian sect, a renowned first-rate sect in Qingzhou, was filled with powerful figures, even having a king in residence, a top-tier behemoth in Qingzhou. Shun Qingyi was the direct disciple of the sect leader at the late stage of the breaking ordinary realm, a top talent among the younger generation of Qingzhou, skilled in swordsmanship, unmatched among peers. Such a lofty prodigy, how could he deign to appear in a shabby tavern in Luoyun City, listening to a body refinement stage waste tell stories? The crowd fell silent, not daring to breathe. Yet Shun Qingyi completely ignored the fearful glances around him, still staring intently at Chun San. Chun San felt his heart race under Shun Qingyi's gaze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he hurriedly bowed in reply, his voice trembling. What esteemed sir, it is indeed at No. 88, Xuanwu Street, Xiantian City, Great Yin Dynasty. Shun Qingyi gently set down his teacup, a faint smile curling at his lips. Interesting. He slowly stood up, adjusted his robe sleeves, and casually tossed a pale golden spirit stone from his sleeve, landing precisely on the table. Chun San stared at the spirit stone on the table, momentarily dumbfounded, trembling all over. He would never earn such a reward, even if he told stories for a lifetime. You spoke well, this is a reward for you, Shun Qingyi casually remarked, turning and walking towards the door. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, yet his demeanor was graceful as he stepped out of the tavern in just a few strides. Outside, the sun poured down, illuminating his splendid robe shimmering with brilliance, and the long sword at his waist reflected a chilling light. He paused for a moment at the door, glancing back at the tavern, then turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the street. Shun Qingyi walked alone on the streets of Luoyun City, his steps light, yet his heart was in turmoil. A fifth-grade top-tier skill, such a thing also existed in the Tianjin sect, but it could not be exchanged for spirit stones. Unless it was a trade, otherwise in his view, it would be a losing deal. Yet that Zhutian auction house could take out 3 pieces at once, easily auctioning them off seemingly unconcerned. Shin Qingyi's speed suddenly increased, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he rushed north. After traveling several miles, he abruptly halted in the center of the official road, looking up toward the distant horizon. His master often said that on the path of cultivation, besides closed-door training, one must also see the world and gain experience. In the past, he had not taken it to heart. Qingzhou was vast, and the Tianjin sect was renowned. He had long been used to the rising winds and swaying clouds. But today he understood that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world. Even the remote border of the great Yin contained such astonishing secrets. A smile grew on Shin Qingyi's lips, his eyes full of anticipation. He would return to the Tianjin sect, immediately report to his master, prepare spirit stones, and personally head to Xintian City. He had a premonition that this upcoming auction would bring him unexpected, earth-shattering surprises. The auction house of the heavens not only circulates in the surrounding regions, but has also reached the ears of most factions in Qingzhou. Qingzhou is vast beyond imagination. Even if this land were divided in two, each half would surpass Lin Tian's former Blue Star in expanse. The power structure of Qingzhou is clearly akin to a colossal tower reaching the heavens. At the pinnacle of this tower, wielding control over the cosmos, are 5 premier sects: Tianjin Sect, Wanshou Mountain Manor, Zixiao Pavilion, Xingqian Hall, and Xianbing Valley. These 5 names resonate like thunder across the land of Qingzhou, each boasting a history of 1,000 years and hosting supreme powerhouses of the royal realm. The royal realm is the apex of combat power in Qingzhou, a terrifying existence capable of toppling an entire dynasty with mere personal strength. The 5 great sects are the true rulers of Qingzhou. Their every word and action influences the entire realm's situation. Within the body of the tower lies countless second-rate factions. Sects like Luoyun sect and secular dynasties like the Dian dynasty belong to this category. While they are far from matching the might of the top sects, they each possess unique legacies and should not be underestimated. Such factions are scattered all over Qingzhou, numbering in dozens, large and small. In the central region of Qingzhou, deep within the Kangming Mountains, resides a top-tier force, Wanshou Mountain Manor. The manor covers an incredibly vast area, controlling a territory of tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, deep within the manor in the conference hall, the atmosphere is solemn and tense, as if one could hear a pin drop. Seated in the central position is an individual, the master of Wanshou Mountain Manor, Duan Tianlang. He is exceptionally robust, broad-shouldered, and thick-backed. Silently sitting there, he resembles a small mountain, exuding an oppressive aura akin to a towering peak. On his square face, the most striking feature is a gruesome scar that runs across half of his face. This already stern and unyielding visage is accentuated by the scar, rendering it even more ferocious and intimidating, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Duan Tianlang's cultivation level is at the mid-stage of the royal realm. Among the masters of the 5 premier sects in Qingzhou, his strength firmly ranks 3rd, making him an undisputed top powerhouse in the southern region of Qingzhou. This is attributed to the ancestral cultivation method of Wanshou Mountain Manor, the Wanshou Tianjing. It is a genuine high-grade 5th-tier technique, considered one of the top legacies throughout Qingzhou. At this moment in the hall, a thin and short scout clad in light armor is panting heavily. His entire body is tense, and his voice quivers with an unmistakable tremor as he cautiously reports every piece of information he has gathered. Master, I have verified that the auction house of the heavens is located in the center of Xintian City, within the territory of the Dian dynasty. This auction house has been operating for less than 2 months, qualifying it as a completely new force. The person behind the entire auction house is not an old powerhouse, but a youth not yet 20 years old named Lin Tian. Since its opening, the auction house has held 4 auction events, each more astonishing than the last. At the recently concluded 4th auction, that Lin Tian put forth 3 high-grade 5th-tier treasures in one go. As the words fell, the hall was plunged into complete silence. Duan Tianlang's previously calm expression gradually furrowed into a frown. He said nothing but extended his finger, lightly tapping twice on the jade table before him. Tap, tap. Xintian City, where the auction house of the heavens is located, is under the jurisdiction of the Dian dynasty. and the entire territory of the Dian dynasty is already firmly within the power map of Wanshou Mountain Manor. The vast expanse of southern Qingzhou is superficially divided into dozens of major and minor dynasties with hundreds of medium and small sects governing their respective lands appearing to be autonomous. But everyone knows the truth. Every inch of mountains and rivers, every city and territory in this land ultimately falls under the firm control of Wanshou Mountain Manor. Thinking of this, the smile at the corner of Duan Tianlang's mouth deepened. The other four premier sects of Qingzhou are far away and their information is isolated. To get such earth-shattering news of the auction house into their ears, and then for the sects to discuss, it would take at least 10 to 15 days. But Wanshou Mountain Manor is different. The manor's territory is closely adjacent to the Dian dynasty. The scout can return in just 3 to 5 days to bring back the latest news. This is the unique geographical advantage, a lead that others cannot hope to match. His gaze fell locking onto the scout kneeling below. Each word carried an undeniable authority. Convey my orders. Immediately summon Elder Zhao Taizhan to see me, and also bring along the Holy Sun Duan Yin. Understood. The scout responded loudly as if granted amnesty, hurriedly bowed, stood, and quickly exited the hall without a moment's delay. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, steady and powerful footsteps were heard outside the hall. A robust figure strode into the chamber. The newcomer is a middle-aged man dressed in black attire. His aura is deep and profound, having reached the pinnacle of the divine sea realm just a step away from the royal realm. He is the Grand Elder of Wanshou Mountain Manor, Zhao Taizhan. Having followed Duan Tianlang in battles for decades, he is loyal and decisive, the most trusted confidant of Duan Tianlang. Zhao Taizhan entered the hall, bowed with cupped fists, and spoke in a voice as loud as a bell. I am Zhao Tieshan, subordinate to the master. Duan Tianlang slightly nodded without any unnecessary words. He succinctly recounted the matters regarding the auction house of the heavens. After listening, a hint of greed surfaced in Zhao Taizhan's eyes. Having cultivated for many years, stuck at the pinnacle of the divine sea realm, if he could obtain a high-grade 5th-tier treasure to assist him, his chances of breaking through to the royal realm would significantly increase. Before he could speak, Duan Tianlang had already issued a deep command. You go prepare immediately. Bring the Holy Sun Duan Yin and head to Xiantian City, rushing to the auction house of the heavens. Prepare ample spirit stones, do not be stingy, and bring along the reserves from our sect's private treasury as well. His tone was calm, yet filled with absolute confidence. When you meet that Lin Tian, convey a message on behalf of our sect. Wanshou Mountain Manor greatly appreciates him. Understood. Zhao Taizhan's eyes were intertwined with battle intent and excitement. He immediately cupped his fists, respectfully accepted the orders, turned, and hastily left to arrange matters. Once again, only Duan Tianlang remained in the hall. He slowly leaned back against the chair, closed his eyes, and could no longer suppress the smile of determination at the corners of his mouth. As long as he could seize the subsequent treasures of the auction house of the heavens. If luck is on his side and he could obtain 6th-tier divine objects, the overall strength of Wanshou Mountain Manor would undoubtedly surge immensely. At that time, his cultivation would surely break through again, surpassing Tianjin's sects, Xin Tianxing no longer a distant dream. Even the other top forces would have to consider the face of Duan Tianlang in their dealings. The pattern of Qingzhou will be rewritten by him. Duan Tianlang closed his eyes in contemplation, feeling invigorated and assured of victory. In the secret chamber, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the mat. A cool, faint light slowly poured down, accentuating his handsome face with an interplay of light and shadow, evoking a sense of solitude and desolation. A hint of melancholy lingered. Lin Tian's eyes were tightly closed, his mind swirling with thoughts that never ceased for even a moment. At this moment, everything he contemplated was unrelated to the matters at hand. His mind was filled with memories of his homeland Blue Star, far beyond the endless void. A wave of indescribable bitterness and nostalgia quietly surged within Lin Tian's heart. He knew he had accidentally crossed into another world. He found himself in a vastly different realm of cultivation, separated from the two worlds by an insurmountable barrier of void. The desire to return to his former homeland felt like a pipe dream. He sighed inwardly, realizing he was now alone in a world where strength reigned supreme. The only thing he could do was to cling tightly to the system. Thankfully, he had you. System. With this thought, Lin Tian suppressed the turbulent emotions within him and buried those thoughts deep in his heart. He understood clearly that he was no longer the ordinary youth from Blue Star. Now he was the master overseeing Xiantian City and in charge of the heavenly auction house. As he walked the path of cultivation, he could no longer afford to indulge in romantic sentiments or unnecessary sadness. Casting aside all distractions, Lin Tian opened his eyes. The sorrow in his gaze vanished without a trace, replaced by calm and composure. His eyes fell upon the system panel that appeared before him as he prepared for the next auction. Since the last auction concluded, the reputation of the Heavenly Auction House had spread throughout the surrounding regions of the Great Yin Dynasty. More and more cultivators were arriving in Tian City, with various factions congregating. More people meant more spirit stones. Thus, Lin Tian needed to present higher-tier treasures to maintain control of the venue. Even the fifth-tier supreme treasures that had previously ignited the crowd were a rare sight for those people. It was not the kind of rarity one would encounter throughout a lifetime. He resolved that this auction would not be conservative. He would directly showcase top-tier divine objects that could be deemed elite even within Qingzhou. Firstly, to earn a massive amount of spirit stones. Secondly, to firmly establish the name of the Heavenly Auction House. He wanted all the sects in Qingzhou to understand the foundation of Lin Tian. Far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. After this auction, the Heavenly Auction House would likely become the strongest auction house within Qingzhou. There was no other choice. After all, he had a system. With this thought, Lin Tian directly opened the system shop. The 10-day limit had passed. The system's refresh count was reset, allowing him to select new supreme treasures. Only true 6th-tier heavy treasures were worthy of this grand event that gathered the heroes of Qingzhou. Lin Tian's cultivation steadily increased, and with the unparalleled Hunyuan breaking heaven spear, his attacking power had long since crushed his peers. At his level, almost no one could withstand him. Even when facing off against powerful beings from the Divine Sea realm, he would not lose an inch. However, his weaknesses were equally obvious. His defense was far too weak. Staying in the Heavenly Auction House, he had the invincible barrier protecting him from all sides. No matter how perilous the outside world was, he remained unscathed. But once he left the auction house to confront others, that invincible protection would completely vanish. Qingzhou was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, with many powerful beings in the Divine Sea realm. Any one of the heads of first-rate sects or hidden old monsters could unleash earth-shattering power. With Lin Tian's current physical strength, he could not withstand even 1,000,000 attacks from a sovereign realm expert. The sense of security was nearly non-existent. When walking outside, he could encounter deadly dangers at any moment. Although Lin Tian was a homebody who rarely ventured out, what if one day he wanted to go out and show off only to be killed? It was imperative to address his defensive shortcomings. He decisively selected a 6th-tier low-grade defensive item. Soon Lin Tian locked onto a purple gold armor among the 6th-tier low-grade treasures. The purple gold glazed armor. This was a top-tier defensive artifact of the orthodox 6th-tier low-grade. The entire armor shimmered with purple gold light, with layers of armor plates covered in ancient defensive runes. It appeared thin and exquisite, feeling light and unburdened when worn. Whether moving with agility or engaging in close combat, it would not hinder him in the slightest. Yet what was truly terrifying about it was its extreme defensive power. It could withstand 10 full-force attacks from a latest-stage sovereign realm expert. The latest-stage sovereign realm was in existence, standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world in Qingzhou. After the 100-fold return, Lin Tian could hardly imagine what kind of divine object that might be. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian spent 100,000 spirit stones to exchange for it. In the next moment, the purple gold glazed armor floated before him, shining with dazzling golden light that nearly blinded Lin Tian. He inwardly sighed. An ordinary 6th-tier low-grade treasure in the outside world could cause small to medium-sized sects to exhaust their entire financial resources to compete for it. Countless factions would find it difficult to acquire even one in their lifetimes. Yet in the system shop, it only required 100,000 spirit stones. Indeed, what a traverser could not do without was the system. Children with systems are like treasures. In a flash, the purple gold glazed armor was stored in the system space. Onward. The second 6th-tier heavy treasure. Lin Tian then turned his attention to the realm pills that cultivators were most crazily pursuing. He opened the section for 6th-tier middle-grade pills, each one of them enticing. What purple chi pills, green lotus earth fire pills, 10,000-year solitary bamboo pills. After a moment's reflection, Lin Tian unhesitatingly selected the town realm ascending pill. This pill was specifically designed for peak Divine Sea realm cultivators. Over 90% of the powerful beings in the Divine Sea realm would be stuck at this hurdle in their lives. They would never be able to take that final step, doomed to die without achieving the path of the sovereign. Ordinary breakthrough pills could only slightly increase the probability of a breakthrough, with success or failure relying entirely on luck. A slight misstep could lead to a collapse in cultivation, losing all progress, or even direct death. But the town realm ascending pill was entirely different. As long as one's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the divine sea realm, consuming it would guarantee a breakthrough to the sovereign realm. With zero failure and no aftereffects, one could steadily enter the ranks of sovereigns. This pill was similar to the previous auction's breaking ordinary condensing Dao pill. Lin Tian now realized that the most popular were still such breakthrough pills. After all, who wouldn't love a pill capable of creating a sovereign powerhouse out of thin air? The 5 first-rate sects of Qingzhou remained at the top precisely because they relied on sovereign realm experts. With each additional sovereign, a sect's overall strength would double. Their influence and authority would directly crush competitors of equal rank. Moreover, most of the old monsters in Qingzhou's sects were stuck at the peak of the divine sea, yearning day and night for a breakthrough opportunity. Once this pill was publicly auctioned, it would surely drive all the powerful beings in Qingzhou into a frenzy to compete for it. Even if it meant selling their sect, they would not hesitate. Lin Tian immediately spent 200,000 spirit stones to acquire the town realm ascending pill. For the final item of the auction, Lin Tian chose a 6th-tier upper-grade rare spiritual object, ancient profound wood. This item had effects comparable to the legendary enlightenment ancient tree, albeit at a slightly lower grade, yet its effectiveness was still astonishing. Placing the ancient wood in a meditation chamber would continuously emit profound Tao rhythms. Sitting quietly for cultivation would keep the mind clear. Moreover, one could easily enter a state of deep enlightenment. Under the nurturing aura of the ancient wood, previously obscure and difficult to understand techniques would become clear. Cultivation can be infinitely stacked with spirit stones and pills, but the talent for enlightenment is predetermined, and improving it later on is exceptionally difficult. Countless prodigies are not hindered by insufficient cultivation, but rather by their poor comprehension, remaining stuck in place for a lifetime, unable to reach the pinnacle of the Tao. The Tongxian ancient wood can subtly enhance comprehension. Whether it is for young prodigies to hone their foundations, or for seasoned powerhouses to break through their shackles, it is a treasure that is hard to come by, with a wide audience and demand that will never be lower than the breaking realm divine pill. Within the system space, 3 6th-tier treasures lay quietly. Lin Tian glanced over them, his eyes filled with determination. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Lin Tian did not immediately exit the space, his gaze fixed on the taskbar in the upper right corner of the system panel. There was only one line of text hanging: for a long time, cumulative transaction amount reaches 10 million spirit stones, reward system upgrade to level 2. Since completing the task with a transaction amount of 1 million, this goal has been looming ahead, seemingly within reach, but still requiring one last step. From the previous auctions and the income from branches, he has accumulated a considerable amount of spirit stones, but he is still short of that 10 million mark. This gap must be completely filled by the next auction. 10 million spirit stones. Lin Tian gently tapped his knee with his fingertips, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. The system upgrade is most intuitively reflected in the exponential increase in return multiples. Currently, he enjoys a 100-fold return. Spending spirit stones to purchase items has already made him immensely wealthy. Once upgraded to level 2, the return multiple could even reach 1,000-fold. Just thinking about it sent Lin Tian's heart racing with joy. Moreover, the system had already hinted that new features would be unlocked after the upgrade. Could it be that rarer treasures will be listed in the store? Or perhaps restrictions on the auction branches will be relaxed? He didn't need to guess. Once the transaction amount was met, everything would be revealed. Retracting his gaze, Lin Tian leaned back in his chair, gazing at the soft light of the moonstone above his thoughts, turning to the auction itself. The previous auction model was too rigid. Whatever he presented, guests would scramble for it, lacking any sense of participation or choice. Since he aimed for a transaction amount of 10 million, why not change the game entirely and ignite the entire venue? A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he finalized a new model, auctioning off purchasing qualifications. Instead of directly auctioning treasures, he would first auction exclusive purchasing rights. By auctioning corresponding tier qualification tickets, the winning bidder can use the ticket to specify the purchase of a corresponding tier treasure within the auction house. 6th tier qualifications correspond to 6th tier treasures, 7th tier to 7th tier, with prices strictly tied to tiers, ensuring no losses. Cultivators have diverse needs. Some prefer unique items, others seek precise purchases, and some find it hard to procure items they desire, even with wealth. This new approach precisely hits the pain points of all cultivators. As long as they auction off qualifications, they can choose their desired treasures at original prices within the system store. There are no bidding wars or inflated prices, and the prices are often 10 times lower than the external market. There's no need to scramble for leftovers or rely on luck. They can directly select what they want. More importantly, those who win the qualifications will become loyal customers of the auction house. They will be prioritized for notification regarding rare treasures in the future. There's no need to exert effort on promotions. These individuals will come knocking on their own. They will even spread the name of the auction house far and wide, ensuring a steady flow of customers. The next auction will proceed in this manner. 3 6th-tier treasures to anchor the event, plus a 6th-tier purchasing qualification. There will be a total of 4 lots, each a rare item enough to drive all cultivators wild. With total demand covered, there will surely be something to captivate everyone's desires. Lin Tian's smile grew broader, but in the next moment his brows furrowed slightly. He recalled his own cultivation level. Currently, he was only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. At this level, he was considered a master in the Dian dynasty. But in Qingzhou, in front of numerous top sects and powerhouses of the king's realm, he was hardly impressive. The next auction would definitely attract experts from the Divine Sea realm and even the king's realm. Cultivation can be slowly practiced, but right now he must elevate it immediately. Lin Tian's expression turned serious as he directly accessed the cultivation enhancement function in the system panel. Current cultivation mid-stage transformation realm can be promoted to early stage Divine Sea realm, cost 500,000 spirit stones, confirm enhancement. 500,000 spirit stones, which would have been a huge sum in the past, is now a mere fraction for him. The last auction brought in millions and the next will start at 10 million. This expenditure is trivial. Confirm. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian gave the command. Ding. Consumed 500,000 spirit stones. Host cultivation successfully enhanced to early stage Divine Sea realm. As the system prompt ended, a pure and gentle energy erupted from his dantian, sweeping through his entire body along the meridians. This power was devoid of any violent or aggressive energy, pure and untainted. Wherever it passed, the meridians were forcibly expanded, the bones thoroughly refined, the dantian space tripled, and the spirit power capacity quintupled. Latest stage transformation realm. Peak. With a crack, the barrier of the realm shattered. Early stage Divine Sea realm achieved. Lin Tian closed his eyes, feeling the earth-shattering changes within his body as his perception skyrocketed. The breathing of the guards Wang Wei and Wang Tung, the subtle humming of the moonstone, the chirping of insects in the courtyard, and even the movements from the third-floor VIP room all became clear to his ears. The power of the Divine Sea realm is stable and majestic, far surpassing what he had experienced before. This realm is just right. He need not act personally. His 2 guards in the king's realm are enough to intimidate the entire venue. No top power in Qingzhou would dare to act recklessly. What he seeks is not unmatched combat strength, but an aura that matches his status, allowing him to stand firmly on the auction stage and command the presence of all present strong cultivators. Moreover, his actual combat strength far exceeds that of an ordinary early-stage Divine Sea realm cultivator. Even against a peak Divine Sea realm opponent, he has the strength to fight. But he is too lazy to make a move. He is the master of the auction house, the sovereign, reaping billions of spirit stones, leaving the fighting and killing to his subordinates. He only needs to hold the auction hammer, watching countless cultivators bid frantically, counting spirit stones until his hands become sore. Lin Tian rose and walked to the window, pushing it open. The night wind carried a chill as the full moon hung high in the sky, casting silver light over the entire Xintian city. In a few days, the top forces and unparalleled powerhouses of all of Qingzhou will converge from all directions, filling the auction house's hall, private rooms, and VIP areas. They will bid with red eyes, deplete their wealth in competition, and risk everything for a single treasure. Meanwhile, he will stand on the auction stage, holding the gaze of thousands, lightly dropping the wooden hammer and watching the storm unfold. With a transaction amount of 10 million spirit stones, a level 2 system, a 1,000-fold return, and an entirely new auction model. All the planning and confidence will explode in just a few days. Lin Tian closed the window, returning to the mat, closing his eyes to circulate the Tiandi Sangshuan method. Spiritual energy surged wildly into his body, and the Sangshuan life source pattern at his brow glimmered, slightly resembling a dark night star. Lin Tian is already prepared, waiting for the auspicious day to open, shocking the entire cultivation world of Qingzhou. The 9th day since the last auction has come to an end. Tomorrow marks the start of a new round of the celestial auction. Even before dawn, the streets of Xintian City have already erupted in excitement. At the entrance of the snack shop, the queue stretches endlessly. It winds from the shop door to the end of the street, and even around the corner, people are still densely packed. Cultivators munch on hot pancakes hastily, making their way toward the celestial auction house. The closer they get to the auction house, the more crowded the throng becomes, and upon reaching the entrance, they find themselves completely blocked. Tens of thousands of people are packed in front of the door, They are not waiting in line, but rather claiming their spots. The tickets for the auction tomorrow are first come first served, and once they are gone, they are gone. To secure a good position, this group plans to stay here overnight, enduring until dawn, when the doors open, rushing in to claim their seats at the first opportunity. The cold moonlight bathes the faces of the crowd, each expressing different emotions. Yet beneath everyone's gaze burns the same light and intense desire. A young loose cultivator sits on the steps, gripping half a pancake and taking a fierce bite. He looks up at the gilded sign above the auction house door, speaking softly. Tomorrow I must secure the best position at the front. A cultivator nearby chuckled. Are you planning to stay awake all night? I won't sleep. How many times in this life can one visit the celestial auction house? Just getting in once is worth it. Getting in twice would be like the ancestral graves smoking. If I can't get a good position this time, there's no telling if I'll have the chance to come again. The cultivator who had laughed moments ago suddenly lost his smile, nodding seriously as he lowered his head and resumed chewing on his pancake, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, in a second-floor room of a nearby, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Yizhou, the sect leader of Lu Yun's sect, sat at a small table with two elders, Zhou Xian and Qian Tonghai, and his son Yi Yun. On the table lay only a pot of cold tea, long since cooled, untouched by anyone. Yizhou leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping restlessly on the table, his brow furrowed, and a frown of distress on his face. Yi Yun sat beside him, casually crossing his legs, a smug smile, unable to hide his satisfaction, seemingly carefree. In contrast, Zhou Xian and Qian Tonghai across from them looked even more serious than Yizhou, remaining silent throughout. They had arrived in Xintian City that afternoon, only to be stunned upon entering the inn. Every room from the first to the third floor was fully booked, not a single one available. The innkeeper bluntly stated that all the rooms had been reserved 3 days prior, and not a single one remained. Yizhou's face darkened instantly as he turned to glare at Yi Yun. Before departing, he had specifically reminded Yi Yun to book a room in advance. Yi Yun had promised wholeheartedly, thinking everything was secure, yet he never anticipated that this inn would be so sought after. Had Yi Yun delayed even a moment longer, they would have to sleep on the streets tonight. Yi Yun pretended not to notice his father's cold gaze and took a sip of tea. The cold tea was bitter and astringent, and he immediately spat it out, his face twisted in disdain. This trip had nearly drained the entire treasury of Lu Yun's sect. Though Yizhou did not specify an exact amount, the tension on his face made it clear that they had exhausted all the resources of the sect. Yi Yun still appeared indifferent, lightly tapping the table with his fingers while humming a tune off key. Among the four in the room, he was the only one who had ever been to the celestial auction house, experiencing the breathtaking atmosphere of the auction firsthand. Yizhou, looking at his carefree demeanor, felt a surge of anger. What are you humming about? Be more sensible. Yi Yun chuckled, beaming with pride. Father, I'm just happy. You haven't seen that boss Lin? He's younger than me, only in his early 20s, yet he casually produces 5th-grade superior spiritual treasures. If I had half his talent, our Lu Yun sect would have long since escaped being a second-rate power and joined the ranks of the first. Yizhou opened his mouth, but ultimately he could only shake his head. Smack. Then why are you so useless, unable to even compare to someone younger than you? In the adjacent room, the atmosphere was starkly different. Zhao Tieshan, the Grand Elder of the Beast Mountain Manor, sat in his chair, exuding an intimidating aura of bravery. He was burly, with a broad back and a square face, sharp features, and a pair of piercing eyes. Having reached the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm, he was just a step away from the King realm. His gaze fixed on the young man before him, his voice lowered significantly. Holy Son, tomorrow's auction will definitely be extraordinary. Standing by the window was none other than the Holy Son of Beast Mountain Manor, Duan Yin. At just 20 years old, he had already reached the late stage of the Transcendence realm. With astonishing talent, he was the son of sect leader Duan Tianlong, the future heir designated by the Beast Mountain Manor. Duan Yin turned around, a light smirk forming on his lips, speaking with an indifferent tone. Uncle Zhao, I've noticed that many top-tier second-rate sects have arrived. Even the Tianjin sect's Lu Qinzhou is personally attending. Zhao Tieshan's expression instantly grew grave. The one from Tianjin sect was indeed the Grand Elder Lu Qinzhou, also at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm, nearly his equal. Lu Qinzhou was older, his vitality somewhat diminished. However, his swordsmanship was unparalleled. If they were to engage in battle, the outcome would be uncertain. More critically, Lu Qinzhou had also brought along the senior brother of Tianjin sect, Shen Qingyi. Shen Qingyi, likewise at the late stage of the Transcendence realm, stood backed by the entire Tianjin sect. Duan Yin saw through Zhao Tieshan's concerns and stepped forward, gently patting him on the shoulder. With an easygoing smile on his face, his eyes concealed an air of superiority and confidence. It was an inherent sense of superiority, the holy son of Beast Mountain Manor, the confidence to look down upon all. Uncle Zhao, there's no need to worry. Lu Qinzhou is merely at the same realm as you. He is older, and in a real fight he may not be your opponent. Zhao Taizhan remained silent. Duan Yin spoke the truth, but what he feared was never just Lu Qinzhou himself, but the entire Tianjin sect behind him. If a conflict broke out with Lu Qinzhou in the auction house, even injuring him would be tantamount to declaring war against the entire Tianjin sect. At that point, it would be a matter of life and death between two top-tier sects, a matter of great significance. Duan Yan's smile vanished instantly, his gaze turning sharp and cold, his voice lowered to a level only the two could hear. For tomorrow's auction items, if we can afford them, we shall bid openly and honorably. If we cannot afford them, he paused, his tone laced with ruthlessness and dominance, then we shall seize them. This Xiantian city is, after all, the territory of Beast Mountain Manor. A mere auction house with an outsider as the auctioneer daring to act recklessly in our territory. Zhao Taizhan's pupils constricted sharply as he stared directly at Duan Yan. Duan Yan's gaze was icy, showing no signs of retreat. Their eyes met, a moment of silence passed. Deep inside, Zhao Taizhan felt a storm brewing, but he suddenly understood. Before departing, sect leader Duan Tianlang had not stated it outright, yet the implication was crystal clear: the treasures must be acquired. If possible by them, if not, use other means. Beast Mountain Manor is the king of southern Qingzhou, the ruler of this land. Zhao Taizhan slowly nodded, the last trace of doubt in his eyes completely dissipating, replaced only by ferocity and determination. Duan Yin was right. They are indeed from Beast Mountain Manor, and this Lin auctioneer should be reasonable. If he is not sensible, then alternative methods will need to be employed. For treasures of this caliber, they would accept anyone. After all, the reputation of Beast Mountain Manor for having a big appetite is not to be taken lightly. As dawn broke, the morning mist of Xuanwu Street had yet to dissipate. Outside the auction house, a long line stretched beyond sight. After waiting all night, the faces of the crowd bore a single emotion: impatience. Amidst the ordinary cultivators waiting in line, a group of distinguished individuals suddenly approached the front. They did not queue, instead walking straight to the forefront of the line from both sides of the street. They exchanged a few hushed words with the cultivators who had waited all night, and naturally took their place at the front. No one in the queue dared to express dissatisfaction, and they all stepped back silently. It was not their magnanimity, rather they were simply not to be trifled with. These individuals were the true protagonists of today's auction, carrying with them hundreds of thousands, even millions of spirit stones. Standing behind them were the top sects, the core power of this bidding war. Forget about cutting in line. Even if they directly entered, no one would dare to stop them. In the middle of the line, a gray-robed loose cultivator watched this scene with a bitter smile, shaking his head as he sighed to his companion. We are just here to join the excitement and take a look. Quickly, someone in the crowd recognized the identities of these prominent figures, and the atmosphere erupted with suppressed gasps. That is the Grand Elder of the Tianjin sect, Lu Qinzhou, a peak expert of the Divine Sea realm. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire assembly gasped in shock. The peak of the Divine Sea realm was the pinnacle for cultivators in Qingzhou, a sight rarely seen. And there's the holy son of the Wan Beast Manor, Duan Yin. Grand Elder Zhao Taizhan is also here. The crowd fell into a dead silence. Just as the audience was in an uproar, the crimson doors of the auction house slowly opened. The copper studs on the door gleamed in the morning light. A burly middle-aged man stepped out, standing on the steps. Clad in black attire, he held himself upright, his expression stern and his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd. This man was the honorable captain of the auction house's security team, Immortal. Immortal had set his sights on the auction house, or rather he had set his sights on Lin Tian. In life, choices are more important than effort. Ever since he followed Lin Tian, he had witnessed the grandeur of the previous auction firsthand. He thought he had grown accustomed to such scenes, yet he was still profoundly shocked each time. In recent days, the blood essence pills and spiritual herbs casually bestowed by Lin Tian were treasures he had never dared to imagine before. Tian's cultivation had soared from the mid-stage of the transforming mortals realm to the peak of the transforming mortals realm. Now he stood at the entrance of the auction house, facing the top dignitaries of Qingzhou, overseeing the order of entry. This honor was enough for him to be grateful for a lifetime. Suppressing the surging emotions within, Tian's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly across every corner. Entry begins now. Form a proper line, no pushing or shouting, no cutting in line or causing trouble. Violators will be disqualified immediately and forever barred from entry. With this command, tens of thousands instantly settled down. The previously restless crowd now resembled a well-trained army. They quietly queued for ticket checks, the order impeccable. The attendants stood at the entrance quickly verifying tickets with respectful yet unyielding attitudes. Backed by the auction house, that was their greatest confidence. The group from One Beast Manor walked at the forefront. As they reached the entrance, Duan Yin suddenly halted and turned to look back at the crowd. His gaze turned just in time to meet the approaching group from the Tianjin sect. The Grand Elder Lu Qinzhou, accompanied by senior brother Shen Qingyi, walked forward with measured steps. Their eyes met, and the air instantly thickened. Without words, an undercurrent surged. After a moment, Lu Qinzhou spoke, first a faint smile playing on his lips as he cupped his hands. "Holy son Duan, it's good to see you well." Duan Yin returned the gesture with a smile, his expression warm, yet his eyes filled with coldness. "Elder Lu, I didn't expect you to come in person. The journey for the Tianjin sect is not short. Good things never wait for ordinary people, no matter how far one must travel." Lu Qinzhou's tone was calm, yet his words bore a sharp edge. The two appeared to be exchanging pleasantries, but each word was a contest, their eyes filled with vigilance. Today's gathering was not for friendship, but to vie for treasures. One Beast Manor and Tianjin sect were both top sects in Qingzhou, neither willing to yield, each desiring to secure the best position. The VIP room in the center of the third floor offered the best view, and was the most prestigious spot in the entire venue. Both spoke almost simultaneously to the attendant. "We want Beast Manor, Tianjin sect want the central VIP room." Duan Yin turned to Lu Qinzhou, his smile unchanged, yet his eyes were icy. "Elder Lu, this room belongs to One Beast Manor." Lu Qinzhou's smile was faint, yet his tone held firm. "Holy son Duan, the Tianjin sect has traveled a long way, as shouldn't you, as the host, show some courtesy." Their gazes locked, a sharp edge evident. Zhao Taizhan gripped the hilt of his sword, the knuckles cracking softly. Tension mounted, ready to erupt. Nearby VIP rooms noticed the commotion and leaned in to observe. They all watched coldly, no one stepped forward to mediate, just waiting to see the two major sects clash. After a few breaths of stalemate, Lu Qinzhou was the first to release his grip, slowly stepping back. His smile remained, his tone neutral. "Holy son Duan is right. This is indeed One Beast Manor's territory, and Tianjin sect should not overshadow the host." With that said, he turned and entered the adjacent VIP room, Shen Qingyi following closely, the door slamming shut behind them. Duan Yin watched his retreating figure, a smirk appearing on his lips, the coldness in his eyes intensifying. Refreshing. He pushed the door open, and Zhao Taizhan followed in, closing the door tightly. Duan Yin's gaze fell towards the adjacent VIP room. Though separated by a wall, he could clearly sense that Lu Qinzhou was also watching him. Today's bidding would surely be a fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the hall, Qin Batian of the Dian dynasty stood utterly bewildered. Most of the top dignitaries present were of status, cultivation, and background that far surpassed his own. Before arriving, Qin Batian had been full of confidence. He believed that given the status of the Dian dynasty, securing the best VIP room on the third floor would be a piece of cake. Yet the scene before him shattered his arrogance completely. The third princess, Qin Ziwei, approached him softly, sighing, "Father, I have long said that this auction house is anything but simple." Qin Batian forced a smile, his voice filled with helplessness. "It's more than just not simple. I originally thought the Dian dynasty could be considered a force in Qingzhou. But now it seems that in front of these top sects we don't even have the qualification to compete for a good position." However, Qin Batian's eyes brightened. "I brought all the savings of the Dian dynasty this time. I refuse to believe I can't win a single item." They said nothing more, silently finding a VIP room on the third floor near the center to sit down. Before long, the entire auction hall was completely filled. The 12 VIP rooms on the third floor were all taken by the major forces of Qingzhou. Nearly 10,000 people gathered together, the atmosphere tense. At the moment of silence in the hall, the curtain behind the auction platform slowly lifted. A young figure stepped out, dressed in a long blue robe, standing tall like a pine tree. With a refined face and star-like eyes, the azure mystic pattern at his brow shimmered faintly under the glow of the moonstone above, perfectly encapsulating his aura. Handsome, second only to the supreme readers in handsomeness. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, as if walking in his own courtyard, for this indeed was his courtyard. His calm gaze swept across the hall, instantly silencing the previously restless crowd. All eyes were fixated on the young man. The first time, cultivators widened their eyes, staring intently at the person on the stage, eager to see this legendary young master Lin, who possessed astonishing treasures. The cultivators who had been there before looked on in awe, quietly waiting. The big shots of the top sects on the third floor also collected their indifference, their sharp gazes scrutinizing Lin Tian, secretly evaluating this exceedingly young auction house owner. Lin Tian stood at the center of the white jade auction platform, meeting the gaze of the entire hall with a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth. The next moment his clear voice resonated through every corner of the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. Today the auction of the heavenly realm officially begins. As soon as the words fell, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Some were so excited they stood up, while others shouted, "Boss Lin is amazing." The ordinary cultivators' faces turned crimson, filled with excitement, as if it were New Year. A cultivator in the front row clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "Why am I so nervous?" His companion shot him a glance. "You can't even afford it, why be nervous?" "It's not nervousness, it's excitement. Even if I can't afford it, just watching others compete for legendary treasures is exhilarating." Upon hearing this, everyone around burst into laughter, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. An old cultivator in the front row sat with closed eyes, arms crossed, muttering. Someone joked, "Old man, what are you praying for?" "I pray that today's treasures won't be too expensive, so I can at least snag one." Others laughed aloud. "Don't get your hopes up. Even if there are any, they'll be mine." In the corner, a young, loose cultivator stared intently at Lin Tian. His mouth slightly open, his gaze mesmerized. He didn't even notice the drool nearly escaping. His companion nudged him, and he hurriedly snapped back to reality. Wiping the corner of his mouth, his gaze remained glued to the stage, unwilling to shift even a fraction. Lin Tian quietly stood, waiting for the din below to gradually subside before speaking again. "Welcome everyone to the Heavenly Realm Auction House. Today there are a total of 4 auction items." He paused for a moment, his voice suddenly rising, each word clear and resonating. "The final item is the rarest supreme treasure capable of fulfilling all your desires." Without further ado, the auction begins now. With this declaration, the entire hall went wild. The cheers were even more intense than before as some pounded their tables while others jumped with excitement, all shouting, "Hurry up and start." A young cultivator sprang up from his seat, raising his hands high, veins bulging in his neck. His companion quickly pushed him back down. "Sit down. Don't embarrass yourself." Lin Tian did not immediately reveal the auction item. He knew very well that the cheers from below were merely for show. The real competition lay hidden beneath the calm faces on the 3rd floor. The small-time players in the VIP rooms appeared nonchalant, but in reality, each one had an insatiable appetite, wishing to devour all the auction items. Lin Tian's smile deepened as he turned slightly and nodded to Wang Wei beside him. Wang Wei immediately approached with a tray, placing it at the center of the white jade platform before stepping back. Lin Tian reached out and grasped a corner of the red silk, pulling it sharply. The red silk fluttered to the ground, revealing a purple gold armor quietly lying on the tray. The armor plates were layered, each inscribed with intricate defensive runes, shimmering with a heavy brilliance under the lights. Its material was neither metal nor jade, warm and translucent, appearing light as a feather, yet exuding an oppressive aura. Lin Tian's voice was steady, each word hitting everyone's ears with clarity. The first auction item, a 6th-tier low-grade defensive artifact, purple gold, glazed armor. In its extreme state, it can withstand attacks from latest King Realm experts 10 times. The starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 1,000. Bidding began. The hall fell into silence. Was it this intense from the start? Nearly 10,000 people were frozen in place, staring intently at the purple gold armor. 6th-tier low-grade. These 4 words echoed wildly in everyone's minds, leaving them unable to comprehend. In the last auction, even a 5th-tier high-grade had shocked Qingzhou. Who would have thought that the first auction item of this session would be a 6th-tier item? A full realm higher. This was a peerless treasure that the 5 top sects of Qingzhou would fight over. It was a treasure that had never appeared in any auction house of Qingzhou throughout history. To put this up for auction was simply a waste. A young, loose cultivator in the back suddenly stood up, the chair crashing to the ground. He paid no heed, his voice reaching a high pitch, 6th tier. Am I hearing this right? It's a 6th tier. This outburst completely ignited the hall. It really is a 6th tier low grade. To withstand 10 attacks from latest King Realm experts. Isn't that like having 10 extra lives? If you can't win, you can still run out with this armor. Even kings can't kill you. I've never seen one before. Just seeing a 6th tier artifact in this lifetime would be worth it. In the center of the 3rd floor, in the VIP room of the Beast Mountain Manor, Duan Yin leaned forward, his hands firmly gripping the windowsill, his knuckles turning white, his pupils drastically contracting. He had initially thought the first item would at most be a 5th tier top grade, with the 6th tier saved for the finale. He never expected such a bombshell right from the start. He turned to Zhao Taizhan behind him, his voice low, yet unable to hide his burning greed. Uncle Zhao, the first item is a 6th tier. The next 3 items will at least be 6th tier low grade, maybe even 6th tier mid or high grade. Zhao Taizhan's expression turned serious, his gaze sharp as a blade. This purple gold glazed armor was not something the Beast Mountain Manor possessed. The armor worn by the sect leader Lin Tian was merely a 5th-tier high-grade lucked out from an ancient relic. If they could acquire this armor, the sect leader's combat power would soar to another level. Zhao Taizhan's hand resting on the hilt of his sword unconsciously tightened. Duan Yin, on the other hand, smiled. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and his eyes were filled with a fervent ambition. This trip is worth it. We must secure this armor. The hall remained in uproar. On the second floor, a small family patriarch shouted loudly to draw attention. I bid 100,000 spirit stones. You broke fool, don't come here to make a fuss. It was unclear who shouted that, prompting the first person to look around. You're the one who's poor. Have you ever seen 100,000 spirit stones? As soon as the words fell, the crowd finally came to their senses. In the private room on the second floor, a loud bid suddenly erupted. I'll offer 110,000 spirit stones. It was just an increase of 10,000 spirit stones, but the voice was extremely loud. The old customers present instantly recognized that it was the head of the Chui family from the great Yin Wang city, Chui Mingyuan. The Chui family ranked last among the 4 great families of the royal city, but their past wealth had been considerable. However, today the situation had completely changed. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, all were the true top forces of Qingzhou. 110,000 spirit stones didn't even count as a fraction in the eyes of these behemoths. Whispers immediately arose from below. Isn't that Chui Mingyuan? How did he fall to sitting on the 2nd floor? Didn't you see that the 3rd floor is completely occupied by the major sects? Even the great Yin Qing King can only stay in the corner of the 3rd floor. It's already good that he can get in here. It's pitiful. He left empty-handed from the last auction, and this time he's likely to be busy for nothing again. Chui Mingyuan had completely lost his mind during this time. He had missed out on every treasure at the last auction and stubbornly refused to leave Xintian City, insisting on staying. Others advised him to face reality. The main stage was a battlefield for the top sects, and their small family couldn't get involved at all. The Zhao family, Sun family, and Wang family of the same level had long wisely gone to the branch auction house. Going to the branch, they could still be honored guests. Staying at the main venue, they could only serve as a backdrop and embarrass themselves. But Chui Mingyuan refused to listen. He could not let go of his pride. He always felt that as the head of one of the 4 great families of the royal city, he could not just concede in disgrace. Yet he would never understand that face is never earned but given by strength. Without resources, the so-called pride is worthless. After Chui Mingyuan shouted his bid, he sat in the private room, his hand holding the teacup, trembling incessantly. He fixed his gaze on the purple gold glazed armor on the stage, his eyes swirling with a frenzied obsession. He wanted this armor too much. 110,000 was just the beginning. He believed he could raise the bid and the Chui family could produce more. He took a deep breath, about to raise his paddle again, when a cold voice suddenly descended from the 3rd floor. 1 million. The voice was not loud, but it struck like thunder, instantly penetrating the noisy crowd. The entire venue fell silent, with thousands of eyes instantly focused on the VIP room of the great Yin dynasty. It was the 3rd princess, Qin Ziwei. Chui Mingyuan's hand, raised halfway, suddenly froze. Tea spilled from his cup, soaking the table, and he remained oblivious. It felt as if he had been publicly slapped hard, losing all face. 1 million. His fingers clenched tightly. In the end, he still weakly lowered the paddle. He didn't even have the qualification to continue bidding. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, Qin Batian sat in his chair, hands pressing on his knees. He stared intently at the purple gold glazed armor, his eyes igniting with a desperate fire. Qin Batian understood better than anyone that this was the great Yin dynasty's only opportunity. The subsequent auction items would only escalate in price far beyond what he could afford. Only this first-grade low-tier 6th treasure still held a glimmer of contest. Those top sects might be willing to reserve their strength for the subsequent heavy treasures. If no one else bid, the great Yin dynasty could possess the first 6th-grade national treasure. If they lost this gamble, he could only accept fate. Qin Batian's palms were sweating, his heart racing as he quietly awaited the next development. But his luck lasted only a fleeting moment. From another VIP room, a cold voice from the Purple Cloud Pavilion emerged. 2 million. It was a direct doubling, an overwhelming increase. Qin Ziwei looked at her father's despondent expression, feeling a pang in her heart, and softly comforted him. Father, we have already gained quite a few opportunities. Our strength has greatly increased. We need not force this one. Qin Batian said nothing, merely nodding stiffly. He understood the reasoning, but the frustration and helplessness in his heart could not be suppressed. He did not want to compete. He truly could not. The gap in strength and financial resources was too vast. The bidding continued. 3,500,000, 4,450,000, 5 million. Every bid was an increase of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The various clan leaders on the second floor wore complex expressions filled with shock. They all understood that this battlefield was no longer theirs. Just as the price reached 5 million, and everyone thought it was settled, a hoarse yet determined voice came from the corner of the VIP room on the third floor. 5,500,000. The bidder was the leader of the Lin sect, Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou sat in the cramped VIP room, his expression as heavy as iron. He was also a clever man. The 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa and the Heavenly Sword sect had been silent throughout. These two giants were undoubtedly saving spirit stones to buy the items that came later. Their goal was the ultimate treasure that would be the grand finale. The Lin sect could not compare to the top sects, but they still had a glimmer of hope for this item. 5,500,000. It was all the Lin sect's assets. This was a gamble of their entire sect's fate. Yi Zhou had already planned that after acquiring this glazed armor, he would head to the Tianyin mountain range to slay the early-stage king-level beast and exchange it for resources, to generate profit from money. As the bid fell, the venue fell into silence. No one made any further bids. All eyes were focused on the Lin sect's VIP room, waiting for the final hammer to fall. The most bizarre scene was that the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa and the Heavenly Sword sect remained utterly silent. From the start of the auction until now, these two tyrants of Qingzhou had said nothing, showing no signs of movement. It was an oppressive silence before the storm. The previous competition was merely a show of small fry fighting among themselves. The real battlefield lay behind. Inside the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa, Duan Yin lounged with his legs crossed, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Let them fight, let them spend all their spirit stones. After all, the grand finale item was already reserved by the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa. Inside the Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Qinzhou sat with his eyes closed, appearing calm, yet actually listening intently. He was silently noting down every opponent's bidding limits, discerning everyone's financial capabilities. This was the steadiness of an old cultivator. The real duel had yet to begin. Lin Tian stood on the stage, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. 5,500,000 first time. Silence. 5,500,000 second time. Still silence. 5,500,000 third time. Soul. The crisp sound of the wooden hammer fell heavily. In the Lin sect's VIP room, Yi Zhou suddenly clenched his fists. His nerves relaxed in an instant, and he could no longer suppress his emotions, breaking into a wild, ecstatic smile. We won. The Lin sect won. Having risked everything, they had triumphed with this 6th-grade treasure. Yi Yin looked at his father, his eyes glistening, and softly said, "Dad, you're crying." Yi Zhou was taken aback, raising his hand to touch his cheek. It was damp. He didn't know when he had shed tears. Had his eyes actually missed it? No applause filled the room. No one celebrated the Lin sect's victory. Everyone had only one thought in mind: envy and jealousy. In the two quietest VIP rooms on the third floor, two cold gazes simultaneously turned toward the backstage. In Lin Tian's mind, the long-lost system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! A 6th-grade low-grade defensive artifact, the purple gold Lioli armor, has been successfully auctioned for 5,500,000 spirit stones. A 100-fold return triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Quasa 7th-grade defensive treasure, the Jinhua Xiantian armor. Lin Tian's heart leapt. What is this? Quasa 7th grade. Almost simultaneously, the system panel popped up, clearly displaying the details of the Jinhua Xiantian armor. Jinhua Xiantian armor, a Quasa 7th grade defensive treasure. This armor is primarily made of the rare material Xianjin from the heavenly earth and is refined with the mystic energy of the 9 heavens. Its surface is engraved with countless mountain patterns. It carries a tremendous mountain pressure that can intimidate low-level cultivators, rendering them incapable of action. The defensive power is extraordinarily robust. When worn, the user stands firm against foes like an ancient divine mountain, utterly unmoving. Quite impressive, but why is it not 7th grade? However, a trace of doubt quickly crossed his mind. Lin Tian immediately pondered and asked in his heart, "System, why is it only Quasa 7th grade? A 100-fold return should directly elevate it to low-grade 7th grade." The system's mechanical voice, devoid of any fluctuation, immediately responded. Ding! The higher the grade of the treasure, the difference between each grade increases geometrically. The leap from 6th to 7th grade far exceeds the differences from 1st to 6th grade. Please, host, upgrade the system level as soon as possible to unlock higher return multiples to obtain higher grade return treasures. Lin Tian suddenly understood, falling silent for a moment. The road ahead is long and arduous. Upgrading the system is urgent. Lin Tian inwardly scoffed. This system is reminiscent of the customer service from the game in his past life on Blue Star. The words are meticulously crafted, ultimately compelling him to hasten his performance and upgrade the system. He ceased his thoughts, retracting his focus to the auction stage. On the stage, the purple gold Lioli armor had already been collected by an attendant, leaving behind an empty tray. The hall was still bustling with low-level cultivators eagerly discussing the 5,500,000 spirit stones transaction. Lin Tian lifted his gaze, casually sweeping over the entire crowd, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth before he quickly concealed it. He gave no time for the onlookers to react or contemplate. Lin Tian slowly spoke, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. "Ladies and gentlemen." The two short words instantly quelled all the noise in the hall. Nearly 10,000 gazes refocused on him, not missing a single detail. "Next, we will unveil the second item for auction at this event. I can say without exaggeration that whoever can bid for this item will directly alter the future fate of a sect." As his words landed, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a frenzy of excitement 10 times more intense than before. Alter the fate of a sect. What kind of treasure is this? The first item was already a 6th grade low-grade artifact, and the second is even stronger. Could it be a 6th grade mid-grade, or even a 6th grade high-grade? Quiet down. Let's hear what Boss Lin has to reveal. The phrase "alter the fate of a sect" struck every heart like a heavy hammer. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, all the big shots from the top factions instantly ceased their relaxed postures. Lin Tian subtly nodded to Wang Wei beside him. Wang Wei promptly stepped up to the stage with a larger tray, the item beneath the red silk, no larger than an egg. He steadily placed the tray at the center of the white jade stage and bowed as he withdrew. Thousands of gazes fixated on that tray, countless hearts racing as if they would burst from their chests. The next moment, he suddenly pulled off the red silk. The red silk floated to the ground. A pill the size of a longan lay quietly at the center of the tray. The pill was dark golden, its surface swirling with 9 incredibly clear pill patterns. The outer layer of the pill was enveloped in a faint halo, rhythmically pulsing, as if it possessed life, slowly breathing. The scent of the pill was extremely faint, almost imperceptible, yet once it entered the nostrils, everyone present felt a sudden jolt throughout their bodies. Their dantians trembled wildly, and their internal spiritual power surged uncontrollably, increasing in speed by 10%. Lin Tian's steady voice once again resonated throughout the hall. The second auction item, a 6th grade mid-grade pill, the Xinjing Dengwang pill. His tone was calm, yet he uttered a statement that drove the entire hall into madness. This item has only one effect. It helps peak God Sea realm cultivators break through their realms and ascend to the King realm. Moreover, it has a 100% success rate. 100% success. The 5 words struck like thunder above everyone's heads. Every mind went blank in an instant. 100% breakthrough to the King realm. The King realm is the pinnacle of combat power in the entire Qingzhou. Whether a sect has King realm cultivators directly determines if it is a first-rate sect or a second-rate minor power. The Wanshou Mountain Villa could dominate southern Qingzhou only because its master Duan Tianlong is a King realm cultivator. A single pill could directly create a King realm powerhouse. This is not merely a pill, it is the power to command a region. In the VIP room of Wanshou Mountain Villa, Duan Yin suddenly sprang up from his seat, unable to utter a word. No need for further words, he had to obtain it. Wanshou Mountain Villa only has one King realm cultivator, Duan Tianlang, if another were added. With 2 kings in command, even the Tianjin sect would have to retreat. He turned to Zhao Taizhan beside him, his voice low, yet filled with undeniable resolve. "Uncle Zhao, this pill our Wanshou Mountain Villa must have it." Zhao Taizhan said nothing, his fists tightly clenched, the joints creaking painfully. He had been stuck at the peak of the God Sea realm for over a decade, exhausting countless resources, yet he still could not break through. This Xinjing Dengwang pill was his only hope for this lifetime. In the VIP room of the Tianjin sect, Lu Qinzhou walked slowly to the window, hands clasped behind his back, his expression seemingly calm, but his heart raced uncontrollably. He had been stuck at the peak of the God Sea realm for over 10 years. He would spare no effort to obtain this pill. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the Luyun sect, Yizhou slumped in his chair, hands tightly gripping his knees, his face pale and his body stiff. He had just exhausted all the resources of the Luyun sect, spending 5,500,000 spirit stones to acquire the purple gold Lioli armor, draining the sect's entire savings. He never dreamed there would be the Xinjing Dengwang pill afterwards. Had he known, he would have never fought for that. No matter how strong a defensive artifact is, it cannot compare to a King realm ancestor. With a King realm, the Luyun sect could directly ascend to a first-rate sect and finally stand tall. But now he couldn't produce a single spirit stone. Endless regret instantly engulfed him. His son Yiyan looked at his father's pale face and could only softly comfort him. Father, we won the purple gold Lioli armor. The ancestors' defense has greatly increased. It's not a loss. Yizhou stiffly nodded, yet felt a lump in his heart, overwhelmed with despair. Good son, you are still so filial. Lin Tian's voice was clear and resounding as he directly announced the auction rules. The town boundary Ascending King Pill mid-grade 6th tier, starting bid 100,000 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must not be lower than 1,000 spirit stones. Now the auction begins. 1 million. It was Duan Yin, the holy son of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor. As soon as he spoke, he directly multiplied the starting price by 10. The entire venue fell into an instant silence. 1 million spirit stones was an astronomical figure that the lower-tier cultivators could never earn in several lifetimes. Let alone being unable to produce 1 million, even if they could. No one dared to compete with the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor. Before Duan Yan's voice faded, another voice faintly sounded from the adjacent VIP room. 2 million. It was Lu Chunzhou, the Grand Elder of the Tianjin sect. His tone was calm and unhurried, as if he wasn't calling out 2 million, but merely 2 spirit stones. Yet that confidence was suffocating. The Tianjin sect would never lose to anyone. Duan Yan's face instantly turned ashen, as if he had been publicly slapped. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, staring fixedly at the Tianjin sect's VIP room through the crystal window. He could imagine Lu Chunzhou at that moment must have been indifferent, even mocking him for being overconfident. 3 million. Duan Yin ground his teeth to raise the bid, his voice filled with ferocity. 350 million. Lu Chunzhou remained calm and collected. 4 million. Duan Yin completely lost control, his voice rising, anger unabashed. 450 million. Lu Chunzhou's tone remained as steady as Mount Tai. The price soared crazily, reaching 5 million. Each increase felt like a hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. The ordinary cultivators were already dumbfounded, frozen in place, forgetting even to breathe. In the VIP room, Duan Yan's chest rose and fell violently like a trapped, fierce beast filled with wrath. This was Qingjis South, the territory of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor. How could Lu Chunzhou, an outsider from the Tianjin sect, dare to act so arrogantly in his territory? It was simply a slap in the face for him, for the entire 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor. But he was helpless. In terms of financial power, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor was far inferior to the Tianjin sect. The Tianjin sect controlled the sword-making business of the world, and countless sword cultivators sought a long sword from the Tianjin sect. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the sect's storeroom was piled high with spirit stones, treasures beyond count. Meanwhile, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor relied solely on raising spirit beasts for survival. A high-level spirit beast takes decades to raise from cub to adulthood. It cannot be produced in bulk. The influx of spirit stones is slow and limited, making it impossible to compare with the Tianjin sect. Duan Yin bit his teeth and harshly reported the price, 6 million. This was already the entirety of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor's income over the years. But he had no choice. As long as he secured this pill, he could have an additional King Realm ancestor, which would allow the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor to contend with the Tianjin sect. This deal was worth it. But as soon as he finished shouting, Lu Chunzhou's voice once again echoed, even carrying a hint of a faint smile. 7 million. That one word completely crushed Duan Yin. 7 million. If taken out, the storeroom of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor would be drained and the sect's operations would fall into jeopardy. Duan Yin stared at the town boundary Ascending King pill on the tray, his eyes filled with unwillingness, anger, and frustration, his fists clenched and then loosened. In the end, he was still powerless to lean back against the chair, closing his eyes. He couldn't win openly. He couldn't win in a straightforward contest. But that did not mean he would give up. Duan Yin suddenly opened his eyes, a trace of a cold, sinister smile flashing in his gaze. This was Xiantian City, his territory. So what if the pill was auctioned by the Tianjin sect? Once he left the city and entered the wild mountains and fields of southern Qingzhou, calling for heaven would yield no response, and calling for earth would be futile. Lu Chunzhou was merely at the peak of the divine sea realm, and Zhao Taizhan beside him was of the same realm. If they were to fight, it was uncertain who would live or die. Duan Yin bit his teeth and harshly reported the price, 6 million. This was already the entirety of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor's income over the years. But he had no choice. Lu Chunzhou appeared calm on the surface, but sighed in relief internally. 7 million was not a small sum for the Tianjin sect, but in the end it was secured. Behind him, Qingjis' eyes were also filled with fervor. If the Tianjin sect produced another King Realm cultivator, no one could shake the #1 position in Qingzhou. There were no more bids in the entire venue. 7 million spirit stones weighed down like a towering mountain, leaving everyone in complete despair. The small forces on the second floor and the scattered cultivators on the first floor all looked ashen, not even having the strength to lift their heads. In the VIP room of the Luyun sect, Yizhou's face was as pale as paper, regretting deeply. He had just emptied the sect's treasury, spending 550 million to secure the purple gold glazed armor, thinking he had struck a great deal. But then a pill that could directly break through to the king realm appeared. If he hadn't bought that armor, the spirit stones in his hands would at least have allowed him to participate in the bidding, perhaps even giving him a glimmer of hope. But now he didn't even have the qualification to bid. Unwillingness, regret, and helplessness filled his heart, making it feel almost suffocating. Yiyan stood beside him, watching his father in this state, feeling a mix of bitterness, yet unable to offer a single word of comfort. Lin Tian stood on the auction stage, coldly observing the myriad expressions of the crowd. He picked up the gavel, his voice calmly resonating throughout the venue. 7 million spirit stones, first call. No one responded. 7 million spirit stones, second call. Still silence. 7 million spirit stones, third call. Sold. The crisp sound of the gavel fell, completely sealing the outcome. In the Tianjin sect's VIP room, Lu Chun Zhou let out a long breath, finally revealing a relieved smile. 7 million was worth it. Lin Tian said faintly, "Congratulations to this friend for securing the town boundary, ascending king." Scattered applause arose from below, mixed with envy, jealousy, and politeness, but more silence. A silence that lacked even the qualification to look up. At that moment, a system notification echoed loudly in Lin Tian's mind. Ding. 6th tier mid-grade pill town boundary, ascending king pill transaction price 7 million spirit stones, auction completed. 100-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 7th tier early pill. Hunyuan Breaking Heaven pill. Hunyuan Breaking Heaven pill, 7th tier early divine pill, effect reshape cultivation foundation, cleanse the original spiritual root, achieve an all-around leap in cultivation aptitude. After consumption, the Dantian expands 3-fold, meridians widen 5-fold, and the purity of the spiritual root reaches perfection. No matter how poor one's innate talent, after consumption, one can directly rise to the ranks of geniuses. Lin Tian's eyelids twitched violently. 666, indeed, only after the 100-fold return from the 6th tier mid-grade could it possibly break through the 7th tier barrier. More importantly, this was a divine pill capable of reversing one's aptitude. In the fantasy world, talent is innate with bone structure, spiritual roots, and physique largely predetermined from birth. Acquired spiritual herbs could at most make up for the shortfall, but they could never completely rewrite it. Yet this Hunyuan Breaking Heaven pill could directly turn a mediocre talent into a prodigy, reshaping the foundation of cultivation from its roots. The 7th tier divine pill truly possessed an incredibly terrifying power. The auction continued. Lin Tian turned his head and nodded slightly at Wang Teng. Wang Teng immediately turned and entered the backstage, returning moments later with a tray. This time the tray was not covered with red silk. This item could not be concealed at all. Nearly 10,000 pairs of eyes in the audience suddenly fixed on the tray. The moment they saw the object, everyone froze. Inside the tray was a small tree about 1 foot tall, with a slender trunk and sparse branches. A few green leaves glimmered softly under the illumination of the moonstone. Its roots were as fine as hair, white as warm jade. It protruded from a hole in the jade basin, gently swaying in the air as if breathing on its own. It looked ordinary, but in the next second the audience's breathing suddenly quickened. A faint yet clear fragrance wafted from the ancient wood. As the fragrance entered their noses, everyone's mind cleared instantly. It was not an illusion. The tangled thoughts that had clogged their minds were suddenly emptied. The previously incomprehensible techniques became crystal clear. A young casual cultivator in the back row stared fixedly at the small tree, nearly drooling, murmuring in a daze, "I feel like I have gained enlightenment." The person beside him had no time to respond, already closing his eyes and greedily inhaling, his face full of shock. In the front row, an elderly cultivator with white hair took a deep breath with his eyes closed. When he opened his eyes again, a fiery light erupted from his murky gaze. "I have succeeded." He had been stuck at the bottleneck of his cultivation for decades, thinking he would never advance in this lifetime. At this moment, he felt his soul becoming transparent, and the deadlock he had faced for years showed signs of breaking. Lin Tian stood on the auction stage, observing the mesmerized and shocked expressions of the crowd, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Once the crowd's emotions settled slightly, he slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly resonating in every corner. The third auction item, a 6th grade top quality spiritual seed, Tongshan ancient wood. Its effects are similar to those of the ancient Enlightenment tree. It can aid one's understanding of the Tao, and when accompanied for years directly enhances a cultivator's comprehension. His tone was calm, yet each word struck at the heart of the cultivators present. Without exaggeration, cultivation can be built up with pills and spirit stones, but comprehension cannot be bought. Without sufficient comprehension, even the most abundant resources are in vain. And this Tangshan ancient wood is the ultimate opportunity to help you unlock the door to comprehension. As soon as his voice fell, the originally quiet small tree suddenly trembled on its own. Without wind, it shook its trunk and leaves together. It was as if a being that had slept for ages had suddenly awakened. In the next moment, a towering green wood phantom dozens of feet high burst forth from the ancient wood. It loomed directly over the auction stage, its branches lush and leafy blocking out the sun. The entire auction hall was shrouded in this massive phantom. An intense fragrance 10 times stronger swept across the venue, and everyone felt their spirits lift, their comprehension soaring once again. Incredible. This is what a spiritual seed looks like. Inherently spiritual, it was incomparable to any lifeless object. The ancient wood phantom only lasted for 3 breaths before transforming into countless green light dots that re-entered the small tree. The leaves of the small tree became brighter, the trunk stood taller, visibly growing a little. Everyone's minds were blown. This was a 6th grade, top-quality spiritual seed. This was the highest grade treasure ever seen in Qing's history. The previous pinnacle was the 6th grade mid-quality Zixiao Divine Blade, treasured by the Zixiao Pavilion for hundreds of years. It was worshipped by the Zixiao Pavilion as if it were a revered elder. The 6th grade mid-quality was already a legend in Qingzhou. The 6th grade top quality was a supreme treasure above legends. And now this extraordinary item was displayed right on the stage of the auction house of all heavens. Priced openly, it was available for bidding. Seeing the atmosphere explode, Lin Tian slowly announced the starting price. Tangshan Ancient with 6th grade top quality, starting bid of 100,000 spirit stones, with each raise not less than 1,000. Let the bidding begin. Before his voice had even faded, a steady voice came from the number 1 VIP room. It was Lu Qinzhou from the Tianjin sect. I bid 2 million. As expected of the Tianjin sect, this wealthy client really had deep pockets. Before the crowd could regain their senses, a mocking and challenging voice echoed from the central VIP room. It was Duan Yin, the holy son of the Beast Mountain Manor. I bid 2,001,000. Just a mere 1,000 spirit stones increase. Were you deliberately trying to stir trouble? Many people found Duan Yan's voice amusing. It seemed these two families were completely at odds. Lu Qinzhou's voice turned slightly cold, devoid of emotion. 3 million. Duan Yin immediately followed up, his tone annoying. 3,001,000. 4 million. 4,001,000. 6 million. Lu Qinzhou's voice was now laced with anger, almost gritting his teeth. Duan Yin remained unfazed, each word cutting deep. 6,001,000. Lu Qinzhou fell completely silent. He was the elder of the Tianjin sect, a peak powerhouse in the Divine Sea realm. To be publicly humiliated and pressured like this by a junior was a loss of face. He suppressed his anger and spoke slowly, each word deliberate. 7 million. This time Duan Yin did not immediately respond. The VIP room fell silent for a moment, deliberately teasing the audience's anticipation before his mocking laughter rang out once again. 7,001,000. Bang! Lu Qinzhou suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed, glaring intensely at the adjacent VIP room of the Beast Mountain Manor. He wished he could rush out immediately and tear apart Duan Yan's arrogant face. Just as he was preparing to raise the bid again, Shen Qingyi hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Elder, we cannot raise the bid any further. The sect's remaining spirit stones only amount to 8 million. If we raise the bid, we will be completely unable to afford the final auction item. Lu Qinzhou's chest heaved violently, anger clouding his mind, but reason ultimately prevailed. He clenched his fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them. His face darkened as he sat back down, no longer increasing the bid. He conceded defeat. Duan Yan's triumphant laughter instantly spread through the entire venue. What's wrong, Tianjin sect? Isn't Elder Lu wealthy and powerful? Can't hold out after just 7 million. The blatant mockery was unmasked. The faces of the Tianjin sect members turned ashen. Shen Qingyi could no longer contain herself, standing up to look coldly at the VIP room where Duan Yin was. Holy son of the Beast Mountain Manor, raising the bid by just 1,000 spirit stones, each time maliciously creating trouble, is truly shameless. I suspect you don't even have enough spirit stones to pay. I urge the auctioneer Lin to verify the auction assets of the Beast Mountain Manor. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The auction house's rules allowed for the verification of malicious bidders' assets. If they falsely reported their spirit stones, they could be disqualified from bidding and have their deposit confiscated. The Tianjin sect's move was both ruthless and precise. All eyes instantly focused on Lin Tian on the stage. Lin Tian slowly turned his head, looking at the central VIP room on the third floor, his gaze calm and unfaltering. But Duan Yin and his guard Zhao Taizhan both felt a chill run down their spines. There was an unsettling premonition. All their dirty thoughts had nowhere to hide in front of Lin Tian. Since the auction began, Lin Tian had sensed Duan Yan's malice. Lin Tian spoke calmly, his voice clearly resonating throughout the venue. Friend, your actions are indeed against the rules, making it difficult for the Tianjin sect and also for our auction house. Duan Yan's expression darkened instantly. He was not afraid of Lu Qinzhou, he knew the other party's background well. But facing Lin Tian, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. This young man was inscrutable. Duan Yin suppressed the unease in his heart, and a cold, sinister smile crept onto his face. After all, he was the holy son of the Beast Mountain Manor, the ruler of this region. How could he fear a mere rookie? Suddenly raising his eyes, Duan Yin stared directly at Lin Tian. Difficult to handle. If it's difficult, then don't handle it. As the words fell, the smile on Duan Yan's face completely vanished. He suddenly waved his hand, his voice squeezed through his teeth, each word laced with murderous intent. Uncle Zhao, smash this damn wall for me. I want to see what tricks this auction house has. Zhao Taizhan did not hesitate. Having roamed the southern part of Qingzhou for many years, he had never seen anyone dare to say no in front of him. Today, a mere auction house owner had embarrassed the Wan Beast Manor in front of nearly 10,000 people. Such a slight could not be tolerated. Zhao Taizhan took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and his knuckles cracked. A faint golden light shimmered on his fist, a characteristic of the Nine Beasts' Heart Sutra when activated to its peak. With one punch, he could smash through a small mountain. He slammed his fist against the wall of the VIP room. Boom! The entire VIP room shook, and tea spilled across the table. But the wall remained unmoved. Not only had he failed to break through, not even a piece of plaster had fallen off. What the hell? Zhao Taizhan was stunned, looking down at his own fist. This isn't right. Am I not at the peak of the Divine Sea realm? Duan Yan's expression also changed. Not believing in evil, he rushed up and punched the wall. This move clearly showcased Duan Yan's intelligence. He still dared to go up when the wall couldn't be broken even by the Divine Sea realm. Today he would let Lin Tian learn a lesson. With a muffled thud, his fist ached, yet the wall remained steadfast. Duan Yan shook his hand, his face turning pale. What is going on? Why is this wall so hard? Duan Yan gritted his teeth, flicked his sleeve, and turned to walk towards the door. Let's go outside. I refuse to believe that he can still act arrogant out there. At this moment, Duan Yin felt a pang of regret. If the wall was this hard, how much harder must Lin Tian be? But once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. He felt himself being influenced by an unseen force, his mind slipping from his control. The protagonist's power, forced intelligence reduction. Duan Yin arrived just in time. This was a perfect opportunity to establish dominance. Zhao Taizhan followed behind him, and the two pushed open the door and descended from the third floor. Everyone reacted. The holy son of the Wan Beast Manor did not come to auction, he came to rob. If the Wan Beast Manor intended to seize something, could Lin the owner stop them? In the VIP room of the Tianjin sect, Lu Qinzhou stood up. He walked to the crystal window, gazing at Duan Yan's figure below, remaining silent for a moment. Elder, what are you doing? Shen Qingyi asked softly. Lu Qinzhou did not respond, pushing the door open and walking out. Shen Qingyi paused for a moment, then hurriedly followed. Duan Yin saw Lu Qinzhou and curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. Old man, instead of going back to dance in the square, you come here to stir trouble. Lin the owner, you should know what I intend to do. Duan Yan's voice was not loud, but everyone in the hall could hear it clearly. I hope you can be sensible. After all, this is the territory of my Wan Beast Manor. You don't want your auction house to go out of business, do you, Boss Lin? The threat was naked and raw. The hall fell silent, where one could hear their own heartbeat. Everyone looked at Duan Yin, then at the young man on the stage. They all pondered the same question. How would Lin the owner choose? Would he bow his head in submission or stand firm against it? Lu Qinzhou stood on the other side of the hall, coldly observing Duan Yin. His fingers clenched tightly in his sleeves. If Lin Tian needed help, he would step in. Lin Tian was in trouble because he was sticking his neck out for the Tianjin sect. In terms of emotion and reason, he should not remain silent. Lin Tian stood on the auction stage, looking down at Duan Yin as if he were an ant. He suddenly smiled. After so long of crossing over, he finally had some fun. You are quite bold. There are those who flatter him, those who seek to please him, but none dared to run rampant on his territory. Duan Yen was the first. The smile on Lin Tian's lips deepened. It was rare, he finally encountered a mindless villain. Unfortunately, he was not a typical protagonist. He had no desire to waste words with him or wait for him to call for backup before slapping him in the face. Since he was blind to the situation, he would be eliminated. Moreover, in this auction house, he was invincible. Lin Tian extended his hand, his movements light, as if swatting a mosquito. A gigantic yellow spiritual energy hand materialized out of thin air, reaching down from above the auction stage. It blotted out the sun, the pressure immense. That aura descended from the stage like a towering mountain, crashing onto everyone's hearts. Duan Yan's smile froze. He stared at the giant hand, overhead, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He felt as if his body were grasped by an invisible hand, unable to move. What is this? What exactly is this thing? Zhao Taizhan instinctively reached for the knife at his waist, but he could not pull it out no matter how hard he tried. The two of them screamed in their hearts, for they could not even control their speech. We're done for. We really have run into a hard nut today. Lin Tian's hand gently pressed down. The giant hand descended. The place where the two stood was immediately covered by the giant hand. Whether they were uncomfortable or not, they did not utter a sound. The giant hand dissipated. Where Duan Yin and Zhao Taizhan had stood, there was now emptiness. They were gone. It was as if an invisible giant hand had erased them from this world, leaving no trace behind. The hall was deathly silent. Nearly 10,000 people sat there, 10,000 pairs of eyes fixed on that empty spot. A young loose cultivator in the back row trembled his lips for a long time before managing to squeeze out 3 words. There. Gone. The person beside him did not answer, as he did not know what to say either. A peak divine sea realm powerhouse, a holy son, an elder of a top sect in Qingzhou, had just vanished. At this moment, the 2 members of the Tianjian sect stood in the hall, their faces frozen. Shen Qingjia's complexion turned pale, his lips quivering slightly. Elder He. Don't say anything. Lu Qinzhou interrupted him, his voice very soft, yet every word was heavy. I'm not blind, they have gone to seek Yama. Shen Qingyi closed his mouth. He nodded, remaining silent. Lin Tian stood on the auction stage, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. He clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's gaze back. The third item for auction, the Tongxian Ancient Wood, sold for 7 million spirit stones. Congratulations to the Tianjian sect. The entire venue once again fell into silence. A fist can reveal reason. It was only logical that with the death of the Wan Beast Manor members, the auction items could only be claimed by the Tianjian sect. As for whether the Tianjian sect was unwilling, it was a joke. A 6th-tier top-grade small enlightenment tree, as long as the Tianjian sect was not foolish, it would definitely claim it. However, there was still one final item remaining. With one of the 2 strongest buyers dead, and the other lacking spirit stones, didn't that mean that the only ones left to claim the finale item would be the remaining second-rate powers in the venue? In the box of the great Yin dynasty, Qin Batian also realized this point. His hands trembled uncontrollably. May grandfather bless us, let the great Yin dynasty win it. Lin Tian's lips curled slightly as he glanced at Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded, carrying the Tongxian Ancient Wood down from the stage. Ding! The 6th grade premium ancient wood has been successfully sold for 7 million spirit stones. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 7th grade medium grade creation spirit tree. This is a growth type spirit seed that can evolve infinitely, ultimately connecting to countless planes and traversing all realms. 666, an evolving item. Does it intend for Lin Tian to upgrade the burning art, like Xiaohua? But Lin Tian has a system. Looking at the name and description, isn't this just the amazing world tree from games in his past life? Planting one allows for the opening of celestial passages, freely traversing through various realms. This thing is simply the ultimate trump card. In the future, he could directly establish the auction house on the tree, and the audience could ascend to the heavens as well. However, now is not the time to ponder this. The auction hasn't ended and thousands of eyes are fixed on him. He cannot be distracted. The vast auction hall is so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Nearly 10,000 cultivators stand frozen in place. That slap just now was truly terrifying. Zhao Tieshan, a genuine peak figure in the Divine Sea realm, is quite a notable character in Qingzhou. And yet, Lin Tian simply waved his hand, turning him to dust without a trace. This level of terror has been etched into everyone's bones. In a private room on the 2nd floor, a wealthy merchant in a brocade robe felt his back drenched in cold sweat, sticking uncomfortably to him. He tugged at his collar and trembled, asking the steward beside him, I didn't say anything wrong just now, did I? I didn't glare at him, right? The steward quickly shook his head. No, my lord, you have been very well behaved. The steward added silently in his heart, you've been so well behaved now, but I didn't see you acting like a good boy when it came to paying taxes to the dynasty. In the VIP room on the third floor, Lu Chinzhou subtly wiped the cold sweat from his face. If Lin Tian's slap had been just a bit off hitting him, Lu Chinzhou didn't dare to think further, his heart tightened with anxiety. This Lin Tian is truly a master of concealment. His cultivation appears to be only at the early stage of the Divine Sea realm, yet he is surprisingly hidden. Everyone is calculating frantically in their minds. To be able to kill a peak Divine Sea cultivator with a single slap, he must be at least a formidable king-level expert, and definitely not an ordinary one. After all, which early-stage king could kill a peak Divine Sea cultivator with just one slap? What cultivation level is this Lin Tian? Latest stage king? Peak? Or is it a higher realm? Another young loose cultivator in the back row had his eyes shining brightly. He whispered to the person next to him, "My God, Lin Tian is actually a king-level powerhouse. We actually get to witness a king and see him host the auction. This is a tremendous fortune." Lin Tian regained his composure, his handsome face shining brilliantly. All right, no more talk. Next up, the grand finale of this auction. With that single sentence, the whole venue fell into dead silence. Everyone sat up straight, holding their breath, their gazes locked onto Lin Tian. "No more nonsense, please take a look." He raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Snap. The next moment, a dark golden badge appeared out of thin air in his palm. The badge is only the size of a baby's fist, entirely dark gold. The surface radiates a faint soft light, not glaring at all, yet it captivates one's gaze. The front is engraved with the two characters, Zhu Tian. The strokes are sharp as blades, vigorous and domineering, as if they were born there. The back displays a number 6. With just a simple stroke, it exudes an undeniable nobility. Lin Tian raised his hand to show the badge in the light, allowing everyone to see it clearly. Could this be the finale item? It looks like nothing special. He swept his gaze across the third-floor VIP room, noticing the tense expressions of those sect leaders, and slowly spoke. The finale item for this auction is the qualification to purchase a 6th-grade premium item. The entire venue fell silent, though no one reacted. What is this? Lin Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, his voice rising slightly, echoing in everyone's hearts. By bidding for it, you can choose any 6th-grade premium treasure at the Zhutian auction house. The price is far below the market rate. Let me clarify further. Techniques, weapons, pills, spirit seeds, essence, blood armor. As long as it's a 6th-grade premium item, whatever you want, I have it. Boom. This statement directly blew everyone's minds. The silence lasted only a moment before everyone went crazy. What the hell does this mean? Any choice. Any 6th-grade premium item, choose whatever you want. Lin Tian pressed his hand down, and the entire venue suddenly fell silent. His tone was flat, each word clear. "I know everyone has doubts. That's fine, I guarantee, with the reputation of the Zhutian auction house. As long as it's a 6th-grade premium treasure that you can think of, I can acquire it." He swept his gaze across the venue, a slight smile on his lips. "If I can't do it for nearly 10,000 people here, each person will receive a 6th-grade sword for free." Upon hearing this, the venue fell into silence. Nearly 10,000 6th-grade swords, the entire Qingzhou can't even muster a fraction of that amount. To make such a statement, one must either be a madman or possess unshakable confidence. Only then did everyone realize that the 6th-grade ancient what he auctioned earlier was merely a drop in the bucket for him. The foundation of this auction house is so profound that it's daunting to guess. In the third-floor VIP room, Lu Chinzhou's face turned pale. His hands clenched tightly in his sleeves, his knuckles turning white. It hurt. It hurt too much. If he had known the finale would be this item, he would have never spent 7 million on that broken tree. It's not even a broken tree, it's just somewhat inferior compared to the choices available. After all, who doesn't like to choose for themselves? Now there's only a little change left in his pocket. What can he use to compete with others? He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his gaze was still uncontrollably glued to the badge on the stage. His heart felt like it was being gnawed by 100 ants, itching and painful. His Tianjin sect would actually have to watch the opportunity slip away. The qualification to purchase a 6th-grade premium item is now up for bidding. The starting price is 100,000 spirit stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 1,000. Let the bidding begin. As soon as the words fell, a roar suddenly erupted from the second floor. "I bid 2 million. Everyone's gaze turned in unison. It was Qin Batian. He stood upright, his face flushed, his voice booming. Throughout the auction, he had been overshadowed by the astronomical prices from the third floor. Those figures crushed him, leaving him breathless, without even the courage to raise his paddle. He had thought he would be destined to be just a spectator today. Unexpectedly, the final item gave him a chance to turn the tables. Qin Batian's eyes reddened. As the great Flame Qin King, he should have been calm and composed unperturbed. But at this moment he could no longer hold back. 2 million. It was still far from his limit. The venue fell into dead silence. It seems someone is about to reap the benefits today. In the private room on the third floor, Yizhou, the leader of the Lu Yun sect, stared blankly at the metal. Damn it. Why did I bid on this worthless armor? Yizhou tightly gripped the purple gold glazed armor. The more he looked at this item, the more displeased he became. If he hadn't bought it and saved the spirit stones, he might have been able to bid on the highlight item. Yi Yun raised his head and scratched his head. Dad, what do you mean? Can't you tell who is who? Yi Yun's innocent gaze met that of his sobbing sect leader. It hurts. So painful. Why are you crying again, Dad? Can't you be a bit more mature as a sect leader? Upon hearing this, Yizhou felt a fire ignite within him. Just as he was struggling to find an outlet for his frustration, he realized he had a legal punching bag right in front of him. He then turned to Yi Yun and said softly, "Come on, son, put on this glazed armor, and let me see if it's really that impressive." How do I do that? While the atmosphere in the Lu Yun sect's VIP room was peaceful, chaos erupted outside. I bid 3,500,000. A soft voice floated up from the third floor, neither male nor female. The voice carried a sense of urgency, clearly lacking confidence. Qin Batian was startled, then quickly responded, 3,800,000. Though he didn't have many spirit stones on hand, Qin Batian knew he couldn't lose face. Moreover, judging by the speaker's voice, their budget couldn't be too high. That person had to be eliminated. The Da Yin dynasty had no cowards. Even if they had to sell the palace, they had to secure this item. Inside the private room that had bid 3,500,000 spirit stones, a feminine man dressed in official attire anxiously clutched a communication stone. He was calling for help. His main objective was to request spirit stone support. This person was Tian Xilong, the current eunuch of the Dari dynasty. The Dari dynasty was a power so weak compared to the Da Yin, yet with a very small territory. The people there were not only pathetic, but also enjoyed harassing the Da Yin repeatedly. It could be said to be a pest that wouldn't die, but was still a nuisance. After receiving news about the auction house, the emperor dispatched him here. He initially thought that the 4 million spirit stones he brought were enough to acquire all auction items. However, the situation unfolded far beyond his expectations. Not only could he not afford all the auction items, but he couldn't even buy a single one. Luckily, with Lin Tian's help, the 2 strongest competitors had been dealt with, 1 dead and 1 injured. Only 5 people remained who could still bid. The strongest opponent was none other than Qin Batian. With this thought, a sinister smile appeared on Tian Xiling's face. "Qin Batian, I will ruin you. Even if my Dari dynasty can't buy it, you won't get it either. I curse you." Otherwise, once Qin Batian grew stronger, he would surely be the first to eliminate their Dari. What he didn't know was that Qin Batian had already had this plan after acquiring that artifact last time. The good days for the Dari dynasty were coming to an end. "Your Majesty, please reply soon." "Oh dear, I'm really screwed." Qin Batian clearly guessed the identity of that person, that dead eunuch. A mere tiny nation thinks it can compete with me, the Da Yin, in stone power. At that moment, a voice emerged from the second-floor elegant room. It was the leader of a second-tier sect from Qingzhou. His strength was decent, but compared to a top-tier power like the Da Yin, he still fell short. Qin Batian's boisterous voice rang out. 5 million. As soon as the words fell, silence enveloped the room. Damn it. The Grand Elder of the Tianjin sect, Lu Qinzhou, slammed his fist on the table in front of him. Shun Qingyi trembled as he looked at the unfamiliar Grand Elder before him. He had never seen Lu Qinzhou like this. In his memory, the Grand Elder had always been very gentle. But once he thought about it, he could understand. Lin Tian looked at the silent auction house, a smile spreading across his lips. 5 million first call. 5 million second call. Come on, Lin Tian, call it out. At this moment, Qin Batian felt very anxious, his eyes fixed on Lin Tian. I bid 5,001,000. Hiss. As the words fell, everyone turned to look at that private room. It was the eunuch from the Dari dynasty. Only increasing by 1,000, could he be another troublemaker? Qin Batian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This group of little son. 510,000. Tian Xilong was looking at the stone in his hand with a dark expression. The emperor of the Dari had ordered him to keep up with Qin Batian in bidding. The question was, did he dare to follow? What if Qin Batian demanded Lin Tian to inspect it just like Lu Qinzhou? Wouldn't he end up like the saint's son of the Wanshou mountain villa? After thinking it over, Tian Xilong ultimately decided not to follow. His life was at stake. If he died like this, it would truly be a case of losing more than he gained. At this moment, he deeply regretted following such an unreliable genius. After Qin Batian's voice fell, no other sounds emerged. Lin Tian knew that everything had come to an end. 510,000 spirit stones first call. 510,000 spirit stones second call. It was almost there. Qin Batian anxiously fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, waiting for him to make the final call. Third call. Sold. Congratulations to this friend for securing the highlight item. At this moment, Qin Batian stood up directly from his chair in the VIP room on the third floor. Great, great, great. He never expected that he would actually win the highlight item. This was a 6th-tier superior item. Could it be that the Yin dynasty was indeed favored by destiny? No, everything depended on Lin Tian. He would be the new pillar of the Yin dynasty. At this moment, Qin Batian clearly regarded Lin Tian as a divine figure. As for suppressing the protagonist to balance powers like in other novels, that was impossible. As long as one wasn't a fool, the choice now was to follow Lin Tian's lead. Following him would surely bring prosperity. When he returned, he would order Shuani City to expand 100-fold. In the hall, everyone was looking at the bidding private room. Their expressions varied, but most were filled with envy and jealousy. A 6th-tier superior item was taken away by this person, and at an extremely low price. This is outrageous. At the same time, everyone's evaluation of the auction house rose another level. 6th-tier superior items at such a low price, just like that. This is honesty. Would other auction houses do this? I've made up my mind. A young cultivator's eyes sparkled with determination, as if he had found his life's goal. The people around him immediately became curious. What have you decided? I want to be a glorious guard or server for the auction house. I want to dedicate myself to the auction house. Hearing this, the people around burst into laughter. You dream big, but the pay is only 1/10 of a regular job. Do you think someone at your level can have such a position? Young one, lay down your ambitions. Oh, I am the most suitable candidate. The crowd exchanged words, treating becoming a guard as their ultimate life goal. Lin Tian casually patted his hands, cooling the residual warmth of the badge in his palm. It was a little lower than expected, but that's fine, but still a guaranteed profit. He turned around, facing the entire auction hall. Even the cultivators in the farthest corner could hear him clearly. The auction held every 10 days has come to an end. Oh, everyone, we shall meet again next time. As soon as the words left his mouth, those who were still in a daze raised their heads in unison to look at the high platform. Lin Tian observed the diverse expressions below, and a smile crept onto his lips. However, the next auction will be held in a month. During this time, the Judy auction house will undergo comprehensive expansion. More seats, a grander venue, ensuring that everyone will be left speechless. What does that mean? The hall fell silent for 3 seconds. Then they finally reacted. This was preparation for expansion. The next moment, boom, the entire hall erupted. The cheers nearly tore the roof off, dust cascading down. Is the Judy auction house really expanding? It was always so crowded that there was hardly any standing room. It was about time for an expansion. This news is incredible. Oh, I can't wait. Master Lin is amazing. The Judy auction house is forever a legend. The noisy crowd vibrated the eardrums. A young tattered rogue cultivator with red eyes grabbed the person next to him. Brother, we won't have to line up at midnight for a spot anymore. I can finally get into the auction house. The person shook off his hand, yet was equally excited. Who's your brother? But I wholeheartedly support that statement. As for the mention of a month later, they had long since ignored it. They thought, even if it takes a lifetime, I can wait. In the private room on the 2nd floor, Qin Batian stood by the window, his eyes suddenly shining with brilliance. Expansion. The Xiantian city is expanding, and the Judy auction house is expanding. He was worried about finding a way to curry favor with Lin Tian. Sending treasures. Nonsense. What he casually took out were all 6th-tier items. Sending beauties. That would be courting death. Lin Tian did not seem like a person who coveted beauty. Now a monumental opportunity lay before him. He would handle this. He would spare no effort from the great Yin dynasty to make it splendid. Without needing his subordinates to act, he was willing to personally supervise running errands and serving tea. To work for Lin Tian was his honor. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be dealt with directly. The cheers from below rose higher and higher, unstoppable. After the cheering, the cultivators gradually left the hall. Everyone was satisfied, discussing the earlier events animatedly as they walked. In the crowd, Lu Qinzhou from the Tianjin sect was leaving the fastest. He practically dragged Shen Qingyi out. Shen Qingyi didn't even dare to breathe. He had never seen such an uncharacteristically flustered elder. Lu Qinzhou's face was ashen, his lips pressed into a straight line, his eyes filled with suppressed frustration. But there was not a trace of anger. After exhausting the sect's resources to purchase the Xinjing Dan, he turned around to see Lin Tian produce countless, even more extraordinary treasures. The disparity nearly drove him mad. He gripped the jade vial containing the pills tightly, his knuckles turning white, his joints protruding. He frantically reminded himself, this is the sect leader's item. I cannot consume it, absolutely cannot consume it. Yet his gaze transparently expressed, I want to swallow it right now. Shun Xingyi cautiously spoke up. Elder, should we return to the sect directly? Lu Qinzhou ignored him, his pace quickening. Should we rest for a night first? You like this? Lu Qinzhou suddenly stopped, turning to glare at him. His eyes were terrifying. Hiss. Shun Xingyi stepped back, half a step, no longer daring to speak. The two rushed out as if mad. Lu Qinzhou was fearful that if he stayed even a second longer he would lose control and swallow the pills along with Shun Xingyi. They must return to the sect immediately to hand over the item. The cultivators in the hall gradually thinned out. In the end, only the group from the great Yin dynasty remained. In the private room on the second floor, Qin Batian was still repeatedly fondling the dark golden badge. He examined it from the front and back, his gaze filled with extreme obsession. Father, no matter how many times you look at want change, it's time to pick treasures. Qin Ziwei sighed. Qin Batian was utterly oblivious, mumbling to himself, 6th tier top, grade, the first of its kind in hundreds of years for the great Yin dynasty. He had cultivated all his life, and now to be able to select 6th tier treasures, how could he not be excited? He carefully tucked the badge into his robes, patting his chest. After adjusting his dragon robe, he quickly strode out. Go. Let's meet Master Lin immediately. With hurried steps, Qin Ziwei sprinted to catch up. Lin Tian was just discussing the closing matters with Wang Wei when he saw Qin Batian and his group approaching, and he took the initiative to greet them. He remembered Qin Ziwei. At the last auction, this girl was cool and striking, leaving a deep impression. Miss Qin, long time no see. Qin Ziwei slightly inclined her body. Master Lin. Only then did Lin Tian notice the man next to her. He was clad in a dark dragon robe, his figure tall. The momentary display of authority from long-held power completely crumbled. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Qin Batian instantly donned a face full of flattering smiles. His waist instinctively bent, his tone respectful to a fault. Master Lin, I have long admired your name. I am the great Yan's Qin Batian, insignificant in front of you. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. So this is the emperor of the great Yin. No different from a merchant seeking to curry favor. Your Majesty need not be overly polite. Lin Tian extended his hand in a feigned support. Are you here to select 6th tier treasures? Yes. All according to Master Lin's arrangement. Qin Batian nodded vigorously. Lin Tian raised his hand, producing a small dark golden booklet. The cover was plain and unmarked, appearing ordinary, yet it made Qin Batian's heart race. All the 6th tier top grades are in here. Take your time to choose. Qin Batian tremblingly accepted it, took a deep breath, and slowly opened it. The next moment his eyes felt like they would be blinded. South Nether Fire Essence, 6th tier, top grade spiritual item, controls fire to incinerate the heavens. 9 Heavens Mystic Art, 6th tier, top grade technique, opens up one's own small world. Tai Golden Immortal Pill, 6th tier, top grade, pill transforms the physical body into a saint. As he flipped through page after page, Qin Batian's hands trembled more violently, his breathing quickened, and his eyelids turned red. All were top-tier treasures. He had never seen such extraordinary items in his life, and here lay a multitude. Suddenly closing the booklet, his voice quivered. Master Lin, how many items are in here? Lin Tian replied flatly, 6th tier, top grade, over 200 varieties. Some are not even recorded yet. There are so many that I was too lazy to organize them. Over 200 varieties. Qin Batian's mind buzzed completely blank. The badge he purchased for 510,000 spirit stones was a tremendous gain. He felt like he could weep on the spot. Father, hurry and choose, don't waste Master Lin's time. Qin Ziwei quickly pulled back his attention. The three of them lowered their heads to browse again. Upon reaching the 17th page, Qin Ziwei suddenly halted. Father, select this one. Qin Batian looked down, and his pupils contracted sharply. Sky-splitting technique, 6th tier, top grade technique. Cultivating to great completion allows one to split the heavens and shatter the void. Invincible among peers, those lacking in physicality will suffer backlash. This is it. Qin Batian decisively made his choice. This technique could change the fate of the entire great Yin. Any force's leader would likely choose a technique. Master Lin, I want this sky-splitting technique. Lin Tian glanced over and spoke blandly. 500,000 spirit stones to be paid in full within 2 days. 500,000. What? Is this still in Chinese? 6th tier top grade shouldn't be 999,000. Not 990,000. Just 500,000. Qin Batian thought he had misheard. A 6th tier top grade manual. Only 500,000 spirit stones. The last time he bought a 5th tier spirit had cost him 2,100,000 spirit stones. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Qin Batian stammered, unable to contain his excitement. Quickly, not expensive, it is far too cheap, he cried, producing his storage pouch on the spot. A torrent of spirit stones poured out and formed a small mound. I will pay right now, no need to wait 2 days, Qin Batian declared. Lin Tian waved and gathered the stones, then turned toward the back room. He did not go to fetch anything there, but to find a corner and buy a copy on the spot. In the system shop, that Sangxiong Litian Dian was listed at 300,000 spirit stones. A faint gleam and a golden scroll fell into his hand, ringed with spiritual radiance and a majestic aura. Lin Tian returned to the main hall and handed the scroll to Qin Batian, asking him to keep it safe as the transaction was complete. Qin Batian received it with trembling hands and carefully unfolded a corner. A domineering, unparalleled aura washed over him, striking his mind with a violent tremor. It truly was a 6th-tier top-grade manual. Tears streamed down Qin Batian's face as he held the scroll to his chest and refused to let go. Qin Ziwei hurriedly steadied him, afraid he would faint from excitement. At that moment, the system's notification exploded in Lin Tian's mind, a thunderous chime announcing the sale. The 6th-tier top-grade manual, Sangxiong Litian Dian, had been sold for 500,000 spirit stones. The system triggered the 100-fold return and congratulated the host on obtaining a 7th-tier mid-grade manual, Lu Jin Han Tenju. The system had delivered magnificently. A 7th-tier mid-grade manual jumped him an entire major rank and added a minor one beside it, placing it far beyond that Sangxiong Litian Dian. Qin Batian still clung to his prize with a foolish grin and boundless joy. He had no idea he had become Lin Tian's unwitting tool, personally bestowing a heaven-defying opportunity. The next instant, Qin Batian looked up at Lin Tian with solemn gravity and proclaimed, "Lin Auction Master, I will mobilize the nation's labor at once to expand Xintian City and renovate the Zhutian auction house," he vowed. "I will supervise personally and ensure the work is done fastest and best." Lin Tian watched his utterly earnest expression and felt a faint swell of emotion. Who could say that the archetypal first village ruler of a cultivation tale was not a good sort? What a good man Qin Batian was. He replied, "Then my thanks to your majesty, though I will undertake the auction house expansion myself. It might get a bit loud," he added, prompting Qin Batian to pause briefly before replying without hesitation. "No problem at all, auction master," Lin Qin Batian said. "Even if you tore Xintian City to pieces, I would not complain. Do as you please and build whatever you wish." After exchanging farewells with Lin Tian, Qin Batian hurried out of the Zhutian auction house, unable to wait to examine his treasured manual. Qin Batian had barely left when, before Lin Tian could even turn, the system's voice detonated in his head. He had not expected the system to choose this very moment. It truly had chosen the perfect time. The auction hall had fallen silent, and no one could disturb him. A flawless moment to receive its decree. Ding! The system announced that the host's cumulative turnover had surpassed 10 million spirit stones, and that the system upgrade conditions had been met and were now upgrading. Upgrade. Finally an upgrade. He had waited so long for this day, from the first modest auctions that brought in mere hundreds of spirit stones to a single event now yielding over 10 million. He had used the 100-fold return for so long that he had wondered when it would reach level 2. He found himself expecting a progress bar like in the novels of his past life. 1%, 2%, stuck at 99% until the last moment. Where was that drama for his system, he wondered. Ding! The system declared that the upgrade was complete, taking 0 seconds. Lin Tian was speechless. 0 seconds, not even the blink of an eye. This broken system gave him no chance to savor the build-up and simply finish the job. But he had no time to dwell on that, as a barrage of notifications slammed into his head like a burst of gunfire. Ding! New feature added. Zhaohua Ronglu, the Zhaohua furnace capable of fusing multiple items to upgrade them dramatically with no upper limit on quality. Ding! New feature added. Everything can be sold, enabling auctioneers to accept primordial energies as currency, including lifespan, fortune, and constitution essence, not limited to spirit stones. Ding! The 100-fold return had been upgraded to a 1,000-fold return. Ding! The host was granted one free auction house upgrade opportunity without spending any spirit stones. He swore under his breath. So many upgrade perks in one go. It all sounded outrageously overpowered. Lin Tian closed his eyes to let the information settle. It was too much at once. The Zhaohua furnace meant fusion and upgrading. How many 4th and 5th-tier return items had he accumulated? Too many even for him to bother counting. The clutter filled half his system storage. He had fretted over how to handle it. Now he could toss them all into the furnace and smelt them into a single superior item. He was no stranger to such mechanics. In his past life, he had loved crafting systems and games. And everything can be sold was even more ruthless than the Zhaohua furnace. Spirit stones were the most basic currency. Truly valuable things could not be bought with them. Would a dying, old monstrosity trade 100 years of lifespan for a life-prolonging pill? Of course not. Not in 100 dreams would it ever trade that away. How to do so would be to choose death. Consider a born weakling cast out by his clan. Would he exchange the last sliver of his fortune for a peerless manual? He would kneel and give it all. Yet that sliver might still fall short. With this feature, the Zhutian auction house would cease to be merely a marketplace. It would become the desperate final refuge for the hopeless, and it would add spectacle so that most cultivators could feel they had a stake in it. Still, it sounded diabolical. Which benevolent soul would ask customers to auction their lifespans? But the most important boon was the thousand-fold return. Lin Tian's lips finally curved into a grin. At last he had waited long enough, and was glad he had not given up. This was his bread and butter and the core of the entire system. No flattery intended, the thousand-fold return had to be earth-shattering. And then there was the free auction house upgrade. It did not seem like much at first glance, but the word free stabbed at him like a promise. No spirit stones required. This, he thought, was what a system ought to do. His inner capitalist instincts bristled at the thought of conserving resources. Lin Tian opened his eyes. There was much to be done. First, he would experiment with the Zhaohua furnace. Those assorted junk items had long irked him. He suspected everything can be sold would only reveal its full utility once combined with the auction house upgrade. From the novels he had read, an upgraded auction house would likely display a personal screen before each attendee, showing their various information. Now let me see what you can do, Lin Tian murmured, praise slipping into his voice. Invincible Zhaohua furnace, forge me an imperial weapon. Lin Tian no longer pondered, directly opening the creation furnace within the system space. In the next moment, a black cauldron appeared suspended before him. This cauldron looked extremely ordinary. It was entirely pitch black with a sturdy shape. There was not a hint of spiritual light. It resembled a broken furnace casually picked up from the roadside. Only he and the system's creation could see it. Lin Tian's lips twitched. Is this the legendary creation furnace? It's a bit too plain and unadorned. If one didn't know better, they might think it was a low-quality texture from a disorienting world, rudimentary to the point of being unsightly. The entire furnace had one characteristic: simplicity. It was completely smooth with only a large opening at the top and no unnecessary structures. The system's prompt was very straightforward: throw items inside, and they would automatically be fused and refined into stronger treasures. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to complain. The exterior didn't matter as long as it worked. With a flick of his wrist, he immediately took out all the cultivation methods he had obtained from the auction house. 5th-tier and 6th-tier various cultivation manuals were piled before him in a dense mass. Without even taking a closer look, he waved his hand and directly tossed all the methods into the creation furnace. In the next second, boom! A deafening roar exploded in his ears. The originally lifeless black cauldron trembled violently. Numerous mysterious golden patterns erupted chaotically from the surface of the furnace. The once inconspicuous broken furnace finally revealed a trace of formidable treasure pressure. Inside the furnace, countless cultivation incantations and martial technique phantoms collided and fused together. The creation furnace had fully activated for refining. The furnace lid slammed shut. In the next moment, the entire furnace seemed to come alive, actually beginning to sway left and right. No wonder it's a creation of the system. It has vitality. Although he complained in his heart, Lin Tian stood still, not even batting an eye. He understood in his heart that something great was about to emerge. A quarter of an hour later, an ancient scroll floated out from the whirlpool, drifting slowly towards Lin Tian like a falling leaf. The scroll's cover had no inscriptions. However, soon characters slowly revealed themselves, stroke by stroke. Supreme Invincible Technique. The name was as straightforward as it could be, boasting to the extreme. Lin Tian chuckled softly and muttered to himself, direct enough, ooh, I like it. As soon as he finished speaking, the system panel instantly popped up in front of him. Exclusive technique for the host: Supreme Invincible First Technique. Current maximum cultivation limit. Domain realm can continue to upgrade infinitely with realm elevation. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He was currently in the sea of divine realm, and the domain realm was still far beyond his reach. But this technique could directly cultivate him to the domain realm and continue to upgrade. A blood prophet. Not bad, quite impressive. Lin Tian's lips curled up, not bothering to say more. He directly sat cross-legged on the mat, placing the scroll on his knees and closing his eyes to immediately activate the technique. As soon as the technique was activated, Lin Tian's body erupted. His spiritual power had always been a chaotic mess, the spiritual energy of the celestial and profound law mixed with the primordial divine demon blood. Added to that were the remnants of the medicinal power from the pills he had taken and the residual refined blood. Several forces intertwined, each refusing to yield. In the past, practicing cultivation felt like trying to rein in a group of unruly wild bulls. It took tremendous effort to barely gather them together. A moment of distraction would cause them to scatter immediately. But now it was completely different. As soon as the Supreme Invincible technique was activated, it was like a death command that came crashing down. All the spiritual power in his body instantly settled down. They were all drawn together, not a single one left behind, charging straight towards his Dantian. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. Awesome. This is what a technique should be. 1,000 times better than that broken thing before. In the next second, sharp pain surged through him. Several streams of spiritual power crashed into his Dantian, directly colliding, gnawing, and devouring each other. Oh my god! Lin Tian let out a muffled groan, the pain causing him to curl up, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. It felt as if countless beasts were fighting to the death in his lower abdomen, tearing at his organs. He gritted his teeth, his back quickly soaked with cold sweat. In his mind, the intent of the technique clearly conveyed, no one can help at this juncture, you must bear it alone. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and cursed. I don't believe this is worse than the 80 draws of the little guarantee. A cup of tea's worth of time slowly passed. In the end, only 2 streams of power remained in his Dantian. One was azure blue and the other was golden. 2 fierce beasts, each refusing to give in, faced off intensely, neither yielding an inch. Lin Tian was in so much pain his jaws trembled, his whole body shook, but he didn't dare to relax at all. He stopped forcibly suppressing either side, and simply guided the 2 streams of power closer along the technique's path. Blue and gold slowly entwined together. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The 2 colored powers indeed began to merge together slowly. A brand new color emerged from deep within his Dantian. Purple gold. Noble and unparalleled, like the opening of the primordial chaos, the purple gold color. The purple gold spiritual power surged out from his Dantian, flowing wildly through his meridians, filling him with warmth from head to toe. Lin Tian relaxed completely, the sharp pain vanishing instantly. He couldn't help but let out a low sigh of relief, so refreshing. The changes in his Dantian were even more astonishing. Just like in the novels from Blue Star, his Dantian had transformed into a great river. The purple gold spiritual power surged endlessly, filling every corner of his Dantian, and it continued to grow explosively. His Dantian gradually expanded, becoming wider and sturdier. The richness of the spiritual power soared wildly. 1 time, 10 times, 50 times. Ultimately, it stabilized at 99 times. Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of purple gold flashing in his gaze. He raised his hand, his fingertips moving slightly. A wisp of purple gold spiritual power emerged from his fingertip, carrying an immensely vast aura and an indescribable power of creation. It was completely different from the soft and scattered spiritual power he had before. Looking at his hand, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. 99 times. Now, in the early stage of the Sea of Divine Realm, my spiritual power foundation is directly at the peak of the King Realm. With just the release of spiritual power pressure, he could directly force those in the Sea of Divine Realm to kneel. Even a King Realm old monster who had cultivated for hundreds of years could be killed with a single punch. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile inwardly. What 100 years of hard practice, what heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In the face of this technique, it was all garbage. Even more terrifying changes were yet to come. After the technique completed its operation, countless images flooded into his mind. All the previous martial techniques and Dao methods were fused, upgraded, and reintroduced to Lin Tian. He was momentarily stunned, then said, "Awesome. Supreme Invincible Technique, what an excellent Supreme Invincible Technique. The name is bold, and the ability is even stronger. A single technique streamlined all the spiritual power, increasing the foundation by 99 times, while also carrying invincible martial techniques." Lin Tian clenched his fist, his gaze sharp. "With this technique, I can use it until death. From now on, I am invincible." Lin Tian's gaze once again fell upon the system panel. Auction house upgrade. The speed at which the auction house had caught fire since its inception far exceeded his expectations. Nearly 10,000 seats inside the venue were snatched up the moment the auction began, with the entrance at the corner of the steps completely blocked. Outside the venue, a crowd of hundreds of thousands was tightly packed. Many cultivators camped overnight at the entrance of the auction house just to gain entry. They arrived to queue before dawn, and some even paid high prices to scalpers for a spot just to catch a glimpse inside. If this continues, the next session will truly descend into chaos. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, secretly pondering. He had thought about expanding the auction house more than once in his mind. However, he had been too busy preparing auction items to deal with the various forces coming in, leaving him no time or energy to implement it. Just when he was troubled by this issue, the system came through. Lin Tian let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. This is a good system. It completely understands the host's intentions, and it was a free upgrade. without him spending a single spirit stone or worrying about any trivial details. With just one click it was all taken care of. Lin Tian suppressed the waves in his heart, maintaining a neutral expression, and softly said, "System, explain the upgrade content." The next moment, a clear and crisp system notification sound rang directly in his mind. Ding ding ding. Exclusive upgrade permissions for the auction house have been activated. This upgrade is an ultimate expansion function elevation comprising 5 core enhancements. 1. Reconstruction of the main auction venue separating from the real world, creating an independent exclusive small world. The host possesses absolute control over the small world, being the sole master with the rules of the venue defined by your will. 2. Comprehensive scale expansion. Ordinary seats increased from 10,000 to 1 million. 1,000 private rooms added on the second floor and 99 top-tier VIP rooms on the third floor. Building materials receive simultaneous divine enhancement, impervious to all methods. 3. VIP room privileges unlocked before each auction begins. The system automatically allocates exclusive treasure rewards. Spirit herbs, spirit tea, and spirit fruits randomly awarded with higher quality rewards for those seated closer to the front. 4. Deep binding of all things for sale. All seats, private rooms, and VIP rooms synchronously opened with the origin panel. Cultivator's lifespan, luck essence, blood comprehension, and root bone are all displayed in real time, directly deducted from bidding. 5. Synchronized upgrade of branches. All subvenues replicate the main functions, canceling the independent small world while retaining all other permissions, completing the transformation automatically. After reading through the lines, Lin Tian stood still, seemingly calm, but in reality, he had already been walking for a while. What is this thing? He originally thought that the so-called upgrade was merely about tearing down walls and expanding the area, widening the existing venue a bit, adding a few thousand more seats, and partitioning out dozens of private rooms would be the limit, allowing for 2,000 or 3,000 people. Even that would be a significant improvement. But the result presented by the system was not just a change of scale. This was transforming an ordinary storefront into a dedicated world. Incredible. This could be said to be Lin Tian's exclusive space, and even building a second area inside would be a thunderous feat. 1 million seats. A full 1 million seats. What does 1 million seats even signify? Now, even if all the forces in Yanfeng County were gathered here, there would be no fear of not filling it. There would never again be a situation of congestion outside and overcrowding inside. As long as they wanted to come, there would be a seat available. Lin Tian was simply a great benefactor for cultivators. In addition to that, 1,000 private rooms on the second floor and 99 VIP rooms on the third floor completely resolved the awkwardness of various forces fighting for spots. No, there would still be people competing. After all, in every world there are those who would fight fiercely for face. Is sitting in the first VIP room not better than the 78th? After all, each VIP room has different exclusive rewards. The system truly grasped the hearts of cultivators on this point. In the past, various forces competed for VIP rooms merely for face. While these were important, they did not lead to people spending exorbitant sums in a frenzy. But now it was different. Directly offering good items from his perspective, these are undoubtedly rare and precious spirit herbs or comprehension tea. All practical items that cultivators crave the most. Furthermore, the closer the seat, the higher the quality of the rewards. The reward for the first VIP room would definitely be top-notch. Any one of them could make powerful ancestors teeter with envy. This is no longer just a matter of face. This is an opportunity given freely. For the front row VIP rooms, those older figures from various sects would surely be willing to spend heavily. In the past, it was about face. Now it's about opportunity. Don't mention spirit stones. Even offering rare treasures, techniques, and scarce resources to bid for positions would definitely be welcomed. By then, these VIP rooms will likely be fiercely contested. Lin Tian silently thought. In the future, VIP rooms might even be sold through an auction format. This is the most unscrupulous way to make money. Moreover, the upgrade of the auction house is probably also to integrate with the origin value panel. This directly turned everything can be sold from a slogan into a truly practical function. Previously, cultivators could only use spirit stones to bid. This left little room for participation, as there simply weren't that many spirit stones in this world. Many even engaged in malicious bidding, falsely reporting their assets. Lin Tian had to rely on the system to check discreetly, which was time-consuming and labor-intensive. Now everything is completely transparent. In front of everyone, there is a personal panel. It displays how many years of lifespan they have left, their luck levels, and the state of their essence blood. Not enough spirit stones. No problem. Lifespan can be used to offset. For many cultivators, while their lifespan may be long, if their cultivation remains stagnant, living longer holds no meaning. When they see hundreds or even thousands of years of lifespan on the panel, their first reaction won't be to cherish it. Rather, they think it would be better to exchange it for a precious treasure for a chance to break through. The range of bidding has been directly expanded infinitely. The total auction revenue will surely be at least 10 or 100 times more than before. As for the last point of synchronized upgrades for branches, he could only give the system a thumbs up. It is truly intelligent. Lin Tian set aside his last bit of concern completely. This way everything is covered. Lin Tian gently nodded, his expression relaxing. The main auction venue is an independent small world, the core venue for accommodating top forces. The Qinglong City branch, while lacking an independent small world, retains all practical functions. Expanded seating, private rooms, VIP rooms, and enhancements to the venue. This is entirely sufficient to accommodate ordinary cultivators, small city forces, and loose cultivator groups. It is equivalent to Lin Tian quietly laying out a trading network that spans the entire region. As long as the main venue operates normally, all branches will act like stable channels, continuously delivering spirit stones, resources, luck, and lifespan into his hands. This is truly worry-free and labor-saving. Lin Tian stared at the system interface, casually asking, first upgrade the main department, then build the branch later. Can the branch synchronize these functions? The system's prompt sounded immediately. Ding. Absolutely, this system is user-friendly and in no way disgusting to the host. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile knowingly. Just as he was about to ask again, the system popped up a new prompt. Ding. The host possesses the creation spirit tree. Should we establish a cave heaven based on the creation spirit tree? Lin Tian was taken aback. The creation spirit tree had this benefit. Without hesitation, Lin Tian responded yes. Without further delay, he immediately contacted Wang Wei from the branch through the system. Suspend all affairs, clear all personnel from the branch, and seal off the entire area. Wang Wei was enjoying tea at the branch counter. Upon receiving Lin Tian's order, he immediately took action without a word. Then he closed the branch's main door and stood guard in the empty hall. Lin Tian stood in front of the auction stage, taking a deep breath. Upgrade. Boom. The entire auction house trembled violently. The faint aura of awakening caused the entire auction house to begin to tremble involuntarily. In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted, and within just a few breaths, the entire auction house was completely enveloped by a gigantic 100-foot chaos-like cocoon. Outside on Xuanwu Street, all the cultivators looking up were instantly frozen in place, their faces filled with shock. The once clearly visible buildings had all vanished. In the space between heaven and earth, only a gigantic light sphere remained suspended above the ground. It resembled an ancient divine sun falling into the mortal realm, with the myriad paths of heaven converging into form. What in the world is happening to the auction house? It should be renovation. Is this really renovation? A heavy pressure like an unseen mountain instantly swept across the entire Shantian city. All the cultivators within the city felt their souls tremble slightly. In their gazes toward Xuanwu Street, there was only extreme reverence and fear. However, the common people in the houses on both sides of the street were not affected in the slightest. The light cocoon seemed to possess supreme intelligence, adhering to the laws of heaven and earth, actively avoiding all living beings and mundane objects. Just as everyone was stunned by this heavenly phenomenon, boom! A pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth shot up from the very center of the light cocoon, roaring skyward. Countless cultivators felt their ears ringing, their souls shaken numb by this sound. Surrounding the light pillar, billions of divine patterns and phenomena swirled frantically. Mountains and rivers shifted, the sun and moon revolved, realms rose and fell. All the laws of the great Tao in the world flashed and vanished upon the pillar. The light pillar surged forward like a broken bamboo, reaching the highest heavens before suddenly stopping. Boom! At the top of the light pillar, a ring of chaotic light waves erupted explosively. The supreme power instantly swept across the four directions. All the clouds within 100 miles were instantly crushed to nothing, leaving not a trace of mist behind. The night sky became completely clear. The bright moon hung high, and stars filled the sky. The entire firmament was left with this resplendent golden glory that dominated the universe, obscuring the sun and moon, ruling over the universe, exerting pressure over heaven and earth. In the next moment, the top of the towering light pillar began to branch out wildly. Endless branches stretched toward the night sky, resembling the first creation divine tree since the beginning of time. From this moment on, the foundation of the auction house had already become unfathomably deep, diving into the chaotic earth veins, far exceeding the imagination of ordinary people. No matter how strong the enemy, it could not be shaken in the slightest. After all, this was the power of the system. On the ground, the internal space of the auction house began to expand wildly. The ceiling continuously rose upward, reaching a height of 1,000,000 zhong. The dome was transparent, allowing a view of the dazzling purple-golden star sea outside. Until it soared into the clouds, looking up one could hardly see the top, like an independent little world. The area of the central hall also infinitely expanded, becoming wider and wider. Rows of guest seats automatically formed from the ground, quickly growing into shape. The material of the seats continuously transformed and elevated. From the most ordinary spirit wood it transformed into warm and flawless spirit crystal. On the walls surrounding the hall there were no artificial carvings, yet ancient scrolls automatically appeared. The opening of heaven and earth, the division of chaos, the positioning of clarity and turbid. One after another, all embodying the natural condensation of the Tao rhythm of heaven and earth and the long river of time. The central auction stage of the hall underwent a complete transformation. The entire surface of the stage transformed into a complete piece of pitch-black divine jade. Golden Tao liquid flowed slowly within the ruins. At this moment the ground behind the auction stage cracked open with a loud bang. A colossal, unimaginable emerald ancient tree burst through the earth, shooting straight into the sky. The trunk was immensely thick, unable to be encircled by thousands of people. Its entire body was emerald-like jade with faint golden divine patterns flowing on the surface, resembling a bloodline that coursed through the ancient tree. Creation Spirit Tree. No, at this moment it could even be called a divine tree. After merging with the cave heaven of the auction house, the status of the spirit tree had become ridiculously high. Even when compared to the world tree, it would not be inferior in the slightest. The trunk stood straight, piercing through the ceiling of the hall, breaking through the rooftops of the buildings. At this point, all changes within the hall were completed. A total of 1,000,000 crystal guest seats arranged uniformly, densely packed, yet spacious, orderly. From directly in front of the auction stage, it extended backward to the end of the line of sight, seemingly endless. On the armrests of each seat, there was a piece of pitch-black light screen embedded. At this moment, the light screen was silent and dim, yet it faintly exuded profound power, quietly waiting to be fully activated in the future. On the second floor, 1,000 VIP rooms were arranged layer upon layer, tranquil and luxurious. Pushing open one, the space was 3 times larger than before. The third floor had 99 top VIP rooms suspended in midair like a palace in the sky. Inside there were even array discs, allowing the concentration of spiritual energy to be adjusted at will, reaching the peak of luxury. The light pillar between heaven and earth began to slowly retract. The gigantic light sphere also receded like a tide, gradually converging. When the last trace of light retracted into the auction house, the world returned to tranquility. On Xuanwu Street, the auction house stood quietly. The originally magnificent palace was still there, but its area had expanded several times compared to before. Most importantly, the interior had already transformed into another world. No one would have thought that such a building concealed an absurdly large, small world within. This was something that only the most supreme ruling powers could possess. Meanwhile, the previous inns and restaurants had automatically moved away. From above, those buildings surrounded the massive auction house, like guardians. Now the entire auction house was surrounded by a vast circular plaza, as if it had been directly stretched out. It was enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people queuing at the same time. Lin Tian sat inside excitedly watching his family's property. Amazing, although this is all thanks to the system, why do I still feel a sense of accomplishment? That makes sense. After all, the system can be considered my halves, and what it does is no different from what I do. With everything in place, Lin Tian immediately set his sights on the next matter, opening a branch. One branch alone could no longer satisfy his appetite. Initially, the system granted him 3 branch quotas, but he had only activated 1. The remaining 2 quotas had remained vacant. Now that the main branch had completed its secondary upgrade, the 3 branches could also enjoy system benefits for free upgrading to the second tier. Thus, opening a branch could not be delayed. Although it lacked the independent small world of the main branch, the core features of the VIP bidding panels were fully intact. With a ready-made top-tier setup going and used, it would be pure waste. Moreover, given the current reputation of the Zhutian auction house, Lin Tian didn't need to actively search for strongholds. Once the news was released, whether it was the struggling small auction houses within Qingzhou or the powerful and well-known old auction houses, they would undoubtedly come knocking. There was no way around it. The Zhutian auction house was just that appealing. He only needed to sit in the main branch and leisurely choose. He would pick those who were obedient and understanding, filtering for those who could bring the most benefit to the auction house. This was the confidence that fame brought. In the past, if he lowered his stance to seek cooperation, the other party wouldn't even open the door for him. But now all he had to do was make a statement, and the forces throughout Qingzhou would rush to curry favor with him. As for spreading the news, Lin Tian was too lazy to visit each household. That would be foolish. He sat in the quiet room at the heart of the creation spiritual tree, casually calling out Wang Tung. In the next moment, Wang Tung hurriedly entered from the corridor, bowing respectfully at the door. Lin Tian raised his eyes, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority, spread the news throughout all of Qingzhou. The Zhutian auction house is expanding and recruiting new branches. Those who wish to cooperate come to the Xintian City main branch to discuss with me. There is only one condition: all existing auction houses must be completely rebranded under the Zhutian auction house banner. The supply of goods will be uniformly provided by us, with profits from spirit stones divided proportionately. If you can accept it, if not, don't come to make a fuss. Wang Ting asked no further questions, solemnly accepting and immediately turning to spread the news. The young master's business was growing, and he would benefit as well. In the future, wouldn't various pills and essence blood be as freely displayed as in a self-service setting? In the southern part of Qingzhou, at the Wanshou Mountain Villa. This mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, with peaks overlapping and ancient trees that could be embraced by several people dotting the landscape. From a high vantage point, the rolling peaks resembled a giant beast lying still on the ground. Above the mid-mountain, a layer of gray mist enveloped the area year-round. This mist was formed from the protective mountain formation, mixed with the aura of demonic beasts. A normal person taking a breath would instantly feel dizzy and collapse. The mountain gate of Wanshou Mountain Villa was built atop the highest peak. The summit had been flattened, covered with massive slabs of black stone, housing a large and dark hall. In the innermost part of the villa was the sleeping quarters of the master Duan Tianlang. He had risen from being a lowly small cultivator to where he was today, stepping over countless enemies and defeating those who defied him, solidifying his status as the local tyrant of southern Qingzhou. Yet today he sat motionless in the black iron stone chair at the center of the stone chamber, hands resting on his knees, head lowered. Duan Tianlang's hand pressed firmly on the tiger's head, causing it to creak under the pressure. On the ground before him knelt two individuals. One was Elder Qin, responsible for gathering intelligence, and the other was his son Duan Yan's personal guard. Duan Tianlang did not raise his head, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping against iron. Say that again. The guard, trembling on the ground, stuttered, "The Holy Son, an elder, Zhao, entered the auction house and never came out. I heard that the Holy Son had a conflict with that Lin master in the hall and was slapped to death." Elder Zhao met the same fate, who just one slap and both were done for. Crack. Duan Tianlang tightened his grip, causing the black iron tiger head to crack. He slowly raised his head. His face was scarred all over. His deep brown eyes simmered with dark hatred, devoid of tears, only filled with murderous intent. "One slap," he softly repeated, as if confirming to himself. The guard, not daring to look up, trembled and responded, "Yes, just one slap." That Lin master simply raised his hand, and the Holy Son and Elder Zhao were gone. The stone chamber fell silent for a few breaths, only the flickering candlelight crackling. The flames jumped thrice, shadows danced on the walls, stirring unease. Duan Tianlang stared at the guard. "Why didn't you go in?" The guard trembled all over as if struck by lightning, his voice high-pitched and tearful-eyed. "The Holy Son only bought 2 tickets, one for himself and one for Elder Zhao. I waited outside. I really didn't have a ticket. If I had gone in, I would have definitely stopped the Holy Son." Duan Tianlang raised his hand. In the royal palace of the Dian dynasty, within the imperial study, Qin Batian emanated a presence that felt significantly deeper than before. His gaze was sharp and his spirit invigorated, making him appear a decade younger. Since acquiring the 6th grade high-tier skill, the Celestial Sky-Shattering Classic, he had been tirelessly cultivating day and night. His internal spiritual power surged daily, his meridians widened, and his dantian grew increasingly profound, leading to a rapid advancement in his cultivation. Qin Batian caressed the teacup with his fingertips, his eyes filled with fervor. With such an extraordinary technique in hand, it wouldn't be long before he would break through to the king level. At that time, the Dian dynasty could completely shed its reputation as a second-rate power, stepping into the first tier of Qingzhou, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Tianjin sect and the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa. Those who had once mocked and belittled the Dian dynasty would all have to silence themselves. But before he could focus on breaking through, he needed to deal with a distasteful matter first. The Dairy dynasty. This diminutive nation was not powerful, yet it clung on like a persistent ghost. In direct combat, the Dian could face 3 opponents at once. However, the people of the Dairy dynasty were extremely cunning, avoiding direct confrontation. After raiding the borders, they would flee, and even after surrendering, they would not cease their antics, like an annoying fly that had troubled him for years. Previously, he had refrained from provoking them for fear that war would drain the national power and leave openings for others to exploit. Now with a top-tier technique in hand, and his cultivation soaring, he felt emboldened and no longer wished to endure. What further fueled his rage was the auction house incident. That wretched eunuch from the dairy dynasty Tian Xilong dared to raise the bid against him, humiliating him in public. A mere eunuch from a small nation thought he could trample over him. With a crack, Qin Baishan's fury boiled over as he crushed the teacup in his hand, hot tea splattering across the desk, oblivious to it all. He suddenly stood up, striding out of the imperial study, and barked, "Come here." The captain of the guards rushed over, kneeling on one knee. "Relay my orders, gather the personal guard immediately. Summon Yi Jinshan Han Xinxiu and all the elders to assemble and follow me to battle." The captain was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Your Majesty, where are we going?" Qin Baishan's lips curled into a fierce and cold smile as he replied, "The dairy dynasty." The captain dared not ask further, turning to relay the order. He had long harbored similar intentions. The palace was suddenly abuzz with activity. Qin Ziwei rushed over upon hearing the commotion, her face filled with concern. "Father, what has happened?" Qin Batian waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual, yet resolute. "It's nothing, I'm just going out to handle a matter. I will be back soon." Before Qin Ziwei could ask further, he had already mounted his horse. Hundreds of elite riders followed closely behind, their hooves thundering, shaking the ground as they raced towards the dairy dynasty's border. Qin Batian led the charge, his black robe billowing. The cold light in his eyes sparkled with uncontainable rage. "The dairy dynasty Tian Xilong, are you ready to receive my gift?" In the grand hall of the dairy dynasty, the atmosphere was suffocating. Tian Xilong knelt in the center, his forehead pressed firmly to the ground, drenched in cold sweat that soaked his official robes. He trembled like a leaf, not daring to breathe. On the throne sat the ruler of the dairy dynasty, Emperor Kojiro. He was only 1.4 meters tall, and seated on the large golden throne he appeared particularly comical. His short legs dangled in the air, unable to reach the ground. His small green bean-like eyes squinted into a narrow slit, exuding a sinister and menacing glint that made one's scalp tingle. He slowly twirled a string of jade beads with his fingertips, and with each turn the atmosphere in the hall grew colder. The attendants on either side dared not even breathe loudly. "Say it again." Kojiro's voice was sharp and high-pitched, grating to the ears. Tian Xilong shuddered all over, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, the 6th grade height-tier treasure, I did not obtain it." "Who took it?" It was taken by Qin Batian of the Dian dynasty." The hall instantly fell silent. The next moment, smash! Kojiro crushed the jade beads, which scattered across the floor, making a sound like crackling thunder. "Ninjie Yalu." Those 4 words were as cold as ice. Tian Xilong immediately fell to the ground, banging his head like pounding garlic, his voice breaking into a cry. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I did my best. The price at the heavenly auction house was too high and I lacked spirit stones. Moreover, I repeatedly sent messages to you, but you never replied." Kojiro leaped down from the throne. He was so short that he could only jump, as he could not step down. Once on the ground, he walked up to Tian Xilong, gazing up at him. His height barely reached Tian Xilong's waist, but the oppressive aura made it hard for one to breathe. "Are you implying that it is my fault?" Tian Xilong froze, not daring to speak or move. "I tasked you with a job, and you messed it up, yet you dare blame me." Kojiro's voice suddenly rose shrill and furious. "7 Jie Yalu. You useless bunch." He grabbed Tian Xilong's chin, forcing him to look up. Seeing the pathetic sight of tears and snot streaming down Tian Xilong's face, Kojiro's expression was one of revulsion. He released his grip with a flick of his hand, wiping his fingers on Tian Xilong's clothes. "Useless trash." Tian Xilong remained prostrate on the ground, not daring to move again. Kojiro paced back and forth in the hall, his steps small and quick like an agitated chicken. After several laps, he suddenly stopped. "Are you sure it was the Dian dynasty?" Yes. "Qin Baishan, that big guy?" "Yes." Kojiro stroked his smooth, hairless chin, his small green bean eyes turning as he suddenly smiled. The onlookers felt even more anxious. When this master smiled, it was more terrifying than when he was angry. The theft of the 6th grade height-tier treasure clearly did not sit well with him. Tian Xilong lay on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his back. He had followed Kojiro for over a decade and knew all too well the man's ruthlessness. Though he appeared small, his thoughts were venomous, and he never held back when taking action. At that moment, with a loud crash, the grand hall doors were flung open. A guard rushed in, stumbling, and knelt on one knee, shouting urgently, "Your Majesty, it's bad. The Dian dynasty's army has pressed to the border. It's clear they are here to provoke us." "What?" Kojiro's smile instantly vanished, his brows furrowing tightly. Tian Xilong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked up. "Qin Batian, personally leading the troops. The hall erupted into chaos, the guards pale-faced, each gripping their weapon tightly. A hint of panic flashed across Kojiro's eyes quick enough for no one to notice. The next moment, he forcibly steadied himself, pacing back with his hands behind his back, purposely raising his voice to feign calmness. What's there to panic about? It's just Qin Batian. Oh, does he really dare to take action? I will go and meet him personally. Does he dare to disrespect me? Though his words sounded bold, those familiar with him could tell it was all bluster. Tian Xilong looked at his frail and diminutive figure, opened his mouth, and ultimately said nothing. He had truly had enough of this little brat. Kojiro fidgeted with his robes, that were not even messy, stalling for a moment before finally stepping out. Outside the palace gate, the imperial carriage was already prepared. The coachman lay flat on the ground, acting as a footstool for Kojiro. Kojiro stepped onto the man's back and climbed up into the carriage. Inside the carriage, luxurious and soft, he leaned against the chair, closing his eyes, his expression dark. Why did Qin Batian come in person? Just for a 6th grade treasure. It was not worth him mobilizing the entire army. Unless this was merely an excuse. Kojiro's eyes snapped open, anxiety filling his gaze. He tried to reassure himself it was nothing, just a verbal spat. They would retreat after a few words. But he knew better than anyone in his heart. It was over. Please don't come. Shojiro's carriage swayed rhythmically as it rolled toward the border. Each jolt over the rutted earthen road sent him lurching violently inside the cabin. He gripped the handrail tightly, his face pale and greenish. How many decades has this wretched road gone unrepaired? They promise repairs year after year, yet never lift a single shovel. All the funds had been embezzled by those accursed ministers. He drew back the curtain and gazed outward. The great Yin dynasty's forces were already arrayed in formation on the horizon. A vast dark sea of soldiers stretched across the plain, no fewer than 10,000 strong. At their vanguard rode Qin Batian, astride a 5th-rank spirit beast, a jet-black leopard with golden eyes. Qin Batian wore obsidian battle armor, a long sword at his waist, his spine rigid as a steel rod. The wind billowed his cloak with a sharp, snapping roar. Shojiro leapt down from the carriage and stood squarely upon the borderline. Qin Batian spotted him instantly. The diminutive figure, barely 4 feet tall, clad in gleaming golden armor, far too large for his frame, flapping loosely like a child dressed in his father's war regalia. He planted his short legs wide apart, hands resting defiantly on his hips, chin thrust upward, straining to project authority. Yet Qin Batian saw through the facade. At once his knees trembled. Qin Batian! Shojiro shrieked, his voice shrill and thin like that of a chicken strangled mid-cry. What meaning do you intend by bringing your army to my border? Qin Batian looked down upon him as one might regard an ant beneath a boot. What meaning? His voice was low, resonant, deep as bedrock. Your great Ri dynasty has repeatedly violated my frontier, pillaging villages, seizing civilians. You ask me what meaning I intend. Shojiro's complexion flickered, paling slightly. But he swiftly recovered, spreading his palms open and forcing a smile onto his face. Brother Qin, we are neighbors. Must we ignite such fury? Let us speak calmly. Calmly. Neighbors. Qin Batian sneered. Do your neighbors routinely break into your home to steal? Shojiro's smile froze. Qin Batian locked eyes with him, unblinking. This debt, today it shall be settled in full. Shojiro's lips quivered. Brother Qin, this is a misunderstanding. A grave misunderstanding. Qin Batian denied him any further words. He vaulted onto his mount and drew his long sword. Its tip hovered inches from Shojiro's face, his voice now a muffled thunderclap rising from the earth itself. Full army, attention! Behind him 1,000 warriors raised their weapons in perfect unison. Frontline cavalry lowered their visors, revealing only cold glacial eyes. Infantry tightened their grips on spears, shield bearers advanced step by deliberate step, shields locked and leveled forward. Attack, Qin Batian commanded, thrusting his blade forward. Raise the great Ri dynasty to dust. With that, Qin Batian charged, first and foremost. Shojiro did not flee. He drew his short saber and planted himself upon the borderline, legs braced in a firm horse stance. Qin Batian, do you truly believe I fear you? His voice remained shrill, but steady now, no longer trembling. I am also a mid-sea spirit realm cultivator. The moment the words left his lips, he formed intricate hand seals, and a violent vortex of black mist erupted around him. From within its depths rose piercing shrieks. Dozens of shadowy figures burst forth, hurtling toward Qin Batian. It was the great Ri dynasty's forbidden art. 100 ghosts night march, each specter a sealed grudge spirit bred to devour souls. Qin Batian did not so much as furrow his brow. Golden light flared in his palm. Break. The radiance detonated. Upon contact, the grudge spirits dissolved into wisps of ash before even a final scream could escape. Shojiro's face drained of color. He sealed his hands again, this time more fiercely. Biting deep into his tongue, he spat a mouthful of vital blood onto his short saber. Then gripping the blade with both hands, he slashed downward. A black blood energy wreathed in karmic fire roared toward Qin Batian. Where it passed, the ground seared black. A jagged trench scorched into the earth, the very air twisting and warping. Qin Batian raised his right hand, fingers splayed. Golden spiritual energy coalescing instantly into a radiant shield before him, the defensive divine technique, indomitable Vajra drawn from the heaven-cleaving scripture of the Azure Vault. Boom. Shojiro stood frozen. Qin Batian lowered the shield and began walking, calm, unhurried, step by measured step. His boots crunched sharply against the charred earth. Shojiro struck again, each slash faster, fiercer than the last. Black blood energy entwined with karmic fire lunged like rabid serpents toward Qin Batian. Yet not a single strike landed, not a single spark grazed him. Is that all? Shojiro's face flushed crimson. Yagamashi. He gritted his teeth, drove his short saber deep into the soil, then pressed his palms together and chanted a long guttural incantation. Behind him loomed a colossal spectral form, a wrathful flame deity with 3 heads and 6 arms, its body wreathed in black karmic fire. This was the great Ri dynasty's ultimate forbidden art, sacrificing vital blood and years of life to summon the flame deity of karmic fire into one's own flesh. A rite demanding catastrophic cost loss of at least one major cultivation realm or instantaneous death. But Shojiro cared for none of that. The spectral deity collapsed inward, merging into his body. His frame swelled, muscles bulged. Even his stature surged upward. His eyes turned pitch black. Within their pupils twin flames danced. Qin Batian. His voice boomed guttural, an alien no longer his own. You forced this upon me. He charged, twice as fast as before. A fist wrapped in black karmic fire smashed toward Qin Batian's face. Qin Batian discarded all pretense of disdain, fully activating the heaven-cleaving scripture of the Azure Vault. An infinite cascade of golden light coalesced around him, then manifested a towering dermic body identical in visage to himself. That colossal dermic body hurled a single fist, bearing unstoppable force and crushing divine pressure. Shojiro watched helpless as golden light swallowed him whole. Every technique, every defense utterly futile. Boom. As dust settled, the first thing visible was a man sprawled face down, like a beaten dog. Shojiro lay trembling, every limb convulsing. Inside him it felt as though a white-hot iron bar had been shoved into his gut. His organs twisted, knotted, burning. You're not human. His voice cracked raw with tears. Qin Batian strode forward and stood over him, towering and implacable. One last chance. I ask again, surrender or refuse. Shojiro clenched his jaw, silent. Qin Batian crouched, seized Shojiro's hair, and yanked his face upward. I asked you a question. Tears spilled from Shojiro's eyes. His lips quivered, his jaw shook, until finally a single word forced itself out between gritted teeth, surrender. Before he could utter another syllable, Qin Batian rose abruptly. Do you even deserve surrender? You wretched. Golden spiritual energy erupted once more, engulfing Shojiro. With a wrenching motion, Qin Batian contorted his entire body. Death. Urg. The light faded. Shojiro, the mid-sea spirit realm sovereign of the great Ri dynasty, was utterly extinguished. Qin Batian did not glance back. Soldiers, all of you hear this today. We obliterate the great Ri imperial palace. No royal remnant shall survive. Civilians, relocate them to the great Yin dynasty as laborers. At this moment, Lin Tian was clearly unaware of Qin Batian's actions. Even if he knew, he would wholeheartedly support him, mainly because the Dairy dynasty bore a striking resemblance to a certain place in his past life, Blue Star. Suddenly, a system notification suddenly exploded in Lin Tian's mind. Ding, external threat detected. Duan Tianlong, the master of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa, is currently at Qingshi Town, 300 miles away from Xiantian City. He is coercing customers of the Heavenly Auction House branch, attempting to frame and slander this auction house. Lin Tian was sitting in the quiet room of the creation spirit tree, sipping tea. Interesting. He squinted. This old man with his son deceased still cannot stay put and wants to mess with me. The system continued to report. Duan Tianlang has taken control of Chun Yuan, the manager of the Chun family auction house in Qingshi Town. By threatening his family's lives, he forced Qin Yuan to publicly declare that he purchased counterfeit goods from the Heavenly Auction House branch. The plan is to tarnish the reputation of the auction house to hinder its expansion. Lin Tian frowned, feeling disgusted. It was like stepping on a pile of dung while walking, or it didn't hurt, but it was repulsive. Why do such flies always appear everywhere? Is this a standard feature of the fantasy world? Ding, this system can assist the host in directly sanctioning malicious destroyers without waiting for the other party to act. Do you wish to initiate the sanction program? Lin Tian did not hesitate. Initiate. 300 miles away in Qingshi town, the night was dark and windy. Duan Tianlang sat in the main hall of the Chun family auction house's backyard, reclining with his legs crossed, holding a cup of tea. He wore a black robe with a hat pulled low, revealing only the lower half of his face. A sly smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Kneeling before him was a man in his 40s, dressed in brocade, pale-faced and trembling. It was Chun Yuan. Duan Tianling's voice was low, but each word was like a nail. Tomorrow you will go to the entrance of the branch in Yinfeng County and shout. Just say you bought counterfeit pills from the heavenly auction house, spent 5,000 spirit stones, and experienced no effect, instead harming your body. The louder you shout, the better, the more people the better. Chen Yuan's lips trembled, his voice quivering. Duan. Master Duan, there is no problem with the goods sold by the heavenly auction house. I cannot. Duan Tianlang placed the teacup down, stood up, and walked in front of Chun Yuan, looking down at him. Your wife is tied up in the woodshed in the backyard. Your son is in the next room. Clan leader Chun, you wouldn't want your family to be annihilated, would you? Tears streamed down Chun Yuan's face. Master Duan, I beg you, spare them. I'll do whatever you say. Duan Tianlang laughed, a standard villains. That's right, if you handle this well tomorrow they will be fine, if not. He didn't finish, but that pause was more terrifying than any words. Duan Tianlang turned around just as he was about to sit back down. A violent tremor erupted beneath his feet. Boom! Duan Tianlang steadied himself, his expression suddenly changing. What is happening? As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Tianlang felt himself being controlled by a force. He tried to escape, but found that his body could not move. He was a mid-level powerhouse of the King realm, but in the face of this force, he felt like a turtle trapped in its shell. What the hell? What is this? His voice squeezed out from his throat. Then Duan Tianlang vanished into thin air, as if erased by some existence. Chen Yuan lay on the ground, trembling, his mind blank. His wife's voice came from the backyard. My lord, what is happening outside? Chen Yuan opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Awesome. In the heavenly auction house in the quiet room, Duan Tianlang tumbled out from a crack, face down, crashing solidly onto the ground. With a clap, he lay on the ground, his whole body in pain, struggling to get up. The force weighing him down dissipated, but his body had yet to recover. He pushed against the ground, lifted his head, and saw a pair of feet. Duan Tianlang slowly looked up, and there was a face wearing a hint of a smile. But the moment Duan Tianlang saw that smile, a chill ran down his spine. You must be Lin Tian. Duan Tianlang's voice was as dry as sandpaper. Do you know who I am? Lin Tian did not respond. He looked down at the prostrate Duan Tianlang, as if observing a rat crawling out from a sewer. Master of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa, Duan Tianlang. A mid-level powerhouse of the King realm, the number one in southern Qingzhou. Lin Tian took a sip of tea. You come to my auction house without buying anything and run 300 miles to coerce a small manager to frame me. You really are a talent. Duan Tianlang's face changed instantly. He gritted his teeth, supporting himself against the ground, slowly standing up. How do you know this? I never mentioned it. Lin Tian chuckled. Is that difficult? Only pests like you would disbelieve it. To be honest, in my eyes you are just a mere bug. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianlang's eyes turned red. His deep voice seemed as if it wanted to tear Lin Tian apart. You killed my son. Lin Tian set down his teacup. Your son tried to rob me and was killed by me. If you think it's unfair, you can go find King Yin for justice. Duan Tianlang's fists clenched, cracking. He wanted to rush over and smash this face with a punch. But he did not dare. From the force earlier, he knew he couldn't win. What do you want? Duan Tianlang's voice was hoarse. Lin Tian did not look at him. The system's voice echoed in his mind once again. Ding. Maliciously damaging the reputation of the auction house, threatening the safety of customers, serious circumstances. The host has absolute control over the small world and can impose the following sanctions: seal cultivation, demote to an auction house guard for a period of 100 years. Lin Tian thought for a moment and found this punishment quite fitting. Letting a King realm expert work for him for 100 years delightful. Duan Tianlang, given the severity of your actions, I have decided to seal your cultivation and demote you to a guard of my heavenly auction house for 100 years. Duan Tianlang's face turned completely pale. He suddenly took a step back, his voice pitchy. You dare? I am the master of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa. I am a powerhouse of the King realm. What do you dare to do? What are you? He couldn't finish his sentence. An invisible force descended from the heavens, slamming him back to the ground. The sound of crunching echoed from within him like bones breaking. His inner spiritual power was dissipating, his dantian was being sealed, and his meridians were being locked. Duan Tianlang lay on the ground, convulsing, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His cultivation fell from the king realm all the way down to the transcendence realm, the opening realm, the blood condensation realm, the body refining realm. In the end, even the body refining realm was lost. He became an ordinary person. Lin Tian stood up and walked in front of him, looking at his pale face. From today onwards, you are a guard of the heavenly auction house. Duan Tianlang lay on the ground, his tears and blood mingling together, staining his face. Lin Tian patted his shoulder, his tone flat. Work hard, and after 100 years I will return your cultivation. If you don't do well, it's another 100 years. Duan Tianlang lay on the ground, closed his eyes. Pain. It hurt too much. Lin Tian stood up and shouted outside. Wang Tung, take him away, change his clothes, arrange accommodation. Work starts tomorrow. In the Tianjin sect within the sword pavilion, Lu Qinzhou sat cross-legged at the very top, his eyes tightly closed, his aura surging like a tide. He had already swallowed the royal king pill that stabilized the realm. Over the course of 3 days, his aura surged from the peak of the spirit sea realm, breaking through the wall that had confined him for over a decade. His internal spiritual power roiled, and his meridians expanded. An incredibly intimidating momentum emanated from him. The aura of a king. Outside the sword pavilion, a crowd had gathered. The sect master Shen Tianxing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face calm, yet the tension in his eyes betrayed him. Shen Qingyi stood behind him, clenching her fists, her palms drenched in sweat. The elders stood in a row, none of them spoke. The disciples packed the square, craning their necks to look up at the top of the sword pavilion. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted from the top of the sword pavilion, spreading outwards. The disciples with lower cultivation levels were pushed back several steps, some nearly falling. Shen Tianxing remained motionless, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The Tao master had succeeded. Lu Qinzhou opened his eyes. The density of the spiritual power within him had increased by more than tenfold, and even his divine sense had expanded significantly. He stood up, pushed open the door of the sword pavilion, and walked out. Lu Qinzhou leaped down from the top of the sword pavilion, landing before Shen Tianxing, cupping his fists and bowing deeply. Sect Master, I have lived up to your expectations. Shen Tianxing reached out to support him, patting his shoulder without saying a word. Any additional words would be superfluous. The disciples in the square were momentarily stunned, then erupted in cheers. Elder Lu has broken through. The King Realm. The second King Realm of the Tianjin sect. Wow, wow, wow. Shen Qingyi stood among the crowd, watching Lu Qinzhou's back, her eyes slightly red. The Tianjin sect had become the second power besides the Zixiao Pavilion to possess 2 kings. Shen Tianxing turned to look at the disciples in the square. His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Go out and show off. The Tianjin sect will host a banquet for 3 days. The cheers nearly lifted the roof off. The news spread faster than the wind. Spies from the 5 major sects of Qingzhou were everywhere. As soon as the result came from the Tianjin sect, the news had already been dispatched. In the Xianbing Valley, located in the northernmost part of Qingzhou, built on an icy plain, the valley's buildings were all white. The valley master Li Hanshuang sat in the conference hall. She appeared to be a very young woman, slender and tall. A cascade of white hair fell over her shoulders, her face free of wrinkles, yet the weariness in her eyes betrayed her age. Her fingers gently tapped on the table, while a spy stood before her, head bowed. Understood. You may leave. The spy scrambled up and retreated. Li Hanshuang's fingers came to a halt as she leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. The Xianbing Valley ranked last among the 5 major sects, not due to a lack of strength, but because of its poor location. In the extremely northern region, the spiritual energy was thin, resources scarce, and the disciples' cultivation lagged far behind those of other sects. Surviving in such a place to this day relied on the formations left by their ancestors and the family mining operations. She did not wish to compete for that pill, she simply missed the opportunity. Alas, Master, an elder beside her spoke cautiously. Should we send someone to the heavenly auction house to see if there will be another auction soon? I will go myself. Bring all the spirit stones of the sect. Li Hanshuang's clear voice interrupted the elder. From the recent auction events, this heavenly auction house is definitely not simple. The next auction might even feature higher tier items, perhaps even that 7th tier. We in the Xianbing Valley absolutely cannot miss out. The elder was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. In the Xingqian Hall, located in the western part of Qingzhou, built on a high mountain. The dome of the Grand Hall was engraved with a star map, and the hall master Lin Budong sat in the main seat. He was a middle-aged man, his face like a jade crown with a robust build. Dressed in a deep blue brocade robe, a white jade belt was tied around his waist. Lu Qinzhou. He had dealt with Lu Qinzhou before. He was a seasoned powerhouse. He had been stuck at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm for over a decade, long overdue for a breakthrough. What he lacked was merely an opportunity. That pill was the opportunity. During the last auction, the Xingqian Hall had not sent anyone. It was not that they did not want to go, they simply missed it. By the time the news reached them, the auction had already begun. Furthermore, they truly did not expect the heavenly auction house to offer such a miraculous pill. Was this still Qingzhou? Are you certain it did not descend from the heavens to flaunt its wealth? When Lin Budong heard the news, he crushed the cup in his hand. Lin Budong raised his head. The spy was still within the hall, motionless. Is there anything else? The Tianjin sect is hosting a banquet for 3 days, inviting guests from all directions. What are you pretending for? The Tianjin sect has gotten too arrogant. Lin Budong grit his teeth, envy flickering in his eyes. The gift need not be too extravagant. Just find an iron sword and a more ornate box to send over. The spy acknowledged and retreated. Only Lin Budong and several elders remained in the hall. Lin Budong's expression was grim. It was evident to everyone. He had battled Shin Tianxing for decades, a rivalry where neither side yielded. Now that Lu Qinzhou of the Tianjin sect had broken through, things would be different. In the future, the Xingqian Hall would be overshadowed by the Tianjin sect. This feeling was worse than being slapped in the face. The elder cautiously spoke, "Hall master, for the next auction, I will go." Lin Budong's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Bring all the usable spirit stones from the treasury. For the next auction, the Xingqian Hall cannot return empty-handed. He stood up, walked beneath the dome, and gazed up at the star map. Now, looking at this 5th-tier upper-grade star map, it felt somewhat displeasing. What exactly is the heavenly auction? In the central part of Qingzhou, it was the most prosperous area in all of Qingzhou. Even the spiritual energy in the air was thicker than elsewhere. Here lay the strongest power in Qingzhou, Zixiao Pavilion. The mountain gate of the Zixiao Pavilion was located on the Zixiao Peak, which soared into the clouds, perpetually shrouded in purple mist. From a distance, it looked like a purple pillar propping up the sky. Although the Tianjin sect now had 2 kings in terms of foundation and trump cards, they could not compete with the Zixiao Pavilion. Many whispered privately that the Zixiao Pavilion had powerful backers. This rumor had persisted for decades without ceasing. Lin Tian's world was called the Xianhuang realm, and the area he was in was the Southern Domain. The Southern Domain ranked 3rd among the 5 major domains, neither the strongest nor the weakest. It was divided into 99 large states, with Qingzhou being one of them. Qingzhou's strength ranked in the lower middle among the 99 large states. It was not considered strong, but neither was it the weakest. In those 99 states, the strong had saints presiding over them, with powerful figures everywhere. In weaker regions, a single king could dominate. Qingzhou just happened to be stuck in a lower middle position, unable to rise or fall. Beyond Qingzhou lies the true heaven of the southern region. There exists a holy land, the true ruler of this land. In the Holy Land, saints preside with a mere gesture, altering mountains and rivers, and a stomp causing the earth to tremble. It is a presence beyond our imagination. Beneath the Holy Land lies first-rate sects, all led by strong practitioners of the domain realm. They command a vast expanse, exuding an aura of power. The kings of the 5 major sects in Qingzhou in front of these first-rate sects lack even the qualification to present their credentials. But I digress. Let's return to the Zixiao Pavilion. For decades, speculation has surrounded who truly supports the Zixiao Pavilion, yet no conclusion has been reached. Most believe it is likely affiliated with a first-rate sect. The Holy Land looks down upon a small place like Qingzhou, whereas a first-rate sect is indeed a possibility. Even a slight resource leak from them would suffice for the Zixiao Pavilion to thrive for several years. Some even say that the Zixiao Pavilion may have ties to a certain influential figure beneath the Holy Land. Although the rumors are vivid, no one has dared to verify them. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the Zixiao Pavilion is somewhat delicate. At the peak of Zixiao Mountain, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, a purple glow lingers. In the highest tea room, the head of the Zixiao Pavilion, Zhou Tianxing, sits opposite a young man. The tea is excellent, the finest spiritual tea from Qingzhou, a single pot enough to sustain an ordinary cultivator's training for a year. Zhou Tianxing usually hesitates to use it himself, but today he has brought it all out. Zhou Tianxing holds the cup, his fingers slightly tightening. The young man before him appears to be no more than 20, dressed in a flowing moon-white robe. He wears a dark green jade pendant at his waist, inscribed with the character Huang. This young man is named Lu, with a single character Yun as his given name. He is the direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Huangji sect, a first-rate sect in the southern region. That Grand Elder is a powerhouse of the domain realm. Such a being with a mere gesture could turn heaven and earth upside down, and in Qingzhou, just a glance could cause the leaders of the 5 major sects to kneel. Lu Yun is one of the Grand Elder's most valued disciples, although his cultivation is merely at the Divine Sea realm. However, he stands behind the entire Huangji sect. Zhou Tianqing swallows hard, a thought racing through his mind. Why has this esteemed guest suddenly come today? Lu Yun lifts his white, jade cup, moving neither hurriedly nor slowly, as if in his own home. There is no need for Pavilion Master Zhou to be nervous. I am merely passing through Qingzhou and stopped by to take a look. He continued, my master asked me to convey a message. The resources for the end of the year will be delivered on time, and the quantity will be 30% more than last year. Zhou Tianxing's heart skipped a beat. 30% more is not a small amount. He hurriedly stood up, clasping his fists, bowing deeply. Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder. The Zixiao Pavilion is deeply grateful. Lu Yun waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. Pavilion Master Zhou, I heard that Qingzhou recently produced an interesting place. Zhou Tianqing sat back, down, his mind racing. An interesting place. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly understood. Are you referring to the Zhutian auction house? Lu Yun nodded lightly, tapping his fingers on the table. Do tell. Zhou Tianqing swallowed again, recounting the happenings of the Zhutian auction house in detail. He began with the first auction, mentioning the 6th tier essence blood. Lu Yun listened, a perplexed expression crossing his face. What had he just heard? The 6th tier superior Dao comprehension spiritual seed. Yes. The Tongxian ancient wood was taken by Duan Yin from the Beast Mountain Manor. No, Duan Yin went down, captured by someone from the Tianjin sect. Even more astonishing, that owner of the forest auctioned off a 6th tier self-selection purchase qualification. With this qualification, one can choose any 6th tier superior item to purchase. Lu Yun fell silent for a moment, tapping the table again. Interesting. A tiny Qingzhou could actually produce such items. Lu Yun stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open. I will accompany you to the next auction. Zhou Tianqing was taken aback, quickly standing up. If young Master Lu wishes to go, the Zixiao Pavilion will naturally cooperate fully. It's just what? It's just that the owner of the auction house has unfathomable cultivation. Zhao Taizhan from Beast Mountain Manor at the peak of the Divine Sea realm could end someone with a single slap. If young Master wishes to go, it is wise to be cautious. Lu Yun's brow twitched slightly, but he soon returned to calm. To be able to kill a peak Divine Sea realm cultivator with a single slap, he must be at least a later-stage king. Indeed. Lu Yun nodded, asking no further questions. Regardless of his cultivation, he is ultimately a force in Qingzhou. Lu Yun set down his cup, looking at Zhou Tianqing with a calm tone. The Huangji sect is not something he can provoke. Zhou Tianqing nodded repeatedly, not daring to respond. Lu Yun leaned back in his chair, his fingers slowly gliding over the armrest. He was calculating in his mind. A small auction house in a border town. To produce 6th tier superior items, it must either have someone backing it or possess remarkable capabilities. Regardless of which, it is worth a visit. As for reporting to the sect, there is no need. The elders of the Huangji sect are busy in secluded cultivation. Who has time to care about a small auction house in Qingzhou? After witnessing it, if there is indeed something extraordinary, it will not be too late to report. If it is merely a fleeting moment, then it will merely be an outing. Pavilion Master Zhou, when is the next auction? There are still 8 days left. Good, I will come find you. And Lu Yun stood up, cupping his hands toward Zhou Tianqing before turning and leaving the tea room. His silhouette disappeared into the purple clouds, his footsteps gradually fading away. Zhou Tianqing leaned back in his chair, his mind in a whirl. He acknowledges the Huangji sect. Over the years, the Zixiao Pavilion has maintained its top position in Qingzhou, relying on the resources from the Huangji sect. Without the Huangji sect, the Zixiao Pavilion would merely be at the level of the Tianjin sect. He remembers this kindness. But Lu Yun? Zhou Tianqing sighed inwardly. With good talent, a solid background, polite in speech and action, he has no significant faults. Yet that arrogance seeps from his very bones. He may not say anything verbally, but one could tell from his gaze. He looks at everyone as if they were mere country folk. To him, the Zixiao Pavilion is likely just a small, shabby temple in the countryside. The Zhutian auction house is probably just a quaint little novelty. He has not met that Lin boss, but has heard enough about him. Suddenly, Zhou Tianqing felt a chill running down his back. He recalled the way Lu Yun spoke that phrase. The Huangji sect is not something he can provoke. It sounded like an undeniable fact. But the question is, on what basis does he make such a confident assertion? Zhou Tianqing chuckled bitterly. Are all young people like this so arrogant? He had a premonition, inexplicable, yet unsettling. That Zhutian auction house is definitely not something the Zixiao Pavilion can contend with. In fact, even the Huangji sect might not be significant in its presence. Alas! I hope young Master Lu can be a bit more restrained upon his arrival. Outside the auction house of Xintian City, Lu Tsang stood on the plaza stepping on faint golden stone slabs. He could feel a warm current rising from beneath his feet, as if he were treading on a thin layer of hot spring. Looking up, he faced the auction house. When he had come here before, it was still a palace, grand, yet at least resembling a proper building. But now, the structure was immensely vast. Although its appearance remained unchanged, its scale had expanded several times over. It was not only imposing but also exuded an indescribable aura. It seemed as though the supreme beings had manifested here, leaving behind the essence of their enlightenment. Anyone who cast even a glance would feel a deep sense of awe, not to mention the spacious plaza surrounding the auction house, which stood like guardians protecting it. Lu Tsang opened his mouth. Having been the city lord of Xintian City for so many years, he thought he had seen plenty of grand scenes, yet today, standing here, he felt that all his previous grand scenes were nothing but jokes. Master Lin Tian. Truly a divine being, Lu Tsang silently repeated in his heart, feeling that he couldn't have been more right. Since the auction house had opened, his days had improved day by day. His salary had increased repeatedly, and the emissaries from the royal city treated him with great courtesy. Even the city lord from the neighboring county had to call him Brother Lu upon meeting. He understood clearly that none of this was due to his own merits, but rather a blessing from Lin Tian. Without the auction house, who would know who Lu Tsang was? He had already come to regard Lin Tian as a deity. Today he had matters to discuss. With one auction after another, the number of attendees was increasing, making it increasingly difficult to find food and lodging. Those monks who had come from afar often found themselves unable to secure a place to stay, having to sleep on the streets. Lu Tsang pondered whether he could transform several streets around the auction house into a series of inns and restaurants specifically catering to those attending the auctions. This way he could earn spirit stones while also elevating the status of Xintian City, achieving two goals with one action. However, he dared not make this decision alone. He needed Lin Tian's approval. Without Lin Tian's nod, he wouldn't dare to utter a word. After standing for a while the doors of the auction house, a young guard stepped out wearing a blue long robe. He stood tall and straight, walking at a leisurely pace. His face was youthful, appearing to be just over 20, yet his eyes were as steady as a 40-year-old's. City Lord Lu, the master requests your presence inside. Lu Tsang quickly returned the greeting, bending his waist deeper than the guard. He was the city lord, the magistrate of this land. Yet before the guard of the auction house, he dared not show even a hint of arrogance. After all, this was a formal employee of the auction house. Who would dare offend them? Thank you for your trouble, young sir. Lu Tsang's voice was very polite, carrying a hint of flattery. He took a deep breath, his heart racing. He was about to meet Master Lin. Lu Tsang stepped forward, ascending the steps. As soon as his foot crossed the threshold, the scene before him completely transformed. Gone. That three-story building, that hall, that white jade auction stage, all vanished. In their place was a true fairyland. Before his eyes suddenly opened up, boundless and vast. The light was soft and bright, seemingly emanating from the air itself. Delicate wisps of spiritual mist floated in the air, resembling the morning clouds in the mountains. Taking a deep breath, every pore in his body opened up. Beneath his feet was an invisible path. It wasn't a real stone slab, but a layer of condensed light. Stepping on it felt soft, yet he could sense something beneath his feet supporting him. Looking down, he could vaguely see reflections of mountains and rivers beneath the light mist. They twinkled, as if he were looking at another world through a layer of water. Buildings began to materialize on either side. Rather than buildings, they resembled palaces floating in the air. These were the new second-floor private rooms and third-floor VIP lounges. Each one was grand and majestic, with flying eaves and intricate carvings, their entire forms glowing with a gentle spiritual light. There were no bridges connecting the palaces, no staircases leading between them. They simply floated in midair. In the center stood a divine tree. It grew from the void with a trunk so thick that hundreds of people couldn't encircle it. Its entire form was a vibrant green, as if it were a massive piece of jade. The crown of the tree spread wide, blocking out much of the sky. Beneath the tree was a large expanse of white jade, smooth as a mirror, reflecting shadows of people. Surrounding it were countless floating seats. Each seat was made of transparent crystal, shimmering, with a faint spiritual light appearing like stars hanging in the sky. Mist swirled between the seats, appearing and disappearing, making it hard to see clearly. Yet that elusive feeling only added to the ethereal quality. Lu Tsang stood there, mouth agape, eyes wide open. This wasn't just a gathering of friends. What in the world is this? Damn. His voice choked in his throat, as if someone had grasped his neck, only able to produce bubble-like sounds. He didn't dare to move. Lu Tsang was deeply afraid that a single step would shatter this white jade floor. He was even more afraid that a mere reach would disperse those wisps of spiritual mist. Just as he was at a loss, a force enveloped him. That force lifted him flying toward the divine tree. Lutsong widened his eyes, watching the scenery below sweep past his feet. After flying for a while, the speed slowed down. He landed beneath the divine tree. The trunk was as thick as a wall, and standing beside it a person appeared exceptionally small. The roots protruded from the white jade ground, entwined like sleeping giant dragons. Between the roots lay a clear space with a stone table and 2 stone chairs. The stone table was pale blue, its surface smooth and warm, holding a teapot and cups. The stone chairs were also pale blue, with simple cloud patterns carved on the back. A person sat in one of the chairs holding a cup and sipping tea. It was Master Lin. He sat there like the master of this realm. No, he was indeed the master of this realm. Lutsong took a deep breath and quickly walked over, cupping his hands in salute, bowing slightly. This humble Lutsong pays respects to Master Lin. Lin Tian set down his cup, glanced at him, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. City Lord Lu, please sit. Master Lin, I have come today with a matter to discuss. Lutsong spoke softly with a hint of caution. Lin Tian picked up his cup and took another sip, nodding. Speak. Lutsong recounted his thoughts. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Lin Tian's expression. Lin Tian displayed no particular emotion, merely listening and occasionally sipping his tea. All right. Lutsong was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Was it really that straightforward? Was Master Lin this trusting of him? He quickly stood up, cupping his hands again, bowing deeper than before. Thank you, Master Lin. I will ensure it is done properly without any mistakes. After saying that, Lutsong dared not linger too long, as that force lifted him once more to the entrance. He turned back to glance at the auction house, his eyes filled with immense astonishment. Master Lin, what exactly? Under the divine tree of creation, the interior of the auction house of all heavens was peaceful. Lin Tian leaned against a green stone chair, lazily gazing at the vast empty space before him. It's hard to describe, one can only say it's incredible. He took a sip of tea, feeling quite touched. After all, the auction house of all heavens became so popular thanks to these cultivators who built it up bit by bit. Without them, there wouldn't be today's auction house of all heavens. Lin Tian himself felt a bit heartbroken, as most of the attendees here couldn't afford the items inside. 6th-tier elixirs and 5th-tier magical artifacts, each one costs hundreds of thousands or even millions of spirit stones. Ordinary cultivators would work their entire lives and still never reach this threshold. Yet they still come to every session. They queue before dawn, waiting all night at the door just to grab a cheap seat in the back. Once inside, they enthusiastically cheer and applaud. The atmosphere is even more vibrant than those big spenders who buy items. Since they show such respect and enthusiasm, he certainly cannot act oblivious. He needs to provide some tangible benefits to everyone. Lin Tian set down his teacup, lightly tapping on the stone table, pondering ways to do so. Give away spirit stones. How unoriginal. A personal signature. 666. Even in a fantasy world, is there a need for personal practice sessions? Suddenly, he recalled a very popular concept from his past life: blind boxes. To put it simply, it's about luck. The value of the items completely depends on chance. But that's just how people are. The thrill and excitement of that moment is what they're after. Even if the items opened at the end aren't worth much, the heartbeat and novelty of unboxing at that moment brings genuine joy. This is the effect Lin Tian wants. He immediately thought of the rules. At the end of the auction, there would be a free draw for 10,000 blind boxes. 10,000. That's enough. No matter if you're a big shot or a small cultivator, regardless of whether you've spent money. Everyone has the same chance, all based on luck. If someone draws well, it's a big win. If it's ordinary, they still don't lose anything since it's free. 10,000 people unboxing together would make for quite a lively scene. Moreover, if everyone enjoys it, they'll naturally be willing to come back next time. This concept also has a built-in viral effect. Any ordinary cultivator who opens a 6th-tier elixir can boast about it for half a year. Word of mouth spreads from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100. Everyone will know that the auction house of all heavens gives away good things for free. The number of attendees will only increase and its reputation will grow. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Lin Tian directly asked the system in his heart, "System, I love you. Can you handle a draw for 10,000 free blind boxes?" The system immediately responded. Ding. Yes, it can. The system can skin all attendees and the draw will be completely random, fair, and just with no possibility of human interference or cheating. The prize pool can be customized. Currently, the random range is from 1st tier to 6th tier with probabilities randomized and no upper limit. Lin Tian nodded, feeling reassured. Just as he was preparing to enjoy a bowl of braised beef noodles obtained from the system's draw, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Detecting goodwill from the host, triggering exclusive rewards. unlocking the nationwide welfare bag of the auction house of all heavens. All cultivators who have participated in any auction can claim it for free. Everyone will receive a share, and the rewards will be random. Lin Tian's teacup in his hands suddenly froze. He was stunned for a few seconds, slowly placing the cup back on the table, looking up at the golden light spots falling from above, feeling a bit dazed. Oh my god, this scale is truly overwhelming. Lin Tian straightened his posture, seriously thinking in his heart system, I will tell you in the most straightforward, plain, and unambiguous words. You are definitely the best system in the world. The air fell silent for several seconds, and the system did not respond. But Lin Tian inexplicably felt that the system was probably secretly pleased. The tea in his cup had gone cold, but he didn't care, finishing it in one gulp. Refreshing ice-cold tea. Once the blind boxes and national welfare bags are released, the reputation of the auction house of all heavens will spread beyond just Qingzhou. It will likely reach the entire southern region. At that point, the number of visitors could soar from thousands to millions. That wouldn't be a problem at all. Lin Tian suppressed the smile at the corners of his mouth, not getting too complacent. Good things are good, but the details still need to be clarified. Prize distribution, issuance methods, event ceremonies, and popularity rankings all need to be arranged clearly. He stood up, patted his robe, and suddenly remembered a key question, turning to ask the system, do I need to manually operate the distribution of the welfare bags and blind boxes? Ding. No need for the host to operate. After each auction begins, welfare bags will be automatically distributed to all cultivators' seats. Blind boxes will select 10,000 people after the auction ends, and the seat panel will automatically pop up the blind box draw interface, allowing cultivators to draw themselves. Where do the prizes come from? Will it consume my inventory? Lin Tian pressed on. Ding. The prizes are independently generated by the system, requiring no expenditure from the host. The reward system operates independently from the host's thousand-fold return system and does not interfere with each other. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately felt at ease. As a capitalist in a fantasy world, asking him to pull something from his own pocket. Maybe, but definitely not now. Lin Tian is still too poor. Luckily, the system is here to help, so he doesn't have to dig into his own resources or expend any. Purely free benefits. The system truly knows how to be considerate. Lin Tian leaned back in the stone chair, holding half a cup of cold tea, suddenly sensing that someone had arrived at the door. Lin Tian's lips curled slightly. Ah, the branch leaders are here. They were the ones hoping to acquire the qualification for the branch of the auction house of all heavens. He put down his teacup, concentrated his thoughts, and notified the guards. The guards stationed outside immediately received the order, opened the large door, and called out loudly to the 9 people in the square, the master invites you in. The 9 of them took a deep breath, suppressing their inner turmoil, and followed the guards through the crimson door. But as soon as they entered, everyone was stunned. The auction stage counters and guest seating they had envisioned were completely absent. Even the walls, beams, and ceilings seemed to have vanished. Before them was an existence that resembled an immortal realm. The 9 stared, wide-eyed, mouths agape, completely stunned. Before they could calm down, a gentle, invisible force suddenly descended, gently lifting the 9 into the air. With no support under their feet, their forms remained as steady as a rock. This force carried them through swirling spiritual mist and suspended crystal seats, steadily landing on the white jade ground beneath the giant tree. Lin Tian sat leisurely in the stone chair, legs crossed, and teacup in hand, quietly watching the 9 people before him. The crowd instantly regained their senses, quickly standing in unison, bowing and cupping their hands in greeting. Their movements were uneven, many shook with nervousness, filled with apprehension. We greet Master Lin. Lin Tian slightly nodded and raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal. No need for formalities, please take your seats. The 9 looked around, realizing there were no chairs or cushions nearby. Just as they wondered if Lin Tian was playing tricks on them, the white jade ground slowly raised 9 pale green stone chairs. Everyone carefully sat down, only daring to rest half their buttocks against the chair with their backs straight. Lin Tian set down his teacup and went straight to the point. You 9 are here to compete for the qualification of my Zhutian auction house branch, aren't you? The 9 nodded eagerly, their expressions increasingly respectful. I won't waste words. If you obtain the branch qualification, I will provide you with 3 guarantees. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly held their breath, focusing intently. First, the rules of the Zhutian realm are paramount. Once you enter the gates of Zhutian, you are under my... No matter how powerful or influential the visitors are, anyone who dares to bully the weak or stir up trouble in the auction house will find themselves unable to return. The eyes of the 9 brightened, and many secretly let out a sigh of relief. In the auction business, the greatest fear is the trouble caused by local bullies. They were powerless and without influence and could only swallow their anger when conflicts arose. Lin Tian's promise undoubtedly provided them with the most reliable shield. Second, exclusive benefits. The regular Spirit Stone profits are just the foundation. I will issue additional rewards later. You all understand the depth of the Zhutian auction house. My rewards can completely change the fate of a cultivator. The eyes of the crowd suddenly sparkled. They were well aware of the Zhutian auction house's resources. 6th-tier elixirs, top-tier techniques, rare, spiritual herbs. These treasures, which are nearly impossible for ordinary people to obtain in their lifetime, are not rare at the Zhutian auction house. Receiving Lin Tian's personal rewards was an opportunity for them to ascend to great heights. Third, identity and status. The brand of Zhutian is the strongest confidence. Once you carry the name of the Zhutian auction house, your identity and status will naturally rise. Lin Tian leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the stone table with his fingers. All right, let's take turns discussing your advantages, starting from left to right. The first to speak was a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a brocade robe exuding elegance. He spoke clearly, discussing the current scale of the auction house and its geographical location in detail, showcasing his business acumen. After Lin Tian listened, he nodded lightly, non-committal. Next. The second speaker was a capable young man, lean in build with sharp eyes and a rapid speech. His auction house was located in a remote small town in Qingzhou, lacking an advantageous location. However, he had extensive connections and maintained good relations with many small sects nearby, ensuring a stable customer base. The third speaker was a prosperous middle-aged man with kind eyes. Several others followed, each presenting their advantages. Lin Tian remained indifferent, neither happy nor angry, making it hard to read his thoughts. It wasn't until the 8th person stood up that Lin Tian's gaze shifted slightly. This person was in his 40s, wearing a dark blue robe, standing tall and straight with an air of nobility. This demeanor did not stem from cultivation, but from the background of having held a high position for a long time. Master Lin, I am Zhao Tianming, the head of the Tianyan auction house in the Great Yin Royal City. My father is the current Prime Minister Zhao Ji. Lin Tian understood. The Tianyan auction house, relying on the Zhao family's influence, was one of the top auction houses in the royal city with undeniable strength. Zhao Tianming was neither humble nor arrogant, his words concise. After listening, Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged. Next. The last to stand was a young girl who appeared to be just over 20. She was slender, dressed in a green dress, looking fragile. Her delicate face had bright, pure eyes, but there was a faint dark circle under her eyes, revealing her exhaustion from recent toil. Even so, she stood upright, her posture as straight as ever. Her voice was slightly hoarse, yet clear and firm. I am Linger, the head of the Luoyun auction house in Luoyun City, Qingzhou. Her tone paused slightly, a hint of barely perceptible sadness passing through her eyes. The Luoyun auction house is my father's lifelong work. During his lifetime, the shop was the top business in Luoyun City. After my father's passing, I took over the management, but the business has been declining under pressure. Linger spoke calmly, her gaze resolute. Luoyun City is located in the heart of Qingzhou, a crucial hub for north-south trade, with an exceptional geographical advantage. If Master Lin is willing to establish a branch here, I will take full responsibility for the venue, manpower, and miscellaneous affairs. The source of goods will depend on Zhutian, and the profit sharing will be entirely at Master Lin's discretion. I only wish to preserve the Luoyun auction house and maintain my father's lifelong foundation. With that, she stood quietly, her gaze firmly fixed on Lin Tian, her fists clenched at her sides, her posture unwavering. Once all 9 had finished presenting, the tea on the stone table had long gone cold. Lin Tian picked up the cold tea and took a sip. This puts me in a difficult position. Every one of them sounds quite good. However, it's fortunate that I asked the system beforehand. Looking up at everyone, his voice was calm, yet resonant. There are 2 branch qualifications this time. The first is for the Great Yin Royal City Tianyan auction house, Zhao Tianming. Zhao Tianming's fists clenched suddenly, joy surging within him, yet he forced himself to suppress it. He stood up, bowed, and spoke with an excitement that was hard to conceal, yet remained steady. Thank you for your trust, Master Lin. The Tianyan auction house will surely fulfill its duties and not betray your expectations. Lin Tian nodded slightly, saying no more. The second is for Luoyun City Luoyun auction house, Linger. As the words fell, the entire room fell silent. All eyes turned to Linger, filled with confusion and doubt. A near-bankrupt, broken auction house and a powerless little girl. Why should she displace numerous strong competitors to secure the branch qualification? Linger was also completely stunned, standing there in a daze, her eyes filled with disbelief. She quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply, almost bending to her knees. Bright eyes filled with shimmering tears. Master Lin, I don't know how to express myself. I can only do my utmost, and will never betray your trust. No need for further words. Lin Tian raised his hand to interrupt her, his tone indifferent. Return to prepare the shop change to the Zhutian sign and wait for my notification. Once the goods are in place, we will immediately start the first auction. Shenlinger nodded vigorously, the light in her eyes completely dispelling the gloom of recent days. Though her fingertips still trembled slightly, they were filled with hope. The remaining 7 unsuccessful candidates were filled with disappointment and envy as they bowed and withdrew quietly. The 2 branches of Zhutian were finally settled. The Tianyan auction house was a surefire choice with a solid foundation. As long as it operated steadily, it would bring continuous profits to Zhutian. As for the Luoyun auction house, it was a dark horse that the system had set his sights on. Mainly, no one knew that Shenlinger had a tremendous identity. She was actually a child of destiny. From the moment Shenlinger entered the secret realm, the system's notification sounded in Lin Tian's mind. Ding! Child of destiny detected. Shenlinger. Luck level purple, above average. Current status low point in life, luck steadily on the rise. It is recommended that the host develop a deep relationship to trigger luck resonance enhancement. Lin Tian understood in his heart. No wonder this girl remained resilient in adversity. It turned out to be the standard of a child of destiny. But what does it matter being a child of destiny? You still have to obediently work for me. He questioned in his heart, system, if I bind her, what actual benefits will I gain? The system immediately responded. Ding! After binding deeply with the child of fate, the host can share the other's fortune. Specific effects: the flow of customers at the auction house continues to soar, while invisible disasters and potential crises are automatically avoided. The enhancement effect will grow stronger as Shenlinger's strength increases. This system is dedicated to subduing every child of fate to work for the host. As the saying goes, the Tao of Heaven is the father of the child of fate, then the host is the child's grandfather. Lin Tian listened, a knowing smile instantly appearing at the corner of his mouth. He loved hearing these words. His status had risen once more. And with a child of fate, wasn't this just a lucky cat? Unlike ordinary lucky cats that only attract wealth, Shenlinger was different. She attracted wealth and avoided disasters, providing comprehensive support. The only thing needed in return was a branch position for her to sustain supplies. This deal was a guaranteed profit. Only 3 days remained until the grand opening of the auction house of all realms. The news swept across Qingzhou like the wind, and everyone knew about this extraordinary event. Everyone was well aware of the old rule of the auction house: to enter, one must queue themselves with no reservations and no privileges. Every auction's entry qualifications were distributed on site. First come, first served. Oh, once it's gone, no exceptions. Because of this, no one had advance tickets in hand. As the grand event approached, the entire Qingzhou became restless. Nearly 10 million cultivators rushed towards Shantian City just to queue early and secure entry spots. The streets were filled with people hurrying, preparing for battle, and discussing plans to enter the city. At a roadside stall in Shantian City, 2 cultivators were squatting and eating noodles. This auction will likely feature some solid goods. Did you even need to mention that? Do you think I'm foolish? No matter how powerful the items are, you still have to get in first. It's crucial to queue early in the city. I missed the chance to bid on the 60-year ancient tree last time, and I've regretted it for a lifetime. This time I must get in. If a 70-year treasure appears, it would be worth it for my entire life. His companion shook his head. 70-year treasures are too outrageous. Those are things from the holy lands of the southern region. Others may not be able to, but at the auction house of all realms, anything is possible. The young cultivator's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After finishing their noodles, the 2 packed their bags, preparing to rush to Shantian City overnight. A fat merchant at the next table, overhearing, felt his blood boil and leaned over to speak. You guys are thinking too small. Embedding everything this time, arriving 3 days early to secure a front row spot. Winning means stepping into the heavens. The cultivator quickly asked, is the front row position that competitive? Of course. The fat merchant replied confidently, then lowered his voice, revealing a hint of secrets. I have acquaintances working in Shantian City who secretly leaked some information. This time the finale treasure is more terrifying than the last time's Tongshan ancient wood. The 2 cultivators instantly held their breath, swallowing hard, their hearts filled with shock. They believed it. One of the 5 top forces, the Beast Mountain Villa, was completely absent. The villa Lord Duan Tianlang had gone missing, and both the Holy Sun and the Elder had fallen. The villa was left without a leader, and the remaining elders each had their own thoughts, arguing for half a day with none willing to take charge. A meeting left them exhausted with no results whatsoever. A timid young disciple asked, Elders, are we still going to the auction of all realms? After a brief silence, someone coldly replied, with the Lord absent and no one in charge, why bother going? Going would only add to the embarrassment and ridicule. Everyone fell silent, ultimately dispersing, directly giving up on this auction event. In the Great Flame Dynasty, Emperor Qin Batian was extremely excited. Although the national treasury of the Great Flame Dynasty was empty, it did not prevent them from watching the show. The Great Flame Dynasty had already gained enough benefits beforehand. This time, they only needed to watch others auction. The pressure was drastically reduced. His daughter Qin Ziwei leaned against the door frame, watching her father busily running around sighing helplessly. "Father, in this state you hardly look like an emperor. Moreover, our Great Flame national treasury is empty, and we have no qualifications to compete with those forces." Qin Batian's gaze was burning. "Who said I was going to bid? I'm here to show off. Let those country bumpkins see my Great Flame's 60-year invincible cultivation method." At the Zixiao Pavilion, in the tea room atop Ziyun Peak. The tea room was quiet and silent, two individuals facing each other with undercurrents swirling. Zhou Tianxing's cold tea had gone cold, showing no interest in drinking as he sat quietly waiting. Opposite him, Lu Yun appeared indifferent, seemingly unconcerned, yet his thoughts were deep. After a long while, Lu Yun spoke first, his voice flat and undisturbed. "Have the spirit stones been prepared?" Zhou Tianxing nodded in response. "With the assets mortgaged and the warehouse cleared, it should be sufficient for bidding." Lu Yun repeated softly, slightly raising his gaze, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. "Do you think it's enough?" Zhou Tianxing smiled bitterly. "The last Tongxian ancient wood sold for 800,000 at an astronomical price." He paused before continuing. "If there really is a 70-year divine object this time, this amount of spirit stones is far from sufficient." Lu Yun raised his brows slightly, carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Do you truly believe that a small auction house in Qingzhou can produce a 70-year treasure?" His words were plain, yet held a condescending disdain. Zhou Tianxing understood clearly, but was not angered, speaking earnestly. "Others may not be capable, but the auction house of all realms has never been predictable. This person has unfathomable means and countless hidden cards, and each time, he overturns everyone's expectations. Even if there are no 70-year treasures, 60-year top-tier divine objects will certainly be present. It remains a priceless opportunity." Lu Yun listened quietly, non-committal, putting away the jade pendant, lifting the cold tea to take a sip. "It seems you hold this Master Lin in very high regard." As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the tea room instantly turned cold. Zhou Tianxing felt a tightening in his heart. After careful consideration, he lowered his voice to advise. "Young Master Lu, we must act low-key when we enter the auction of all realms in 3 days. Duan Yan's tragic death was due to arrogance and disregard for others. Master Lin's temperament is unpredictable and decisive. We are going to bid for opportunities, and we must not provoke trouble." He carefully observed Lu Yun's expression. Yet the young prodigy from the Huangji sect showed no signs of emotion, but a faint disdain flickered in his eyes. That gaze clearly conveyed, "Does this mere local force from Qingzhou think they can teach me how to act?" Zhou Tianxing felt a chill down his back and immediately lowered his head, not daring to say more. After a moment, Lu Yun slowly spoke, his tone flat, yet filled with a proud arrogance. "I understand. I am not an ignorant fool like Duan Yan. Our Huangji sect acts with discretion." He stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open. Gazing towards Xintian City, his expression remained indifferent and detached. No matter how powerful Lin Tian is, he ultimately remains just a local force in Qingzhou. Qingzhou is merely a barren land at the bottom of the 99 great states in the southern region. Our Huangji sect is a top-tier sect in the southern region. The gap between the two is a chasm that cannot be bridged by a few 60-year treasures. At this point, Lu Yun suddenly turned around, looking down at Zhou Tianxing with a commanding gaze. 3 days from now, I want to see for myself just how capable this small auction house of Qingzhou truly is. So refreshing. Lin Tian leaned back against the jade stone chair beneath the divine tree, his fingertips lazily tapping twice on the solid wood armrest. His mind was clearly organizing all the arrangements for the upcoming main auction. Same as usual. Lin Tian fell into silence for a moment, his gaze tranquil. His system shop had not been used for a whole month. A full 30 days with all opportunities stacked and accumulated, not once utilized. He had accumulated 9 purchase permissions, 9 chances to buy, which were extremely valuable. Completely enough for him to carefully select the top auction items that could dominate the main event. The surplus opportunities could also be used to stockpile high-end resources for his 3 major branches, thus completely elevating their status. Currently, the Zhutian Auction House governs 3 branches in total. The newly acquired Tianyan Auction House and Luoyan Auction House. Together with the original old store, they formed a tripod covering the entire core business district of Qingzhou. And the most pressing matter at hand was the upcoming large auction at the main branch. This time the guest would be far more terrifying than any previous occasion. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. Let them come. This grand auction, which attracted everyone's attention, would make the entire Qingzhou sect forces aware what level the Zhutian auction house truly was. In terms of security personnel, the main branch was completely worry-free. Wang Wei and Wang Teng, two masters, would be closely accompanying stationed in the core area of the main branch. Mo Tian personally led the team for a thorough inspection, ensuring that the security system was watertight. However, while the main branch was sufficient, the branches were not. The two new branches had just surrendered, their foundations unstable with mixed sentiments. Without absolute strong figures suppressing, it was easy for troubles to brew in the dark. In order to fully stabilize the rear and eliminate all hidden dangers, Lin Tian focused his thoughts and directly summoned the system in his heart. System exchange for 3 guards, all at the peak of the Divine Sea realm. Name them Zhang San, Zhang Si, and Zhang Wu. Their appearance should be ordinary and unremarkable, with stable and reserved personalities absolutely obedient to commands. The cold system prompt rang out in his mind. Ding! The cost for a single guard at the peak of the Divine Sea realm is 500,000 spirit stones. The total cost for 3 guards is 1,500,000 spirit stones. Guards generated successfully attributes stable loyalty at maximum value. They will be absolutely loyal to the host and have been stored in the system space ready to be summoned at any time. Lin Tian quickly made personnel arrangements. Zhang San was dispatched to Tianyin Wang City to guard the Tianyin branch. Zhang Si was sent to Luoyun City to oversee the Luoyun branch. Zhang Wu remained at the main branch in Xiantian City as a mobile backup. After finishing the security layout for the branches, Lin Tian completely withdrew his distracting thoughts. His consciousness instantly sank into the vast system space. The dazzling and luxurious interface of the system shop unfolded before his eyes. Treasures ranging from 1st to 9th tier were plentiful and varied, countless in number. At the top of the interface, rows of Imperial tier treasures shimmered. Each one was an unparalleled divine object that could shake the heavens. Lin Tian's gaze swept across, slightly moved. However, at his current level, he could not yet touch the Imperial tier realm, so he could only observe for now. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and precisely locked onto the areas of 6th tier and 7th tier treasures. He already had a clear idea of the 4 key lots for the main auction. His fingertips lightly glided through the air as he directly selected and confirmed each item. The first item, a 6th tier top-grade treasure, Bloodline Source Stone, priced at 400,000 spirit stones. The description of the treasure was simple, yet domineering. It could trace the ancient bloodline roots buried deep within a cultivator, awakening the bloodline power of their ancestors. Countless cultivators might possess top-tier bloodlines, but could never awaken them in their lifetime. This stone was their only key to breaking the shackles and reshaping their talent. The second item, a 6th tier premium treasure, Xianming Qingjiao Essence Blood, priced at 800,000 spirit stones. Derived from the essence blood of the ancient exotic species Qingjiao, its effects were extremely comprehensive. After refinement, it could greatly enhance the strength of the body, significantly improving physical strength. There was also a high probability of directly awakening the pure Qingjiao bloodline, mastering top-tier water system inheritance abilities. At the same time, it nourished the soul, reinforced the soul's resilience, preventing inner demon backlash. The price of 800,000 spirit stones was highly cost-effective, well worth it. The third item, a classic new rule of the Zhutian auction house. Purchase qualification for 6th tier premium items. Cultivators who bid for this qualification could select any 6th tier premium treasure from the Zhutian auction house's treasury. The transaction price would be far lower than the market rate, ensuring a profit without loss. The rules were mature and required no changes. The fourth item, also the biggest dark horse of this auction, a 7th tier inferior treasure, Hidden Realm Dust, priced at 1,500,000 spirit stones. This was the highest tier treasure he had exchanged since opening the system shop. The item description was extremely brief, yet each word was shocking. This item was specifically designed for cultivators breaking through from the King Realm to the Domain Realm. During the tribulation, it could conceal one's figure for a quarter of an hour, greatly reducing the number of thunder tribulation strikes. It could also be used to hide and avoid danger in daily life, completely isolating external scrutiny. This was its most astonishing effect. Before ascending to the Emperor, a cultivator had to endure 3 thunder tribulations in their lifetime. The breakthrough from King Realm to Domain Realm was the first heavenly punishment. Unlike the Divine Sea Realm's promotion to King, which merely required breaking one's own shackles, this step had to face the tribulation's baptism directly. The Thunder Tribulation lasted a full hour, fraught with peril. It was precisely because of the terrifying power of the tribulation. The ratio of kings to cultivators in the domain realm within the Xinhuang realm was maintained at 10-1 for years. Among 10 kings, often only one could successfully step into the domain realm. One can imagine how precious this hidden realm dust is. This lineup of auction items was absolutely unprecedented in all of Qingzhou. The most prosperous main street in Tianyinwang City. The entire street was crowded with long-established spirit medicine shops that had been operating for hundreds of years. The flow of people was incessant, with wealthy cultivators coming and going. After Zhao Tianming returned from the Xintian City main branch, he had completely transformed. The previously tense and repressed demeanor had vanished, his back straightened, steps steady, exuding confidence. The first thing he did upon returning to the Tianyin branch was to remove the old sign and replace it with a brand new gilded one. Zhutian Auction House, Tianyin branch. The new sign was larger with grand font. The golden light shimmered, standing out prominently at the street corner, visible from afar. The news of the sign change spread throughout the great Yinhuang city within half a day. Countless old patrons, scions of noble families, and sect cultivators flocked to inquire. They rushed to reserve private rooms, waiting for the branch to hold its first auction. Zhao Tianming sat behind the counter, all smiles, busy attending to the guests. In his heart, he was also calculating plans to expand staff and enlarge the store. He must thoroughly strengthen the scale of the Tianyin branch. In contrast to the bustling Tianyin branch, the Luoyun branch in Luoyun City presented a different scene. Shenlinger, after returning from the main branch, did not rush to change the sign to create a buzz. She quietly stood at the entrance of her dilapidated auction house, silently observing the scene before her. Shenlinger sat for a moment at the entrance of the shop, her gaze somewhat absent. She could hardly believe that she had actually secured a position as an agent for the Zhutian Auction House branch. Shenlinger was even more puzzled about what exactly had attracted that Lord Lin to her. After all, she merely had a bit of good luck surviving a poisoning incident and could casually find spiritual artifacts while walking outside. Could it be that he thought her good fortune could bring luck to the Zhutian Auction House? After a moment of contemplation, she rose and entered the shop, rummaging under the counter for a brand new red cloth sign. She took down the old faded sign and handed it to a nearby guard, then aligned and affixed the new red cloth sign. Old Li next door, hearing the commotion, poked his head out to see the characters on the sign. His basin of water shook violently, spilling out without him noticing. His face was filled with astonishment. "Linger, my dear, what is this?" "Yes, Uncle Li, I have obtained the agency qualification for the Zhutian Auction House." The pedestrians on the entire street were left dumbfounded. Old Wang's voice trembled as he muttered in disbelief, "The Zhutian Auction House. That is a superpower that even the top sects of Qingzhou scramble to curry favor with. To think they established a branch here in Luoyun City." Without anyone needing to explain, everyone already had the answer in their hearts. The news instantly exploded through the entire street. At the end of the street, a young, loose cultivator rushed over, nearly tripping. He was eager to relay the news to others. The Zhutian Auction House had settled here. Customers at the tea house on the street rushed out in a swarm, forgetting to pay for their tea. The tea house owner was squeezed to the front, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. A few burly men from Qianji pawn shop across the street were pushed to the doorway in turn. They recalled how they had often mocked and suppressed the Shun family's small shop in the past. In an instant, their faces turned pale, filled with fear and shock as they lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Within a short while, the news spread rapidly, echoing throughout Luoyun City. At a tavern in the south of the city, all the drinkers froze in place, their cups raised, no longer in the mood to drink. The storyteller at the tea house in the north changed his tune on the spot. He quickly shifted to tell of how Shenlinger had traveled to Xintian City to secure her qualification. Though it was uncertain if he had seen it with his own eyes, it sounded truly exhilarating. "Do you all know how Shenlinger obtained her qualification?" The storyteller looked mysteriously at the crowd below. "She had a duel with Lord Lin. Though Shenlinger lost, she still caught Lord Lin's eye. That is how she obtained the agency qualification for the Zhutian Auction House." The crowd below was stunned, but seeing the storyteller's confident expression. "Incredible, I believe it." Meanwhile, the owner of the Luoyun Chamber of Commerce was the last person in the city to learn of this news. He was leisurely sipping tea on the second floor, initially indifferent to the commotion outside, until a servant rushed upstairs, pale-faced, to report that the Shun family had hung up the sign for the Zhutian Auction House's branch. Crack! The owner of the pawn shop's fingers tightened suddenly, and the teacup in his hand shattered instantly. Only a tide of unwillingness and confusion remained in his heart. Why was this happening? In the vast Luoyun city, it was impossible for the Shun family to have such luck. Why did the Zhutian Auction House choose Shenlinger? I refuse to accept it. With just one day left until the auction, the city gates of Xiantian City were nearly overwhelmed. Cultivators rushing in from all over Qingzhou surged in like a tide. The guards at the city gate were so busy that their feet hardly touched the ground, and the registration book in their hands was already as thick as a stone. Xiantian City had now expanded many times over, with the city walls pushed outward and the newly constructed streets wide enough for 8 horses to run side by side. Lu Tsang stood on the city tower, looking down at the sea of heads below, feeling incredibly pleased. He turned to his assistant beside him and said, "When His Majesty mentioned the need for expansion, I thought it wouldn't require such a large scale. Now it seems the scale is still too small." The assistant's lips twitched slightly. "What are you pretending for?" The liveliest area was still around the Zhutian auction house. The earlier batch of cultivators had long since occupied the inns surrounding the auction house. They were all peering out from behind the windows, straining their necks to look outside. "Damn, why do I feel like the Zhutian auction house has expanded several times again?" A young loose cultivator leaned against the windowsill of the inn's second floor, his eyes wide open. A middle-aged cultivator next to him shot him a glance. "Of course, Boss Lin already said it would be expanded. Are you deaf or just not paying attention?" The inn's lobby was packed with people barely leaving room to stand. The owner stood behind the counter, unable to suppress the smile on his face. A wandering hero with a long sword squeezed to the front of the counter, slapping a spirit stone down. "Boss, do you have any rooms left?" The owner didn't even look up. "None left." The hero was stunned for a moment. "A storeroom would do." The owner raised his head to glance at him. "No storerooms left either." "How about a toilet?" "It's newly built, no one has used it yet." The hero's face darkened. He turned around and walked a couple of steps before returning. "A toilet is fine. How much?" Regardless of whether they had a place to stay, these cultivators were still as excited as ever. To see the main auction, nearly hundreds of thousands of people had gathered in Xiantian City. As for why they didn't go to the branch, logically speaking, the branches should be easier to access without needing to fight for space. But these people insisted on pushing toward the main venue. The reason was simple. The main venue was the authentic one. No matter how grand the branch was, it was still a branch. Coming to Xiantian City without going to the main venue was no different from not coming at all. There will be plenty of chances to visit the branch later, but the main venue isn't guaranteed. An old cultivator sat on the stone steps of the square, crossing his legs, speaking with the tone of someone with experience. He looked blandly at the young cultivators around him. "This place of being able to come once is once. The next time, who knows if you can get in." The young one beside him was intimidated by his words, nervously asking why. The old cultivator stroked his beard. "More and more people are coming and tickets are getting harder to obtain. If you can squeeze in now, that's luck. Next time, if luck runs out, just stand at the door." The young one turned pale from fright at his words. Lu Tsang patrolled with the city guards, feeling a mix of emotions. Just then a commotion arose in the distance. He looked up to see several cultivators dressed in luxurious brocade robes approaching from the direction of the teleportation array, followed by a group of attendants. They were clearly people from a major sect, exuding an extraordinary air. Yet upon reaching the square, they lost their arrogance. They didn't cut in line and obediently queued at the back. A young attendant tried to squeeze forward, but was slapped back by the leader. "Stand still, this is the Zhutian auction house, not your backyard." The young attendant covered his face, not daring to speak. Even if Lin Tian didn't intervene, with tens of thousands of people, a single spit from each would be tons of weight, sufficient to drown him. At that moment, Lu Tsang suddenly heard a loud voice, not knowing which bold person had already begun practicing their bidding. 1 million. 2 million. I bid 5 million. A companion beside him patted his shoulder. "You haven't even bought a ticket. What are you practicing for?" Countless people spent the entire night tossing and turning. The next day, just as dawn broke, the roosters in the city crowed for the first time. Countless cultivators stood up in unison like well-trained robots. Indeed, who would be foolish enough to sleep in an inn? Only those who are visiting for the first time would squeeze into those shabby beds. Those seasoned veterans had long since grasped the rules. Why sleep? Queuing is the priority. Looking around, the entrance of the auction house was already lined with a queue, twisting and turning, forming one circle after another. The line extended from the entrance all the way to the end of the square, then turned into the adjacent street. The people in the front row had bags under their eyes larger than their eyes. It was evident they had squatted there for more than one night. However, they looked alarmingly energetic, afraid that those behind them would say they had fallen asleep standing. Suddenly, with a creak, the door opened. Everyone instantly fell silent, their eyes fixed on the entrance. Tian walked out from inside. He wore a black outfit emanating the aura of a peak transcendence realm cultivator. The people in the front row unconsciously took half a step back. He stood on the steps looking down at the den. The auction house now begins to allow entry. Everyone line up, no pushing, no cutting in line. Violators will be permanently blacklisted by my sect. Permanently blacklisted. Does that mean they can never enter again in his lifetime? After Immortal finished speaking, he stepped aside. The guards behind him streamed out, lining up on both sides, all wearing matching blue robes. Among this group of guards, many recognized a familiar face. Hey, isn't that Duan Tianlong, the master of the Beast Mountain Manor? Come on, are you joking? A sovereign realm cultivator as a guard, do you believe that? Just take a look. The person followed the gaze, and indeed saw a middle-aged man standing upright. No way, it really is him. Many people exchanged glances, bewildered. What on earth is going on? The auction house is indeed unfathomable, able to make a sovereign willingly act as a guard. The crowd nodded in agreement, completely oblivious to Duan Tianlang's expression that seemed to have swallowed a fly. Enter. 2 hours passed, and under the high efficiency of the auction house, most people had already entered. But as soon as they crossed the threshold, everyone froze in place. My goodness, is this really the auction house? Above the dome, a vast galaxy flowed slowly. The entire galaxy was composed of dense patterns and runes. The runes continually evolved and transformed, witnessing a rune from its birth to its disappearance, incredibly profound. In the depths of the celestial dome, a massive phantom swept by. Mountains, rivers, sun, moon, star, sea. Beneath their feet was a thick golden mist like liquid sunlight churning. Stepping on it felt soft and substantial without sinking. Beneath the mist was a profound void, unfathomably deep. Countless celestial bodies, palaces, ancient monuments quietly floated like ancient relics submerged in the depths of void. In the very center of the venue stood a towering tree that reached the heavens. It was simply enormous. Standing beneath it, one felt as small as an ant facing Kunlun. The thick trunk pierced into the celestial dome, becoming more majestic as it rose. The entire trunk was a verdant gold color, lacking ordinary bark, and covered in enormous natural divine patterns. A mere glance at it would make an ordinary person's mind explode, as if struck hard by the memories of ancient paths. The expansive crown of the tree blocked the entire celestial dome, golden leaves resembling flames, transparent and dazzling. There was no scorching heat, only the utmost majesty of heaven and earth. The leaves continuously shed tiny points of light, all pure star essence. The light points fell slowly, almost as if time had stopped. In the next moment, they abruptly accelerated like meteors, streaking through the void, plunging into the golden mist below, creating layers of golden ripples. The ripples swept across their bodies, thoroughly cleansing their souls, leaving them feeling refreshed. The thick trunk pulsated rhythmically, slowly and steadily, like the heartbeat of this small world. Everyone could clearly feel that they were being scrutinized and judged by this world. Many stood there with their mouths agape, completely unaware of the drool slipping from their lips. What the hell is this? A young casual cultivator's voice was filled with disbelief. Goodness gracious. A nearby stout man muttered, how many spirit stones would it take to create this? Upon hearing this, those around shot him disdainful glances. Spirit stones. Could this level of place be achieved with spirit stones? In the front of the crowd, Zhou Tianxing trembled slightly. He had spent 30 years creating the Zixiao Peak, Xian's secret realm, with spiritual energy, far exceeding the outside world. He once thought that was the pinnacle of earthly paradises. But standing beneath this divine tree, he finally understood how laughable his past pride was. This naturally grown divine tree carried the rules of the Tao. No need for formations or spirit stone supplies, it was a world in itself. He murmured in shock, this is the true paradise of the cave realm. Beside him, Lu Yun's face, his body instinctively hunched, and he lost all his aura. His hands trembled uncontrollably as years of understanding were completely overturned. As a core disciple of the Huangji sect, he had seen sacred grounds and venues. Having personally experienced the terrifying pressure of domain realm experts, he had always considered his vision to be quite high. But upon witnessing this today, he realized he had never seen a true top-tier layout. The pressure of a domain realm expert is ultimately human pressure. Yet the pressure of this divine tree is the majesty of heaven and earth. Standing here, he could not harbor even a trace of rebellious thought. All that remained was extreme reverence and a clear awareness of his own insignificance. Lu Yun stared fixedly at the towering divine tree, his pupils reflecting the golden flames and swirling divine patterns. Qingzhou is merely a mid-level region. How could it give birth to this level of heritage? This is no mere illusion. It is an authentic supreme world. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, an uncontainable chill seeping from his bones. As a core disciple of the Huangji sect, he must not lose composure and embarrass himself in front of the cultivators from Qingzhou. An uncontrollable thought invaded his mind, refusing to disappear. Huangji sect, is nothing. Although the Huangji sect has a history of thousands of years and boasts domain realm ancestors, it remains a top-tier sect in the southern region with an immensely deep heritage. Yet everything before him has transcended the southern region. Even beyond the conventional levels of the Xianhuang realm heights, he is unworthy to even gaze upon. He suddenly recalled his previous arrogant remarks in front of Zhou Tianxing, claiming that the Huangji sect was not something Lin Tian could provoke. Now thinking back, it only feels endlessly ridiculous. It is not that Lin Tian fears the Huangji sect, it is that the mere Huangji sect is utterly unworthy of being compared to this heavenly realm. But thankfully I'm glad my words didn't reach the ears of the auction house master Lin Tian. Lu Yun secretly rejoiced in his heart, raising his head to look at the divine tree. Truly the supreme auction house I have high hopes for. What grandeur! Just as everyone was at a loss, a colorful light gathered in the distant sky. Then a strikingly handsome face appeared from within. As the crowd was still reeling from the shock of the tree, a figure appeared above them. It was the charismatic master. The private rooms and VIP lounges are to the right, he stated. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 passages appeared out of thin air on the right side of the crowd. At the entrance stood a servant dressed in a blue long robe, standing straight as a ruler. Someone was stunned for a moment and then bolted to the right. Hurry, hurry, don't block the way. Though there weren't many people going to the private rooms and VIP lounges, each moved quickly. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Tianque was at the front, unable to suppress a grin. Lin Tian gestured with his hand. An invisible force emanated from his palm, enveloping the remaining 90,000 people. The light and mist surged, and the void beneath their feet suddenly twisted. Everyone felt as if they were being gently lifted by something. When they opened their eyes again, they were above the clouds, flying. Looking down, they could see the divine tree below. Above them was a lofty golden dome with the runic galaxy flowing not far overhead. Streams of light passed by them almost within reach. Rows of seats were neatly arranged, floating in midair. The white jade was warm and smooth, and each seat shimmered with a faint spiritual glow. Damn! A burly man muttered, quickly covering his mouth. This was truly impressive. Inside the private room, Zhao Tianque stood at the front of the passage. He glanced back at the people behind him, unable to hide his smile. Behind him stood an unfamiliar middle-aged cultivator dressed in a brocade robe, clearly someone wealthy. The man smiled at Zhao Tianque, who also returned the smile, feeling disdainful inside. What are you smiling for? I arrived earlier than you. The servant raised his hand, signaling Zhao Tianming to step forward. The light curtain automatically parted, revealing a faint golden passage. He walked through the light curtain, and his surroundings suddenly opened up. Wow! He stood before a pavilion floating in midair. There was no ceiling overhead, just the walls on all sides were transparent, allowing a view of the entire outer world. The towering divine tree and the surging spiritual mist were visible. He could even see the cultivators below who had been sent to their high seats. Incredible! He murmured to himself, turning to look inside the room. On the table lay a plate of spiritual fruits. Zhao Tianming picked one up and took a bite. Wow! Exquisite! His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. This fruit could actually enhance his cultivation. Inside the passageway of the third-floor VIP room, Lu Yun and Zhou Tianxing walked side by side. Upon passing through the light curtain, the two were instantly dumbfounded. The room was absurdly large. It resembled a small palace, with the floor not made of tiles, but of spirit beast skin. The dome overhead was taller than the second floor, and the runic galaxy was not far above, feeling as if they could reach out and touch it. On the table were many exquisite spiritual items. 5th-grade spiritual fruits were served in jade plates, filling an entire platter. The tea brewed in the teapot, just smelling it made one feel clearer in mind. The fragrant smoke was silver, swirling around the room, making one feel light and airy. He approached the table, picked up a spiritual herb, and examined it, his expression filled with disbelief. Is the auction house of the heavens really this wealthy? Such items would only be available to elders in the Huangji sect. Yet here they were casually displayed like snacks. Damn, Lu Yun cursed. What kind of trash Huangji sect dared compare with the auction house of the heavens? Could they? He really wanted to give himself from 3 days ago 99 slaps. Young Master Lu, Zhou Tianxing called from behind. Does this place exist in the Huangji sect? Lu Yun turned to look at him, thinking, are you looking for trouble on purpose? Lu Yun remained silent for 3 seconds. No. The atmosphere instantly turned cold, and neither spoke. One drank tea, while the other stared at the light curtain. Qin Batian was in another VIP room on the 3rd floor, and his reaction was more direct than anyone else's. Wow, wow, wow. Upon entering, he shouted wow 3 times, his voice loud enough for the adjacent room to hear. Qin Ziwei followed behind, her face flushed, wishing to find a hole to burrow into. Father, could you possibly? No. Tian interrupted her, already rushing up to the light curtain. Both hands pressed against it as he leaned against the wall, gazing outside. Look at this. Look. The entire auction house is beneath our feet. Qin Ziwei covered her face. Qin Tian rushed to the table, picked up a spiritual herb, and chewed it. Tasty. Lin Tian stood above the void, glancing down at the packed auction house. Every single seat was filled. A sea of people. The front rows could see faces clearly, while the back rows were just dark spots. A million people were quiet, looking up at him. He looked up again, gazing at the third-floor VIP rooms. 99 rooms existed, but only 49 were occupied. The first 10 were all empty, their golden numbers on the doors faintly visible within the spiritual mist. Each one displayed the uniqueness of these 10 VIP rooms. The emptiness did not mean no one wished to occupy them. It was simply that they could not afford it. Even the 10th VIP room required a full 200,000 spirit stones. Lin Tian took out a piece of Shinmai gum from his sleeve and tossed it into his mouth, chewing a couple of times. It wasn't valuable, just refreshing. The system's lottery had given him several trucks worth. Chewing the gum, he scanned the entire venue and cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction house of the heavens. At his words, a million spectators erupted in deafening cheers. Master Lin, you love me. Master Lin, you must give me a child. Lin Tian automatically filtered out these voices and continued. Today we will adopt a different auction method. Please look at the screens in front of your seats. As soon as he finished speaking, the black screens on the armrests of a million seats lit up simultaneously. Following this, various data appeared on them. Wow! What is this thing? A young loose cultivator exclaimed. He looked down at the suddenly illuminated panel in front of him, his eyes wide as saucers. The panel displayed several lines of golden text. Name: Chun Erniu, cultivation body, refining realm level, 3 lifespan, 67 years, fortune, 23 spirit stones, 2,000. Why does it say 9,999 for my fortune? A burly man in the back shouted, his voice echoing throughout the hall. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his chair bouncing slightly, almost tipping over. 9,999. Look at this. I am the chosen one. People nearby leaned over to take a look. Sure enough, it was 9,999. The person next to him recoiled, unable to contain his smirk. He looked down at the 9 on his own panel, then recalled the 99.99 that the burly man shouted, feeling a mix of emotions. He suddenly felt that the greatest gain from this auction was not the items, but the realization that his luck was truly terrible. What the heck? Lifespan 1. An old man with white hair suddenly stood up, pointing at his panel. His face turned pale, his lips trembled, and his fingers shook. Does this mean I can live for 1 era or 1 century? Beside him sat a middle-aged cultivator who glanced at him without speaking. He silently added in his heart, cherish your last year well. The middle-aged cultivator looked down at his own panel. Lifespan 312 years. He opened his mouth slightly. Sigh, let me live a few more years for you, old senior. The white-haired elder was still shouting, Master Lin, your panel is incorrect. I have lived for over 200 years. How could I only have 1 year left? The crowd erupted in chaos. A portly merchant stared at his fortune value, muttering, 598, 598, ha, 598. Another tall and thin person glanced at him and silently covered his own fortune value. A young female cultivator covered her mouth, her eyes red. Her panel showed a lifespan of only 23 years. She was only 19 this year. She would die at 42. Her senior sister beside her wrapped an arm around her shoulders, saying nothing. Lin Tian's voice echoed once again. Everyone, this is the latest auction method researched by our multiverse auction house. You can see your various information on the panel: cultivation level, lifespan, fortune, spirit stones, and so on. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the entire crowd. The myriad of life forms the expressions of everyone facing the truth. Moreover, his voice rose slightly. You can use these instead of spirit stones for bidding. Lifespan, fortune, even your cultivation talent can be exchanged for the treasures you desire. The venue fell into dead silence. Lifespan could also be auctioned. Damn it, why does the multiverse auction house feel a bit sinister? The burly man in the front row stood up again, shouting, Master Lin, what can I exchange for this 9,999 fortune? Lin Tian glanced at him, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. You can exchange it for something worth about 9,999 fortune. The burly man realized Lin Tian was reluctant to disclose more information and could only awkwardly sit down. However, everyone around was watching him, and the envy in their eyes was about to overflow. Someone couldn't help but ask, Brother, is your fortune really 9,999? The burly man slammed the armrest and raised his chin. Can what's written on the panel be false? Remember my name, King of Meat Mountain. I am the one with a fortune point of up to 10,000, and I hope you all will call me the son of fortune from now on. In the VIP room on the third floor, Qin Batian pressed his hands against the light screen. Ziwei, come look. Qin Batian didn't turn his head, waving to the back. My fortune actually has 30,000 points. I, Qin Batian, am truly a person of fortune. Qin Ziwei didn't move because her fortune was a full 50,000 points. Master Lin's method was truly ruthless. Not only did it increase participation, but it also significantly heightened the competition. Lu Yun stood in front of the light screen in the VIP room on the third floor, his gaze fixed on the ordinary seats floating in midair. He found this tactic terrifying. Master Lin could see everyone's hidden cards, everyone's fate. He looked down at the million people below, as if watching a game of chess. Each person was a chess piece, and every piece was crystal clear. Lu Yun felt a chill run down his back. Don't offend, don't offend. This is my elder brother Lin Tian. Just as everyone was staring blankly at their panels, exquisite little boxes suddenly appeared in the air. One after another, they floated neatly in front of each person. The boxes were a light golden color with a matte texture that felt as smooth as silk. The lid of the box was embossed with the image of a divine tree in gold foil, with such fine lines that even the patterns on the leaves were clearly visible. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. A million people simultaneously stared at the boxes that had suddenly appeared before them, somewhat dazed. Lin Tian's voice rang out. Thank you for coming. This is the lucky bag I prepared for everyone. Everyone gets a share. It is the benefit returned by our multiverse auction house. The venue was incredibly quiet. What did they just hear? Lucky bag. A souvenir from the multiverse auction house. Damn. Free stuff. You are awesome, Master Lin. I love you. Long live Master Lin. A million people reached out simultaneously to grab the boxes in front of them. Everyone carefully untied the bow, afraid of damaging the box. The sound of wrapping paper being torn echoed repeatedly. Damn, this box looks too good. A burly man held the box, turning it over and over, reluctant to tear it. Open it. See what's inside. People nearby urged him. What's the rush? I want to look at the box first. What's so special about the box? The stuff is what matters. Everyone's actions were similar, carefully unwrapping, afraid of damaging it. This box itself was a treasure, and it would be good to keep it as a souvenir. As the box opened, 3 items lay neatly inside: a small golden token, a red jar, and a pill. What is this? Someone lifted the small golden token, holding it up to the light. The token was small and thin, with smooth edges, feeling heavy in hand. The front was engraved with the image of a divine tree, exactly the same as the one on the box lid. The texture of the trunk and the veins of the leaves were all clearly visible. The back was engraved with 5 words: Multiverse Auction House. This jar is too small, isn't it? A young cultivator picked up the red jar and shook it in front of his eyes. The jar was sealed with tin foil and a label printed with a few words: not cola. The young cultivator read it aloud. Not cola. What is this? What the heck? Someone nearby leaned over to take a look. Is it a drink? A drink? What kind of drink is packaged in this jar? Who cares? It's given by Master Lin. Just drink it. The third item was a pill. It was light blue, the size of a longan, with a pill pattern on the surface, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Someone leaned in to sniff it, and they felt invigorated. A third-tier pill, eh? An old cultivator with knowledge's eyes brightened. Tian Yuan pill. It can enhance cultivation. This one is worth at least 5,000 spirit stones outside. The eyes of those around widened. Free third-tier pills. Damn. Master Lin, we love you. First item, the commemorative token, a souvenir from the multiverse auction house. Keeping it on you has a slight effect of enhancing comprehension. It's not a magical artifact, but it can make your mind a bit clearer. Someone tried sticking the token to their forehead, but felt nothing. However, after a while they found their mind indeed felt a bit lighter. This is called the placebo effect. The second item, called not cola. It's something very delicious, sweet, and fizzy. You shake it vigorously before drinking, otherwise it won't have any strength. A million people looked down at the small red tube in their hands, all thinking the same question. Sweet. Fizzy. What the heck? The third item, a third-tier pill, Tian Yuan pill. You all know this. It can enhance cultivation. I don't need to say more. The venue fell silent once more. A third-tier pill for free. Master Lin is generous. Long live the multiverse auction house. A million people cheered simultaneously, their voices so loud that the leaves of the divine tree trembled. Many directly hung the golden tokens around their necks, deciding not to take them off, even while bathing. Some were intensely curious about the bottle of undrinkable cola, shaking it, and hearing the bubbles fizzing inside. What does this thing even taste like? A burly man stared at the red tube for a long time, gritted his teeth, peeled off the aluminum foil, and tilted his head to gulp it down. Then his eyes widened in shock. How is it? What does it taste like? Someone nearby asked eagerly. The burly man remained silent, shaking the tube again, leaving not a drop behind. He smacked his lips, his atoms apple bobbing slightly, his eyes reddening. It's delicious, he said, his voice dreamy. I've never tasted anything like this. Sweet with a bit of a tingling sensation on the tongue. After drinking it I burped, and the gas escaped through my nose. Refreshing. Upon hearing this the crowd wasted no time, and collectively opened their tubes, tilting their heads back to gulp. Then the atmosphere shifted dramatically. 1 million people drank cola simultaneously, and 1 million people burped at once. One more bottle, someone shouted, raising an empty tube. No way, I need to ask Master Lin for another bottle. The person's eyes were still searching inside the tube, wishing they could lick the walls clean. For these otherworldly cultivators, undrinkable cola was like a divine existence. After all, this was technology and craft from the distant blue star. How could it not be delightful? After a quarter of an hour the atmosphere gradually calmed down, although some still held their golden tokens high, looking at them under the light. The noise indeed diminished, going from super loud to merely loud. Lin Tian felt it was the right moment. He stood in the void, his robes gently billowing in the spiritual mist, looking down at the 1 million people below. All right, everyone, prepare for today's main event. 1 million people looked up at him simultaneously, their eyes still carrying the excitement from before, but their attention was now focused. The auction. The 2 words fell, and there was a moment of silence in the hall. Then, Master Lin is awesome. Finally starting. I've waited a month for this. The crowd in the hall was utterly speechless. The emotional value was simply off the charts. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor the atmosphere was entirely different. Except for Qin Beishan, who leaned back in his chair with his legs crossed like a rural old man waiting for a feast, everyone else in the VIP rooms sat up straight, almost simultaneously. The real battle was just beginning. Do not underestimate the bond between us and spirit stones. Inside the private room, Lu Yun placed his teacup down. After experiencing all of this, he had to admit, although Lin Tian looked about the same age as him, the capabilities and vision were on an entirely different level. To be in charge of such a massive entity at such a young age. Sigh, no comparison. Lin Tian stood in the void, taking in everyone's reactions. He raised his hand, gently pressing down. All right, I know you are all excited, but please let me finish speaking first. After the auction ends, we have prepared surprises for everyone. A very big surprise. I hope everyone will like it. 666. How could there still be surprises? Today was simply filled with twists and turns, a wave of surprises. Master Lin, I love you. A woman in the back suddenly stood up, cupping her hands around her mouth and shouting, her voice sharp enough to pierce the air. The entire crowd erupted in laughter, but it was not mockery, only resonance. Because everyone in their hearts was shouting the same thing, just not out loud. Master Lin, please feel free to scare me to death. A young rogue cultivator sprang up from his seat, his face flushed, the veins on his neck bulging. His companion yanked him back, but he also shouted, Master Lin, I want to be your son. This time, it was a middle-aged man, his voice rough and powerful, causing the entire crowd to burst into laughter. The uncle himself did not feel embarrassed, chuckling as he sat down, saying to the person beside him, What's wrong? Is it embarrassing to be Master Lin's son? The person beside him rolled his eyes at him. How old are you? For cultivators, age doesn't matter, only fate matters. The crowd laughed and laughed, tears streaming down their faces, not even realizing it. Master Lin, really am crying to death. A young female cultivator wiped her tears with the back of her hand, her voice choked. The senior sister beside her hugged her shoulders, also crying, but the corners of her mouth were turned up. What a wonderful person he is. An elderly cultivator with graying hair sat in the front row, his voice not loud, but everyone around heard him. No one refuted, because he spoke the truth. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, such a big boss treats you like a person, treating everyone equally. This feeling is called being respected. The cheers surged like tides, one wave after another. The camera slowly pulled back, passing over those standing all the way to the last row. In the corner sat a young man. He was very young, appearing to be 17 or 18. He sat there, his back straight, his hands resting on his knees, motionless. In his ears was the thunderous roar of cheers, a million people shouting at once. He did not find it noisy. This sound was 10,000 times better than anything he had heard before. Nayland family. The young man's voice was very soft, so soft that only he could hear it. His lips moved slightly. You would never believe that I am still alive. And I found a place like this. He opened his eyes, his pupils filled with deep-seated hatred. Just wait. The young man screamed madly in his heart. That was his childhood sweetheart, Wang Xian'er, the last warmth in his heart. Wait for me, I will definitely find you. The young man's eyes were not red, his tears had long since dried up over the past 10 years. That was his childhood sweetheart, Wang Xian'er, the last warmth in his heart. Wait for me, I will definitely find you. The young man's eyes were not red, his tears had long since dried up over the past 10 years. He loosened his grip on his knees and found his palms were sweaty. The auction was about to begin. He did not have any spirit stones. But fortunately, this omnipotent Master Lin had come up with such an auction method. He raised his head, looking at the figure standing in the void. Xiao Dong's eyes shimmered with longing. If only he could become a bit stronger, would Xiener not have to leave me? I must grow stronger, I must climb step by step to the highest point. Lin Tian also knew that a child of fortune had appeared in his auction. The system had been buzzing ever since 1,000,000 people entered. Among these 1,000,000, there were not a few children, but he had no time to worry about that. The most important thing right now was the auction. He extended his hand, and Lin Tian gently snapped his fingers. Snap, crisp and brief. So now, his voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. 1,000,000 people simultaneously fell silent, raised their heads, and held their breaths. It was about to begin, it was about to begin. Master Lin was about to say those few words. The auction officially begins.